The 3 years spent trapped in the orphanage constituted the most helpless moments of Celia's life. Suddenly, one day, a voice that seemed eerily familiar echoed in her ears. The hand she reached out was finally grasped. He shielded her, and together they stepped out of the desolate darkness, one cautious step at a time. From that moment on, every winter she traversed blossomed into a vibrant sea of flowers. However, Celia soon discovered that her floral expanse appeared rather distinct from others. For instance, there was a pitch-black, intimidating bat, a plump creature of platinum hue, and a rather dim-witted little badger. Attack the professor. Hufflepuff loses 10 points. The familiar voice reached her ears as Celia expressionlessly sipped her red tea. Oh, dear Godfather, dear Al, do cease this at once. This way, you cannot kill anyone. Snape cast a furtive glance at her countenance, suppressing his burgeoning desire to deduct points. Alas, if I were to deduct points from this lad again, Celia would likely ignore him for another 3 days. He is still quite young. He must not transform into a lonely old man. Chapter 1. Sir, do I know you? In the past 24 years of his life, Severus Snape had not felt such rage in a long while. He maintained a stoic expression, gripping his wand tightly within his pocket, stifling the violent impulses surging within. The little rascals before him shrank back like quail, while the boy he had knocked down struggled to rise, casting a resentful glare at Snape. Beneath the tree behind him curled a girl of about 6 or 7 years. The girl hung her head low, her ashen hair tangled and obscuring her face, while her excessively oversized clothing hung loosely upon her frame. A pair of slender, frail arms protruded from her sleeves, the joints of her left hand awkwardly twisted. In her arms, she cradled a tattered plush bear, its left ear frayed and its belly ripped open, revealing the filthy stuffing within. The cold winds of early winter howled around her, as she trembled like a leaf clinging to a branch, stubbornly refusing to fall. Nearby, a cacophony of voices erupted as a woman in her 30s rushed down the staircase. The woman wore an apron, her fingers dusted with pale flour, likely a caregiver from the orphanage. Following her were several children, clad in mismatched attire, small and timid. A slightly taller girl stood at the forefront, shielding the others behind her. The woman swept in like a tempest, her voice laced with fury as she exclaimed, "Vincent, you are bullying your sister again." The boy defiantly retorted, "She is not my sister. She is merely a little blind girl. No, Liv, she is a monster." Monster? Severus's piercing gaze locked onto him, causing Vincent to retreat a step, averting his eyes in fear of making contact. Silence. Liv had already rushed forward, seizing Vincent by the collar and thrusting him back into the group of children behind her. "Return to your room and transcribe the rules on the wall 50 times. You shall not dine this evening." Turning back, she noticed the man clad in black had crouched down, unfastening his outer robe to envelop the girl within it. A flicker of surprise crossed Liv's eyes as she stepped forward and gently inquired, "Sir?" Severus furrowed his brow, remaining beside the girl while disregarding Liv's question. Mr. Heyman hurriedly approached with a medical kit in hand. He was a tall man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Upon seeing Severus, he paused momentarily before speaking in a gentle tone, "Sir, I'm the doctor here. Allow me to examine the child first." Severus cast him a fleeting glance and rose to yield his position. "Sir," Liv hesitated to speak. "If you do not mind, may we converse inside?" Severus shook his head, stating, "There is no need. I shall wait for her here." His countenance remained stormy, with a smoldering intensity lurking within his dark eyes. Liv ceased her words. Although the orphanage strictly prohibited bullying, with nearly 100 children in its care and only 3 caregivers, the strain of managing a handful of mentally challenged children had drained their energies. They often overlooked children like Celia, despite her blindness, could manage her own affairs. This time, they were unfortunately caught by those outside. It appeared they were acquainted. The girl leaning against the tree suddenly lifted her head, turning toward the direction where Severus stood, blinking her vacant, unseeing eyes. Her form was coated in grime, resembling the worn and filthy teddy bear she clutched. The thick outer robe still draped over her, faithfully shielding her from the biting wind. The robe carried a faint herbal scent. Nestled in this aroma, her muddled mind gradually regained clarity. She parted her lips as if to speak, yet the words faltered on the brink of utterance. Perhaps she was dazed from pain. Otherwise, how could she hear a familiar voice? A hint of self-mockery graced her features, yet she could not restrain her intact right hand from stretching out. Her slender fingers opened slightly, yearning to grasp those indistinct memories as she had done in dreams countless times before. When the warm sensation reached her fingertips, it was as if she had been scorched by red-hot coals, prompting her to retract her hand in fright, only to find it grasped firmly. A rustling sound emanated from before her, indicating that someone had crouched nearby. The sound of Dr. Heyman organizing his medical kit came from her right, while she heard someone softly calling her name from the left. Celia? She could not recall who he was, and could only muster a smile to ask, "Sir, do I know you?" Severus remained silent for a long moment before hoarsely replying, "I am Severus. Do you remember?" The smile on her face had yet to fade, yet tears cascaded down in a sudden rush, glimmering as they fell in the wind, plummeting heavily into the thick dust. Remember? How could she possibly forget? She strained to widen her eyes. Even though the world before her remained a void, it felt as if she could once again glimpse the pale visage from her memories in the depths of oblivion. Severus gazed at her tear-streaked face, letting out a soft sigh. He lifted his other hand, cautiously and clumsily brushing her hair, as he had done many times before. Chapter 2. The enchantment of kinship magic. 3 years had elapsed since Severus Snape last laid eyes upon Celia. In truth, the world at large believed her to have perished alongside her unfortunate parents, victims of the Death Eater's malevolence. Yet, by Merlin's grace, he was granted the opportunity to behold the living essence of this child once more. Celia's father, Richard Lorien, was a clever and composed member of Ravenclaw, while her mother, Isabella Macmillan, had been Snape's senior during his tenure at Slytherin. Isabella, 3 years his elder, was a strikingly beautiful blonde. During her time at school, she had aided Snape on several occasions and had even delivered burned salve to him when he was still unskilled in the art of potion making. After her graduation, they lost all contact, and Snape had learned of her marriage to Lorien only from the president of the male student council. By that time, he was in his 6th year, scarcely recalling the visage of his former senior. However, the warmth that flooded his memories of Isabella gradually eased his troubled heart. After 5th year, Snape found himself solitary and taciturn, relying solely on recollections to navigate through life. At times, he questioned whether he had advanced too swiftly, with his corporeal form racing ahead while his soul lingered in the past. It was unclear when the tumultuous war had erupted with such fervor. On a night following a torrential downpour, the air was thick with the scent of decaying grass. The young Lorien couple traversed Diagon Alley, fortuitously encountering a nearly lifeless Snape, just graduated and on the brink of despair. Upon awakening, the aroma of lavender enveloped him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Emerging from the soft embrace of the blankets, he glimpsed a lovely young girl perched upon a stool, her bright blue eyes fixed upon him. Upon noticing his awakening, she squealed with delight and dashed from the room like a fleeting breeze. Before long, Richard and Isabella entered, their collective gaze scrutinizing him with palpable curiosity. Richard, Isabella, Celia. Snape instinctively recoiled, uttering a dry, "Oh." The years had not altered Isabella significantly. Her long, light golden hair was loosely tied back, and her cerulean eyes sparkled with mirth. Richard held her hand tightly, his gray eyes fixed on Snape with unabashed wariness. Snape smirked inwardly. After all, he was a Death Eater, and such caution was only to be expected. "Oh, Rick," Isabella gently chided, "do not be so tense, my dear. This is merely a junior, not a rival. Remember, I am already your wife." Richard appeared somewhat reassured, yet continued to regard Snape with a scrutinizing gaze. Snape? Richard's apprehension toward him was undoubtedly rooted in his status as a Death Eater, was it not? Suddenly, the blanket was yanked down, revealing the glistening eyes of a child. The little girl, appearing to be around 2 years old, smiled sweetly at him and chirped, "Good afternoon, Uncle." "Uncle?" Snape's expression contorted momentarily. Isabella erupted into laughter, ruffling Celia's hair affectionately. Richard's demeanor softened as he extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Snape, considering your injuries are rather severe, Isabella and I would like to invite you to stay with us for a while until you regain your health." The blatant kindness, offered without expectation of recompense, left Snape momentarily speechless, his lips moving without sound. What came next? In a haze of confusion, Severus Snape found himself, through Isabella's persuasion and Richard's shared laughter, transformed into the godfather of Celia Lorien. To this day, he still found the entire affair utterly surreal. He, Severus Snape, an irascible, disheveled Death Eater, a devoted follower of the Dark Lord, at least at that time, was now a child's godfather? What a preposterous jest. They ought not to have rescued him at all. Yet, it happened just so. Isabella even took his hand and that of Celia's, binding them in a wondrous kinship magic. From that moment forth, they became true family. Thank Merlin. And thank the wise Isabella for allowing him to trace the threads of this magical kinship and rediscover the child during what was meant to be an ordinary holiday outing. The initial stirrings of kinship magic enveloped him while he traversed the dense woods. The forests of northern England concealed many hidden treasures, particularly at midnight and in the early morning dew. As Snape busied himself in the dim light of dawn, a sudden surge of magical energy struck him with force. Before his mind could fully comprehend the situation, his body surged forward, guided by an instinctive knowledge that he had found her. Chapter 3. Long Time No See. I miss you so much. The moment Snape halted before the orphanage's gate, his gaze immediately fell upon Celia, a small figure, silently nestled in the towering shadow of a birch tree, surrounded by a gang of unruly children. A tumult of ecstatic reunion and furious anger erupted within Snape's chest. He shattered the fence and stormed in, brandishing his wand to deliver a decisive blow to the leading boy. And then, a sudden wave of confusion engulfed him. Despite having lived for 24 years, Snape had seldom interacted with children and had never encountered such a scenario. He must have been mad to have agreed to Isabella's request to be her child's godfather. As for the raucous group at Hogwarts, Merlin helped him. He would prefer never to set eyes on them again. He silently retreated, observing the blonde doctor bustling around Celia, forcing himself to regain composure. The child seemed to have heard his presence, lifting her head to seek him out. A thought flickered through Snape's mind. Did she remember their past? He had watched her grow, held her in his arms, shared sunrises with her upon the rooftop. When Celia was 3, she had gifted him with a haphazardly crafted flower crown. In those days, they were as familiar with one another as two souls could be. Yet, Celia had been merely 4 when her parents perished. What memories could a child of that age retain? Snape found himself uncertain, even contemplating whether he should simply fade into the background. Should he not approach and boldly declare, "I am your godfather"? What an audacious proclamation that would be. However, when Celia reached out her hand toward him, Snape resolved to take a chance. Fortunately, his instincts had not led him astray, though a 7-year-old may not recall every detail. She could discern the presence of those most dear to her. Celia grasped his hand tightly, her expression a mixture of joy and tears. Though words eluded her, he understood her sentiment perfectly. She was saying, "It has been so long. I have missed you dearly." Snape's heart twisted with an awkward pang. Yet he could not bring himself to withdraw his hand. His gaze fell upon Celia's eyes, those beautiful, ocean blue eyes, radiant and lively, once sparkling like pearls in the deep sea, now reflecting the profound depths of a tumultuous ocean. His heart ached fiercely. A pair of cerulean, dim, unfocused eyes stared back at him, familiar yet strange. They resembled a pearl tarnished by dust, like stagnant waters devoid of ripples. What truly transpired all those years ago? Isabella hailed from the Macmillan lineage. Although she belonged to a pure-blood family, she did not share the unwavering allegiance to Voldemort that families like the Malfoys and the Averys held. Both the Rorians and the Macmillans had consistently maintained a stance of neutrality. They neither allied themselves with the Dark Lord nor exhibited any inclination towards the Order of the Phoenix. Why, then, had the Death Eaters set their sights on them? And how did Celia lose her sight? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, yet it was evidently not the right moment to voice them. Severus Snape forced himself to suppress his thoughts and turned to Leaf, inquiring, "As her family, must I also undertake the adoption procedures?" The mention of family stirred an unfamiliar sensation within him, as if something delicate and soft brushed against his heart, igniting a tingling, almost electric response that threatened to make him tremble. It had been a long time since he had experienced such intense emotional upheaval since Lily's death. For 3 years, he had drifted through life like a specter, indifferent to the rising sun and the setting moon. Yet, at this moment, his numbed heart raced with fervor in his chest, pounding fiercely, struggling, and screaming as it collided against his ribcage. He suddenly realized he was alive, truly, palpably alive. Leaf appeared taken aback, only regaining her composure after Dr. Heyman nudged her back to reality. She responded, yes, but not for adoption procedures. Do you have any proof of relationship, sir? Proof of relationship? Snape furrowed his brow. He possessed none, save for a bond of kinship spell he had established at Isabella's insistence years ago. However, he could hardly tell Leaf. Let me perform a little magic to ascertain our connection. Snape irritably pinched the bridge of his nose and, with measured patience, replied, with all due respect, madam. I doubt anyone carries proof of blood relation with them at all times. Furthermore, I am her godfather. Leaf fell silent upon hearing this. She glanced at Snape's face, which bore an unmistakable expression of impatience, then at Celia, who clung tightly to one of his hands, her words caught in her throat. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Please follow me, And you too, Celia. Dr. Heyman, could you kindly escort the children back to the classroom? Dr. Heyman acknowledged her request and ushered the group of children up the stairs. The boy named Vincent, however, couldn't help but glance back, only to receive a fierce glare from Snape, which sent him scuttling back, tucking his chin in like a frightened quail. Leaf resolved to avert her gaze. She nodded at Snape, then turned and walked towards the office on the first floor. Although referred to as an office, it was merely a room slightly larger than a cupboard, crammed with a few desks and cluttered with file folders stacked haphazardly on a bookshelf that took up half the wall. Snape followed Leaf into the room, with Celia still hanging onto his hand. He held his arm stiffly, fearful that any lapse might cause her to stumble. Celia had been gripping his right hand, but upon noticing the injury on her left shoulder, he gently shifted her to his left side. Celia blinked, as if something had just passed by. She could not comprehend it, so she chose to abandon the thought. The faint, bitter scent of herbs surrounding her brought her solace. It was a fragrance etched in the memory of her soul, accompanying her through those fleeting moments of joyful childhood until the light vanished from her sight. At this moment, Celia was unaware that this very scent would accompany her for many years to come. She clutched her teddy bear tightly, her slender fingers brushing against its coarse fur, gradually filling the emptiness within her. Once they were seated in the office, the first rays of dawn leapt over the horizon, filtering through the office's grimy window and landing softly at their feet. Chapter 4. Are you getting married? 2 hours later, the office door creaked open once more. Snape strode out, followed by a cacophony of footsteps behind him. He turned around instinctively, bending slightly to steady the unsteady Celia. Celia had shut her blind eyes, clumsily grasping his sleeve. After catching her breath, she asked hastily, "Mr. Severus, you will return, won't you?" Snape replied with a noncommittal yes, pausing to add, "I will." Leaf emerged as well, kneeling down to inform Celia, "Mr. Snape must first return home to prepare. Otherwise, when you get home, you won't have a proper room or a little bed, nor will there be enough towels and supplies, making life rather inconvenient. We shall wait for Mr. Snape together. Shall we?" Celia nodded, still reluctantly clutching Snape's sleeve. Her right hand still held her teddy bear, leaving her to grasp at the departing figure with her injured left hand. Her wrist trembled as she desperately curled her fingers around Snape's robe, embodying both defiance and vulnerability, like a dandelion gazing upwards from the roadside. With a sigh, Snape gently pried her fingers away, slowly placing her hand back at her side. He glanced at Leaf, who discreetly retreated upstairs, leaving the empty corridor to them. Snape drew his wand and tapped Celia's left shoulder. The sharp pain gradually faded, and Celia, bewildered, touched her shoulder before looking up at Snape. In a somewhat brusque tone, he stated, "Please wait a couple more days." Damn it, why did she look as though she were on the verge of tears? He distinctly remembered her as a lively child. Snape rubbed his forehead, unable to bear the sight of Celia's expression, and stepped towards the orphanage's exit. If he lingered for even a second longer, he feared he might succumb to the impulse to take the child home with him. He had contemplated bringing Celia back directly, but the thought of his gloomy abode on Spinner's End or the damp cellar of Hogwarts, neither seemed a suitable place for a child to reside. The troubled Snape sighed for the fourth time that day. Celia did not pursue him. She stood there, dazed, listening to the silence that returned. Was everything that had just transpired merely a figment of her imagination? Upon exiting the orphanage's confines, Snape found a discreet spot to disapparate. Dust clung to the hem of his robe, but he paid it no mind as he stepped through the gates of Malfoy Manor. A blind child required a house elf. The Malfoy house elves had been passed down through generations, and Snape did not expect to acquire one directly. However, he could leverage his connection with Lucius Malfoy to obtain a suitable elf swiftly and at minimal cost. House elves predominantly hailed from noble families. Yet whenever a family fell from grace or was forced to sell their estate, a number of unclaimed elves would emerge. Some were taken in by the ministry's house elf relocation services, while others fell into the hands of black market traders, sold like commodities at exorbitant prices. For ordinary wizards, acquiring one would require a significant sacrifice. Yet for Snape, the price was not a concern. Though his gold was limited, he could readily offer a selection of precious potions as bargaining chips. What truly plagued him was the temperament of the house elves. After all, no sane wizard would desire a loud, neurotic elf. The Malfoys were known for their efficiency. The very next morning, Lucius appeared before Snape with a house elf in tow. Severus Snape languidly waved his wand, allowing the newly acquired small bed to descend gently to the floor. As he turned, he found himself face to face with the house elf's large, azure eyes. "Snape." "House elf, Lucius." Snape raised his head, casting a puzzled glance at Lucius. The flamboyant platinum peacock shrugged and said, "As per your request, I found one that is quiet, composed, and industrious. You may examine it, and if all is satisfactory, we can proceed with the contract." The house elf bowed deeply. its long ears drooping comically to the ground with the motion. In a delicate voice, it said, "Ruiha sends greetings to Mr. Snape." Appearing satisfactory, Snape nodded slightly and replied to Lucius, "Let us trial it for a week." Lucius waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Of course, should it prove unsuitable. I can replace it at any time." He scrutinized Snape with a peculiar gaze, then glanced around the seemingly refurbished room before hesitantly inquiring, "Are you getting married, Snape?" Lucius noted the instant darkening of Snape's expression, chuckling awkwardly. "I was merely jesting." "But Severus, you typically do not concern yourself with such matters. How is it that you have suddenly taken an interest? Even seeking a house elf, Snape shot him a disdainful glance, flicking his wand to send a box from the shelf into Lucius's arms. In a smooth tone, he remarked, "Asking too many questions will only lead to your misfortune, Lucius." The box was heavy, likely containing potions as a form of currency. Lucius struggled to suppress a twitching smile, sighing, "Very well, do as you see fit. I must take my leave now. Draco has been quite troublesome lately, and I fear Sissy may be overwhelmed alone." He recalled the words of Narcissa before leaving, glanced at Snape's countenance, and wisely swallowed back further comments. How could Sissy possibly think Severus was getting married? Look at his wooden demeanor, huh? No wonder he remains single. By Merlin, not everyone is fortunate enough like Lucius to find such a beautiful, gentle, and gracious wife, a veritable celestial beauty. Lucius. Snape pressed his lips together, watching as the proud platinum peacock vanished into the fireplace. Poor Sissy, originally only needing to care for one child, now faced the prospect of two, one of which was a human-sized infant. Chapter 5, Renovation? Demolition. Snape, with a tinge of regret, shifted his gaze from the fireplace back to the room filled with furniture, a sudden wave of confusion washing over him. Starting tomorrow, he would no longer live alone. This desolate, cold, and dilapidated house was about to become a new home for a child. Snape's eyes traveled from the furniture to the walls, which were marred by the passage of time, deeply etched across the barren landscape of his existence. He felt akin to this house, gloomy, uninteresting, and in disrepair, slowly rotting away in the effluent of the Cokeworth industrial district. He was driftwood in the water, duckweed on the lake's surface, refuse floating amidst wastewater and oil. A kite severed from its string, aimlessly adrift without a destination. If he could not grasp his own life, how could he possibly shoulder the burden of another fragile existence? A faint sound at his feet drew Snape's attention, and he looked down to find the house elf gazing up at him, its blue eyes filled with eagerness. Merlin, Snape thought, rubbing his temples in irritation, and pointed to the newly purchased furniture on the ground, instructing, "Take it upstairs, to the innermost room on the second floor." The elf beamed with delight and bowed before diving into the pile of furniture. Snape, having never enjoyed a conventional childhood room himself, was uncertain of what furnishings a child might require. Thus, he had simply purchased everything he could think of that Celia might need. Once Celia moved in, he could procure anything else she desired from Diagon Alley. It must be said, although Lucius's fashion sense left much to be desired, his eye for selecting house elves was indeed commendable. Snape observed for a moment before confidently ascending to the second floor. Aside from his own bedroom, there were two other rooms that had remained vacant for years. One was the master bedroom once occupied by Tobias and Eileen, while the other served as a guest room. After Tobias's passing, Snape inherited the house on Spinner's End. The property itself was modest, and he had been too lethargic to tidy it up, thus the layout remained unchanged. Regarding Tobias and Eileen's room, Snape had merely left it as it was, as if by ignoring it, time would eventually erase its existence. He attempted to forget those gray years, yet they had never truly released their grip on him. The guest room was situated in the center of the second floor, leading further to the shower room and storage area. This was the new room he had prepared for Celia. Inside, the guest room was bare, containing only an iron bed, two wooden cabinets, and a creaky chandelier. The iron bed was excessively generous in size, covered in a layer of moldy bedding. Rust had accumulated in layers upon the iron frame, as if it were nothing more than a useless scrap of metal. This was hardly surprising, Snape mused. A fallen Snape household, who would wish to visit here? He promptly and decisively packed away the iron bed and cabinets, discarding them, and conducted a thorough cleaning of the room while awaiting the house elf to bring up the new furniture. As for the shower room, Snape recalled the cramped compartment at the end of the second floor, and the frown upon his brow deepened. During his solitary days, he had never cared about the size of the shower room. After all, most of his time was spent at Hogwarts, and he seldom utilized the shower room at Spinner's End. However, now that Celia was to move in, he could not expect the child to make do as he had. Moreover, given that child's constitution, they would undoubtedly require ample access to water. Adjacent to the shower room was the storage area. Snape walked along the second-floor corridor, assessing the dimensions of the two rooms, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. A minute later, the newly arrived house elf, Ruiha, was nearly deafened by a thunderous crash emanating from the second floor on its very first day of the trial period. Startled, it dropped the floating bedside table and looked up at the shower room above. Merlin, why did it seem as though its new master was demolishing walls? What had it just heard? Stone-shattering curse. Fragmentation? Such reckless behavior surely would not cause the house to collapse, would it? Snape, expressionless, raised his wand, declaring, Sandstorm. Bang. Ruaha, let it be destroyed. Chapter 6, The New Master, 1. Oh, so it turned out that its new master was not the dark, brooding bat after all. Ruaha curiously gazed at the girl standing behind Snape. Snape brought Celia forward, his deep voice resonating. Celia, this is the house elf Ruaha. Ruaha, meet your new master. Ruaha. LLL, its new master. House elves could pledge allegiance to multiple individuals, yet in practical magical contracts, they had but one master. Ruaha had assumed Mr. Snape was its master, only to discover it was this slender beanpole of a young lady. Ruaha blinked in confusion. Snape's gaze gradually turned perilous, and Ruaha, startled, quickly bowed in greeting. Ruaha sends greetings to Mistress Celia. Celia, clutching Snape's pinky finger, shyly replied, You hello. Unlike the disarray of 2 days prior, Liv meticulously bathed Celia before she was taken by Snape, dressing her in clean clothes, albeit still the old garments that had faded with washing. Nevertheless, she appeared considerably refreshed. The grime-laden exterior was stripped away, revealing the girl's starkly pale visage. Compared to 3 years ago, Celia's appearance had not altered significantly. She had merely lost considerable weight, her cheekbones protruding sharply. Her complexion was an unhealthy pallor, tinged with a hint of waxy yellow, indicative of clear malnutrition. A plush bear, feeble and limp, nestled in her embrace, its stuffing having been crammed back in, leaving it deflated and shapeless. Her eyes were serenely closed, and her silvery blue hair lay smoothly against her ears. Before her departure, Liv had washed it, and it shimmered like the bioluminescent jellyfish of the ocean, glistening with a starry sheen when viewed from afar. Celia's father, Richard Rorian, shared the same hair color. Over a decade ago, when Snape first encountered Richard, he was captivated by that striking silver-blue mane. Even within the wizarding world, such an unusual appearance was a rarity. He had initially speculated that Richard was a metamorphmagus or perhaps a half-Vila. It was only later that Snape learned of the Rorian family's merfolk lineage, the silver-blue hair being a hereditary trait. Just as Rubius Hagrid bore giant blood and Filius Flitwick had fairy ancestry, certain families possessed the blood of magical creatures, such as Fleur, making wizards with such lineage not uncommon. Yet, merfolk were different. Snape recalled the twisted beings lurking in the Black Lake, falling into silence. Upon learning that Isabella had married Richard, he found it astonishing. Isabella was pureblood, while Richard was of mixed merfolk descent. Why would the Macmillan family consent to their union? However, Severus Snape had always been remarkably accepting. Years later, when he met Celia Rorian, he had already come to terms with her silver-blue hair. In contrast, the novice father Richard was evidently more exhilarated. Heaven knows how overjoyed he was upon seeing his daughter's appearance. According to Isabella, on the day Celia was born, Muggles within a 10-mile radius had to visit the hospital for their ears. Silver blue hair. Richard excitedly chattered to his wife. Silver blue. Oh, Isabella, she is a little mermaid. Our Celia, a little mermaid. Like an endearing Gryffindor. It turned out that Celia not only inherited her father's merfolk blood, but also exhibited ancestral traits. This was particularly evident, as she even possessed a tail. Though she could maintain a human appearance most of the time, upon entering water, she would revert to her merfolk form, and scales would manifest when her magic surged. In Professor McGonagall's words, rather than being a human with merfolk ancestry, it would be more accurate to say she was a mermaid cloaked in human form. Snape had the fortune of witnessing Celia in her mermaid form. Thank Merlin. She did not resemble the fierce and hideous beings of the Black Lake, but instead appeared as a normal, beautiful young woman. It seemed the Rorian family inherited from the southern merfolk lineage. Snape had discovered through research that not all merfolk bore the appearance of those in the Black Lake. In warmer climates, such as the Mediterranean and Caribbean, merfolk bore a closer resemblance to humans and conformed more closely to the widely accepted image of mermaids. To conceal Celia's merfolk form, Isabella had sewn a brown plush bear imbued with the blood magic left by Richard. As long as the bear was near Celia, she would not lose her human appearance. Snape recalled that the bear was named Owl, a name Celia had chosen herself. Inspired by a great hero from a storybook her mother read to her, Snape couldn't help but glance at the tattered bundle in Celia's arms. If it could still be called a bundle. Its fragmented exterior resembled the child snuggled close to him, its surface marred and ragged, only faintly hinting at its former glory. Snape sighed and turned to the impeccably poised Rhea, asking, "Can you sew?" Rhea nodded, replying, "Yes, sir." Snape crouched down to align his mouth with Celia's ear, whispering, "Celia, Give Altaria. A look of terror instantly spread across Celia's face. She clutched the bear tightly to her chest, shaking her head vehemently. This was the only possession left to her from her parents, and she feared that if she let go, she would truly have nothing left. Her left hand was still not fully healed, unable to bear such weight. Snape cast a frustrated glance at Celia's left shoulder, but refrained from expressing his anger. He sighed again, stating, "Alice injured." Celia opened her eyes to look at him. "Can it be healed?" "Yes," Snape replied with certainty. Chapter 7. The New Master, 2. Celia hung her head, lapsing into silence. Snape did not rush her, patiently waiting beside her. After the minute hand on the wall clock had traversed a little over half a circle, Celia finally lifted her hand, trembling as she extended the bear forward. Uncertain of Ria's position, she could only raise her hand in front of her, awaiting the unfamiliar elf to take her awl away, carefully mend it, and then return it to her side. Ria glanced at Snape's expression before stepping forward to accept the bear with both hands, suddenly feeling empty-handed. Celia curled her fingers in a reflexive grasp, her face displaying confusion and panic. Snape observed her expression closely, discreetly glancing at Ria. The fears of the blind are manifold. Beyond the endless void, there are the sounds that may arise unexpectedly and hands that may reach out from unknown places. For those who have lost their sight, the world around them is steeped in uncertainty, akin to a lurking beast poised to strike. Surrounded by howling wolves and jagged rocks, they find themselves utterly defenseless. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to assure them that their environment is safe, allowing them to explore gradually on their own. Snape inquired, "The room is upstairs. Would you like to go up?" Celia nodded. The sound of fabric rustling accompanied Snape's voice from above. "Reach out." Her outstretched right hand was taken, and Snape instructed, "I will lead you forward now." Celia nodded again, and Snape began to walk. He moved slowly, each step deliberate and steady. As Celia listened to his calm, strong footsteps, her anxious heart gradually settled. After approximately 30 steps, Snape's voice broke the silence once more. "Now turn left and ascend the stairs." Obediently, Celia turned left, tentatively extending her foot, quickly feeling an obstruction. Startled, she tightened her grip on Snape's fingers, while he remained silent, patiently allowing her to navigate on her own. She successfully stepped onto the first step, then another, and another. After 24 steps, Snape's voice came from behind her. 3 steps left. 3, 2, 1. She was once again standing on flat flooring. Snape instructed, "Now walk 2 steps to the right." Celia took 2 steps right and soon felt her right hand being lifted, resting against a cool surface. Snape said, "This is the wall." He released his grip, and Celia, summoning her courage, spread her palm and pressed it against the wall, feeling its rough, dry, and cool surface. Snape instructed, "Follow the wall to the right, the 3rd door." He refrained from taking her hand again, and Celia navigated the door frames on her own. Halting before the 3rd door, Snape stood behind her, saying, "Raise your hand." Celia lifted her hand, encountering nothing. Higher, her fingers brushed against the doorknob, which was not the cold metal she had imagined, but rather soft, as if it were enveloped in something. Tentatively, she pressed down, and the door opened silently. Snape took her hand once more, and they moved forward a few steps, then turned right. Suddenly, Celia tumbled into a soft bed. She lifted her hands to feel around. The left side of the bed was against the wall, while the right was empty. As she sat on the bed, a rustling sound arose from her right. Turning her head, she saw Snape beside her, asking, "Do you remember?" A smile inexplicably spread across her face as she bit her lip and replied, "I remember, sir." "Sir?" Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with an unidentifiable teasing. Celia pondered for a moment before softly saying, "Severus." "Very well," Snape responded promptly, his voice devoid of inflection. Yet Celia sensed his good spirits. "From now on, let RHA take care of you. It will manage all your daily needs." RHA stood to her right, cheerfully proclaiming, "Yes. RHA will take good care of Miss Celia Rorian." It had been closely following Snape, attentively observing how he guided Celia. This was RHA's first encounter with a blind witch, and it realized there were many considerations when interacting with the blind. RHA committed everything to memory, assuring her to trust it completely. Snape did not linger, offering a few brief instructions before exiting the room. Soon, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoed in the house. Chapter 8. The Woes of a New Father, 1. Once Snape departed, silence enveloped the room once more. Celia sat helplessly on the bed, tentatively calling out, "RHA?" House elves always moved without a sound, and she could not ascertain whether RHA remained in the room. Fortunately, RHA's high-pitched voice soon chimed in from her right, "Miss Celia." "RHA is here." Celia responded with a soft tilting her head in thought. Unsure of what to say, she extended her right hand toward the direction of the voice. RHA recalled Snape's actions and stood still, watching as Celia's hand inched closer. Miss, RHA is here. You need to move a bit more to the right. Celia slowly adjusted her hand, feeling a thin object. Following the outline, she gently traced downwards, discovering a rounded shape with a small pointed tip. She found the shape amusing and chuckled, asking, "What is this?" RHA blinked and replied, "That is my ear, Miss Celia." Oh. Celia's hand continued to slide down RHA's ear. RHA felt a ticklish sensation in its ear, but restrained itself from moving. Celia's fingers reached the base of RHA's ear, and as she released her grip, her fingers landed on a bony protrusion. "Is this your shoulder?" she inquired with a smile. Without waiting for RHA's response, Celia used her left hand to support herself and stood up. A sharp pain shot through her left shoulder, and she gently bit her tongue to stifle a cry. Malnutrition had rendered Celia particularly small. Despite being 7 years old, her height barely surpassed 42 inches. Upon standing, she only needed to slightly bend her arm to comfortably rest her fingers on RHA's shoulder. RHA joyfully exclaimed, "Now RHA can lead Miss Celia. You are truly clever." A blush crept across Celia's cheeks, revealing a shy smile as she softly said, "RHA, can you take me for a walk? Just around the room." "Of course." RHA instinctively attempted to bow, but remembering Celia's hand on its shoulder, it forced itself to stand upright. The scene in the room began to shift as the girl moved about, while Snape gently flicked his wand, retracting the monitoring spell. The steak in the pan was flipped. A faint smile gracing Snape's lips as he recalled the girl's somewhat foolish antics on their way home. Reappearing at the orphanage, Snape suppressed his discomfort as he handed the signed documents to leave. She perused the documents twice before calling Celia out from the activity room. Although he had mentally prepared for 2 days, Snape still found himself at a loss for how to communicate with Celia upon seeing her again. Fortunately, the girl appeared equally anxious. They exchanged not a single word until they stepped out of the orphanage. Only when the orphanage was out of sight did Snape finally pause. Celia had been clutching the hem of his robe, nearly toppling into him. "Sir?" Celia asked, puzzled. Snape cast 2 confusion charms around them and then directed a detection spell towards Celia. The spell's color deepened gradually, settling on a dark crimson, reminiscent of dried blood. Snape sighed. Thinking he was angry, Celia instinctively released her grip, causing the hem of his robe to slip to the ground. Snape was uncertain how to explain himself, silently retracting his wand. Celia's condition was far too dire for him to risk apparition. He had no choice but to resort to muggle travel. The train was not crowded, and Snape found an empty compartment, settling Celia by the window. He retrieved a blanket from his suitcase and draped it over her. Early winter in England had already begun to snow, with delicate snowflakes occasionally flitting past the window, brushing against the rough glass before melting away. Wrapped entirely in the blanket, the girl still shivered slightly. Snape drew his wand and silently cast a warming charm. The chill dissipated abruptly, and a warm breeze, akin to a nimble sprite, gently caressed Celia's heart before swiftly spreading through her limbs. She blinked sluggishly, lifting her hand to touch her gradually warming chest. The injury on her left shoulder would take time to heal, and her left hand lacked strength, only able to feebly grasp the blanket. Lowering her head, her right hand rested on her chest, her medium-length hair cascading down to obscure her face. She whispered, "Thank you." Snape parted his lips, averting his gaze from her. To alleviate Celia's discomfort, Snape chose to sit beside her, leaving the seat across the table empty. Gazing at the row of vacant seats, he felt a similar unease settling within him. A rustling sound emanated from beside him. He turned to see Celia, cautiously reaching out to touch the window's glass. Young Snape couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking that children indeed liked window seats. He was not entirely unaware of how to care for them. As the phrase caring for children flitted through his mind, Snape experienced a moment of blankness before wearily rubbing his temples. Chapter 9. The Woes of a New Father, 2. A few days ago, had anyone suggested that Severus Snape would assume the role of a caregiver, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet now, a child truly resided at his side, and he was destined to devote the entirety of his remaining life to this newfound responsibility. Almost instantaneously upon encountering Celia, he had made the impulsive, instinctual decision to raise her. It was only when the child was genuinely in his presence that he withdrew from this fervent emotion, scrutinizing his actions over the past few days with a sense of perplexity. What on earth had he been thinking? Were the foolish trolls at Hogwarts not enough of a burden? Why had he willingly invited such an enormous complication into his life? He attributed all of this to the duties of godfatherhood and that peculiar bond of kinship. Oh, how he was grateful to the dear, far-sighted Isabella for ensuring that the unfortunate Celia had a relative to rely upon after becoming an orphan. If only that relative were anyone but him, Severus Snape. Fortunately, Celia appeared to be relatively tranquil, unlike that little rascal from the Malfoy household, who, at the tender age of 4, was already capable of wreaking havoc. During his last brief visit to the Malfoy residence, he had noticed that Narcissa seemed rather haggard. Yet, he found himself worrying again. Recalling that Celia had once been insufferably lively, a source of considerable concern for Isabella. Looking at her now, seated in silence, he began to wonder, could the child be suffering from some psychological affliction? He observed as Celia touched the glass, cautiously extending her tongue to lick her fingertips. Recoiling in shock from the cold, Snape found himself further convinced of his suspicions. What sort of normal child licks glass? Returning his thoughts from reminiscence, Snape sighed. Since reuniting with Celia, his size had markedly increased. He waved his wand, flipping the steak over once more. Rhea and Celia needed time to adjust, so he decided to spare her from the kitchen duties for the time being. Snape was acutely aware of his culinary skills. He could cook, but only to the extent that it was edible. McGonagall had once warned him with a furrowed brow, "Oh, Severus, this is cooking, not brewing your precious potions. Merlin, spare that scale. It was never meant to endure such trials." And thus, his beloved Miss Scale had been confiscated. Snape thought to himself, all right, he understood. After all, cooking merely involved boiling things in pots. That insufferable tabby cat. He glanced at the spices and accurately tossed half a spoonful of pepper into the mix. It mattered not. He could gauge it by sight. With winter encroaching, he knew he had to pay heed to warmth and sustenance, regardless of taste. Wizards were robust, and Snape himself was unbothered by the cold. At its harshest, he merely sipped pepper-infused vodka to dispel the chill. Yet, Celia was different. She clearly could not partake in alcohol. Snape was not so absurd as to consider giving a 7-year-old liquor, so he resorted to adding pepper to the evening's soup instead. Turning off the fire, he directed the pot to pour the soup into a large bowl, levitating the dish to the dining table while he ascended the stairs. Celia was nestled in the window-esque rocking chair, half immersed in the soft cushion. Draped in the gray woolen blanket he had recently purchased, she was quietly asleep with her eyes closed. The crackling of the fireplace filled the air as the dancing flames illuminated her gaunt face, bringing a hint of color to her pallor, reminiscent of a battle-scarred kitten. Snape shook his head at the house elf that had risen to greet him and approached the rocking chair, crouching down to rap gently on the armrest. "Celia, it is time to wake for dinner." The girl seemed to be in a restless slumber, her brow slightly furrowed, her long lashes fluttering a few times as she mumbled incoherently, but did not awaken. Snape called again, "Celia." Her eyes snapped open suddenly, vacant and staring at the floor. After a moment, she regained her senses, closed her eyes, and smiled up at him. "Severus?" What sort of smile was that? It was obsequious, timid, intimate, and cautious, but certainly not joyful. Snape found the expression painfully glaring and, standing, instructed, "Come down for dinner." Celia nodded, her hand brushing the armrest as she hopped down from the chair, wobbly and unsteady as she attempted to move towards the door. Rhea, startled, rushed forward to steady her. Snape sighed in exasperation, "Take your time." Celia had reached the doorway when she heard his voice from behind and turned in a panic, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. I meant, Severus." Snape furrowed his brow, fixing her with a long, scrutinizing gaze. The abrupt silence only heightened Celia's anxiety. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and managed to stammer out a dry apology. "I am very sorry." Snape, equally at a loss for words, was utterly unversed in the complexities of child psychology. To prevent the situation from deteriorating further, he decided to abandon speech altogether, swishing his robes as he strode outside. After a considerable time, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Stealing a glance over his shoulder, he saw Celia with her right hand resting on Rhea's shoulder, trailing behind him with a dejected demeanor. Great, he had truly made a mess of things. How ingenious he was. Chapter 10 Sir, Mrs. Full. At the dining table, Snape and Celia sat facing one another in silence, neither daring to speak. He had taken Liv's advice and prepared a bowl of porridge for Celia using oats and milk. As his home lacked such provisions, he had, fortuitously, raided a nearby Muggle shop the day before bringing Celia home, armed with a parenting manual that Narcissa had sent by the house elf. Recalling the astonished expression of the shopkeeper, Snape suddenly felt quite aggrieved. He had paid, after all. It was simply that he had purchased a bit too much. Why did those shop assistants regard him as though he were preparing to care for a football team? He was certainly no one's nanny. The clinking of spoon against bowl jolted him from his reverie, and he glanced up at Celia. The girl had set her spoon down, her head bowed, remaining silent. Observing the conflicted expression on her face and the nearly full bowl of porridge, he patiently inquired, "What is the matter?" Celia jumped, hastily picking up her spoon. "Nothing, nothing at all." Under Snape's inquisitive gaze, she slowly, laboriously scooped a spoonful of oats and brought it to her mouth. Snape? Rhea, standing beside the table, silently facepalmed. Was it possible that the girl was merely a small child and not a Dutch pig, who had instructed him to serve porridge in an 8-inch bowl? He could no longer endure the sight. and thus spoke up. "Sir, I believe the young lady has had enough." Snape blinked, asking, "Had enough?" Celia smiled gently. "No, sir." "Oh, so you are still hungry." Snape suppressed his surprise, saying, "If you are full, then you may leave your seat. I do not recall permitting you to inflate yourself like a hot air balloon." Celia fell silent for a moment, a blush rising to her pale cheeks. She gracefully descended from the chair, her head bowed as she approached Severus Snape. Perhaps her anxiety was overwhelming, he mused, glancing at the remaining oats in the bowl. He sighed and instructed, "Please take a seat on the sofa." Celia acquiesced, gently guiding Ria's shoulder as they made their way to the living room. The room had only one sofa, a relic left by Tobias. Snape always felt the sofa occupied too much space. Had he not been too lazy to replace it, he would have discarded it long ago. During the renovation, he had deliberated for quite some time before ultimately purchasing a brand new sofa. It was not large, just sufficient to accommodate an adult, ensuring that even as Celia grew, it would still serve its purpose. Snape hastily finished his share of steak, allowing the dishes to float away for cleaning, and then sat down on the old sofa. A book he had not finished reading the previous day rested on the armrest. He picked it up, ready to continue his study. Before opening the book, he stole a glance at Celia. The girl sat upright on the sofa, her hands nervously entwined. It then dawned on Snape, albeit belatedly, that she had nothing to occupy her time. To welcome her arrival, he had prepared a soft bed, a rocking chair, a sturdy and spacious desk, a bookshelf that spanned an entire wall, and a collection of braille books that might pique her interest. Yet, he had forgotten to procure any toys suitable for a child. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Snape's face as he asked, "Would you like to read a book?" Ria, who had been mending, paused momentarily, casting an odd glance at Snape. Celia, however, breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying yes. Whether it was reading, sleeping, or even doing chores, she was willing to undertake anything as long as it was within her capability, anything that would keep her from being abandoned, anything that would keep her from being forsaken. Snape inquired about her reading preferences, but Celia had no concept of what to say, simply responding with a vague anything, before lowering her head in silence once more. After contemplating for a moment, Snape instructed Ria to fetch a book from upstairs, tilting his head pensively as he observed Celia. He recalled a Muggle psychological clinic in the neighboring district. He resolved to take the child there someday. Ria returned with a book and presented it to Celia. She reached out, her fingers grazing the somewhat coarse cover. Parchment, she thought to herself. As she touched the surface, she felt numerous raised dots. She did not know what they were, but since it was a book, perhaps these were letters? Yet, she could not recognize the script. Hesitatingly, Celia reached out to touch the dots, striving to feign understanding. Her mind felt hazy, and she shook her head, forcing herself to concentrate on the unfamiliar text. The sound of pages turning from across the room drew her attention. Snape remained oblivious to her peculiar state as he immersed himself in his reading. Gradually, the anxiety that had been gnawing at her subsided, her fingertips tracing the uneven letters. A chill and warmth enveloped her intermittently, making her feel as though she were being roasted atop an iceberg, an experience both distressing and chaotic. Everything felt dreamlike. The memories of her early childhood had long since faded, and she could scarcely recall the faces or voices of her parents. All that lingered in her mind was the inky blackness of the night sky, the swirling incantations, and the haunting green light. Her mother's calm voice resonated in her ears, and in a flash, it felt as though she had been thrust into a pipe. Visions racing past her in a blur. Suffocation, confusion, pain. Her eyes ached fiercely, and instinctively, she closed them, unable to grasp the last flicker of light the world had bestowed upon her. In the next moment, she crashed violently onto the cold floor, her entire body aching as if it had been disassembled. Her stomach churned violently, and she succumbed to exhaustion, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 11, Nightmares. When she awoke again, Celia found herself in an orphanage. It was said that Livia had discovered her while out, but she paid little heed to such details. From Livia, she learned that this place was in the north of England, a far cry from her hometown of Grantham. The unfamiliar environment, the boundless darkness, and the unruly children overwhelmed her with panic. For a time, Celia desperately sought to escape and find her mother, telling herself that as long as she found her mother, she would be able to return home. After being brought back by Livia for the 13th time, she finally gave up on her escape plans. Clinging to the low windowsill, she harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps one day her parents would find her, taking her hand and leading her back home. Yet, her mother did not come, nor did her father. Celia felt like a speck of dust caught in the wind, swept away on a journey whose origins she did not comprehend, ultimately landing softly and silently on this unfamiliar soil. She had been abandoned in this orphanage. Celia once believed that her existence would gradually cool and decay like the mud in the corner, eventually vanishing cleanly from the world. But just as she had grown numb, a familiar presence broke through, tearing a rift in her desolate world. Hesitantly, she reached out, grasped by a dry yet warm hand. She struggled to recall who he was. A warmth blossoming within her that was both delightful and frightening. Having wandered alone through the harsh winter for far too long, the sudden warmth nearly scorched her. She vaguely remembered Severus Snape, the man with black hair and dark eyes, who occasionally visited her home. Snape was typically stern and stiff when he held her, his embrace uncomfortable. Yet, he possessed a pleasant scent, a blend of subtle bitterness and purity. At that time, Celia did not know it was the aroma of herbs. She merely found it comforting, relishing the sensation of snuggling into Snape's arms, a comfort that even her mother could not extract her from. Snape was cloaked in darkness, yet his hands were warm. When spring arrived, Celia would tug him into the garden, inhaling the fresh air deeply. 3 years later, as she clutched that familiar hand, she remained oblivious to the tears streaming down her face. She heard Snape say he would take her away from here, that in 2 days he would come to bring her home. Yet, her yearning to return home had diminished. She leaned against the iron bars, waiting for him for 2 days, devoid of much joy or anticipation. Livia, however, was elated, chattering as she helped her bathe and found clean clothes to dress her in. Celia merely smiled, like a marionette, allowing Livia to direct her. As Livia tied the knot at her chest, she sighed and asked, "Celia, are you not happy?" Celia contemplated seriously before replying, "I don't know." Indeed, she should have been happy. She attempted to feign joy, but her efforts were evidently in vain. If she could still see her reflection in the mirror, it would surely reveal a wretched sight. Having spent too long in the darkness, she had even forgotten what happiness felt like. Celia remained silent until Livia called her name, saying, "Celia, Mr. Snape has arrived." Exhausted, she could not muster a smile, quietly following the man as he led her away. Only when warmed by the crackling fireplace indoors did Celia feel as though she were awakening from a hazy dream, curiously yet timidly absorbing her new surroundings. She was not adept at interacting with strangers. Fortunately, Rhea was an understanding little elf, and they quickly grew familiar with one another. Yet, she still did not know how to engage with Snape, who, compared to Rhea, was scarcely more than a stranger to her. Celia sat in her new room, feeling the gentle, warm air flow around her. Once upon a time, everything that Celia had imagined in the orphanage had nearly come to fruition here: a crackling fireplace, soft bedding, a spacious desk with a delightful tactile sensation, and a towering bookshelf that seemed to stretch beyond reach. There was even a rocking chair. Celia recalled that her mother once possessed a similar chair, which was quite comforting to sway in. Clutching the armrests, she clambered onto it. Oddly enough, the armrests felt soft to the touch, akin to the sensation of a doorknob. When she pressed down, it was solid, suggesting that only the surface was composed of this plush material. Rhea watched Celia with trepidation, and as she settled into the chair, swiftly wrapped her snugly in a blanket. Celia buried her face into the soft cushions. The room was warm and cozy, gradually soothing her taut nerves. The crackling sounds from the fireplace lulled her into an unbidden slumber. However, Celia's sleep was restless. In her dark dreams, it felt as though numerous hands were reaching out, pulling her into deeper abysses. She yearned to cry out, yet found herself unable to move even a fingertip. Suddenly, her spirit seemed to detach from her body, floating in midair, observing as darkness engulfed her. Faint sounds echoed around her, and with displeasure, she fluttered her eyelids, attempting to drift back into sleep. Yet that persistent voice called out again, like a bucket of cold water poured over her, jolting her wide awake. Opening her eyes, she was met with an expanse of nothingness. Blinking, she savored the enveloping softness around her, finally recalling that she had been brought home by Snape. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Yet, just moments ago in her dream, she distinctly heard Snape's voice calling her name. Gathering her composure, she propped herself up and, with great effort, managed a tentative smile, calling out, "Severus?" Snape's voice promptly resonated in front of her. Assessing the distance, she felt assured that she wouldn't stumble or collide, and thus, she jumped down from the rocking chair, heading toward the door she remembered. She hurried, anxious that if she moved too slowly, Snape might leave her behind. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of her long slumber. As her legs felt weak and her head spun, a pair of hands grasped her arms. She moved her limbs and realized it was Rhea. When Snape's voice emerged from behind her, her heart nearly leapt into her throat. She turned, eager to explain her reckless actions, to convey that she was not usually so clumsy, pleading with Snape not to view her as foolish or disdainful. But when she opened her mouth, only an apology escaped her lips. Chapter 12, Feverish. Fortunately, Snape did not sound angry. Celia obediently followed Snape downstairs for a meal, struggling to climb onto her chair. Her hands rested on the edge, feeling that familiar softness. Tentatively, She shifted her hand onto the seat, which was solid. Retracing her fingers, she grazed the edge of an object. The softer portion clearly stood a bit higher, as if a special material had been affixed to the chair's edges, tightly enveloping the sharp corners. She reached toward the table, and indeed, the edges were also cushioned. In an instant, Celia comprehended that this was prepared for her. Her blindness made her prone to bumping into furniture. These safeguards would spare her from numerous injuries. A pang of emotion welled up within her. Yet fearing Snape would perceive it, she resolved to feign nonchalance while eating. The bowl was already set on the table, and guided by Rhea, she found the porridge. It was warm, imbued with the sweet scent of milk. However, was it merely her illusion, or did this bowl feel rather large? No, it was not an illusion. Celia numbly shoved another spoonful of oatmeal into her mouth, painfully swallowing it. On the first day after being taken in by her godfather, she had nearly perished from oatmeal. Thank you, dear Rhea. Celia turned another page of her book, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She had completed a third of the book. While Snape across from her remained unaware of any oddity, Celia felt a surge of relief, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. After a while, her head grew heavier, and after laboriously flipping through a few more pages, she succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, her head tilting as she lost consciousness. When Snape finally lifted his gaze from his book, the old clock on the wall indicated it was 10 o'clock. He rubbed his temples and turned his attention to the sleeping girl. Having sent Rhea to tidy up the study, no one had noticed Celia's prolonged slumber. Setting the book aside, Snape approached Celia, hesitating as he observed her. Celia, zzz Snape. He sighed in exasperation and gently lifted the girl into his arms. It was uncomfortable. Snape frowned and cast a levitation charm, wrapping Celia in a blanket. Even through the thick wool, the prominence of her shoulder blades was striking, like two sharp swords. Snape stiffly held Celia, preparing to ascend the stairs when he abruptly realized something was amiss. Supporting the girl with his right hand, he extended his left towards her forehead. Merlin, Snape thought in despair, she has a fever. Thankfully, his intellect remained intact. Swiftly, he carried Celia back to her room and immediately summoned the house elf. With little time to console the distraught elf, Snape hurried into the potions room. He seldom fell ill or ran fevers. Thus he did not keep fever-reducing potions on hand, necessitating a fresh concoction. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anxiety, he ignited the flames beneath the cauldron with a flick of his wand. After administering the fever-reducing potion, Celia's condition did not improve. Her pale face was buried within a pile of blankets, silver-blue strands of hair strewn across the pillow, and an unusual flush adorned her cheeks. Snape touched her forehead, then reached beneath the covers to feel her hands. While her forehead burned with heat, her hands were icy. Celia appeared to be in considerable discomfort, yet she resolutely clenched her teeth, suppressing any cries of anguish and unwilling to let tears escape from the corners of her eyes. She awoke briefly, her confused blue eyes scanning the surroundings before silently drifting back into slumber. Snape had little experience in caring for the ill. Fortunately, Rhea had regained her composure, advising him to monitor her through the night. He nodded, repositioning the rocking chair near the window, settling in and gently closing his eyes. Outside, snow fell silently. The chirping of birds shattered the stillness beyond the window, causing Snape to suddenly open his eyes and hasten towards Celia's small bed. Despite Rhea's presence, he remained awake throughout the night, only managing to close his eyes for a brief rest as dawn approached. Snape did not need to reach out to ascertain that Celia's fever had not subsided. In fact, it had worsened. He withdrew his hand, releasing a heavy sigh. The little elf beside him was on the verge of tears, its large ears drooping almost to the ground. After regaining his senses, he temporarily entrusted Celia to Rhea and made his way through the fireplace to Hogwarts. After all, a potion master was not a physician, and he needed to seek the assistance of a professional. Pomfrey had a not-so-secret secret. She was prone to morning grumpiness, contingent upon the circumstances. If her mood was favorable and she awoke to bright sunshine, she was quite willing to rise early. But absolutely not when awakened at the crack of dawn by a large, black bat. Certainly not. Severus Snape gazed at the visibly vexed Madame Pomfrey and uttered insincerely, "I apologize." The Queen of the Infirmary shot him a piercing look, compelling the young Slytherin head to obediently seal his lips, as though ensnared by an unvoiced silencing charm. With a huff, she settled onto the sofa and, lifting an eyebrow, quipped, "What a rare visitor, Severus. Have you finally remembered to take care of your health?" Snape cleared his throat awkwardly, retorting, "It's not me, Poppy, it's the child." Child. Madame Pomfrey's irritation evaporated, replaced by keen interest as she straightened her posture. Slytherin? Snape shook his head, gesturing for her to step into the fireplace. With a slight pout of disappointment, she complied, clearly noticing the gravity etched on Snape's face. Upon emerging from the fireplace, Madame Pomfrey's gaze fell upon Celia, and her brows furrowed deeply. She tilted her head and stated with certainty, "Lorien." Snape nodded, urging her to dispense with the trivialities and attend to the ailment. She regarded him curiously, casting several diagnostic spells over Celia, scrutinizing her condition for an extended period before declaring, "Not too severe. The wound on her left shoulder shows some inflammation. Poor child, she has endured too much hardship. And now that she has entered a comforting environment, her defenses have relaxed, making her susceptible to illness." However, her expression shifted as she scrutinized one of the diagnostic results, her frown deepening. "The frequency of magical surges is alarmingly high. Her body is on the brink of collapse. You must be vigilant if another surge occurs. I cannot guarantee she won't be torn apart." Snape nodded gravely. Even for adult wizards, magical surges can be a matter of life and death. He was unaware of the past that had subjected Celia to such frequent magical upheavals, but he would ensure her safety going forward. Madame Pomfrey withdrew her monitoring spells and surveyed the room's decor before remarking, "I never expected you to care for her so well." In Madame Pomfrey's recollection, Severus Snape was not one to tend to his own needs. He was careless, often indifferent to his own ailments. Yet, the meticulous arrangement of this house revealed the utmost effort. A sofa, a rocking chair, a small bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and toys. Such a space was quite sufficient for a 7-year-old. But why was there no lighting fixture on the desk? Her gaze lingered on the edge of the desk. She approached for a closer inspection, then moved to the bookshelf, pulling out a book for a quick glance before turning to Snape. Cotton padding and a braille book. This child is blind? Snape affirmed with a nod. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow, holding the book aloft as she questioned Snape. Can she comprehend it? She must be able to, Snape replied, only then realizing that last night, while downstairs, Celia had been flipping through the pages at a disturbingly steady pace. It resembled not the act of reading, but rather a meticulous counting in her mind, turning the page at intervals. Seeing him lost in thought, Madame Pomfrey found it both amusing and exasperating. She returned the braille book to its place, patting Snape's shoulder as she said, "Administer a fever reducer first. I'll return tonight." I examined the child's eyes, and it appears her blindness is a consequence of dark magic, the specifics of which remain indeterminate due to the passage of time. She sighed. Her health is severely compromised. Severus, simply surviving is a struggle. I doubt anyone has taught her to read. She suffers from profound malnutrition and anemia. It seems she has endured hunger in the orphanage. Snape inquired, "Is it treatable? I mean, her eyes?" Madame Pomfrey shook her head. "I cannot say. Most scars inflicted by dark magic are irreversible. You should know this better than I, Severus." Snape nodded in silence. Throughout the previous day, Celia had not exhibited any peculiarities, and thus he had gradually overlooked her hidden afflictions. Yet, it became evident that he had been remiss, focusing solely on evading his interactions with Celia, allowing her to fall ill. How could he forget that from the moment he decided to accept this child, she had become his responsibility? As Madame Pomfrey turned to depart through the fireplace, she glanced back, saying, "Well done, Severus, but there's still room for improvement. Why not seek advice from those who have been parents?" "Those who have been parents?" Snape watched her vanish into the flames, blinking in disbelief. He must have lost his mind to seek out the Malfoy household for such torment. As he wrestled the exuberant Draco down for the third time, Snape ground his teeth in frustration. The unreliable Lucius had already been ejected from the room. Snape initially contemplated bundling both father and son together and tossing them out. But it was clear that the 4-year-old Master Malfoy was not inclined to behave obediently. The beautiful and graceful Narcissa sat on the opposite sofa, casting him an apologetic glance. If only the smile at the corners of her lips could be overlooked. "Narcissa, Snape." Snape was angry, yet dared not voice it. He had succumbed to despair. Weary, he released his grip on Draco's collar and turned to Narcissa, saying, "That's about the gist of it. Poppy advised me to ask around." Narcissa nodded gently, posing a tangential question. "Do you think this child, likes you?" "What sort of question was that?" Snape frowned, decisively replying, "If my ears are functioning correctly, you just posed an utterly ludicrous question. Who could possibly like him? An ugly, mundane, filthy Slytherin demon." Narcissa stifled a silent laugh, turning her gaze to the flickering flames in the fireplace. Snape followed her line of sight, the erratic flames scorching his eyes, reaching deep into his nerves, evoking waves of discomfort. Draco, noting his mother's expression, crawled over and clung to Snape's arm. Snape shifted his shoulder, too fatigued to push him away. "Do not belittle yourself, Severus," Narcissa gently advised. "You are that child's godfather. You are each other's sole kin in this world. What reason could there be for mutual disdain?" She looked directly into Snape's eyes, seek to understand what she is thinking. She must be frightened, perhaps of the unfamiliar surroundings, or of displeasing you. The specific reasons require you to unravel. Every child is akin to a book. The The chapters already written necessitate your attentive reading, while the blank pages, Severus, need to be co-authored by both of you. A complex array of emotions flickered across Snape's face: doubt, surprise, shock, helplessness, confusion. Narcissa observed his youthful countenance and smiled. By the way, Isabella was also a classmate of mine and Lucius. I recall visiting the Lorien household when Celia was born. Once the child is in better health, if she wishes, I shall take Draco to see her. Snape nodded, recognizing that this consultation had reached its conclusion. He rose, gently setting Draco down from his shoulder and striding into the fireplace. As Narcissa exited the study, Lucius sat in the drawing room, engrossed in a newspaper. Curiously, he inquired, Cecilia, what momentous news did Severus share? Surely it cannot be so significant that I am not privy to it. Narcissa settled opposite him, propping her chin and winking. Some good news. She recalled the moment when Severus had gazed at Draco, the smile upon his face deepening significantly. The transformation of an individual often unfolds quietly and imperceptibly. Perhaps Severus himself had not even recognized that his previous disdain for Draco had gradually given way to a hint of gentleness. Though subtle, it marked a remarkably profound leap. Lucius found himself at a loss with Narcissa. He reached out to touch the loose strands of hair cascading by her ear, only to have his hand swatted away by her with mild disdain. Lucius mused, another day of being scolded by my esteemed wife. Chapter 14, Pernilla. As Celia drowsily opened her eyes, the delicate snowflakes outside had long ceased their descent, and an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Her head still felt heavy. Struggling beneath the covers, she propped herself up on her arms in an attempt to sit up. A joyful voice from Rhea broke the stillness. Miss Celia, you are awake. Turning her head toward the sound, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, causing her to lurch forward. Rhea cried out in alarm, rushing to support her. It dared not touch Celia's left shoulder, instead stabilizing her right shoulder with one hand while the other slipped beneath her arm from behind, securing her faltering form. Celia felt her heart race, thumping rapidly as if someone were forcefully drumming against her eardrums. She pressed her feverish forehead against Rhea's shoulder, inhaling deeply several times. The cold air coursed through her throat and windpipe, reaching her lungs, sending a shiver down her spine. Withdrawing the hand that had supported her right shoulder, Rhea propped up the pillow, allowing Celia to lean against the headboard to gather her senses. The covers were drawn up to shield Celia's frail back. Listening quietly to the crackling of the fireplace, her racing heart gradually calmed. It dawned on her that she was alone in the room with Rhea, and she casually inquired, "Where is Mr. Severus Snape?" Rhea replied, "He has stepped out." Celia acknowledged with a soft as her muddled brain began to churn. Why had she assumed Severus would remain by her side? She vaguely recalled his temperament. Always solitary, her mother had mentioned that he preferred to avoid social interactions. For someone like him, merely taking her in was already a tremendous act of kindness. How could she dare to burden him further? Severus abhorred inconveniences. Yet she was destined to become one. Celia visibly wilted. Thinking her discomfort stemmed from illness, Rhea rose gently to embrace her, whispering soothingly into her ear. It spoke of the swirling snow outside and the mischievous foxes it had encountered in the kitchen that morning. Celia lacked the energy to listen. Her eyes wide open yet heavy, even blinking felt laborious. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the fireplace, startling Celia, who instinctively pushed Rhea away. Weak and lacking strength, her outstretched hand flopped forward, only to be caught swiftly by Rhea. Rhea, unable to bow in greeting, lowered its head instead, offering a polite salutation. "Mr. Snape, Mrs. Pomfrey." Severus's deep, resonant voice responded. Footsteps approached, followed by the rustling of robes. It was not until the right side of the mattress dipped abruptly that Celia regained her senses. Severus had seated himself at her bedside. As he emerged from the fireplace, he had immediately noticed Celia propped against the headboard. She appeared unchanged. How was it that she managed to sit up? He hurried forward, settling at her side to scrutinize her condition. She was tightly wrapped in blankets, seemingly not chilled. Severus hesitated, but his concern compelled him to draw his wand and cast 2 warming charms upon the girl. Mrs. Pomfrey arched an eyebrow as she stood beside him, waiting for Severus to lower his wand before speaking. "No improvement, Severus." Severus remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Celia, lost in thought. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Celia groggily lifted her head to greet her. "Ma'am?" Uncertain of the visitor's identity, she imitated Rhea's formality. Mrs. Pomfrey tenderly caressed her flushed cheek, checking her forehead's temperature, then shook her head. "The fever persists." "Severus, I told you that you are not suited for childcare," Severus interjected. He distinctly recalled Mrs. Pomfrey had not made such a remark during the day. Nevertheless, he dismissed such trivialities, impatiently replying, "I am not blind. I do not recall you being so loquacious, Pomfrey. If your wits remain intact, You ought to recognize that this is not an opportune moment for sarcasm. He emphasized the word sarcasm heavily. Mrs. Pomfrey paid him no heed, chuckling lightly and continuing to cast spells upon Celia. The sensations coursing through Celia felt as if cool water flowed over her, refreshing one moment, then akin to being roasted over a fire the next, making her breath feel scorching. She leaned obediently against the headboard, determined not to create any disturbances for Mrs. Pomfrey. The color deepened to crimson. Mrs. Pomfrey scrutinized the feedback from her spells, her brow furrowing deeply. She retrieved a vial of potion, stating, "There isn't time to brew fresh. Drink this for now, and Severus can concoct a proper remedy later." Celia, hearing her words, surmised that the woman intended to provide her with something, but felt uncertain about where to extend her hands, clutching the blanket in confusion. Severus took the potion from Mrs. Pomfrey and instructed Celia, "Right hand." Obediently, Celia raised her right hand, feeling a rounded bottom vial placed in her palm. Before she could react, her fingers were closed around it, pressing against the cool glass. Mrs. Pomfrey exchanged a knowing glance with Severus and urged, "Drink quickly." Celia drew a deep breath and raised the vial to her lips, swallowing its contents. The potion's flavor immediately flooded her mouth. Strange, a blend of herbal bitterness accompanied by a tart, astringent taste, with a hint of spiciness. Handing the now empty vial to Rhea, she stuck out her tongue, resisting the urge to spit it out. Heaven knows how hard she fought to keep the potion down instead of expelling it the moment it entered her mouth. Mrs. Pomfrey nodded in satisfaction, then turned to see Severus still lingering nearby, exasperatedly ordering, "Stop causing a commotion. The patient requires tranquility. Step outside." Severus, perplexed, thought. He had remained silent, quietly observing without disturbing anyone. He contemplated saying something, but ultimately refrained. Casting one last glance at Celia, he obediently retreated downstairs. Faced with the formidable matron of the hospital wing, even the young potion's master chose to bow his head. Once assured that Severus was no longer nearby, Mrs. Pomfrey bent down and asked, "Child, may I sit beside you?" Celia understood she was being addressed and nodded eagerly. A pair of somewhat rough hands reached out to envelop her right hand. The unfamiliar scent unnerved Celia slightly, yet she recognized the kindness in the lady's demeanor and refrained from pulling away. Mrs. Pomfrey gently patted her hand, saying, "Oh, dear child, do not be afraid. I failed to introduce myself earlier. I am Pomona Pomfrey, the school nurse at Hogwarts. Might I know your name?" Celia replied softly, "Celia, ma'am, Celia Pernilla Lorien." Pernilla, in ancient Greek mythology, is the goddess of foresight and one of the 50 sea nymph daughters of the sea god Nereus, as well as the wife of the mighty Prometheus. Her parents bestowed upon her this name, perhaps hoping she would embody the wisdom and freedom of the goddess Pronoia. Yet, her life was neither remarkable nor joyful. Mrs. Pomfrey, unaware of the reasons behind Celia's sorrow, gently stroked her head and inquired, "Are you comfortable staying with Severus?" Chapter 15, Mending. Overall, Mrs. Pomfrey harbored doubts about Snape. How could she trust a man who could not even care for himself to nurture a child safely and healthily? When Snape returned that afternoon, he briefly recounted Celia's past. Although she recognized that the girl's frail condition was a result of the orphanage, Celia's emaciated and pallid appearance made it hard for her not to direct her frustration towards Snape. Upon meeting Celia for the first time that morning, if it hadn't been for the child's flushed cheeks and the slight rise and fall of her chest, Mrs. Pomfrey would have suspected that Snape had finally succumbed to the pressures of his demanding teaching responsibilities. After all, she looked as if she were on the verge of death. Celia, oblivious to Mrs. Pomfrey's concerns, cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Snape is very kind. We have known each other for a long time. You may be aware that he is my godfather. We are family." The mention of family reminded her of Snape's words to Liv that day at the orphanage. "I am her family. Must I also go through the adoption process?" Mrs. Pomfrey seemed taken aback by her response, remaining silent for a while before finally sighing. "Well, if both of you feel this way, it may not be such a bad thing." She patted Celia's head and advised, "If you cannot sleep, just sit and ponder for a while. I shall check on Severus." Without waiting for Celia's reply, she briskly exited the room. Celia stared blankly in the direction Mrs. Pomfrey had just occupied, bewildered as she blinked her eyes. Has she left? She wished to ask Mrs. Pomfrey whether she knew her parents. After all, she felt a strange familiarity with Hogwarts. A sense of melancholy washed over her, and she remembered that Rhea should still be in the room, tentatively calling out, "Rhea?" Rhea's cheerful voice responded immediately, "Miss, Rhea is here." Celia couldn't help but laugh. "You always say that." Every time she called for Rhea, the creature replied in the same unwavering manner. Rhea's voice drew closer. "This way, Miss Celia can recognize Rhea immediately, so she won't be deceived by any ill-intentioned individuals." An unexpected response. Celia pressed her lips together, uncertain how to react. Sensing her shifting emotions, Rhea thoughtfully suggested, "Miss, could you please raise your hand?" Celia extended her hand and touched a fuzzy object. Surprised, she grasped it and rubbed it, realizing it was her little bear, Al. Rhea said, "Rhea has mended Miss Celia's friend and is now returning it to her, hoping Miss Celia will recover soon." Celia froze. The soft texture of Al reminded her of her mother's warm embrace from her childhood. Could she truly get better? "Miss." Rhea's shrill voice pierced the silence as water droplets fell heavily onto Celia's hand. She touched her cheek and felt the dampness, realizing she was crying. Rhea, in a flurry, dashed out to call for Snape, leaving Celia alone in the room. Celia trembled, curling her body into a ball, pressing her forehead against the cold wall. Her arms wrapped tightly around her thin shoulders. The sharp pain in her left shoulder and the dull ache in her head tormented her nerves. The whole world spun. Darkness enveloping her like an endless vortex, consuming her bit by bit. When her clothing was entirely soaked with tears, she thought she heard a sigh. Before she could lift her head, a thick, warm woolen blanket enveloped her. Celia clung to this comforting sensation, reluctant to acknowledge that her parents had permanently departed from her life. Since meeting Snape, Celia had come to realize that her parents were likely no longer among the living. What kind of force could compel loving parents to leave their child? Only death, and only death. Yet they had departed so hastily that Celia had barely the time to remember their faces. A hand rested on her back, gently patting through the woolen blanket, albeit clumsily. Celia turned, grasping the stranger's sleeve, and without hesitation, she buried herself in the embrace of the newcomer. Unlike her father's strong and sturdy embrace or her mother's gentle, fragrant one, Snape's arms carried the scent of bitter herbs. He was tall and slender. And though his hold was somewhat uncomfortable, Celia did not mind. The words she had just spoken were meant to reassure Mrs. Pomfrey. But how could they not also serve to comfort herself? Severus was her only remaining family. Mrs. Pomfrey watched Snape awkwardly hold Celia, then glanced at the bowl of milk porridge on the nightstand, shaking her head as she exited the room. Given that this young man at least remembered that a sick person should consume porridge, she decided to let him off the hook for the moment. After languishing in bed for a week, Celia was finally permitted to rise and move about. Her fever had subsided by the fourth morning. Yet Snape adamantly forbade her from leaving the bed, even instructing Rhea to keep a watchful eye on her. That treacherous traitor, Rhea? Celia fumed, thinking, wasn't she supposed to be the master? Yet here she was, aiding Severus in oppressing her. She tugged at Al's fur in frustration, deciding to ignore Rhea for the entire afternoon. After a week of cohabitation, she and Snape had gradually grown accustomed to each other's presence, their interactions becoming more natural. Though Snape was taciturn, he was surprisingly attentive. He remembered to have Rhea heat a cup of milk for her each day, acknowledged her particular fear of loud noises, and would always check the effectiveness of the warming charm upon entering the room. The scent of coffee would induce a slight headache for Celia. She had never mentioned this to Snape and was unsure how he had noticed, but he would never appear before her until the aroma had dissipated. Thus, Rhea's messages and deliveries had significantly increased, transforming the once ordinary house elf into a veritable owl. Taking the potion bottle from Rhea, Celia thought helplessly that it seemed the students had once again given Severus a headache. She wondered if tonight's late hours were spent grading assignments or contemplating how to reprimand students in class the following day. Classes at Hogwarts continued as usual, and Snape typically did not return to Spinner's End for the night, but he always made time to check on Celia's condition. She had once told him not to be so troublesome, that she could take care of herself, but he merely impatiently told her to be quiet. "All right then," she replied. Unbeknownst to them, they had come to resemble a true family. Nestled in the rocking chair, Celia turned her face towards the window. The room was suffused with a faint, bitter aroma of herbs, instilling in her an inexplicable sense of tranquility. According to Rhea, heavy snow was currently falling outside. She leaned forward, curious to peek through the window. Reaching for the metal latch, Rhea, quick to react, promptly pressed her back into the rocking chair, firmly stating, "Miss Celia's illness has not yet fully subsided." She should obediently heed the words of Mr. Snape and Mrs. Pomfrey. Exposure to the cold air will only exacerbate her illness. Cecilia, feeling somewhat guilty, retracted her neck and murmured, "But I truly wish to touch the snow." Rhea vigorously shook his head. "No, you mustn't." Cecilia pouted in mild grievance, choosing not to speak further. After spending a week in Snape's company, Cecilia's complexion had noticeably improved from her arrival. The pallor of her skin was now subtly tinged with color, and her cheeks had gained a hint of roundness, puffing out in silent indignation like a disgruntled little bun. Rhea, blushing, averted his gaze, thinking to himself that the young lady was indeed quite adorable. Chapter 16. A lie will cause your nose to grow long. A faint sound echoed from downstairs, followed by footsteps ascending. Cecilia recognized it was Snape returning and joyfully slid off the rocking chair. Upon reaching the doorway, Snape beheld a charming scene. A petite girl cradling a plush bear, gracefully lifting herself from the embrace of the rocking chair. Her silvery blue hair swayed gently with her movement, tracing an elegant arc in the air. The frustrations of the day vanished in an instant. A slight smile crept onto Snape's lips as he stepped into the room. Rhea bowed to him before descending to prepare dinner. Cecilia dashed towards Snape, accurately leaping into his embrace. "Welcome home, Severus," she exclaimed sweetly. Snape checked her forehead for fever, finding it normal, and resignedly remarked, "I assume I mentioned yesterday not to run so fast." Cecilia nodded obediently, though Snape could tell she had not truly heeded his words. Sighing deeply, Snape conceded that at least she was earnestly feigning compliance. The child nestled her fluffy head against him and inquired, "Are you tired today?" "Not particularly," he replied. Cecilia clung tightly to him, forcing Snape to carefully protect her as he walked to the rocking chair and sat down. It was amusing how, upon her arrival, she had been timid and uncertain, leaving him equally perplexed. Yet now, as they grew more familiar, Cecilia had become exceedingly clingy, often nearly hanging off him. The young, stoic potions master let out another sigh, unable to bring himself to dislodge her from his lap. He thought, let her hold on, it wouldn't cost him anything. Leaning back in the chair, Cecilia stretched lazily, burying her face in the plush fur of her bear, Al, and emitting a contented purr. Silence enveloped the room, creating a comforting tranquility. Cecilia was light, and her presence upon his chest was not stifling. Snape lowered his gaze to her. The girl had closed her eyes against him, appearing as if she had drifted off to sleep. "You ought to take a bath this evening," he murmured, due to her illness. Snape had only allowed her to freshen up without entering the shower. He recalled Madame Pomfrey's expression upon hearing this. "Oh, Severus, what do you think she is?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, a mixture of anger and exasperation in her tone. "I have never heard of a mermaid being away from water for too long. You must let her near it. It will aid her recovery." Snape pondered this, realizing he had indeed been remiss. Mermaids grew weak when away from water, and Cecilia's condition had been fluctuating. Perhaps he bore some responsibility for it. That wretched sense of guilt. Cecilia, blissfully unaware of his thoughts, sat up excitedly and asked, "Really?" Snape quickly supported her back, murmuring, "Let Rhea keep an eye on you. I would prefer not to drown in a floundering fish before being infuriated by a foolish Gryffindor." His voice was low and somewhat sulky, but Cecilia remained oblivious. The suppressed nature of the mermaid was suddenly liberated, her thoughts wholly consumed by the prospect of bathing. Heaven knows how long it had been since she had last touched water. Even as Snape led her downstairs for dinner, Cecilia remained lost in her newfound joy. After settling her in a chair, he pulled out his own across from her and sat down with a thud. Only then did Cecilia notice something was amiss. She withdrew her cheerful smile, tentatively calling, "Severus?" The sound of clashing cutlery reached her ears as Snape grunted in response, remaining silent, blinking in confusion. Cecilia wondered what had caused his apparent displeasure. It struck her then that Severus seemed perpetually vexed. Students submitted dismal assignments, angry. Someone invariably performed a directed explosion in his class, angry. Dumbledore's antics, infuriated. Reflecting on these instances, Cecilia suddenly recognized a troubling pattern. There appeared to be few moments of joy in Severus Snape's life. He always endeavored to present a gentle demeanor while in her company, yet even when he smiled, she sensed an underlying melancholy. Uncertain of how to bring him happiness, she pondered her small stature as she realized her arms were too short to reach across the table. Resolutely, she jumped down from her chair and scampered over to Snape. Grasping his hand firmly, startled by her sudden approach, Snape instinctively opened his hand to catch her, only to have it seized by her little fingers. She looked up at him, her silver blue hair falling softly behind her. "Severus, why are you unhappy?" she inquired. Snape blinked in surprise. She was asking him why he was unhappy? He had indeed been angry with himself. He had promised to care for her. Yet he had forgotten something as vital as her need for water. Yet, all his frustration and resentment dissipated with her simple question. Everyone claimed Severus Snape was temperamental and unpredictable, yet no one had ever asked him so directly, "Severus, why are you angry? Why do you feel this way?" Snape pressed his lips together. Accustomed to cold stares and mockery, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to such unexpected kindness. Cecilia, not receiving an immediate answer, grew anxious, her brows furrowing. After a moment of thought, she placed Al into Snape's arms, smiling brightly. "Severus, please don't be sad. Your laughter sounds delightful." She could hardly recall the last time Snape had laughed, so she simply complimented his voice. She had nothing else to offer him but her cherished bear. Once again, that ingratiating smile graced her face. Snape, feeling a surge of irritation, propped his head up with his right hand. Was Cecilia still unsettled? "I am not unhappy," he replied tersely. Cecilia tightened her embrace around his arm, pouting. "Lying will make your nose grow long," my dear Godfather. Chapter 17, A Gifted Spell. The sound of water splashing echoed from the shower on the second floor as Snape sat motionless on the living room sofa, his mind replaying the earlier events. A lovely, gentle, and sweet little girl clung to him, calling him Godfather. Damn it, his refusal had almost reached the decisive moment, only to vanish in a fleeting instant from his mind. Vanished. He needed to articulate something, anything. Yet, upon encountering Celia's crystalline visage, Snape felt that every word would be a misstep. Celia was concerned for him. The realization sent a wave of panic through him. He knew how to confront malevolence from every corner, how to retort with sharp wit amidst cold mockery. It was a skill he had long mastered. But when confronted with the pure-hearted innocence of a child, he found himself flustered, like a newborn creature, wide-eyed and speechless. He feared that the searing warmth might scorch his frigid skin, while simultaneously fearing that his rejection might harm the child. His small, innocent, benevolent child. Snape's gaze remained fixed on the shower door. This was Celia's first bath, and despite Ria's watchful presence, he couldn't suppress his worries. It was only when the door swung open, revealing a freshly emerged Celia, that he finally exhaled in relief. Celia, holding Ria's hand, beamed as she leaped into his embrace. Severus. Her hair, damp and clinging to her face, enveloped her in a misty aura. Snape, mid-chant of a drying spell, paused to gently brush the strands from her face. He almost forgot that Celia needed water. Snape couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. He had heard of dragons incinerating themselves, but never of merfolk drowning themselves. He had been overly concerned. Celia only then realized her hair was still wet. She smiled apologetically at Snape and lightly shook her head, sending droplets cascading through the air, coalescing into a large bead that wobbled before plummeting into the shower. Such innate magic. The mermaid blood coursing through her veins granted her a remarkable affinity for water elements. Snape recalled Richard's effortless magic as he watered plants, simply standing still and willing the water to flow at a steady pace from the bucket, even causing the moisture in the air to condense into droplets that fell upon the foliage like rain, far superior to mere clear water. Richard was a formidable wizard, and Celia, inheriting a purer lineage, might surpass him in power. Lost in thought, Snape suddenly felt a weight on his thigh. Looking down, he saw Celia had climbed up, tugging at his rope. Instinctively, he supported her, ruffling her hair before placing the elixir into her tiny hands. Snape, desensitized, feeling quite well. Who could refuse such a little angel? Celia nestled comfortably in his arms, nuzzling before settling down like a drowsy kitten. Snape resisted the urge to lift her by the scruff and asked, "Reading?" Celia nodded. Under the gentle urging of Madame Pomfrey, Snape finally remembered to teach Celia Braille. Unfortunately, even for a master of potions, Braille was a completely foreign concept. However, the learning capacity of a potions master should not be underestimated. Faced with the choice between hiring a tutor or self-study, he decisively opted for the latter and mastered Braille in a mere 3 nights. Once proficient, he began teaching Celia hand in hand. To his surprise, she grasped it swiftly, even able to draw inferences. Before he had even covered certain material, she could deduce the structure of words from what she had learned. After completing the Braille lessons, Snape attempted to encourage Celia to read some simple texts. Yet, what simple texts could a potions master provide? When he handed her the potions and elixirs, taken from Ria, he felt no sense of impropriety. Celia accepted the book with delight, entirely unaware of any absurdity. She had even finished reading 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Her recent bedtime activity involved matching various herbs with their corresponding properties. Snape felt a swell of pride, smiling at her progress. He even began to contemplate whether to bring Celia into the potions classroom on their next visit. He keenly recognized that she was a remarkably intelligent girl with a notable aptitude for potions. Look, without even practical experience, Celia had already understood that the size and structure of the flame could affect the potion's quality, in stark contrast to the dunderheads at Hogwarts. Some first years couldn't even remember that fire was essential for brewing potions. Did they believe potion making was merely tossing ingredients into a cauldron and leaving the rest to Merlin? TSK. Suddenly feeling a chill, Celia looked up, reaching out to touch Snape's face. He momentarily froze, the icy air melting away. He inclined his head, allowing her cool hand to rest against his cheek. He softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Celia shook her head, offering him a sweet smile before returning her focus to the text. Snape discreetly summoned a quill, ink, and parchment from the upstairs room, one hand beginning to correct assignments. Honey, lizard blood, fire ash snake eggs, fairy flower petals, and dragon scales? He angrily marked AD in the upper right corner of the parchment, tossing it into the disarray of papers with irritation. These creatures, whose minds had been devoured by trolls, he should never have expected anything from. Celia, confused, raised her head once more, her silence lingering in the increasingly cold atmosphere before extending her hand toward the pile of parchment he had just discarded. The sheets trembled violently, as if afflicted by Parkinson's, twisting into a neat stack. Snape chuckled softly. Excellent control of magic, my dear. If you were in school, Professor Flitwick would gladly award you 10 points. Celia's face flushed crimson as she quietly replied, Thank you, Professor Snape. Snape raised an eyebrow. Celia's naturalness in addressing Flitwick and him with such titles was beyond his expectations. Indeed, when he inquired, Celia nodded. I remember Professor Flitwick, short and round, with glasses and a little mustache. He's Daddy's headmaster. I've met him before. Short, indeed. Snape internally offered a half-hearted apology to Phileas Flitwick, smiling with genuine amusement. He had previously asked Madame Pomfrey about Celia's memories. She had explained, It is not unusual, Severus. As people grow, they gradually lose memories of their childhood. But Celia is still young. Memories from before she was 4 are not so distant for her, and many remain vivid. Moreover, I believe you've noticed, she is a powerful little witch, which enhances her mental acuity and memory. Only then did Snape feel reassured. He thought. Thankfully, Celia remembered. If she had forgotten the past, Snape would not have known how to bring her home. Now, the small bundle of a child lay peacefully asleep against him, cradling her teddy bear. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Severus Snape gazed at the snow-laden streets illuminated by moonlight, and his previously restless heart found an unexpected tranquility. Chapter 18, McGonagall's Request. As the snow accumulated to 6 inches, Christmas arrived. Celia remained blissfully unaware of this until Snape pressed a small box into her arms, at which point she stood dazed and bewildered. Snape pursed his lips and awkwardly murmured, Merry Christmas. Celia replied, Christmas? Now that you mention it, I do have a vague recollection. When my parents were still alive, we used to celebrate Christmas at home. How was the Christmas gift they gave me? However, after entering the orphanage, no one cared for the holiday. After all, no one had the means to buy gifts. Nor did anyone cherish the meager friendships that such gifts sustained. It had been years since she felt the warmth of Christmas. Celia stood there, bewildered, clutching the box Snape had handed her, her unfocused gaze reflecting her confusion. What was she supposed to do? Say thank you and offer a return gift? Yet, she possessed nothing to give in return. She had even forgotten that today was Christmas. Guilt and self-reproach threatened to engulf her as she buried her head in her chest. Suppressing the urge to flee, Snape furrowed his brow, puzzled by Celia's sudden despondency. Her head hung low, her eyes drooping as if she were a kitten just pulled from water. Snape, bewildered, recalled the unfinished assignments piled in the cellar and turned to walk toward the fireplace. Recognizing Snape was about to leave, Celia anxiously reached for his robe. Feeling the pull from behind, Snape halted and turned, saying, Release my robe. I assume you do not wish to fall. Celia let go, standing by in a state of quiet distress. If her eyes could speak, they would likely reveal a pair of glistening blue orbs. Snape, unable to suppress his imagination, inhaled sharply. With patience, he asked, What is it? Celia opened her mouth, taking a long moment to utter a quiet, I'm sorry. Snape, perplexed, inquired, Why the sudden apology? Celia's small face scrunched up as she softly confessed, I didn't prepare a gift. Oh, so that was the reason. Snape's anxious heart eased slightly as he placed his hand on Celia's head and reassured her. It is of no consequence. His tone was not rigid. Rather, it carried an almost imperceptible hint of amusement. He wasn't angry? Celia blinked in confusion, only to hear Snape say, I am leaving. Unsure if she had responded, she gradually regained her senses while listening to the sound of Snape's footsteps fading away. Emerging from the cellar's fireplace, Snape took a moment to freshen up. He sat at his desk, pulling out a stack of first-year assignments, yet his concentration eluded him. The earlier remark, I am leaving, had been uttered thoughtlessly. It was only after the words left his lips that he realized their weight. He then recognized that this child, who had suddenly entered his life, had not only disrupted his established routines, but had also introduced him to a myriad of unprecedented experiences. Previously, he had hurried between Spinner's End and the cellar, often opting for the latter as his residence. Yet now, he found himself lingering more frequently at Spinner's End. Each time he journeyed to Hogwarts, his steps felt burdened. He had once detested the cold, unwelcoming house that bore unpleasant childhood memories. Yet now, it was filled with a crackling fireplace, bubbling tea, and a warm, smiling welcome back, Severus. Someone was waiting for him to return. This thought emerged like a delicate thread, winding its way into Snape's heart. The house, still lacking in comfort, now held the presence of someone who awaited his return. A sudden warmth surged within him, almost compelling him to leap from his seat. Hesitantly, he reached out to explore this unfamiliar feeling. The sound of the password echoed at the door, pulling Snape from his deep reverie. Most students had returned home for Christmas. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? A figure clad in emerald green robes entered his line of sight, and he greeted the newcomer with calm composure, Minerva. McGonagall appeared visibly relieved as she hurried over. I am glad to find you still here, Severus. You must go to the herbology classroom. A student has been struck by a swelling solution. Snape replied unhappily. If my understanding of Hogwarts is correct, potion mishaps are handled by the infirmary and do not require the potion's masteress assistance. Oh, I mean, of course. That is the case, Severus, McGonagall responded, her expression unwavering. Poppy has already gone. However, Albus believes you should engage more with the students. Engage with that group of trolls? Snape's expression twisted in distaste, as if he had just tasted an overly sweet honeycomb. He wrinkled his nose in disdain and turned away, dismissing McGonagall. She did not take offense at his rudeness, her gaze shifting to the bookshelf against the cellar wall as she remarked pointedly, I initially agreed with Albus. But you seem different lately. She returned her gaze to Snape. Have you encountered some good fortune? Snape abruptly turned back, astonished by McGonagall's insight. She raised an eyebrow, openly scrutinizing him. The bookshelf in the cellar now bore an assortment of peculiar tomes. McGonagall had perused them in Snape's absence, all beginners' guides to Braille. Why on earth would Severus be learning this? Was he considering a career in special education? The image of Snape teaching Braille struck McGonagall as absurd, and she quietly set down the book in her hands. Surely, Severus lacked the patience for such a task? The thought became increasingly amusing to her, and a hint of mirth crept into her gaze as she regarded Snape. Their silent standoff endured for several minutes, ultimately resolved by Snape's capitulation as he lowered his gaze. He gestured for McGonagall to take a seat on the sofa opposite his desk and waved his wand to close the office door. I assume you are not yet too old to remember Richard Lurien? McGonagall nodded, nostalgia reflected in her eyes. Snape seemed to be gathering his thoughts. Pausing in silence before continuing, I have found Celia Prenoia Lorien. You mean the child of Mr. Macmillan? McGonagall appeared utterly astonished. That child was alive. Snape affirmed with a nod, alive, but hardly well. A whirlwind of complex emotions swept across McGonagall's weathered face. Shock, joy, concern, anger, sorrow. In Snape's memory, Minerva McGonagall rarely displayed such intense emotional fluctuations. He leaned back in his chair, patiently awaiting her next words. Eventually, McGonagall's expression settled into one of compassion. She spoke softly. Forgive my rudeness. May I meet her? Chapter 19. Merry Christmas, Mr. Snape. Celia did not anticipate Snape's swift return. As his footsteps echoed upstairs, she sat on her bed, frantically hiding her belongings beneath the covers. Snape's voice called from the doorway, Celia. She tugged the covers higher, pulling Al, who was seated beside her, into her embrace. Smiling as she exclaimed, Severus, you're back? The guilt was palpable. Severus did not confront her. Instead, he approached the bedside, crouching down to speak. Professor McGonagall, I presume you remember? His gaze lingered momentarily on Celia's hair before seamlessly shifting to her face. Celia pondered for a moment and inquired, Is she the professor donned in green robes? Severus replied, Indeed, she wishes to see you. Celia gasped softly, a sudden chill coursing through her, as she clutched her teddy bear tightly. Why did the mere mention of Professor McGonagall instill such fear within her? Assuming she was cold, Severus promptly raised his wand to check her warming charm, summoning a wool blanket from the rocking chair and enveloping her snugly. Cocooned in the blanket, Celia raised her small face and asked, Shall we go now? Having spent nearly a month in Spinner's End, the pallor of her once gaunt face had been replaced by a hint of color, illuminated by the flickering firelight, rendering her appearance soft and enchanting. Severus nodded. If you are willing. He paused, adding, If you prefer not to meet her, I can decline for you. If it were Flitwick wishing to see Celia, he might have to consider his words carefully, given that Flitwick was her father's headmaster. However, with McGonagall, the matter was far more straightforward. Should Celia wish to abstain, she need only express her desire, and Severus would handle the rest. Celia did not respond immediately. She gently stroked the fur atop Elle's head, remaining silent for a moment before finally saying, All right. Her recollections of Professor McGonagall were sparse. She remembered her as an elderly lady in green robes, perpetually stern, with a distinct manner of speaking, for reasons unknown. Celia had always harbored an inexplicable fear of this professor, a tremor emanating from the depths of her soul that compelled her to flee. The image of those emerald green eyes surfaced in her mind, prompting another involuntary shiver. I'm afraid, Celia confessed. Severus regarded her with a furrowed brow. If you do not wish to go, simply say so. Yet, Celia shook her head, hopping off the bed to steady Ria's shoulder. Her tone light and cheerful as she replied, Oh no, I would like to go. Is there anything you need me to do? Severus rose as well and posed an unrelated question. I presume you have never visited Hogwarts? Celia shook her head, her excitement bubbling forth as she asked, Are we going to Hogwarts? Hogwarts, the very institution her parents had attended, the haven for many young wizards in England. Celia had often heard her parents speak of it and had longed for the day she could attend Hogwarts herself. Now, at just shy of 11, was she truly about to step into that enigmatic castle? Severus affirmed with a soft, rare smile. I believe your father has mentioned that Professor McGonagall is the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Celia nodded, on the verge of exclaiming, then let us go, when she suddenly recalled something else. She turned back, rummaging beneath the covers, and when she extended her hand, she clasped a blue object. She reverently placed it in her palm and presented it to Severus with a smile, saying, Merry Christmas, Mr. Snape. Severus glanced down to find a blue origami crane, symbolic of blessings, imbued with happiness, as profound as the ocean. Celia's cheeks flushed as she explained, I didn't prepare a gift, so I had Rhea buy some colored paper for me to make this. Severus accepted the crane, cradling it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he noted its rough folds, the beak skewed to one side, a conspicuous crease along the neck, and one wing drooping limply. Severus twirled the paper crane in his hand, imagining Celia's clumsy attempts at origami, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. How many tries must she have made before producing such a passable crane? He gently ruffled Celia's hair, employing the softest tone he could muster. It's quite good. Celia's face grew even redder, and she mumbled, Thank you. The origami crane had been her last resort. Unsure of Severus's tastes, she had contemplated whether a set of potion-making tools or some fine herbs might be more appropriate. However, her finances were limited. Even the money for the colored paper had been covertly borrowed from Madame Pomfrey by Rhea. As for how long Madame Pomfrey later harped on this matter to Severus, Celia remained blissfully unaware. She felt she had already imposed upon Severus far too much and dared not ask him for more money, even knowing he would likely acquiesce. Thus, she opted for the simplest and least costly gift, the origami crane. Thankfully, Severus did not appear displeased or angry. Yet, compared to the gift he had bestowed upon her, this crane felt rather meager. Severus's gift was a set of hairpins. Initially, Celia had imagined that his Christmas present would be a potion of some sort. Therefore, she was momentarily taken aback when she discovered the hairpins nestled within the gift box. Where were the vials she had envisioned? Rhea informed her that the hairpins were adorned with various small animals. Celia selected a blue dolphin and happily pinned it into her hair. She carefully stowed the remaining hairpins in her nightstand, resolving to model each one for Severus upon his return. However, Celia failed to realize that Severus had already noticed the dolphin hairpin perched in her hair. After all, she was unaware of Severus's gaze. For the blind, it is easy to forget that those around them can indeed see. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. To Mr. Snape, it mattered not what hairpin Celia wore. He would always maintain his stoic demeanor and utter something akin to, It's acceptable. One cannot expect a cantankerous bat to applaud in approval. In a whimsical interlude, Celia struggled with her origami. Rhea instructed, Miss, it's not like that. You must first do this, and then that. Celia responded, All right, I understand. Rip, I tore it again. Woe is me. Rhea reassured her, It's all right. Miss, try once more. You can do it. Celia lamented. But this is already the 239th attempt. When Celia finally succeeded in folding a presentable crane, the floor of her room was nearly covered with failed attempts. The crane resting quietly in her hand was her 1001st try. 1001, a number so enchanting, fragile, and reminiscent of fairy tales. Much like their future. Chapter 20, The Odd Tabby Cat. Standing before the fireplace, Celia nervously accepted the flue powder, recalling Severus's recent instructions. She took a deep breath, tossed the powder into the air, and exclaimed, Hogwarts cellar. A whoosh echoed in her ears, quickly followed by an overwhelming wave of dizziness. Celia stifled a scream, fearing that should she open her mouth, she might vomit. After what felt like an eternity, the sensation of being spun around began to fade. Tentatively, she reached out her hands, finding the cold stone walls of the fireplace. Her left hand still cradled Elle, leaving her only the right hand to slowly feel her way along the edge of the fireplace as she climbed out. The moment she stepped out, the cold, damp air enveloped her from head to toe. Sensing the high moisture content in the air, Celia felt her dizziness subside slightly. For a mermaid, who was attuned to the water element, the humid environment felt like a replenishing oasis, revitalizing her magic and energy. She found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Rhea did not follow. Snape had instructed it to remain at Spinner's Inn to guard the place. Celia stood rigidly, longing for Snape's swift return. Soon, sounds echoed from the fireplace. With a crack, familiar footsteps approached from behind, followed by a spell that rendered her body free of the sticky dust that had clung to her. Celia blinked and extended her hand toward the source of the voice. Snape grasped it effortlessly, his gaze falling upon the tabby cat occupying his desk. His expression darkened. There it was, silently claiming his workspace. regarding him with that infuriatingly nonchalant curiosity. Had McGonagall lost her mind? Sensing Snape's ire, the tabby cat twitched its long whiskers and let out a soft meow. It was undoubtedly mocking him. Snape strode over in a huff, intending to seize the cat by the scruff of its neck and hurl it from the desk. The cat's emerald green eyes darted playfully, and it meowed again at Celia. Startled, Celia let out a small gasp and dove into Snape's embrace. It was then that Snape realized she had not been merely lost in thought, but rather frozen in fear. Afraid of the cat? Snape raised an eyebrow, gently patting Celia's back, enveloping her in the folds of his ample black robe. The tabby cat appeared slightly perplexed and tentatively meowed once more. Celia trembled and nestled deeper into Snape's embrace. McGonagall the cat. Snape scoffed. What a magnificent display of audacity, Professor McGonagall, to frighten a child barely of school age. The tabby cat shot him an indignant glare, baring its teeth and flicking its long tail. It arched its back and leaped to the ground, its form swiftly transforming into a witch clad in a flowing green robe. Adjusting her dark green wizard hat, she remained silent, still regarding Snape with a teasing glint in her eyes. Only when Snape's hand reached for his wand did McGonagall nonchalantly shrug. Looking down at the girl nearly engulfed by her own dark robe, Celia Rorian? Summoning her courage, Celia pulled herself from Snape's cloak and turned to McGonagall, offering a respectful greeting. "Hello, Professor McGonagall." Her voice trembled slightly, one hand still tightly gripping the hem of Snape's robe. McGonagall regarded Celia with confusion before turning to Snape. "It's quite peculiar. This child has been afraid of me since she was little, and I cannot fathom why. When Celia was just an infant, Richard and Isabella had brought her to show her to McGonagall. The originally curious child, wide-eyed and exploring, had exhibited sheer terror upon being placed in McGonagall's arms, flailing her tiny limbs and wailing. The three adults had been taken aback, allowing Isabella to take Celia back into her embrace, the small child burying her face in her mother's shoulder, unwilling to glance at McGonagall again. Snape recalled the earlier mewing, uncertainly suggesting, "Cats? Perhaps you remember. Rorian was always a mermaid." McGonagall wore an expression that conveyed her struggle to find the right words, a humorous yet reasonable response. "Severus. Do fish fear cats?" "Certainly. They do. But do mermaids fear cats as well?" They exchanged glances, none able to provide a definitive answer. Not wishing to linger on the matter any longer, McGonagall shifted her focus back to Celia. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Miss Rorian. How much do you remember of the past?" Suddenly called out from her silent reverie, Celia looked up, bewildered, and replied, "Not much, Professor. I'm terribly sorry. I remember my mother addressing you as such. And I hope my presumption does not offend you." McGonagall found her voice caught in her throat. From the moment she laid eyes on the child, she realized that Celia must have endured great hardships over the years. Squatting on the desk, she watched as Celia cautiously made her way out of the fireplace, her heart heavy. Richard and Isabella were not only her former students, but also. McGonagall bent down, placing her hand gently on Celia's head. She endeavored to soften her tone. "Oh, dear child, you certainly may call me that, considering you will inevitably be attending Hogwarts." Snape turned away, cringing at the sight before him. Merlin above, what was he witnessing? A gentle, bizarre tabby cat. McGonagall shot him a glare, tapping her pocket with her wand and producing an object to place in Celia's hand. Celia opened her palm, feeling a pocket watch. McGonagall explained, "This belonged to my husband. It has kept time impeccably over the years. I hope it aids you in cultivating the habit of punctuality." A pocket watch. How quintessentially McGonagall, Snape mused inwardly. Celia nodded, cradling the watch in her hand. "I will, thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. Merry Christmas." McGonagall's expression softened further, replying gently, "Oh, indeed, Merry Christmas, Miss Rorian." Snape. The amiable atmosphere between McGonagall and Celia made Snape feel somewhat superfluous. He sulkily remarked, "Minerva, I assume the deputy headmistress is not a position of leisure." McGonagall shot him another glare. "You heard. Today is Christmas, Severus. Regardless of how chaotic the day may be, we must allow ourselves moments of respite, mustn't we?" Snape fell silent for a moment, replying in an oddly peculiar tone, "I thought you were a workaholic. At least not today." McGonagall chose to ignore him, straightening up. "I'll check on Phileas to see how he is faring with the protective charms. Until next time, Celia." Celia waved cheerfully at McGonagall, responding, "See you next time, Professor McGonagall." The door to the cellar slammed shut. Celia tugged at the robe beside her. Snape was uncertain of her intent, but complied by bending down. Celia set the elf down and opened her arms, embracing Snape's slender neck. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Snape," she whispered softly in his ear. Chapter 21. Can suppressive magic be transferred? After leaving the cellar, McGonagall hurried up to the 8th floor and pushed open the door to Phileas Flitwick's office. The office was empty. McGonagall paused, recalling that her eager colleague was likely in the Great Hall, adorning the Christmas decorations with the remaining students. She slapped her forehead and turned to head back downstairs. When she finally encountered Flitwick, he was standing atop a small mountain of gift boxes, hanging ornaments on the Christmas tree. McGonagall approached and called out, "Phileas." Flitwick turned, his face lighting up. "Oh, Minerva, Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," McGonagall replied sternly. "Perhaps you have time now?" "Oh, certainly." The diminutive head of Ravenclaw nodded at her. Laboriously climbing down from the gift boxes, McGonagall led him to a corner, whispering, "Can the medium that carries the bloodline suppression magic be transferred, Flitwick?" He regarded McGonagall with curiosity, hesitating before responding. "You're Animagus?" "McGonagall." She face-bombed in exasperation. "Not me. Merlin, what do you occupy your mind with daily?" "It's Rorian, Richard Rorian. If I recall correctly, he was once a student in Ravenclaw." Flitwick smiled apologetically. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Minerva." "Indeed. It was I who imparted the blood suppression charm to Richard. I vividly recall the moment." He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at McGonagall. And after a prolonged silence, he stammered, "Why do you ask this?" McGonagall elucidated the circumstances surrounding Celia, then remarked, "I remember the suppression charm was on that bear. But I do not deem it a prudent choice, Phileas. It is cumbersome to carry, and it appears quite tattered, indeed. I consider it a miracle that it has endured until today." Flitwick gaped at her, his expression akin to one who had just been told he was not of fairy lineage, but rather of giant blood like Hagrid. McGonagall felt grateful that he had descended from that pile of gift boxes. Otherwise, he would surely have toppled dramatically. She patiently awaited his response until Flitwick finally emitted a sound akin to a sob, though it resembled more of a shriek. With tear-filled eyes fixed on McGonagall, his voice nearly an octave higher, he exclaimed, "Oh, Minerva, that is the finest news I have heard today. Richard, yes, he is an exceptionally bright student. I still remember how, in our first charms class, he successfully made feathers waltz around the classroom. However, Phileas," McGonagall interjected, unable to endure his sentimental reminiscence. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, but this is a colleague brimming with emotion. If left uninterrupted, he could regale us for 3 days and nights." Flitwick eventually regained his composure, produced a handkerchief to dab at his face, and with an apologetic tone said, "I'm sorry, Minerva. What were you saying?" "Oh yes. The suppression charm, it can certainly be transferred, though it requires a blood relative to be present. Regrettably, we both know that is an impossibility." McGonagall fell into silence. Her original intention was to extract the blood suppression charm from Al and transfer it onto a more portable object, such as a necklace or bracelet. However, it requires a blood relative. McGonagall sighed. If Celia had any living relatives, she would not have ended up in an orphanage. Perhaps it is worth consulting Dumbledore again. "Minerva?" Snape's low voice broke in, causing both McGonagall and Flitwick to turn sharply in his direction. Snape, taken aback, instinctively stepped back, then stood frozen with a mix of shame and annoyance. As Snape's expression darkened, Flitwick timely interjected, "Severus, you have arrived just in time. Minerva was just informing me about Miss Rorian." No sooner had he spoken than Snape's countenance darkened further. He glared fiercely at McGonagall, who maintained her stern demeanor, unflinching in her return gaze. McGonagall stated, "Phileas is the head of Mr. Rorian's house. I see no issue in discussing this matter with him. But you, Severus, why did you come out like this? Where is Celia?" "She has returned," Snape replied tersely, "which is rather peculiar. With all due respect, both Richard Rorian and Isabella Macmillan are merely ordinary students at Hogwarts. What merit do they possess to warrant such attention from 2 professors? Especially you, Professor McGonagall. I do not recall any particular closeness between you and them." For a fleeting moment, an unnatural expression crossed McGonagall's face as she turned away without answering. Flitwick, already accustomed to the tension between the two, continued with his previous topic. "The only method I am aware of is this one. Perhaps you could consult Dumbledore again, Minerva." McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement, while Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "What?" McGonagall shot him another glare. "The method to transfer the suppression charm. Do not tell me that this child has stayed by your side for so long, and you have not noticed how worn her doll has become?" Flitwick added, "If the medium shatters, the suppression charm will fail immediately. As Minerva mentioned, the medium of the magic requires transferring, yet we cannot locate her blood relative. Which is the crux of the transfer, Severus. After all, this is a matter concerning bloodline magic." Snape had to concede that their assertions were not without merit. Even if Raya had repaired the little bear and it had undergone several restorative treatments, it still appeared precarious, liable to fall apart at any moment. Once the magic fails. He hesitated for but a moment before blurting out, "Must it be a blood relative? Would a similar kinship not suffice?" McGonagall asked in surprise, "What are you implying? Do you have another solution?" Snape nodded with difficulty. "Kinship magic. I mean, a kinship contract. Both McGonagall and Flitwick regarded him with astonished expressions. This made Snape feel like a baboon in a zoo, scrutinized under curious gazes. Incredible, Severus, McGonagall said softly, then smiled. I think I understand how you managed to find her. Snape, fuming, shut his eyes, his robes swirling as he strode back to the dungeon. If he lingered a moment longer, he would surely explode. Curse you, Isabella, he thought bitterly. Chapter 22. At least I must capture you. After being returned to Spinner's Inn by Snape, Celia sat in a rocking chair, cradling a copy of magical potions and elixirs. She had read it from cover to cover, though some of the content still eluded her understanding, and she was preparing to jot down her questions to ask Snape. He had mentioned that once she had thoroughly memorized 1,000 magical herbs and fungi and magical potions and elixirs, he would allow her to attempt brewing potions on her own. It would be soon. A look of anticipation brightened Celia's face as she turned toward the door. It had been quite a while. Why hadn't Severus returned yet? They had promised to have dinner together. She placed Al on her lap, absently tugging at his plump ears. A soft sound emerged from downstairs, and with joy, Celia leaped from her rocking chair, heedless of Raya's startled cry, and fluttered down the stairs like a butterfly. A pair of warm, dry hands caught her, and Snape's voice, laced with mild exasperation, warned, "Run slowly." Celia beamed as she wrapped her arms around Snape's arm, following him to the sofa. Upon noticing Al nestled in her arms, Snape recalled Flitwick's words and cautiously inquired, "Will it be inconvenient to carry that bear? I assume it is not small in size." Celia shook her head. "I don't think so, sir. Al is the only remnant my parents left me. Holding him makes me feel as if they are still by my side." During their days together, Snape had become acutely aware of Celia's attachment to Al. Nevertheless, profound magic could evoke powerful magical fluctuations, and during the transfer of the suppression charm, that tattered toy could easily be torn apart. How could he explain this predicament to Celia? Snape aimed to convey the message gently, to avoid using harsh words that might wound her. Yet, for the master of venomous retorts, this task proved as challenging as making Hagrid gracefully perform ballet. Ultimately, he surrendered, succinctly articulating Flitwick's advice and detailing the associated pros and cons. To his surprise, Celia readily agreed to their suggestion, her tone filled with eagerness as she asked, "When will it be?" Snape swallowed his carefully rehearsed response and replied tersely, "I have not yet inquired." "Oh." Celia appeared somewhat disappointed, but quickly regained her composure. Smiling as she said, "I was too impatient. I apologize, Severus." Snape shook his head and stood, heading toward the kitchen. He had anticipated that Celia would whimper or require an abundance of persuasion. However, she merely accepted the situation with serene composure, even though it could lead to her separation from the ever-present teddy bear. Did she truly not care? Severus suddenly realized that despite spending more than a month in each other's company, he remained perplexed by Celia's thoughts. Rhea brought forth a warm dish to the table and then dashed to the living room to fetch Celia. Severus sat at the dining table, observing as Celia approached step by step. Her expression was unchanged, unaffected by the earlier proposal. "Severus?" She settled across from him, calling his name. "What are you thinking?" Severus shook his head. "Nothing." They finished their dinner in silence and then sat together on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in their books. Celia held her book, yet her mind lingered on Severus's earlier emotions. Suddenly, she looked up and exclaimed, "Severus." Severus replied with a soft hum, without pausing his pen, the nib gliding across the parchment with a gentle rustle. Celia fell silent for a moment, then set her book aside and rushed over. Grasping the hem of Severus's robe, she tilted her head back and said, "I truly care for Al, and I would feel a sense of loss. In the past, when I was alone, Al was my great protector, the only remnant my parents left me. But Severus, now, besides Al, I have you, and many more things worth cherishing. If I cannot hold on to everything, at the very least, I want to hold on to you." Celia understood Professor Flitwick's intentions, as well as the significance of the suppression magic for her. On one hand, the suppression magic allowed her to maintain her human appearance, facilitating her integration into society rather than being treated as a magical creature. On the other hand, it helped regulate her innate and potent magical power, safeguarding her through her naive and innocent childhood. She was still too young to master control over her magic. If she lost the protection of the suppression magic, a single surge of strong emotion could cause her to spiral out of control. In the past, she could afford to be indifferent, even viewing magical outbursts as a form of self-defense. Ever since she had uprooted trees with her chaotic magic, the other children had labeled her a monster, their tones filled with terror and disgust. Yet, she had indeed faced less bullying. Apart from the loathsome Vincent, the other children would avoid her. No one wished to speak to her or befriend her. However, Celia was unbothered. Solitude provided her with a sense of security. She always remembered that she was unique and recalled her parents' words about an owl from Hogwarts that would come for her when she turned 11. whisking her away to the world of magic. But circumstances had changed. She could no longer allow her magic to run rampant, for she was not alone. Severus was by her side. Although she knew Severus was powerful, the mermaid's magic was as tumultuous as the sea, and Celia feared for his safety. She had to ensure the continuation of the suppression magic. Severus had never considered that Celia's decision to relinquish Al was, in fact, for his sake. The sudden kindness left him at a loss, a strange and unfamiliar sensation blossoming within his heart. He grasped the deeper meaning of Celia's words. She needed him, in her heart. Severus Snape held a significance equal to that of her parents. He was needed, he was cared for, he was loved. But did he deserve it? Severus opened his mouth, unsure how to reciprocate this kindness. Fortunately, Celia did not require his response. She placed her hands on Severus's knees and nimbly jumped up, just as she had anticipated. Severus steadied her without hesitation. Content, she nestled against him, seeking a comfortable spot, and gradually drifted into slumber. Severus listened to the gentle crackling of the fire, lost in contemplation. One hand rested on Celia's back, while the other retrieved his wand, summoning his Patronus. A silvery white doe affectionately nuzzled his hand before bounding out the window toward Hogwarts. Celia turned in his embrace, her right hand gently grasping his sleeve. Chapter 23, Flitwick's Reminder. The day to transfer the suppression magic was chosen for the summer break. As they had feared, the worn teddy bear could not withstand the intense magical fluctuations and was torn to shreds by the turbulent currents. The shredded stuffing soared into the air before dejectedly landing atop Celia's head. She reached up to remove it, pursing her lips in silence. After consulting with McGonagall and Severus, Celia selected the pocket watch gifted by McGonagall as the new medium for the suppression magic. Flitwick waved his wand, guiding the final portion of the spell into the watch. The transfer of magic was an arduous task. He needed to dismantle the original spell, transfer it to the new medium, and then reassemble it. The entire process resembled moving houses, where one disassembles large pieces of furniture for transport, only to reassemble them in the new abode. The bloodline suppression magic was exceedingly complex, compelling Flitwick to break it down into 20 or so smaller spells, transferring each one into the pocket watch individually. Since the advent of peace, he had not engaged with such intricate magic for a long time. He tapped the pocket watch with his wand to ensure that the newly assembled spell functioned correctly, layering it with several potent long-lasting shield charms and waterproofing spells before handing it to Celia. She murmured a quiet thank you, faced with the overly enthusiastic professor. She felt so nervous she could almost retch. After all, Flitwick had started to weep the moment he saw her. Celia surmised he wanted to embrace her, but his remaining rationality held him back. The diminutive charms professor sobbed. Oh, Severus, she is 7 years old, yet she is still about as tall as me. Oh, Celia. She firmly grasped Severus's tightly clenched fist, prying open his fingers one by one before slipping her own hand inside. Wasn't it said that Ravenclaws were wise and composed? Why did their heads sound, if she might be so bold, like an emotionally expressive doll? Oh wait. It seemed her father often resembled a joyful fool before her mother, making her want to avert her gaze. Celia, I don't understand, but I am thoroughly astonished. Severus held Celia's hand, his expression softening slightly. He glared coldly at Flitwick, as if he might leap forward to cast a silencing charm at any moment. He despised many things, and second on that list was someone crying in his presence. For the record, the number one spot belonged to that detestable traitor. He impatiently interrupted Flitwick's rambling. Do I need to remind you, Professor Flitwick, that I assume you are not here to perform a demonstration of breath-holding? He thought maliciously that if he cried a moment longer, this little professor would surely swoon. Oh, of course, Severus. Flitwick finally ceased his weeping, donning a sincere smile. It is a pleasure to see you, Miss Rorian. You have inherited your father's bloodline and your mother's beauty. It is certain that you will become a remarkably powerful witch in the future. Celia had yet to recover from the emotional onslaught of tears. She stammered in response. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Severus Snape impatiently thrust the pocket watch into Flitwick's hands, signaling him to commence without delay. Wiping away a tear, Flitwick drew his wand and began his work. Once the transfer was complete, he suddenly murmured to Snape, Severus, may I have a moment of your time? Snape, with a reluctant lift of his eyelids, cast a glance at him, gesturing for Rhea to escort Celia back to her room. Celia interjected, Severus, I haven't finished the book from yesterday. May I return to my reading? Internally, she scoffed, wondering if Professor Flitwick thought his whispers were inaudible. Snape merely grunted in response. Celia bid farewell to Flitwick and, taking Rhea's hand, ascended the stairs. Flitwick observed her retreating figure and remarked, a remarkably clever girl, much like her father of yore. Severus, are you now her guardian? Guardian? Snape faltered momentarily, yet begrudgingly accepted the title. I am her godfather, he stated flatly. Oh, Flitwick inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the implications. Do not regard me with such an expression, Severus. I merely believe you ought to be reminded that if you wish to coexist with this child in the long term, it might be prudent to learn to comprehend her emotions. Narcissa said the same, Snape replied, his irritation evident as he regarded Flitwick. They all voiced their opinions. Yet none provided him with specific guidance on how to proceed. Realizing Snape's lack of understanding, Flitwick straightforwardly elaborated. Her sense of belonging is quite fragile, Severus. Although we all recognize that this is her home, I do not believe she perceives it in the same light. Sense of belonging? Snape furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the meaning of such a concept. Perhaps we ought not to mock his ignorance. After all, Severus Snape had spent his life adrift. A soul who had never truly possessed a home. How could he comprehend belonging? Flitwick shook his head in dismay. Since, in theory, you are family to one another. What are your thoughts on this? And hers? Though I am merely an observer, I must say, you seem more akin to cohabiting roommates than true family. Flitwick's keen gaze pierced through his spectacles, landing squarely upon Snape. It was at that moment he appeared to embody a vigilant hawk. Snape fixated on the peeling wallpaper, contemplating Flitwick's words. In their past interactions, he had not overlooked Celia's peculiarities. The child was excessively cautious, often subconsciously seeking his approval. She would hastily attempt to clean up a broken dish, only to injure herself in the process. Or, when unable to reach the snack jar on the shelf, she would suffer in silence, starving but too timid to speak. Yet he had consistently chosen to ignore these discrepancies, convincing himself with a facade of tranquility. How did he perceive Celia? Initially, upon bringing Celia home, Snape regarded her as a responsibility, a duty he was obliged to fulfill as her godfather. He was her legal guardian, responsible for her daily life and welfare. He would provide her with a comfortable room, sufficient sustenance, essential books, and the supplies she would require for schooling in the future. This was his obligation. Their relationship was one of guardian and ward. However, to his horror, he now found himself uneasy with this perspective. He began to resent describing their relationship in such a cold, obligatory manner. They were family, he mused. What does it mean to be family? A violent, alcoholic father, a timid, cowardly mother, these were Snape's kin. But Celia was different. He could not articulate this sentiment. He clutched it tightly in his palm. Its warm essence seared his skin. Yet he was reluctant to release it. Perhaps he truly ought to have a heartfelt conversation with Celia. Flitwick had already departed. Snape was uncertain when he had left. Yet he found little inclination to dwell on the matter. He turned and ascended the stairs. Chapter 24. They had an argument. As Snape pushed open the door to the room, he found Celia sprawled on the carpet, engaged in a word game with Rhea. Upon hearing the door open, Celia joyfully lifted her head and exclaimed, Severus. Snape approached her, crouching down to sit on the sofa. Though summer had arrived, the room remained cold and damp. The floor was so cool. What if she had a fever again? Celia obediently settled onto the sofa, displaying an attentive demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Snape opted for the sofa over the rocking chair. Taking a deep breath, he sat beside Celia and carefully chose his words. Assuming I have the right to know, how do you perceive me? Celia blinked in confusion, her mind racing to decipher the deeper meaning behind his words. Soon, she donned a sweet smile and replied, You are my godfather. If I must describe you, you have a lovely voice. By the end of her statement, her tone carried a hint of trepidation, as if fearing her description might not align with Snape's sentiments and provoke his ire. Snape regarded Celia's flawless smile, his gaze sharpening with curiosity. In times past, he might have merely patted her head, yet now, he began to ponder the sincerity behind that smile. Was he merely a means of survival in her eyes? The tension around Snape seemed to dissipate gradually. Celia sat in the midst of this fluctuating atmosphere for a moment, perplexed by his sudden mood swings. She reached forward along the sofa, her fingers brushing against Snape's hand, and she boldly grasped his little finger. Snape gasped sharply. He snapped back to reality from his tumultuous thoughts and spoke in a low tone. Listen, I shall say this only once. I am uncertain of your feelings, but Spinner's Inn will always be your home. You need not regard yourself as an outsider, nor should you fear making mistakes. If you require a listener, seek me out at any time. I do not wish for a depressive individual to exist under my guardianship. Oh, Celia nodded absently, finally grasping what Snape had articulated. How should one put it? Snape's tone was rather awkward, likely due to his infrequent engagement in such conversations. Was Severus genuinely concerned for her, in a familial sense? Celia lowered her gaze and softly remarked, But I have caused you so much trouble. I overheard Madame Pomfrey. You spent a lot of money furnishing this room, and I am truly sorry. Also, if you are busy, you need not always return to check on me. Rhea is doing splendidly, and we can take care of ourselves. Indeed, Snape sighed, exerting patience as he replied, You are overthinking, Celia. Can the entire wall of books not fill the void in your mind? Celia stammered, I am sorry. Sir. Snape felt as if 1,000 rampaging creatures were clashing within his mind. He suddenly questioned whether bringing Celia into his life had been a misguided decision. Look, they could hardly communicate smoothly. He found himself on the verge of anger every time he spoke, while Celia's responses were always laden with apologies. Yet neither knew how to improve their situation. Snape despised this sense of powerlessness. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair, uttering without reason. Do you know about the Death Eaters? Celia, still caught in her despondence, instinctively asked, What? I was once a Death Eater. And the Death Eaters were responsible for the demise of your parents. They also caused you to lose your sight, leaving you in a state of utter isolation and despair. Celia's complexion paled in fright. The smile faded from her face as she stared blankly at Snape, her emotions surging violently, causing her magical power to become unstable. The carpet was lifted without warning, and the books on the shelf began to rattle and flip. The air became tumultuous, and translucent scales erupted from beneath her skin, shimmering with a dark and mysterious light. Snape, taken aback, quickly grasped Celia's shoulders, his voice low and firm. Focus. Do not let it control you. His calm words resonated sharply within Celia's world. It was then she realized her magic was on the verge of a violent outburst, and she hastily clutched the pocket watch against her chest, striving to rein in the tempest of emotions within her. The disturbances in the room gradually subsided, and both released a sigh of relief. Celia's mind momentarily blanked. What were they just discussing? Oh right, about eating her father. Eating her father? Dad eaters. A shiver ran down her spine, and she opened her mouth, rendered speechless. Her father was dead, and it was because someone had devoured him? The more she thought about it, the more fear gripped her, until she finally burst into tears. Snape. Celia's sobs were so intense that he found himself at a loss. The only remedy he could think of being to gently stroke the child's head. After a while, Celia lifted her head, gasping between sobs. Why? Why did they eat? Eat father? Snape? Was it he who had lost his mind? Or was it the world that had gone mad? He rubbed his temples, resignedly explaining, Death Eaters, death, death, not dad. Celia stared blankly and murmured, her cheeks visibly reddening, before burying her face into the woolen blanket, leaving Snape with a steaming back. With her diversion, Snape's carefully structured thoughts evaporated entirely. He lamented the need to reorganize his words. The silence in the room did not linger for long. Celia soon peeked out again, nonsensically declaring, But you are not like them. Snape, what? The relatively young head of Slytherin was not yet the double agent he would become. It took several mental twists for him to recall their earlier conversation. Celia meant to imply that he was different from the group of Death Eaters who had slain her parents. But how was he different? They were all filthy, ugly, evil souls buried deep in the earth. What set him apart? This topic drained Snape. He was unwilling to pursue it further and tersely replied, There is no difference. He realized their conversation had strayed off course, but was at a loss for how to rectify it. So he returned to the beginning. I think you should remember that we are currently discussing matters of belonging. I will reiterate, Spinner's End is your home. Do not let me see you treating yourself as a guest again, or else. The moment the words left his mouth, Snape regretted them. In truth, he was acutely aware of the harshness of his own words. That statement had been sharp and rigid, tinged with resentment. It sounded like a vicious threat. Moreover, it was he who had initially shifted the topic. Snape instinctively glanced at Celia's face and, indeed, caught sight of her look of dejection. A pang of guilt struck him as he prepared to say something to make amends, but Celia had already turned her head away. She stated flatly, I remember, sir. Snape's expression was akin to being bitten by Hagrid's adorable creature, a mix of self-reproach, anguish, confusion, and sorrow. He looked at Celia, ultimately saying nothing, and hastily descended the stairs. Days later, Narcissa appeared at Spinner's End. Good morning, Severus, she greeted him with a smile. I trust you have received the owl's letter. I have brought Draco along. At the mention of Draco, the softening expression on Snape's face abruptly froze. He looked at the platinum-haired boy peeking curiously from behind Narcissa and felt a familiar throb of pain in his head. That bothersome Malfoy brat. Chapter 25, Draco Malfoy. Narcissa seemed oblivious to Snape's discomposure. She smiled and inquired, Aren't you going to invite us to sit down, Severus? Snape gritted his teeth, managing to squeeze out a few words. Please, sit. Narcissa nodded approvingly and settled Draco into another armchair. She looked around the room with keen interest and asked, Where's that child of yours? You know, Lucius and I are quite interested in her. She and Draco could become good friends. Snape's expression grew even more rigid. Since that day when their conversation had ended poorly, he and Celia had not exchanged a single word. Accurately speaking, Celia had unilaterally ceased all communication with him. Snape, who was not particularly loquacious, had mostly listened while Celia spoke during their exchanges. Yet now, She was unwilling to converse with him. Each day when Snape returned home, Celia merely cast a fleeting glance at the door before lowering her head to attend to her tasks. He had not heard her welcome back in several days. Habits could be truly terrifying, perhaps initially overlooked, but when they vanished one day, one would feel utterly uncomfortable. Just like now. After only a few days without hearing Celia's greeting, Snape was already agitated enough to want to bash his head against the wall. Well, though a wizard wouldn't die from that. Narcissa observed his strange demeanor and boldly speculated. Have you had a quarrel? Correct. Narcissa, noticing Snape's increasingly dark expression, felt no guilt and congratulated herself. Well, she tried to make her tone sound quite sorrowful. Perhaps you could share what transpired? Maybe I could help. After hearing the details, Narcissa could no longer contain her laughter. Under Snape's fierce gaze, she explained, perhaps things are not as dire as you imagine. Severus, have you not noticed? That child is simply sulking with you. Of course, he had noticed. Snape glared at Narcissa, slowly stating, you better provide some substantial advice, Narcissa, rather than mock a poor novice here. Keep your son in check, should he dare to move a single item in this house. I assure you he will pay dearly for it. That hyperactive Malfoy brat was already itching to act, and Narcissa had noticed it. Do not think he was unaware. Oh, of course, Draco is a sensible and well-behaved child. You need not worry about that. Dear Severus, Narcissa replied with a smile. Now, let us return to your matters. Professor Flitwick's concerns are not without merit, but they are merely a friendly reminder. The specifics of your relationship need to be managed by you. She asked Snape. In front of what type of person would a sensible child be willing to sulk? Take Draco, for instance. He might exhibit his temper toward both me and Lucius, yet I can assure you that placed before Professor McGonagall, he would be quite subdued. However, this cannot serve as a justification for Draco to run amok. Snape thought angrily, contemplating the hypothesis presented by Narcissa. He had to concede that her words were undeniably accurate. Individuals often direct the sharp blades of their emotions toward those closest to them, for they possess the understanding that they are loved and protected, thus naturally presume that they will be forgiven. Now that Celia was in a temper with him, did that mean he was akin to Narcissa in relation to Draco? Thus, was he Celia's mother? What nonsense! Snape helplessly pressed down his wandering thoughts, forcing himself to return to the matter at hand. He said irritably, you obfuscate me. Narcissa. Narcissa shook her head and replied, it is not overly complicated, Severus. You merely lack experience and are mired in your own perspective. Human emotions and rationality do not always align. Sometimes, what eludes our conscious understanding is already firmly established in our subconscious. Perhaps we remain unaware, yet it is undeniably present. She continued, your convoluted thoughts are clouding your judgment. Why not cast aside these superfluous distractions and return to the most primal of emotions? Snape fell silent, offering no response. Did he not understand these truths? The question lay in how he might communicate with Celia. Indeed, Celia ought not to remain by his side. Their current trajectory would only lead them to Severus? Narcissa's voice interrupted his ruminations. Snape lifted his gaze to see Narcissa gently nudging Draco forward, saying, perhaps Draco and I are fortunate enough to meet your young lady? Draco blinked his large gray eyes in confusion, exchanging a bewildered stare with Snape. What had Mother just said? Snape subtly shifted backward. A smile danced in Narcissa's green eyes. After a brief hesitation, he summoned Celia. Celia was reclining on her bed, engrossed in a book, and when she heard Rhea announce the arrival of guests, she sprang up in alarm. Quickly, she tousled her hair and pulled Rhea to check her attire for the day. Would she not embarrass Severus in this state? She dared not delay, hastily preparing before rushing downstairs. Rhea guided her to Snape's side, where Celia stood awkwardly, uncertain of how to greet him. Snape's voice, deep and resonant like a cello, broke the silence. Celia, this is Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy. To Snape's surprise, Celia smiled at him and then turned to perform a curtsy. Good morning, esteemed madam. I am Celia Rorian, extending my sincere greetings to you. Her manners, taught by Rhea, were not entirely formal, but certainly acceptable. Narcissa leaned down with a smile, saying, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Rorian. In fact, I have been a longtime friend of your mother, Isabella Macmillan. You bear a striking resemblance to her. Celia replied with a smile. Yes, madam. I believe I may have met you when I was a child. Narcissa exclaimed in delight. Oh, indeed, I did not expect you to remember. I have heard that since you moved into Severus's home, both Draco and I have been eager to meet you. You may recall this as Draco Malfoy, my son, who is a few years younger than you. Technically, Celia had encountered Draco shortly after his birth, but at that time, she was already 3 years old, and the two children had not played together. Narcissa was uncertain whether she still remembered Draco. Draco? Celia tilted her head in confusion. Were there two individuals before her? Hesitantly, she greeted him. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. The uncertainty in her tone caused her voice to rise as it traveled through the air like a gentle arc. Narcissa whispered in Draco's ear, "This is Sister Celia." "Greet her, Draco." The sudden introduction of a sister piqued young Malfoy's curiosity. With a gentle push from his mother's hand on his back, he eagerly scampered a few steps forward and enveloped Celia in a grand hug. "Celia, oh." The unexpected embrace left her momentarily stunned. Celia stood frozen, her hands stiffly at her sides. Despite the 3-year age gap, Draco appeared to be only a couple of inches shorter than Celia, with a frame significantly larger than hers. The two, locked in an embrace, resembled siblings rather than merely acquaintances. Narcissa spoke in a soothing tone, "Do not be anxious, my dear child. Simply call him Draco." Celia numbly nodded. The oversized figurine pendant dangling around her neck felt quite uncomfortable, prompting her to shift uneasily, only to hear a soft voice whisper, "Sister Celia." She instantly froze. "Severus, help me. But we are still quarreling. He surely won't pay me any mind. Is it possible that you are the sole party engaged in this quarrel?" Snape sighed. Chapter 26, Reconciliation. The dynamics of childhood friendships are indeed peculiar. Although initially flustered upon their first meeting, by the time Snape regained his composure, Celia had already struck up a conversation with Draco. Snape felt increasingly numb. Was Celia truly so loquacious? He despised noisy environments. Typically, when Celia was with him, silence reigned. Today, however, he discovered that Celia possessed quite the gift for conversation. Observe her and Draco, their little heads huddled together, chattering incessantly without pause. Snape harbored a strong suspicion that, had Celia not exercised restraint, these two children would have likely joined hands to save the world by now. The quiet demeanor she maintained in his presence was evidently a concession to him. How could he have forgotten that this child had always been vivacious? A wave of frustration suddenly washed over Snape. He had been so neglectful, overlooking such an important detail. Narcissa observed the newly emerged despondent bat with an air of curiosity. Ever since Lily Evans had passed away, Snape had been adrift in a haze. Both she and Lucius had witnessed it, yet felt powerless to assist him. However, with Celia's arrival, it was as if Snape's life had been illuminated, becoming vibrant and alive once more. Like phoenix flames resurrecting from the ashes, a miraculous brilliance burst forth, breathing new life into his existence. Narcissa cast a comforting glance at Snape before joining the children's conversation. It was not until nightfall that she took Draco back to Malfoy Manor. Shortly thereafter, a house elf from the manor delivered a platter of pumpkin pastries, relaying the mistress's directive to take good care of the child. Snape accepted it with a glum expression. Did he truly appear to be in need of such monetary compensation? Meanwhile, Celia, having taken a bite of the pumpkin pastry, could no longer contain her laughter. Snape inquired softly, "Might I discern the source of your amusement?" With a smile still gracing her face, Celia replied in an exuberant tone, "I hardly believe that with your astute intellect, sir, you would be unable to grasp Mrs. Malfoy's meaning." She emphasized the term sir with particular weight, even retaliating by snatching the rice pudding from before Snape under Ria's guidance. Severus shook his head in resignation, pressing the blueberry jam into her hands. Celia, at long last, was willing to converse with him, albeit with a hint of sarcasm, yet it was undeniably a positive omen. Neither of them broached the events of that day, instead quietly savoring their dinner, and as with every ordinary evening, they held their respective books until the late hours of the night. "Mind the time, Celia," Severus casually reminded, glancing at the clock on the wall. Obediently, she closed her book and, resting a hand on Ria's shoulder, ascended the stairs. At the staircase's landing, she suddenly turned back and said, "Good night, Severus." Without waiting for his reply, she hurried up the stairs, swiftly disappearing beyond her door. Severus, momentarily taken aback, chuckled softly and whispered, "Good night, Celia." His voice dissipated into the air, but she surely could hear it. Perhaps, deep within, they had already accepted one another. Yet, as Narcissa had remarked, they merely needed a little time to learn to coexist. This process might be somewhat protracted, and they might inadvertently hurt one another along the way. However, neither would willingly let go. Once one has felt warmth, how could they bear to plunge back into the cold night? As dawn broke, Severus lay in bed, exhaling a profound sigh at the dim ceiling above him. He had long since grown accustomed to nightmares and restless sleep, learning to navigate the fatigue that followed each awakening. Yet today, a new worry emerged. How was he to concoct an excuse to venture outside? If only it were not summer break, he lamented. Then he could naturally bid farewell to Celia with a simple, "I'm leaving," to gauge whether she still bore any resentment. Damn it! Why was he troubled by such trivial matters? Severus irritably turned over, burying his face into his pillow like an ostrich. Perhaps he could tell her that the recent breakfasts were unpalatable, and he needed to go out to procure some? Or claim he had to fetch something from Hogwarts? Oh, the latter seemed more suitable, as Celia would have no way of knowing whether he truly intended to retrieve anything. Suddenly, Severus realized that for the past 6 months, Celia's world had been confined to this small house. Since their last encounter with Narcissa, her horizons had expanded to Malfoy Manor. Celia relished playing with Draco. Each invitation she received filled her with excitement as she dragged Rhea to try on various outfits. She was unable to venture out alone, and Rhea, being a responsible house elf, would not take her wandering. Out of concern for inconveniencing him, Celia had never voiced her desires. Yet she was not a canary in a gilded cage. One day, she would have to step into the world beyond. If she remained trapped within these walls for too long, would she still be able to reintegrate into that world? No. It was not merely these 6 months. She had spent 3 years in the orphanage. 3 years devoid of communication and companionship had left her utterly estranged from the outside world, much like Severus had always been. The difference was that Severus relished this sensation. It provided him with safety and comfort, shielding him from the sting of foreign, unfamiliar entities and sparing him from the reckless intrusion of some arrogant, foolish creature. But what of Celia? Was she content with this existence? Severus had never contemplated such questions, or perhaps he had long been aware but had consistently evaded them. Like a coward, he irritably ran his fingers through his hair, stepped into the washroom, splashed cold water on his face, and dressed before heading outside. He paused before Celia's door, rapping his knuckles gently against the wood. The door was swiftly opened, and Rhea stood at the threshold, bowing to him. Celia was perched on the bed, peering curiously toward the door. She had just awakened, groggily uttering a good morning, only to burrow back under the covers with a swift motion. Who would willingly part from the comfort of their warm bed at such an early hour? Oh, there was one who would. Celia yawned, listening to Severus's footsteps drawing nearer. A cool hand brushed her forehead, pulling the blanket up snugly around her neck. Celia buried her face in her pillow and soon drifted back to sleep. A second chance at slumber was indeed delightful. Chapter 27. Which adult requires a child to amuse them? When she finally stirred again, it was already 9 in the morning. Reluctantly, Celia climbed out of bed, pushing away the hand that was playfully disturbing her. Severus, I'm still so sleepy, she mumbled drowsily. Severus disapproved, stating, you ought to rise for breakfast, rather than slumber here like a flipper caterpillar. Celia had a delicate stomach. Severus dared not allow her to continue sleeping, knowing it would surely lead to stomach pains by afternoon. A caterpillar? Celia envisioned herself swathed in blankets and found herself unable to refute the comparison. All right, I do resemble a worm, or perhaps more like a cocoon. She tossed aside the covers and stood on the floor for a moment, feeling more alert, before looking up with a smile and saying, Good morning, Severus. Severus remained silent for a few seconds before remarking, Put on your shoes, then. And with a swish of his robe, he hurried down the stairs. All right, she called after him. Stepping out of her room, the aroma of milk wafted into her nostrils. Celia joyfully cheered and dashed toward the kitchen. Rhea followed closely behind, draping a warm towel across her face. Celia had long since memorized the layout of the house. Severus had observed her for 2 weeks before granting her the freedom to move about. Handing the towel she had wiped her face with back to Rhea, she swiftly climbed onto a stool. Severus sat across from her, pushing a bowl of milk oatmeal toward her while pulling closer a plate of steaming steak for himself. Severus had never been fond of overly sweet things, yet Celia seemed to have a penchant for sweetened milk, much like a certain old bee. Perhaps he ought to moderate her diet. Celia absent-mindedly spooned oatmeal into her mouth, her thoughts lingering on the book she had read the previous day. The disarming charm is. Celia, Severus's voice suddenly interrupted. She looked up, bewildered, and replied, Yes? I believe I have not imposed any confinement upon you. If you wish, you may go outside at any time, provided I am informed. His tone was somewhat peculiar, devoid of the usual sharpness, imbued with an odd gentleness. Celia pondered. Is this a gesture of goodwill following the Cold War? Tilting her head, she couldn't suppress a laugh. Oh, thank you, Severus. But I just visited Draco a couple of days ago. He has been busy with etiquette lessons. You know how strict Mrs. Malfoy is about these matters. I shouldn't intrude. Severus sighed. I wasn't referring to Malfoy Manor. I meant outside, beyond these walls. That little brat Draco has been spoiled by Lucius, possessing quite the foul temper. It's best to keep you away from his household. Celia replied, unperturbed, I don't particularly enjoy going out. I have so many books to read. A blatant lie. Rhea cast a discreet glance at Celia, shaking his head vigorously at Severus. Celia had indeed unlatched the window, longing to play in the snow. She would stand by the window for hours, silent and motionless. How could a creature of unbridled spirit, such as a mermaid, willingly submit to confinement? Severus Snape, having received Rhea's signal, pondered for a moment before responding. Hogwarts? With Dumbledore present, Hogwarts is relatively safe. There. Celia will have a broader range of movement, and will also become acquainted with the school environment beforehand. That said, does Hogwarts permit staff to bring family members? There appears to be no precedent. It seems I must inquire with Dumbledore. Snape shook his head in irritation, attempting to dispel the image of Dumbledore's beaming face from his mind, and rose to approach the fireplace. Celia, a sudden crackle, and Snape vanished from the hearth. What thoughts occupy his mind now? Celia, disinterested in his musings, requested Rhea to fetch a notebook and settled into the sofa to review her studies. In the past, the prospect of venturing outside could exhilarate her for an extended period. However, since her sight had failed her, she had grown increasingly averse to movement and outings. Each time she entered a new environment, she found herself taking considerable time to adapt, memorizing the arrangement of furnishings and understanding the layout and dimensions of the walls. Occasionally, upon waking, she would subconsciously believe she was in her small bedroom at her parents' home or in the communal dormitory of the orphanage. Only upon colliding with the bedside table or tripping over the carpet would the realization dawn upon her. She found it increasingly challenging to integrate into new surroundings. Rather than exploring new places, she preferred to nestle in familiar settings, leading a monotonous life. Celia traced the words on the paper. The spell for Lumos can be divided into 3 smaller incantations, each with its own effect. This was the note she had jotted down the previous night. With the summer break at hand, Severus had more free time and began teaching her some basic magical principles. He not only introduced her to the potions classroom, but also permitted her to practice spells with a birch wand. Surprisingly, that wand felt quite congenial to Celia, allowing her to master several delightful charms. Celia was acutely aware that all this was due to her demonstrated magical aptitude. If she were a dullard, Severus would hardly show her such leniency. Unwilling to lose these opportunities, she resolved to exert herself even more. Taking a deep breath, she continued her recitation. The countercharm for Lumos is ZZ. At lunchtime, Snape had yet to return. By the time he finally reappeared from the fireplace, the clock on the wall had already struck 9. Celia was leaning on the living room table, playing a game of gobstones by herself. Severus? She lifted her head, propping her chin up, her cerulean eyes sparkling. Welcome back. Have you had lunch and dinner? I have, Snape replied, pausing to lift her from the table and gently set her on the sofa. Sit properly, he instructed. The gobstones had become rather worn, remnants of Severus's mother-esque belongings. He once wondered if, at times, Eileen too reminisced about her days as a witch. Now, he thought it all meaningless. Eileen seldom spoke of her time at Hogwarts. Even her past role as captain of the Gobstones team was something Severus only learned after commencing his own studies. He had discovered her name, Eileen Prince, among the historical rosters of Hogwarts Gobstones teams, a name that felt foreign, unlike the mother who had raised him. Snape averted his gaze from the Gobstones and said nothing. Retreating to his room, Celia obediently returned the Gobstones to their box and placed it back on the shelf in the living room. Severus was in a foul mood again. Though it was not directed at her, Celia still felt disheartened. That brooding figure. She stomped her foot in annoyance and dashed upstairs to the shower. Let him be angry. Who expects children to placate adults when they are in a temper? Well, in her household, that was the case. Celia sighed and flicked her tail in frustration, water droplets splattering against the walls. She was tired from a day of studying. Perhaps she would deal with Severus's mood in the morning. Humph. Chapter 28, Moving into the Cellar. On the eve of the new academic year, Severus thrust Celia into the fireplace, transporting her to the cellar of Hogwarts. Indeed, it was quite dizzying. Celia grasped Rhea's hand, her face contorted as she emerged from the hearth. Severus followed closely, stepping out of the fireplace. Celia turned around, deftly extracting his wand from his pocket. Clean slate, she recited skillfully. The sticky sensation vanished instantly, but after a moment's hesitation, she generously offered Severus a free cleansing as well. Oh, I do apologize, Severus, she said insincerely, struggling to suppress a smile. Snape's expression was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. He surveyed the damp room, snatched the wand from Celia's hand, and cast several drying charms around the space. As Celia's pure water surged towards him, he instinctively cast a shield charm without his wand. The water struck the protective barrier, causing a splash that drenched the entire room. The incantation casting Celia and Rhea were the first to be soaked from head to toe. Yet, it was evident that the mermaid herself was not disheartened. In fact, she nearly leaped for joy. She spread her arms wide, and the water elements obediently detached from her body, coalescing into a large orb. Snape watched as the droplets twisted and transformed into a grand smile. He found himself locked in a stare with that smile until it playfully winked at him. Snape, I presume you are no longer the immature child you once were. Well, she was indeed only 7. Severus, feeling vexed, turned his gaze away and strode to his desk. With the school year about to commence, Dumbledore, that old bee, would soon convene a meeting, leaving him no time to indulge in games with the child. Having laughed enough, Celia began to feel her way forward. The only remaining dampness in the room was Rhea. Its silence was deafening. Rhea, with a mournful expression, resignedly rushed over to grasp Celia's arm, preventing her from colliding with the potion's shelf. If the shelf were to topple, Rhea was uncertain whether Severus would be angry. But surely Celia would be crushed beneath the potion ingredients atop it. Just look at what was there. Frog brains, beetle eyes, caterpillars, such revolting things. Surely, the delicate and fragile lady would be terrified? Fortunately, she was blind. Celia, is it possible that I have entered the potions room and brewed potions with them? Celia felt Rhea's damp clothing and placed her hand on its shoulder, allowing the droplets to fall naturally to the ground. Snape shot her a fierce glare and cast another drying charm in her direction. Regarding the wrath of the cellar's Serpent King, Celia accepted it with grace. She cheerfully inquired, Severus, may I go to the potions room? She detected the distinctive aroma of the potions room, a blend of various ingredients and flames, which was not unpleasant. Without lifting his head, Snape tossed the wand to her. With him watching from outside, Celia could hardly stir up any trouble. Rhea caught the wand and handed it to Celia, who joyfully expressed her gratitude and pulled Rhea toward the source of the enticing fragrance. The potions room in the cellar was not large. The workbench was situated in the center of the room, and Celia navigated along its smooth edges to gain a general understanding of its dimensions. Her stature was rather diminutive, barely surpassing the level of the workstation. Rhea stacked 2 low stools to elevate Celia, allowing her to float atop them. Celia, upon inspecting the workbench, found no dust. The crucible and scales were impeccably clean. It seemed that while Severus himself had little inclination for tidiness, his potion-making apparatus remained in pristine condition. Indeed, he was well suited to be paired with a cauldron. Snape was engrossed in reviewing the meeting materials when a silver tabby cat leaped through the doorway, emitting McGonagall's voice. Severus, come along. I presume you do not wish to be tardy for the start of term meeting? Resigned, he slammed the parchment onto the table and glanced at the ajar potions room. The aroma was quite agreeable, and Snape departed with a sense of assurance. If one were to compile a list of the 10 most tedious activities in existence, attending meetings would undoubtedly rank among them. Snape stifled his 31st yawn, his gaze languidly fixed on the sharp corner of the long table. Argus Filch's grotesque cat continued to poke its head about, thwarting his attempts at daydreaming. He was not one of the nocturnal students. Why was Madame Loris scrutinizing him? Finally, the meeting adjourned, and he felt liberated. As he stood and began to exit, Madame Loris suddenly leaped in front of him, meowing twice. Snape? He regarded Filch with confusion. The Hogwarts caretaker shrugged. I apologize, Professor Snape, but Loris detected an unfamiliar scent on you. She is rather peckish. Snape? What did it mean to be a bit peckish? McGonagall approached from Dumbledore's side, suppressing a chuckle. To be frank, I too am feeling a bit peckish. I mean, I can smell it, Severus. I surmise you brought Celia to school? Snape, you two are feeling peckish? He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at the deputy headmistress. I presume the animagus has not yet driven you to madness. McGonagall elegantly rolled her eyes and exited the meeting room. The new academic year was swiftly approaching, and this year she was determined to strive harder, to wrest the Quidditch cup from Snape's grasp. Brave cat, unafraid of challenges. Upon returning to the dungeon, Snape pushed open the door to the potions room. Celia seized his hand, guiding him to the workbench where 2 completed potions awaited. Snape immediately recognized them, a forgetfulness potion and a swelling solution. He picked up a vial to scrutinize it, remarking mockingly, if those lower-year students could concoct such potions, perhaps the acerbic Professor Snape might consider awarding a point to their house. Of course, excluding Gryffindor. Celia responded with a cheerful grin. Oh, Professor, you may defer the points until I start school. Deferring? She certainly had the audacity. Snape shook his head in resignation, leading Celia out for dinner. The house elf had already delivered 2 dinners, which Rhea placed on the round table. It was Celia's first experience with Hogwarts cuisine. Curiously, she poked at the cream pudding with her fork and took a bite. It was overly rich. Snape observed her contorted expression and chuckled with satisfaction. Indeed, even Celia, who had a penchant for sweets, could not endure that old bee's flavor. He gestured for Rhea to remove the cream pudding and replace it with a milder Yorkshire pudding. Once Celia had her fill, the house elf reappeared in the dungeon to collect the used plates. Rhea stood dejectedly beside Celia. Her master no longer required her for dinner. It was an egregious insult. Snape leaned back in his chair, lazily instructing, the bedroom is to the left, clean it thoroughly. Rhea perked up, exclaiming, yes, Mr. Snape, and darted away like the wind. Celia, she asked Snape, are we not going home? Snape replied with a grunt. Celia recalled Rhea's earlier reaction. It seemed she had adjusted well. They had moved, and she was the last to know. Chapter 29, The Comparison of Harm. The new academic year arrived as anticipated. The first-year students sat in boats, traversing the Black Lake alongside the towering half-giant. making their way into the castle's great hall. They were entrusted to the stern-faced Minerva McGonagall, who was about to preside over the crucial sorting ceremony. Yet, none of this concerned Celia Lorien, for she was merely 7 years old and would have to wait 4 more years before she could attend Hogwarts. At that moment, Celia anxiously tugged at her sleeve, attempting to conceal her bare wrist. Ever since living with Snape, the quality of her meals had significantly improved. This not only enhanced her physical health, but also indicated she was beginning to grow. In the second month of her residence in Spinner's End, Snape had taken her to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, providing her with an entirely new wardrobe. These garments had fit her well. However, just half a month ago, Celia noticed that the sleeves were creeping up her arms, and the pant legs were becoming shorter, which alerted her to the fact that she was indeed growing taller. Buying new clothes was not a trivial expense, she thought. Better not to mention it to Severus, as she could still manage to wear them. Rhea had also been ordered to keep quiet. Despite its view that Mr. Snape did not seem to lack for funds, it proved that Snape was indeed somewhat oblivious in certain respects. Perhaps the chaos of the upcoming term had him so frazzled that he was unable to attend to Celia's needs. It wasn't until Madame Pomfrey's vocal admonishment that Snape finally noticed Celia's inadequately short trousers. "Do you think she's a doll that will never grow?" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed angrily. "If she grows a bit more, she'll have the perfect pair of shorts." Snape glanced at Celia's exposed calves, feeling a twinge of guilt as he turned his head away. Ultimately, under the incessant chatter of the matron of the infirmary, Snape swiftly brought Celia before Madame Malkin. Snape glared menacingly at the measuring tape, which nearly quivered into a bow. It obediently circled around Celia before swiftly returning to Madame Malkin's hand. The measuring tape had its first day on the job and was bitten by a large, dark bat. Its young heart was severely traumatized. 3 days later, Snape received an owl delivery from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The owl, likely a novice, wobbled as it flew over the staff table, and with a thud, it dropped the package into Professor Flitwick's soup bowl. Snape, the students at the long table. Flitwick, drenched in soup. Snape, scowling, accepted the package, muttering a cleaning charm and a shrinking spell before stuffing it into his pocket. Along with the new academic year came an endless array of troubles, at least. That was how it appeared to Snape. When that cauldron filled with peculiar liquids exploded with a bang, Snape was seething with rage, feeling as if he could swallow a cow. The culprit trembled in fear, resembling a quail with its head drawn in. Replacing nettles with hemlock, what a brilliant idea. Snape remarked in a silky, melodic tone, "Hufflepuff will lose 10 points for this, and you will serve detention, Mr. Cag." "Why yes, Professor." The first-year Hufflepuff responded with trepidation. His spirits dampened as he tidied up the mess of potions on his desk, his tousled bangs obscuring his eyes. On the 3rd day of the term, he had already faced detention from 2 professors. What a lamentable start. Harry Potter, who would enter 6 years later, huh? His companion sympathetically patted him on the shoulder. "Oh, cheer up, Adrian. At least Madame Hooch and Professor Flitwick didn't detain you. Despite your near-catastrophic encounter with that unfortunate broomstick and the unfortunate incident involving Professor Flitwick's stepping stone book." The Ravenclaw at the opposite desk cast them a peculiar glance. Silently inching away, Adrian Garsek replied, "Thank you, you are rather kind." He had no time for banter with his partner. The class was drawing to a close, and he needed to rectify the chaos before Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly in Transfiguration, and he wouldn't embarrass himself any further. Merlin grant him strength. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, students lined up to submit their concoctions. Snape displayed utter disinterest in the subpar potions, even though a few from Ravenclaw barely met the standards. He ostentatiously marked the papers and swept out of the classroom. Back in the dungeon, Snape withdrew a lesson plan from the shelf, documenting the day's proceedings. "Severus?" came a voice as Celia peeked into the potions room. "Could you come take a look?" "I'm coming." Snape hastily finished his notes, allowing the lesson plan to float back onto the shelf as he entered the potions room. He inhaled the aroma of the potion on the table. The confusion potion was of decent quality, but Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you add the asphodel?" Celia replied, "I did, but perhaps the quantity was insufficient. The stirring is complete. Is there any way to remedy this?" Her earnest expression seeking guidance pleased Snape. He waved his wand, summoning a small glass vial into Celia's hands. "Asphodel leaf powder," he instructed. Celia climbed onto a low stool, uncorked the vial, and measured half a dose of the powder into the cauldron. The potion's color lightened, bubbling energetically. She leaned in to listen, stirring clockwise twice before reversing direction for half a turn. The potion bubbled twice more before settling into stability. The proportions were appropriate, and her technique precise. Snape nodded in satisfaction, a smug smile crossing his face. A trace amount of asphodel leaf powder merely muddled one's thoughts and actions. It would not incite laughter. Judging by Celia's handling of the situation, she had fully grasped his advice. There remained more than half an hour before the potion was complete. In a good mood, Snape asked, "What would you like for dinner?" Celia, still clutching the stirring rod, replied without looking up, "Egg tarts, the kind with raisins." Snape obediently transformed into a messenger owl. By the time Celia's potion slid into the long-necked bottle, the house elf had delivered their dinner. She pushed open the door to the potions room, immediately captivated by the aroma of the food. Handing the potion bottle to Rhea, she dashed into the bedroom. A spell crackled over her, revitalizing her surroundings. Celia cheerfully expressed her thanks as she settled down at the small round table. The bedroom was located behind the office, accessed through a small wooden door. Inside, 2 beds were positioned against one side, while the outer area was arranged like a sitting room. Snape placed the egg tarts and white chocolate cake in front of her and poured himself half a cup of red tea. Although he preferred black coffee, he always concealed it thoroughly whenever Celia was present, as she seemed to have a fondness for red tea. Observing her outstretched hand, he paused for a moment before extending his cup towards her. The gentle aroma of the red tea was harmless to sip. He poured himself another cup, not drinking it. Instead, quietly watching the steam rise in delicate tendrils. Celia noticed his action, setting down her teacup to point at the air. The steam twisted and morphed into a large heart. "Damn it," Snape muttered, his expression contorting as if he had been forced to swallow a mouthful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Celia erupted into laughter. Suddenly, the door swung open with a sharp crack. A tabby cat peeked in hesitantly, contemplating whether to enter. Its eyes darted around before settling on the peculiar heart shape. McGonagall, Celia, Snape, Chapter 30. She is truly adorable. The atmosphere turned decidedly awkward. Snape, with an irritable expression, remarked sarcastically, "How unfortunate, Professor McGonagall. Perhaps you could elucidate your eavesdropping behavior?" The tabby cat twitched its whiskers before transforming into the figure of the green-robed witch, stating, "I apologize, Severus. I merely thought you ought to know that Dumbledore has summoned the heads of houses for a meeting in an hour." Snape replied, "Another meeting? Again? That old busybody." Snape ground his teeth audibly, his gaze sweeping over the sandwiches on the table, then glancing at the downcast Celia, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. "I presume you are quite peckish, Minerva?" "McGonagall." She shot Snape a fierce glare before slamming the door behind her. "Childish." Celia finally burst into laughter. "Severus, I believe Professor McGonagall is upset." "Of no consequence." He was well aware of the expression McGonagall wore upon entering. Even if dinner were served, Minerva McGonagall would be dining alone. Those who could have dined with her were no longer present. And he, Snape's gaze drifted back to Celia's face. Setting aside thoughts of the past and future, at least for now, Severus Snape was not alone. The quill floated in the air, dutifully transcribing the essays on the parchment. Celia yawned, bored, and poked at it with her finger. The quill deftly evaded her touch. Snape had left for the meeting, tossing her a stack of second-year essays before departing, generously advising, "Do not hold back." Celia, the disdain for overtime work transcended age, nationality, and even species. The door creaked with soft sounds, and Celia blinked. Detention was upon them. Rhea squeaked, "Miss Celia, please be cautious, I shall investigate." Celia nodded, grasping the wand left behind by Snape. Adrian Garceck stood at the door, his expression one of dismay. He had come to serve detention, yet he was unaware of the password to the dungeon. He found himself locked out. "Brilliant," he self-deprecated. "Venom," Adrian resignedly exclaimed. Predictably, the door remained shut. The serpentine statue hissed at him. He bet it was mocking him. "Bat," he tentatively suggested. The door clicked open. "Adrian," he felt a surge of joy, believing he had uncovered a monumental secret. However, the next moment, a sharp voice rang out, "Hello? Adrian." He stiffened, lowering his gaze to rest upon Rhea. The house elf, ever vigilant, asked, "Young sir, may I inquire why you are here?" Adrian stammered, "Hello, I am here to serve my detention." "Detention?" Rhea furrowed her brow in confusion. Who is being detained? Why must it be confined? Celia's voice emerged from within the room. "Rhea?" Rhea turned and replied, "Miss, there is a gentleman here for detention." "Oh," Celia exclaimed, "please let him in." Rhea then opened the door, bowing slightly as she said, "Please enter, sir." Adrian expressed his gratitude and stepped into the dimly lit office. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which rested a large iron basin. The curved walls were lined with an array of potion ingredients. In the corner sat a desk, piled high with assignments from the 1st to 7th year. Celia poked her head out from the heap of papers and asked, "Good day, may I inquire if you are Mr. Gasseg?" "Yes, indeed, it is I," he replied. Celia gestured toward the iron basin, saying, "Professor Snape requires some beetle eyes. He hopes you can complete this task before curfew." The individual across from her did not respond, prompting her to inquire, "Mr. Gasseg?" "Here," Adrian exclaimed suddenly, a surge of embarrassment flushing his cheeks. Startled, Celia replied, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." She lowered her gaze to continue grading papers, her mind swirling with questions. Adrian rolled up his sleeves and commenced his battle with the beetles within the basin. As he placed the excavated beetle eyes, resembling something a dog had chewed, into a glass jar, he glanced at the desk for the 8th time. Celia had finally finished grading and was now engrossed in a book titled Advanced Potion Making. She wore a fitted robe, beneath which was a purple dress. Her silvery blue hair cascaded to her chest, loosely tied back with a deep blue satin ribbon, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. She was truly enchanting, and her voice was equally melodious. Adrian covered his warm cheeks, his hands smeared with the sticky residue. In a flurry, he attempted to wipe his face with his sleeve. A soft chuckle emanated from beside the desk as the girl raised her wand, saying, "Scourgify." Celia reminded him, "Do be careful. While the beetle slime is not poisonous, it can cause infections if it enters the eyes." Adrian, his face aflame, responded, "Yes, yes, thank you." Celia politely replied, "You are most welcome." The office fell into silence once more, Celia reading diligently while Adrian worked, his mind wandering. The wand the girl held bore a striking resemblance to Professor Snape's. Wait, why was there a girl in Professor Snape's office? A sudden realization dawned on Adrian. Was he becoming aware of too much? Would he be silenced? At 9 o'clock, Snape finally returned, angrily throwing his outer robe over the back of a chair and sitting in silence, brooding. Celia rushed over to take his hand, and Snape glanced at her, obediently allowing himself to be led to the desk. Rhea emerged from a nearby room, offering Snape a cup of red tea. Snape remained silent, and Celia was puzzled by his foul mood. Climbing onto Snape's lap, she picked up her wand and declared, "Aguameni." Snape was taken aback, suddenly drenched with refreshing water. Celia cheerfully added, "Summer cooling service, sir." Snape regarded her for a moment before a low chuckle escaped him. "You little imp," he murmured, ruffling her hair. Celia laughed and wrapped her arms around his neck. A foolish gaze lingered from the side of the table, but Snape paid it no mind. He felt exhausted and simply wished to recharge while embracing his daughter. Snape proudly held Celia close, then used his wand to cast a drying charm on himself. Adrian thought, "So it truly is Professor Snape's wand." He reflected on Snape's demeanor in class, as well as the sharp-tongued comments from upperclassmen, then looked at the joyful creature before him. Perhaps ignorance was bliss. Chapter 31, The Bonebreaker. After placing the final beetle eye into the glass jar, Adrian took a deep breath and summoned his courage to say, "Professor Snape, I have finished. May I return now?" Snape, disinterested, remained silent. Celia peeked out from his embrace and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Gassek." Adrian's face instantly turned crimson. He stammered, "Gee, goodbye." Snape shot him a fierce glare. Adrian thought, "Oh no." He dashed back to his dormitory, diving into his blankets. "Mother, I do not wish to meet an early demise." Celia buried her face in Snape's embrace, stifling giggles, while Snape helplessly stroked her hair. Celia said, "Do not be so fierce, Severus." Snape pressed his lips together, suddenly hearing a familiar voice in his ear. "Do not be so cruel, Severus." Lily? Snape abruptly realized he had not thought of Lily in quite some time. The moment this thought surfaced, a chilling sensation enveloped him, gradually giving way to a wave of terror. In Severus Snape's past existence, yearning for Lily Evans had become a habitual ache. When this habit was shattered, emptiness and confusion swiftly engulfed him. He pondered how he was to confront such a self. How could he forget Lily Evans? Frowning, he sank deeper into his thoughts. Celia nestled against him, gently enveloping his icy hand. Severus Snape had never known what it meant to reconcile. He was perpetually angry, with himself, with Dumbledore, with everything around him. He was like an unyielding hedgehog, rolling up his softest parts and hiding them deep within, while brandishing his sharp quills against everyone nearby. His body was drenched in the blood of foes, kin, classmates, and his own, mingled with the blood of strangers, innocent and searing hot, splattered all over him. Yet his heart remained perpetually cold. Those he loved, those he loathed, those he cherished, those he scorned, those he encountered, those he missed, those he once possessed, those he had lost, those he yearned for, those he feared. Everything woven into a dense web that ensnared his barren heart. This was his existence, trapped without escape, too weary to even stir. But suddenly, a pair of warm hands reached out, pulling him upward. From the frigid depths of a lake, he swam toward the shimmering surface. Countless hands emerged from within him, tugging at that blinding light. They cried out, "It is so dark. Why are you so bright? Sinking with us, come with us." Silence. Snape pressed his fingers to his temples, the sharp pain gradually restoring his reason. What was he thinking? This was Isabella and Richard's child. How could he, the filthy, detestable Snape, dare to pull her down with him? Celia had already fallen asleep on him. The graded papers were neatly stacked on the desk. and the quill lay limply beside them, drained of its soul. The red tea Rhea had brought him sat nearby, still emitting gentle warmth. In that moment, he found himself no longer wishing to fall. In the distant land of China, there exists an ancient adage: those who understand the times are the true heroes. Adrian is indeed a wizard who possesses a remarkable sense of timing. He would never carelessly speak of the girl in Professor Snape's office. Who knows whether she is his daughter or not? Enough of that. Adrian silently stowed away his peculiar thoughts. His cheeks flushed as he stuffed a slice of pizza into his mouth. Yet, she is undeniably adorable. Last night, his nerves had gotten the better of him, and he had even forgotten to ask for her name. How shall he address her the next time they meet? She is truly charming. Adrian? His roommate delivered a hearty slap on his back, snapping him out of his reverie. Stop daydreaming. We're going to be late. Adrian gulped down the last bite of blueberry tart, slung his bag over his shoulder, and dashed outside. The first class of the morning was herbology, and he had no desire to endure Professor Sprout's incessant lectures. The Hufflepuff herbology class was combined with Gryffindor. By the time they reached the classroom, a considerable number of first-year students had already gathered around the long table. Professor Sprout stood at the forefront of the greenhouse, directing everyone to put on their gloves. Adrian sought a less crowded spot, as his acute social anxiety made him uncomfortable in large gatherings. A knock echoed at the door, and Professor Sprout approached to open it. "Oh, Celia," she exclaimed, clearly delighted to see her. "It seems Severus has taken my and Minerva's advice to heart, encouraging you to venture out more." The girl responded with a cheerful tone. "Thank you for your concern, Professor Sprout. I was hoping you might have some bubotuber pus and Chinese chomping cabbage. You know, it's quite a hassle to wait for owl deliveries." Professor Sprout replied proudly, "Of course. How much do you need? I presume you are preparing for the bone regeneration potion, and will you require some Ashwinder eggs?" "No need for Ashwinder eggs. We have plenty of those. About 20 of each should suffice." "You are right. Madame Pomfrey needs a batch of bone regeneration potion, especially with Quidditch training about to commence." Professor Sprout nodded and retrieved a glass jar from beneath the table, handing over 20 portions of Chinese chomping cabbage to Celia. "Well, Mr. Garsek?" Professor Sprout inquired. "Would you be so kind as to pass me the third jar from the left on the shelf?" "Yes, that one, please." Adrian squeezed through the crowd and handed the jar to Professor Sprout. Celia, today attired not in her wizarding robes, but in a simple white shirt, had dew-kissed hems, and her silvery blue hair cascaded over her shoulders. The summer breeze playfully lifted the deep blue bow at her chest, twirling it in the air. After gathering her ingredients, she thanked Professor Sprout and Adrian, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Professor and Mr. Garsek. Goodbye." She then departed, supporting Rhea's shoulder. Professor Sprout returned to the classroom, clapping her hands to gather the students. The lesson focused on Devil's Snare, and she hoped the children would pay close attention, for it is an exceedingly hazardous plant. In mid-September, Quidditch tryouts commenced. Snape had always held a disinterest in Quidditch. To him, it was merely a means to acquire the House Cup. In fact, of the 4 house heads, only McGonagall was truly passionate about the sport. To further darken McGonagall's mood, Snape was not averse to diverting some attention towards Quidditch. However, for Celia, Quidditch was a novel concept. Thus, as Snape entered the dungeon, he suddenly found himself adorned with a large mermaid pendant. "Severus," Celia said, nudging him with her head while wrapping her arms around his waist. "Even if I can't watch the match, it would be wonderful just to listen." "Very well." Snape sighed. "The training is mundane, but I shall take you to watch when the match begins." "Yes." Snape observed the exuberance on Celia's face, and an unexpected sense of foreboding washed over him. Could this child possibly be a Gryffindor? "Oh, do not worry, dear Godfather. In fact, I harbor a rebellious notion." The Sorting Hat, Azkaban. Chapter 32. Mr. Garsek requires oversight. He had misjudged Celia. Snape beheld Celia, who had nestled into his embrace like an ostrich, and felt a surge of warmth. "I must say, Severus, she is undoubtedly your child," McGonagall remarked, astonished. "Why do they not appreciate such an exhilarating sport as Quidditch?" Snape, disinterested, cast a silencing charm upon Celia. The howling wind ceased abruptly, and Celia blinked, her fear gradually dissipating. Warmth flooded her stiff limbs, and she realized her palms were drenched in cold sweat. Thump, thump, thump. Celia could hear her heart racing. She knew herself well enough to understand that her fear was not of Quidditch, but of the howling wind. The wind. Had she forgotten something? A sudden wave of pain struck her temple, tightening around her throat with terror. Celia trembled uncontrollably, yet could not muster a single cry for help. Snape gently patted her back, once, twice, reminiscent of the time 6 months prior when she had suffered a high fever and sobbed for breath. How fortunate she was. Never again to lean against a cold wall, waiting for her body and heart to cool to the temperature of stone, until her fallen tears froze, and frost coated her lashes, all while remaining utterly alone. As long as she was afraid, as long as she reached out her hand, it would be grasped. 8-year-old Severus Snape had nothing. His path lay barren before him, and behind him only his own shadow. Thus, 8-year-old Celia was fortunate. She had Severus before her. But what of Severus at 28? At 38? After that Quidditch match, Snape felt as though all the students were watching him. They whispered openly among themselves. I bet that must be Professor Snape's daughter. Incredible. The bat is actually a single father. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Do you really think Professor Snape could father such a beautiful daughter? You make a valid point. So who is the child's mother? I have a bold theory. Snape, silence. For discussing the professor, everyone loses 20 points. 10 to your cauldrons. If anyone dares to let their potion splatter, they shall receive a month of detention. Bang. A tremendous explosion interrupted his words. Snape swiftly turned to see Adrian, crimson-faced, standing frozen, with a shattered cauldron sizzling and emitting steam. Detention. Snape elongated his voice to finish. A smirk creeping onto his lips as he remarked, Congratulations, Mr. Garsek. Adrian was on the verge of tears. He averted his gaze from his partner's sympathetic expression, dejectedly gathering the shards from his desk. He had said nothing at all, observing the stunned silence among the young witches and wizards. Snape felt a sense of satisfaction curl his lips. The lesson was so simple, potion class so wondrous, yet these students managed to err in all manners. Particularly in contrast to the exemplary student Celia. Truly awe-inspiring. Thanks to that unexpectedly exploding cauldron, Adrian would find himself battling various types of insects for the entirety of the following month. It has been proven that practice indeed makes perfect. After a fortnight, Adrian's beetle eyes, once gnawed by a dog, have successfully transformed into scratched glass marbles, and the slices of caterpillar he has cut are becoming increasingly uniform. Severus Snape does not spend every evening in the cellar. Whenever he has matters to attend to, Celia takes a seat at the desk. Snape claims that the clumsy Mr. Gasegg needs supervision to prevent this lad from inadvertently shattering the precious artifacts within the office. Adrian protests, I am not. I simply need. The ever-perceptive Rhea stifles a laugh for half an hour in hiding. Nighttime is indeed a splendid occasion for reading. How could Mr. Snape be so busy? He merely seeks an excuse for Miss Celia to engage more with the outside world. This Mr. Gasegg seems like a decent boy. Perhaps Miss could even forge a friendship with him. 7 years later, Snape, traveling back to give himself a good slap, regardless of what the future holds. For the 11-year-old Adrian and the 8-year-old Celia, they remain mere acquaintances who have crossed paths a handful of times. Snape has yet to return, and Adrian tightly seals the final glass vial, softly reporting, I am finished. On the 7th day of confinement, he still has not dared to inquire about Celia's name. In fact, merely speaking to Celia has drained him of all his courage. Celia stands across the round table, adding Chinese biting cabbage to the cauldron, without lifting her gaze. She replies, Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Gasek. Please place it in the 3rd compartment from the left on the 2nd shelf. The number of glass vials is considerable, and Adrian must make several trips to carry them. He carefully navigates around a heap of frog brains and sliced caterpillars, inserting the glass vials one by one. After completing this task, Adrian bids farewell as usual. I shall return to the dormitory now. Good night, Mississippi. Yes, do take care at night. Celia finally lifts her head and responds with a smile. Pardon my rudeness. I am Celia Lorien. You may address me as you wish. Adrian stammers. All right, Miss Lorien. He feels compelled to say more, but his mind is a blank canvas. Celia's head bows once more, and Adrian stands there, dazed for a moment, before dejectedly exiting the office. What a clumsy tongue he possesses. After Adrian's departure, Celia finally succumbs to laughter. She remarks to Rhea, Mr. Gasegg is always so dazed. He certainly does not appear very clever. Rhea nods in agreement, fully in accord with her assessment. Chapter 33. Severus Snape's excessive anxiety. When the snowflakes fall once more. Another winter has arrived. Ever since the weather turned cold, Snape has become particularly anxious. He does not permit Celia to stray out of his sight. Whenever he must attend class or leave for any reason, he always ensures Celia is delivered to Madame Pomfrey in advance. Madame Pomfrey welcomes Celia's presence, as the hospital wing is perpetually short-staffed. Nevertheless, Snape remains unable to quell his worries, for he is haunted by the memory of Celia's illness last winter. The fireplace in the cellar, having been neglected for quite some time, has finally been rekindled. The cellar, perpetually cold and damp, has transformed into a veritable summer this winter. According to an unnamed Adrian, he entered the cellar for merely 5 minutes, accomplishing little work, yet removing 3 layers of clothing. Even the Medusa statue at the entrance appears to be wilting. Ultimately, after Celia's earnest persuasion, Snape agrees to lower the flame's intensity, allowing the cellar's environment to remain within a livable range. The Medusa statue is so delighted that it almost wishes to bestow a kiss upon Celia. As for Adrian, He certainly dares not kiss Celia. In truth, he has not even mustered the courage to utter a single word to her. Celia remains blissfully unaware of their inner musings. Snape is always occupied with teaching, and she must remain in the hospital wing for extended periods. Lest there be any misunderstandings, she genuinely enjoys following Madame Pomfrey, for she learns a great many fascinating and practical skills. Celia reaches for a blood-replenishing potion on the shelf, handing 2 bottles to a student in bed number 2. 2 in total. Take 1 in the morning and 1 at night. I hope it aids you in swiftly breaking free from your confinement. The boy in bed, his arm in a plaster cast, expresses his gratitude. Casting a curious glance at Celia, is this truly Professor Snape's daughter? She does not seem to resemble him. Ever since the Quidditch match, all the students have been intrigued by the nature of the girl who could elicit such a somewhat twisted expression from the bat-like figure. To be frank, while Snape was indeed smiling, one should not expect such a visage to convey natural expressions. Celia remains oblivious to the boy's eager gaze, entirely unaware that she has become a renowned figure at Hogwarts. She soon returns to Madame Pomfrey's side, assisting in compiling a list of potions that need replenishing. Blood-replenishing potions and burn-healing paste are perpetually in short supply. Madame Pomfrey grumbles, expressing her bewilderment at how these children manage to walk out of the hospital wing only to re-enter moments later. She shakes her head in frustration, gesturing towards the shelf. Bruise healing paste too. One child bumps into something today, another gets into a fight tomorrow. It's truly remarkable. Celia suppresses a laugh as she scribbles on the parchment. Blood replenishing potion, burn healing paste, bruise healing paste. As soon as possible, Madame Pomfrey's complaint count, 40. Thanks to Professor Flitwick, Celia has resumed her writing practice. In Flitwick's words, she cannot rely on her quick sketching with a quill for the rest of her life. Celia finds the task challenging, needing to ensure each letter is aligned on the same line, while also calculating the spacing between letters to avoid unfortunate overlaps. Fortunately, her diligence pays off, and she soon produces legible handwriting. Madame Pomfrey glances at the parchment in Celia's hand, her expression pausing momentarily, before she decides to overlook the content within the parentheses. She swiftly counts the remaining potions and invites Celia to sit on an empty bed, casting a diagnostic spell. Celia is quite familiar with the sensation of the diagnostic spell being cast upon her. It alternates between warmth and coolness, though not particularly comfortable. It provides her with a sense of reassurance. It makes her feel genuinely cared for, as though someone truly values her existence. She is no longer a speck of dust abandoned in the far corners of the world, nor a droplet of dew destined to evaporate once the sun rises, nor a bubble that cannot surface from the depths of the ocean without bursting. Her pain is acknowledged, her voice is heard. She is undeniably a living being. Madame Pomfrey retracts the diagnostic spell and cheerfully states, "There has been improvement, my dear. However, relying solely on the efficacy of potions is insufficient. You must venture outside more often, as a positive mood greatly aids in recovery." Celia nods in agreement. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout have said the same. Professor Sprout even mentioned that if I would be willing to run errands for the professors, I might be suited to become Hogwarts Owl Mistress." This thought amuses her, and she bursts into a fit of giggles. Madame Pomfrey cannot help but chuckle as well. A splendid idea. Thus, the newly appointed Miss Owl Prefect, might you be so kind as to make a journey to the Ravenclaw Tower on my behalf? Professor Flitwick requires a batch of hemostatic ointment. Celia leapt from her bed and gracefully curtsied to Madame Pomfrey. "It is an utmost honor, madam," she declared. Taking the suitcase from Madame Pomfrey's hand, Celia set forth towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Though she had never been to the tower, Rhea had. On the very second day of their residence at Hogwarts, Rhea had already familiarized herself with every path depicted on the school map. Whenever Celia needed to venture out, this loyal little house elf would cheerfully announce, "Rhea knows the way. Rhea will escort Miss." Celia smiled and replied, "Very well then. With Rhea by my side, I shall never fear losing my way." They traversed the lengthy corridors of Hogwarts, winding through the spiral staircase, and successfully arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower. Professor Flitwick was engrossed in marking assignments. He peered out from a pile of parchment and said, "Oh, thank you for making this trip, Celia. Please place the suitcase on the second shelf to the right, on the third level." "Yes, that one. I shall attend to it shortly. There's a box of honeydew sweets on the first shelf. Do take some back with you." Celia took 3 candies, expressed her gratitude to Professor Flitwick, and retraced her steps to the hospital wing. Chapter 34. The Surge of Magic, Part 1. The students had concluded their classes, and the castle corridors were abuzz with chatter. A plethora of unfamiliar scents filled the air, causing Celia to furrow her brow in discomfort and unconsciously quicken her pace. Suddenly, Rhea whispered, "Miss, let us turn right." Celia nodded and followed Rhea's lead. In the next instant, Rhea let out a shriek, and a tremendous thud echoed ahead. Celia was startled and immediately came to a halt. "Ria?" she inquired, puzzled. Ria quietly responded, "Miss, there are several students obstructing our path." Ria had intended to circumvent them, but as they followed, a collision with Celia seemed imminent, prompting Ria to cause one of them to trip. The information was overwhelming, and Celia quickly processed it in her mind, knitting her brows. Was this not Hogwarts? Such behavior resembled that of the unruly children in an orphanage. The student whom Ria had toppled had already risen. One boy sheepishly spoke, "Hi. No need to panic. We mean no harm. Merely a bit curious. We've never seen you before. May we ask a few questions?" Celia anxiously bit her lip, torn between nodding and turning away. The boy awaited her response, but his companion interjected impatiently. "Hey, are you really Professor Snape's daughter?" "Celia, oh, it's that rumor." "Is it?" She sighed, exasperated. She had intended to provide a sincere explanation. However, the second boy's demeanor made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Angrily, she retorted, out of kindness, "I believe I ought to remind you that your previous remarks were wholly offensive, sir." A few students gasped. Goodness, did they just hear Professor Snape's voice? One murmured, "She must be his biological daughter," another whispered. The second boy, having been stung by Celia's words, grew even more exhilarated. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "So, the rumors are indeed true. Professor Snape has never announced his marriage, yet here is a child. Ivan, I wager there's a remarkable tale behind this." "What did he just say?" Celia's complexion paled dramatically. Though she could not fully comprehend the implications of his words, she sensed the malice they contained. Who was he to slander Severus before her very eyes? Celia was rendered speechless by anger, her entire being trembling violently, her sea-blue eyes gradually shifting to a deep azure. The surrounding air began to swirl, forming a colossal vortex at her feet. Tiny particles of dust and gravel danced in the air, producing a rustling sound. Minuscule droplets of water appeared beside her, slowly coalescing into a torrent. A surge of magic was about to erupt. Ria screamed in her ear, but Celia was indifferent. All she desired was to rend that indiscreet boy into pieces, preferably beyond reassembly. The familiar pain surged, crawling over every inch of her skin. Delicate scales emerged from beneath her flesh, covering her neck, cheeks, and arms. Her ears elongated, sprouting fishbones and translucent membranes. Her consciousness began to blur. Magic erupted violently, rampaging through Celia's body, gnawing at her flesh and tearing at her skin. Yet, Celia had long since grown accustomed to enduring pain, as long as it served her purpose. The torrent of water, infused with her magic, surged forth, striking the insufferable boy with great force. He let out a sharp scream, his body arcing through the air before crashing to the ground with a thud. The onlooking students screamed in unison, hastily retreating, causing the corridor to descend into chaos. "Protect yourselves." Amidst the turmoil, a piercing female voice rang out prominently. "Professor McGonagall?" Soon after, Severus's furious voice echoed, "What is happening?" Celia abruptly awoke. The tumultuous magic constricted painfully in her chest. Her heart raced, a wave of metallic sweetness surged into her mouth, and she spat it onto the floor with a splatter. Cold sweat soaked her garments as Celia grasped Ria's arm, gasping for air. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and the heavy taste of rust in her mouth made her feel nauseated. Celia opened her mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood. An eerie silence enveloped the corridor. Some students, witnessing a surge of magic for the first time, trembled in shock, rendered speechless. Severus pushed through the obstructing students and swiftly approached Celia. He touched her forehead, then reached for her palm, softly reciting a diagnostic spell. The magic within her was in disarray, and her internal organs had sustained severe damage. The scales on her body had yet to fully recede, and her ears still bore the semblance of a mermaid's. Severus removed his outer robe and enveloped Celia tightly within it. He was unfamiliar with the phenomenon of magic surges and could only await Madame Pomfrey's arrival to address the situation. His expression darkened as he turned, glaring fiercely at the culprits. With a swift motion, he flicked his robe, creating a rustling sound like a tempest, and gritted his teeth, declaring, 50 points deducted for each of you, a 15-inch essay on your misdeeds, and 1 month of community service. Celia listened to Severus's tone and silently sighed. He was about to lose his temper. In the 2 months since arriving at Hogwarts, Celia had begun to notice certain abnormalities. The students' resentful remarks about Severus and his cold demeanor when addressing them left her feeling uneasy and aggrieved. Ultimately, Celia harbored no familial ties to those students. She had little interest in them, nor did she care how harshly they were reprimanded. However, in her heart, Severus was the finest person in the world. Celia did not wish for him to endure such slander, nor did she want to witness him, like a hedgehog, hiding his inner softness and beauty beneath a prickly exterior as a guise. Celia had perused his teaching records, recalling each entry in meticulous detail. He was like a mother hen, seemingly eager to keep a watchful eye on his chicks at all times. He is a living, breathing individual, imbued with warmth, emotion, and abundant talent. He experiences sorrow, he endures pain. He is not inherently somber, for he possesses a gentle and nuanced side. More importantly, he is her family. Celia cannot bear to see her kin subjected to criticism and disdain. She cannot bring herself to strip Severus of his right to express anger, nor can she urge him to suppress his innate temperament. Yet, perhaps there exists an alternative means to alter others' perceptions of Severus, if only his softer, more tender side could be recognized by more people. Suppressing the sting within her, Celia softly inquired of Rhea, "Where is Severus?" Rhea grasped her shoulder, guiding her in a small circle before gently nudging her forward. Celia, seizing the moment, dashed toward Severus. He stood with his back to her, instinctively turning at the sound of her footsteps. Startled, he momentarily forgot to scold her, arms instinctively opening to catch her. "What are you doing?" Severus's tone shifted. "You were supposed to stay put, not wander about." Celia buried her head in Severus's embrace, squeezing her eyes shut as she burst into tears. Her sobs were not only loud but also fervent, escalating into an unrestrained wail. Between gasps, she cried out, "What? Daddy?" Severus, execution halted. The onlooking students, McGonagall, just emerging from the crowd. Chapter 35, The Surge of Magic, Part 2. The corridor fell into silence once more, nearly everyone gaping, attempting to process Celia's recent utterance of daddy. As for Severus, he stood in a daze, maintaining the embrace while mechanically patting Celia's back with his right hand. Celia, struggling for breath, began to cough, clutching her chest. Her body trembled violently, as her breath became constricted in her throat, her small face turning crimson, lips tinged with a bluish hue. This was the first time Severus encountered such a situation. His face drained of color, he looked helplessly at McGonagall. She approached, gently pressing on Celia's chest, and then checking her forehead. The situation was not dire, and McGonagall reassured Severus with a pat on the shoulder. "Pomfrey will be here shortly. Do not worry, Severus." Severus nodded silently, lowering his gaze to assess Celia's complexion. Gradually, she began to recover, taking deep, labored breaths, though still coughing intermittently. The remnants of tears lingered on her chin. Her consciousness began to fade, the surrounding clamor gradually receding. Lacking strength, she leaned against Severus's chest, the abnormal flush on her cheeks dissipating into pallor. Her hands slipped from Severus's waist, resting limply against the outside of her thighs. Severus maneuvered them to rest in front of her, reclining her back against his legs. Celia sensed his movement and, with great effort, lifted her eyelids, softly asking, "Severus?" He responded with a soft hum, murmuring, "Sleep for a while. There is nothing to fear." Celia, in a daze, nodded, mumbling something indistinct. Her sea-blue eyes flickered momentarily to his face, and for a fleeting instant, Severus believed she was truly looking at him. Yet, how could that be? Those eyes quickly fluttered shut again. The scent of herbal bitterness enveloped her, and she turned in Severus's arms, swiftly drifting into slumber. The students remained curiously peering, while Sprout hurried in from the courtyard, joining McGonagall in directing them to their respective classes. Sprout nudged McGonagall with her elbow, gesturing subtly towards Severus. They exchanged a knowing glance. Severus, at the tender age of 25, was still a child himself. When Celia awoke, she found herself cocooned in soft blankets. A slight dizziness enveloped her, and her entire body felt achy and numb. The sharp ringing in her ears scraped against her eardrums, akin to nails on glass, causing her temples to throb. As she attempted to sit up, the world spun violently, nearly causing her to tumble off the bed. Rhea caught her securely, swiftly wrapping her back up. "It's too hot," Celia murmured, feeling utterly lethargic. Rhea dashed off to summon Madame Pomfrey, while Celia leaned against the headboard, contemplating life. Before long, the sound of Madame Pomfrey's footsteps reached her ears. With great effort, she turned her head to greet her. "Good morning, Madame Pomfrey." With a sigh, Madame Pomfrey replied, "I am not well, dear. In fact, it is already afternoon." "Oh," Celia responded softly, "I apologize for the inconvenience." Madame Pomfrey said nothing further. She first examined Celia, then summoned a house elf from Hogwarts to fetch a bowl of milk oatmeal for her. Celia had slept through lunch entirely. The sweet aroma of food wafted into her nostrils, and she swallowed silently. "I am so hungry." As the warm porridge settled in her stomach, Celia felt her heart warm as well, the buzzing in her ears gradually lessening. After finishing the porridge, she nestled in a pile of blankets, sensing her strength slowly returning. Madame Pomfrey handed her a vial of potion, and Celia uncorked it, taking a swig. Indeed, that taste. Celia's expression twisted momentarily, and after a long pause, she calmly declared, "Severus. Who made this potion so unpalatable?" "Who?" Fuming, Celia thought to herself. She was the patient. Did Severus not understand the meaning of treating the ailing with kindness? Madame Pomfrey shrugged, responding, "It is evident. You cannot expect it to be pumpkin juice. I doubt Severus possesses such awareness. Do not blame him, Cecilia. You frightened him terribly." Cecilia stared blankly at the potion bottle. Rendered speechless, deep down, she had always been gentle. It was not easy to provoke her anger, nor was she adept at expressing it. For her, the surge of magic was merely a means of conveying her fury. Those who are gentle, when incensed, can be even more formidable. When Cecilia became angry, she would inflict pain upon others, even at the cost of her own wounds. Confronted with exceedingly detestable individuals, she might even wish for their demise. She never concealed her inner ferocity. She knew those people would never treat her kindly. Thus, she sought to instill fear in them. If negotiations failed, she would simply bring them to their knees. Yet now, for the first time, Cecilia comprehended that such tactics could harm adversaries but would also cause distress to those closest to her. She might disregard her own suffering, but she could not bear to see her loved ones gripped by fear on her account. Severus was frightened. What must he be feeling now? Would he be angry with her recklessness? Or would he, as before, retreat into self-reproach and sulk? Last winter, when Cecilia had a high fever, Severus had avoided her, leaving her despondent for quite some time. Later, she realized that Severus was not evading her. He was merely sulking in solitude. Severus was angry with himself. He constantly berated his own shortcomings for failing to care for the child, for only realizing something was amiss when she had fallen ill. He attributed all of Cecilia's suffering to his own failings. Cecilia envisioned the irate visage of Snape, a wry smile gracing her lips, tinged with helplessness. Her heart ached, accompanied by a subtle sting. She lifted her hand to press against her chest, now brimming with warmth coursing within. Ria's cheerful voice resonated. Mr. Snape has arrived." Chapter 36, An Unexpected Visit. Cecilia relished the sound of Snape's footsteps, calm, steady, and rhythmic. Tap, 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 each step soothed her heart. Snape lifted his robes and settled into the chair by the bed. Cecilia straightened up, reaching out to grasp Snape's long fingers. He raised a finger and gently tapped her palm. Intrigued, Cecilia slipped her other hand in, playfully snagging that mischievous digit. Silence enveloped them until Cecilia mustered the courage to dive into Snape's embrace. She clung tightly to his waist, mirroring his usual comforting gestures by patting his back gently. Even in the absence of words, Cecilia sensed Snape's unease. Snape, bemused, pondered if the child was attempting to console him. He stroked her hair, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue, lowering his head to rest his chin lightly atop her crown. Cecilia chuckled softly. "Do not be disheartened, Severus. Do not fret for me. As long as you are here, I shall remain safe. Even if misfortune were to befall me, I have you, do I not?" Snape huffed, exasperated. "That is your only talent." Cecilia echoed his sound of exasperation, her hands encircling Snape's neck as she planted a kiss on his cheek. "Snape!" Cecilia erupted in laughter, releasing his neck and retreating back under the covers. Her laughter was so exuberant that she choked on the air rushing into her throat, coughing violently. Snape smirked. Retribution. Resigned, he assisted Cecilia in regaining her composure, using his wand to transform a toy on the bedside table into a pillow, which he nestled into her arms. Cecilia pressed the pillow against her chest and thighs, coughing a few more times before settling down. She smiled and lifted her head. "Fear not, Severus." A sudden lump formed in Snape's throat, nearly bringing him to tears. He turned his head away, muttering gloomily, "Who would be afraid?" Cecilia merely smiled in silence. Snape stayed for only half an hour before departing, having to teach his 7th-year class that afternoon, reluctantly entrusting Cecilia to Madame Pomfrey. Before leaving, he reminded her to take her potions on time. Cecilia replied, I know. Cursed Severus, he deliberately concocted the potions to be so bitter. Ugh. After Snape's departure, Cecilia lowered the curtain and sat listlessly on the bed. Madame Pomfrey forbade her from reading or assisting with chores, leaving her with no choice but to converse with Ria. During this time, Professor McGonagall visited. She inquired about Cecilia's health and took a moment to criticize the pillow conjured by Snape. In the words of the Transfiguration professor, that pillow was not only ragged with frayed edges, but was also devoid of even the simplest diamond pattern. How could anyone be so lazy with such matters? Professor McGonagall indignantly lamented, questioning how Snape managed to obtain an E in his Transfiguration OWLs. Cecilia ran her fingers along the fluffy edges of the pillow, in full agreement. The door to the infirmary swung open, and another visitor entered. Adrian peeked his head around the door. Good afternoon, Madame Pomfrey. May I inquire if Miss Rorian is here? Madame Pomfrey replied, clearly so. It is a delight to see you intact, Mr. Gassegg. Perhaps you are here to visit the patient? Oh, yes, ma'am, Adrian responded, somewhat awkwardly. I heard that Miss Rorian had an accident. May I come to see her? Madame Pomfrey, busy organizing potion vials, did not look up. Bed 5. The one at the back. Go on. Adrian thanked her and approached the curtain of bed 5. Tentatively, he spoke. Miss Rorian, I am Adrian Gassek. How are you? Cecilia had already recognized his voice and pulled back the curtain. Of course, it is a pleasure to see you outside of the dungeon, Mr. Gassek. Oh, Adrian exclaimed, shamefacedly covering his face. Please, do not mention that dreadful detention. Cecilia stifled a laugh, gesturing toward the chair beside the bed. Please, take a seat, Mr. Gassek. Adrian obediently sat down, scrutinizing Cecilia's pallor. The magical backlash had taken a significant toll on her health. Despite having taken her potion once, her complexion remained alarmingly pale. She had lost considerable weight, her frail form nearly swallowed by the soft bedding. An awkward silence ensued as Adrian and Cecilia exchanged glances. When Cecilia had her mishap, Adrian had just returned to the dormitory, preparing books to take to the library. The news had been relayed by his roommates, who animatedly recounted the entire incident, exclaiming in unison, "So Professor Snape really has a daughter. Amazing." Adrian had little interest in such gossip. His concern lay solely with Cecilia's well-being. After exchanging brief hellos with his roommates, he hurried to the infirmary. Yet, upon finally seeing Cecilia, he found himself at a loss for words. He stared at the wrinkles in her blanket, racking his brain for something to say. In truth, he and Cecilia were not even friends. Had he not been subjected to so many detentions by Professor Snape, he might not have known who Cecilia was at all, much like most Hogwarts students. Cecilia sensed the heavy silence in the air and gained new insight into Adrian's introverted nature. She resolved to break the peculiar stillness. Mr. Gassek, I presume you did not come here merely to serve a sentence? Adrian replied, well, who knows, facing a younger version of Professor Snape. He stammered, I suppose so, Mississippi. Silence fell once more. Cecilia sighed, feeling weary of this standoff. Well, your visit is indeed unexpected, yet I am grateful for the concern of a friend. Shall we discuss something else? Perhaps I might be fortunate enough to hear about your day? Oh, that dreadful Snape-esque tone. Adrian steeled himself. Quite well. Classes proceeded smoothly. Fortunately, I did not receive any detentions today, nor did I incur any point deductions. Cecilia suppressed a laugh. What a novelty. Oh, I mean, commendable achievement, Mr. Gassek. Adrian responded. Indeed. They shared a moment of silence before bursting into laughter. Adrian quietly remarked, I am glad to see you on the mend. When I passed through the corridor, I noticed winter jasmine blooming in the courtyard. It must be beautiful when in full bloom. May I have the honor of inviting you to see it when it blossoms? Cecilia smiled. I suppose we can consider ourselves friends now. It was their first conversation that ventured beyond potions, and both found it quite refreshing and delightful. After all, who wouldn't wish for an additional friend in this world? Chapter 37. Who is dropping the piano? In December, Severus Snape unexpectedly found himself once again a solitary figure. Narcissa graced him with a radiant smile, her left hand holding Celia and her right hand guiding Draco, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the fireplace. Snape fell silent, grappling with the disconcerting thought that his beloved daughter had been whisked away. The Malfoy family intended to winter in Italy. Well, if they were to winter, why take Celia along? The child had eagerly followed them. Snape ground his teeth in frustration and threw himself onto the soft sofa. With Christmas fast approaching, did Celia not wish to celebrate it with him? Surely she would not be without a Christmas gift? How dreadful. A torrent of thoughts consumed Snape's mind, while Celia remained blissfully unaware. She was wholly immersed in the joy of the outing. Even the dizziness from operating had diminished significantly. Narcissa first escorted Celia to Malfoy Manor, then handed a brand new suitcase to Rhea. I suspect Severus hasn't packed anything for you. Do see if it fits, she suggested. Celia thanked Narcissa and, with Rhea, went to the guest room to try on clothes. Draco attempted to follow, only to be restrained by Lucius, who firmly held him by the collar. Celia donned the dress Narcissa had purchased. Its length was perfect, but the waist was slightly loose. Rhea rummaged through the suitcase and produced a silk belt, artfully cinching the dress at the waist. Narcissa, guiding her left and right, turned to Lucius with a satisfied smile and remarked, I told you, daughters are truly delightful. Lucius nodded in agreement, even letting out a wistful sigh. After all, having a daughter to lavish with finery was immensely enjoyable. Draco, seated on the sofa, mused. Do mother and father think I cannot comprehend? Well, I do like my sister, so I shall begrudgingly forgive these adults. The small platinum-haired bundle dashed over, arms outstretched to embrace Celia. Sister Celia, you look beautiful. Celia clumsily caught him, finding him surprisingly heavy. Narcissa's laughter rang out. Children, let us double-check the luggage. We are ready to depart. Yes, mother, they chorused in unison. Utilizing the door key, they departed, landing in a field on the outskirts of Florence. Celia sat in Narcissa's lap, curiously absorbing the sounds around her. Winter in Italy also brought snow, though it lacked the biting cold of England. The snow underfoot had been compacted by people and livestock, muffling any sound beneath their steps. Several horses trotted towards them, snorting as they came. Narcissa set Celia down, gently shaking her hand. Draco sidled up, clasping Celia's other hand. Lucius paused for a moment before moving to hold Draco's hand. Why did he feel like an outsider? The setting sun stretched their shadows long, two large figures flanking two smaller ones as they traversed the snowy landscape towards their lodgings. Italy may not boast Malfoy enterprises, but it was home to Malfoy friends. Their temporary abode was spacious and comfortable, with a hot spring bubbling with warm water behind the house. Snow would not linger in such warmth. It melted into water the moment it touched the ground. Draco danced joyfully on the soft earth, prompting Narcissa to remind him, "Draco, mind your manners." "Oh," he replied, somewhat dispirited. Narcissa ushered the children inside, magically arranging their belongings into the appropriate cabinets. Lucius tossed his removed gloves onto the back of the sofa, earning an annoyed glare from Narcissa, who waved her wand to send them flying into the cloakroom. "Do not throw things around, Lucius," she admonished sternly. "Oh," Lucius replied, equally dejected. Celia, observing the scene, mused to herself, "Is this the proper way to establish familial hierarchy?" She was beginning to understand. Everything here filled her with joy. The warm climate and abundant water easily dispelled the winter chill. Celia could already foresee that this winter would be exceptionally delightful. Poor Severus, confined to the dungeon to toil away. Celia thought, feeling no guilt, and nearly laughed aloud. Well, in light of his pitiable state, perhaps she would bestow upon him a Christmas surprise. As she explored the living room, her thoughts turned to the impending holiday, an immature idea slowly taking shape in her mind. The room was generous and inviting, the fire in the fireplace crackling warmly, enveloping the entire space in a cozy glow. In one corner stood a grand piece of furniture, which piqued Celia's curiosity. She touched it, unsure of its purpose. She inquired with Draco, who informed her. "That is a piano." She had seen a piano before. Her mother owned one. It was white, adorned with beautiful irises atop its lid. Her mother cherished that piano, and her father took pride in declaring it a wedding gift to her mother. Her mother remained non-committal about that. Celia took a deep breath, attempting to lift the lid. But it was heavy, prompting her to seek Lucius's assistance. "Uncle Lucius," she called. "Crack." Lucius replied, "All right, it's open." Did she say anything? Celia wondered. Narcissa's furious voice echoed from the kitchen, "Lucius, what have you broken now?" Draco interrupted, "The piano." Lucius stammered, attempting to defend himself. "Cecilia, I was merely lifting the lid. That doesn't excuse such roughness." Narcissa entered the living room, her face a mask of displeasure. Pianos are delicate guests, and one must handle them gently. Lucius quickly conceded defeat, which pleased Narcissa. She turned her gentle gaze to Celia and asked, "Would you like to learn the piano, Celia?" Without hesitation, Celia replied, "Yes. If I learn the piano, I can be more like mother." Celia vividly recalled her mother playing the piano. The afternoon sun poured over her golden hair, a cascade of musical notes flowing from her slender fingers, mingling with the dust dancing in the air. Her father would point out the dust motes, saying, "Look, the Tyndall effect," at which point, her mother would give him an exasperated glance, the unromantic science enthusiast. Celia chuckled at the memory, wondering how her mother had ever found her father appealing. Narcissa lifted Celia, gently placing her on the piano bench. She guided Celia's hand to touch the smooth keys, saying, "Try it. Feel the sound of the keys." Celia nodded obediently. Lucius was conversing with Draco, and although his voice was low, Celia still heard him say, "Look, your mother is about to play. Aunt Cecile is about to show her skills." Celia stifled her laughter and pressed down on a key. Chapter 38, A Christmas Surprise. The piano's tone was soft yet imbued with a crystalline clarity. If Celia were to describe it, she would say it resembled a spring encased in pebbles, or perhaps clouds harboring thunder, appearing gentle and soft at first glance, yet brimming with latent power. She pressed each of the 88 keys, particularly enamored with the sound of the black keys. At the outset, Celia found the sound somewhat peculiar. Yet she swiftly fell in love with their unrefined, bizarre beauty. She was unaware of the concepts of tonic, semitone, and whole tone, nor did she grasp what a mode entailed. Instinctively, she was captivated by this distinctive sound. After a while, Narcissa placed her right hand on the group of small notes and began to elucidate the fundamentals of music theory. Celia learned rapidly. By the time dinner commenced, she could recite the names of each note and fluidly play the entire C major scale. Her pitch was remarkable. Narcissa expressed her astonishment to Lucius, stating that her ear for music was exceptional, and perhaps Severus should consider enrolling her in singing lessons. Lucius nodded in agreement. Draco then exclaimed, "Mom, I want to learn too." Narcissa chuckled, replying, "You are too young. Wait 2 years to start." Draco pouted in frustration. He was already 5 years old, not a mere 3, And did his mother think so little of him? Humph. Celia playfully pinched his cheek, saying, "Look, I'm 8 and just started piano. But Mom just said you only have to wait 2 years, which means you can start at 7, even faster than I did." Draco tilted his head in contemplation before declaring, "Yes. 7 is smaller than 8. I know that." Celia stifled a laugh and asked, "So, are you still mad?" Draco replied, "Not mad." Celia grinned, "That's more like it. Hey, you're quite amusing, little brother." After dinner, they spent an hour strolling and another hour in the hot spring. By the time the family settled in the living room, the clock on the wall indicated it was 9 o'clock. Draco clung to Narcissa's arm, asking Mom, "Can I sleep with my sister?" Narcissa instructed, "You should ask your sister, Draco." Draco acknowledged her with an O, before launching himself onto Celia. She sighed, all right. Get off me, my little dragon." Had Draco gained weight recently? That sudden leap almost crushed her. The 2 children were assigned to the innermost room. Draco was quite pleased with the space, sauntering around like a prince surveying his domain. Celia had no objections. In fact, she would be satisfied as long as there was a large bed in the room. Well, she took back her previous statement. Celia sprawled on the bed, feeling utterly lifeless as she listened to Draco chatter incessantly. The room was lovely. It would be perfect if only she could toss her brother out. She weakly remarked, "Draco, aren't you tired?" "It's past 11. Draco responded, "Not tired." Celia thought to herself that she had underestimated the boundless energy of a 5-year-old boy. Suddenly inspired, she straightened up and proposed, "How about I sing you a song?" However, Draco sulked, "I don't want to hear a lullaby." Celia retorted playfully, "So, will you listen or not?" Draco shivered in reluctance. He begrudgingly replied, "Fine." Celia contentedly tucked him into the blankets and snuggled back in herself. She began to sing "The Red Plum Blossoms Bloom." This was a song taught to her by her father, and every time he sang it, her mother would tease him about his clumsy Russian. Draco yawned and began to feel drowsy. He nuzzled against Celia, who chuckled softly as she adjusted the blanket around him. "Good night, Draco." When Christmas arrived, Severus stared at the owl-wrapped package in his hands, enveloped in silence. He double-checked the signature on it. Celia Rorian, accompanied by a large smiley face. Severus inhaled deeply, hesitating as he picked up the bluish-gray thin piece and placed it into his cup of water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a soft light emerged from the thin slice, rising to the water's surface. Severus widened his eyes. The glowing orb twisted and turned on the water's surface before abruptly transforming into a pale blue, luminous head. Severus. The head was no larger than a ping-pong ball, and Severus felt immensely relieved that the cup was wide enough. It circled in the water, quickly honing in on Severus's position, cheerfully saying, "Severus, good evening." Silence enveloped Severus that night. The head seemed to sense something was amiss, glancing around before sprouting 2 arms and a tail. "Severus," he remarked with mock gallantry, "a most unique entrance, Miss Rorian." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Severus." The pale blue mermaid responded with a smile. "It looks much better this way, doesn't it? This is my first time using this magic. I hope I didn't frighten you. What do you think?" Severus silently observed her, and the mermaid playfully stuck out her tongue, joyfully performing a flip in the water. She gleefully exclaimed, "I thought long and hard about this gift for you. You see, even if we are far apart, we can still chat often." Severus gazed at the mermaid in astonishment. So what he was witnessing was not a mere projection, but the living, breathing Celia? The mermaid, receiving no response, pouted and splashed the water with her tail, diving below the surface with a splash. The cup was not transparent, and as she sank, Severus could no longer see her. He leaned over the cup, only able to see a shimmering blue light. The light remained still for a moment before suddenly surfacing and shouting, "Surprise!" Severus silently wiped the water from his face. The mermaid floated on the water's surface, cupping her face and laughing heartily at him. "Well," Severus said helplessly, "how did you manage this?" The mermaid pointed to the bluish-gray thin piece resting at the bottom of the cup, saying, "It's obvious. Just a little scale will do." The scales of a mermaid contain immense magical energy. Potion makers treasure them as valuable magical materials, while duel masters regard them as life-saving talismans. Severus merely glanced at them before returning his gaze to the mermaid. He softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" The mermaid shook her head, replying, "Not really." Severus fell into silence, taking a long while before saying, "You must not do this again." The mermaid nodded, opening her arms with a smile. "Merry Christmas, Severus. Don't forget to give me a hug when I return." Severus' expression softened as he gently replied, "All right. Merry Christmas, my little girl." Chapter 39, Blue Hyacinth. After chatting for nearly 2 hours, Celia reluctantly bid farewell to Severus. She transformed back into a round, luminous orb and swiftly retreated into her scales. Severus gazed at the scales resting at the bottom of the cup, still feeling as though the events that had transpired were merely a dream. Following Celia's instructions, He filled a glass bottle with clear water, carefully placed the scales inside, and tightly sealed the lid before storing it in a drawer. If left on the potion shelf, it might very well end up in his cauldron the next day, reduced to nothing but dregs. Compared to the scales, Severus's gift to Celia seemed exceedingly mundane. Yet this did not diminish Celia's joy. As long as she received Severus's gift, she would be thrilled for an entire week. Under Narcissa's direction, the house elf had already delivered all her gifts to her room. Celia inhaled the scent of each package, deftly identifying Severus's gift, a charming little bear-shaped piggy bank that sang. She found herself caught between laughter and tears. Was Severus implying that at the age of 8, she ought to learn to manage her finances? He had even gone so far as to purchase a bear-shaped one. Well, she did indeed miss out a little. The bear was currently crooning a Scottish folk tune. Celia gently patted its head and handed it to Rhea. Perhaps it was best to explore other gifts. Thanks to Madame Pomfrey, Severus had finally realized the necessity of providing Celia with pocket money. Over the year, she had accumulated quite a sum of silver sickles, ample enough to prepare gifts for numerous people. She gifted each of her professors a pair of plush gloves and received thoughtful tokens in return. Professor McGonagall's package contained a set of wizard's chess. Professor Flitwick sent her 2 sketching quills, enchanted ink that wouldn't stain, and a roll of exquisite parchment, while Professor Sprout gifted her a woolen scarf. Oh, she also sent a pair of gloves to Headmaster Dumbledore, who reciprocated with a dozen feather quills. Celia unwrapped one and tentatively licked it, sickly sweet. Yikes, Dumbledore was quite the trickster. She set the feather quill candy aside and continued unwrapping the remaining packages. The gifts from Lucius and Narcissa arrived together. She touched the fluffy hairpin, delighting in the way it adorned her ear. Draco's present was wrapped in delicate cloth. Curiously, she tore it open, only to be surprised by the hard material that pricked her fingers. Wasn't this Draco's favorite tin soldier? How generous of him to gift it to her. Celia's own Christmas gift to Draco was a collection of smooth pebbles. To gather these stones, she had spent 3 entire days submerged in the spring, nearly turning the entire bottom of the pool upside down. On the first day she submerged, Narcissa had feared she was missing, pacing anxiously inside the house. Fortunately, Celia had informed Rhea beforehand, which quelled Narcissa's panic. Just as Celia emerged from the water, Narcissa enveloped her in a tight embrace. Only after ensuring her daughter was unharmed did she finally relax. Celia felt a pang of guilt, nearly tangling her tail in remorse. She repeatedly assured Narcissa that she would never vanish without a word again. Thankfully, Draco adored her Christmas gift. He proudly displayed them in his hand and boasted loudly to his parents. Remembering Draco's proud tone made Celia smile with her eyes crinkled in delight. There was one more small package. Rhea located the name tag on the back and read aloud, Adrian Gasseg. Mr. Gasseg? Curiosity piqued. Celia leaned closer to see what he had sent. As Rhea unwrapped the parcel, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, miss, it's a set of hairbands." Celia gasped in astonishment. During the last magical surge, her hairband had been torn to shreds by the swirling winds, even leaving her hair a bit shorter. Once Celia had recovered, Madame Pomfrey had helped her recut her hair, which now just barely surpassed her ears. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that Adrian would notice such a detail and thoughtfully send her a set of hairbands. Celia accepted the hairbands, feeling the floral pattern embossed on them. Rhea informed her that they were white, embroidered with sky blue hyacinths, perfectly complementing the color of Celia's hair. Rhea remarked, "Mr. Gasseg is quite attentive." Celia nodded, holding the hairbands to the nape of her neck, preparing to use them once her hair grew a little longer. A rhythmic knock echoed at the door, prompting Celia to call, "Come in." Draco's voice chimed, "Sister Celia, come down for dinner." "Coming." Celia swiftly tidied the wrapping paper and took Draco's hand as they descended the stairs. Dinner time. The meal consisted of Italian soup, delightfully tangy and sweet. Celia stuffed a piece of tomato into her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. The Malfoy family had spent the entire winter in Italy before leisurely returning to England. To avoid accumulating Severus's grievances, Celia emerged from her scales every few days to converse with him through the thin glass of the bottle. The scales had been diligently soaked in clean water by Severus, who changed it daily, which pleased Celia immensely. Indeed, Severus was a considerate and devoted father. Before each emergence, she would listen carefully for any sounds, ensuring the office was empty before whispering, "Severus?" As long as Severus was present, he would promptly retrieve the glass bottle and place it on his well-lit desk. Although this made no difference for Celia, as her vision remained obscured even when attached to the scales, she felt a tinge of disappointment, while Severus calmly accepted this outcome. Several small incidents occurred as well. For instance, once while Celia was conversing with Severus, the door to the cellar suddenly creaked open. Severus reacted swiftly, hastily pulling open a drawer and shoving the glass bottle inside. His hurried actions caused Celia to bump against the walls of the bottle twice, swirling dizzily in the water. Severus gritted his teeth, muttering, "What an unexpected visitor, Headmaster. What brings you here?" "Headmaster?" Celia quickly steadied her dizzy head, straining her ears to listen. A strangeress voice, sounding like a kindly old man, emerged. "Good afternoon, Severus. I was wondering if you had any dried nettles? Fox requires them, but you know, he is quite reluctant to visit you." Severus retorted softly, "With all due respect, that hardly qualifies as a compelling reason. I assume you do not wish to suffocate that poor phoenix. And might I remind you that the Patronus charm is not merely for decoration, Headmaster?" Celia stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to retreat back into the scales. It was perhaps better not to eavesdrop on Severus's conversation with Headmaster Dumbledore. Such an intrusion would be rather impolite. Chapter 40, The Corporate Graveyard. Upon returning to Hogwarts, the winter term had already commenced. Rhea entered the bedroom, dragging a suitcase behind her. Celia peeked out from the fireplace, calling out, "I'm back, Severus." The sound of footsteps approached from the sofa, and soon, a warm hand rested upon Celia's head. A deep voice, resonant like a cello, remarked, "You've grown taller." Celia replied with a soft "Ahm," instinctively wrapping her arms around that hand. Severus chuckled lightly, lifting her into the air. The sudden lift startled Celia, prompting a gentle squeal, before she wrapped her arms around Severus's neck and erupted into giggles. Severus raised an eyebrow, saying, "You seem to have gained some weight. It appears the Malfoy family has taken good care of you." Celia laughed. "It's been a full 2 months." Severus ruffled her hair, inquiring, "What would you like for lunch?" "Carrot stew." Severus settled Celia onto his left arm, his right arm encircling her back protectively. Celia rested her head on Severus's shoulder, chuckling softly as she hugged his neck. A year had passed, and Severus had become increasingly adept at holding a child. Quite commendable. Celia's laughter was a bit too loud, her hair brushing against Severus's neck, sending delightful shivers coursing through him. Severus slightly lowered his head and whispered, "May I be so fortunate as to know what has you laughing?" Celia lifted her head and playfully poked Severus on the cheek with her finger. With a mischievous smile, she said, "I'm teasing you, my dear godfather." Severus, in resignation, nodded at Celia's brow and remarked, "You are quite the imp." Indeed, the moment Celia called him godfather, Severus invariably surrendered without resistance. Rhea emerged from the bedroom, placing a tray on the desk in the office. "Mr. Snape, Miss," it said with a smile, "presenting today as freshly brewed tea." Severus gently set Celia down on the floor and nudged her forward. She dashed to the table, raising her hand to point at the air. The steam from the teacup coalesced into a smiling face, drifting smoothly towards Severus. With a scoff, he reached out, poked the whimsical visage, and it burst apart with a soft pop. Ah, delightful. As the winter term progressed, Severus found himself increasingly occupied. In truth, Hogwarts during the winter and spring terms was always a whirlwind of activity. Quidditch teams scrambling to train, fourth years burdened with essays and memorization, fifth years engrossed in career consultations and preparing for their OWLs, and seventh years immersed in studying for their newts, job hunting, and preparing for graduation. Yet, the most harried were the 4 heads of houses. Once the 16th sixth-year student exited the dungeons, Celia finally voiced her concerns. Classes, grading assignments, Quidditch, balls, OWLs, career consultations, newts, and an array of miscellaneous tasks. Severus, have the heads of houses always been this busy? Even with Celia's assistance in grading the younger students' papers, Severus remained in a perpetual state of busyness, having not enjoyed a good night's sleep for an entire month. Exhausted to the point of immobility, he decided to pause and converse with Celia. "Actually, Slytherin is relatively easier," he mused, rubbing his brow. "Most of Slytherin's students have received a noble education and do not require their head to worry about the ball. They understand their boundaries and rarely stir trouble. If issues arise, the prefects handle them. It is a strictly hierarchical institution, Celia, and the rigorous system fosters orderly conduct." Celia nodded in understanding. Severus continued, "Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are also manageable. Hufflepuff abhors conflict, while Ravenclaw possesses enough wisdom to avoid unnecessary disputes. As for Gryffindor," he let out a scoff, adding, "Out of collegial duty, I express deep regret for Professor McGonagall's plight." "Oh no, it is Deputy Headmistress McGonagall." Celia recalled the exuberant Gryffindors and the incoming first years for the next year. Struggling to contain herself, she burst into laughter. "Professor McGonagall, damn. The workload has increased again." Having laughed sufficiently, Celia propped her chin in her hands, drifting into a new train of thought. February had arrived, and by the calendar, she was already 9 years old. Despite her familiarity with Hogwarts, Celia still looked forward to the school experience. By the summer of her 11th year, She would be sorted into one of the houses, surrounded by peers, delving into advanced magical knowledge. Severus did not favor cats or mice. Perhaps she could have an owl. Much like Adrian's. Adrian mentioned that it was a young gray owl, barely 6 months old when it began working. Oh, that wretched exploitative creature. And what of her wand? What would it be like? She had been using Severus's wand, but he had told her that wands were uniquely paired with their witches and wizards. On her first day at school, she would possess a wand all her own. She might even join a club, nurturing a new interest. Hogwarts had a Quidditch club, but Celia had no intention of investing her energy in such a niche sport. Well, if possible, she would rather not move at all. Celia remained lost in her thoughts until Severus had to call her name. Celia? He placed the back of his hand against her forehead to ensure she was well before he relaxed. What are you thinking about? Celia tugged his hand away, grasping his thumb and pinky with her small hands. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Oh, nothing much. Severus, what do you think about my future in Slytherin? Look, both my mother and you are Slytherins, and you are the head of Slytherin. It would suit me perfectly." Severus remained silent. Celia, puzzled, asked Severus. A soft clink resonated as a teacup settled on its saucer. After a moment, Severus replied, "Let us discuss this later." He sounded disinclined to pursue the topic further. Celia pouted slightly and released his hand. She placed the completed papers on the desk and announced, "I'm going out to play." Severus acknowledged her with a simple mm. The brief respite had concluded. He needed to resume his work. Hogwarts, the haven of magic, the graveyard of overworked souls. Chapter 41, Spell Tutoring. After bidding farewell to Severus, Celia donned her cloak, wrapped her scarf around her neck, and gloved her hands, fully armed as she made her way to the library. Adrian awaited her at the library entrance, calling from a distance, "Miss Rorian." Celia approached, hand in hand with Rhea, smiling as she replied, "Good afternoon, Adrian." She had already begun to address him by his given name, hoping he would reciprocate. However, out of fear of Professor Snape, Adrian hastily declined. Life is precious. Celia's cheeks flushed from the cold, prompting Adrian to quickly usher her indoors, where they settled beside the fireplace. Celia coughed softly a couple of times, rubbing her face as she complained, "I'm freezing." Adrian mentally commended himself. He had considered taking Celia out to play in the snow, but, upon observing her slender frame, opted for the safer choice of the library. Had Miss Rorian caught a chill from playing in the snow, he would likely become Professor Snape's potion ingredient. A shiver ran down Adrian's spine at the thought. He continued in agreement with Celia. "Indeed, I cannot comprehend why we must study in such frigid weather. Oh, I mean, even in this bitter cold, we must diligently pursue our studies." Celia erupted into laughter. "Rest assured," she said with pride, "I won't tell the professors, after all." Who isn't he had a moment of laziness? She recalled Severus, buried in work in the dungeons, and buried her face in her palms, shaking with laughter. Severus the overworked. Adrian, bewildered, wondered if he had missed something amusing. "What?" Celia assured him, "Trust me, you wouldn't want to know. Unless you wish to be relentlessly pursued." She laughed until her face ached, momentarily losing her train of thought. What had they been discussing? Oh yes, how cold it was. Indeed, it was quite cold. Then what? They exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say next. After all, they had merely arranged to play together without specifying what they would do. Celia cleared her throat awkwardly and said, "By the way, I received your Christmas gift. Thank you." Adrian's face turned crimson. He stammered, "And no need to thank me. I am very grateful for your gift." Celia beamed. "Really? How delightful. I hope this can be of assistance to you." Celia bestowed upon him a tome entitled The Guide to Charms. After all, Adrian had previously lamented that even with Professor Flitwick's leniency, he still found himself fretting over examinations. Recalling the astonishment he felt upon unwrapping the gift, along with the good-natured laughter of his roommates, Adrian's cheeks flushed crimson. Being encouraged to study during Christmas was truly unwelcome for him. While it was acceptable, it was certainly unnecessary. Observing the joy radiating from Celia's face, Adrian swallowed the harsh truth. Never mind, her happiness was paramount. Winter at Hogwarts was cloaked in snow. They were unable to draw upon external topics for conversation and ultimately decided to center their discussion around Adrian and his impending final exams. "Sometimes, I truly feel like crying at my own foolishness," Adrian sighed deeply. Celia, however, disagreed with his sentiments. "Do not speak of yourself in such a manner, Adrian. Everyone possesses their strengths and weaknesses. You simply have yet to discover your area of expertise." She had graded Adrian's potions essay the previous day, and the content therein was indeed abysmal. Celia touched her nose sheepishly. Adrian found little solace in her words. In truth, he possessed an exceedingly accurate perception of his own talents. He retrieved his textbook from his bag, pointing to a particular page and stating, for instance, this, the Lumos charm. "I can never seem to maintain a steady light from my wand. It flickers and vanishes all too quickly. Cannot achieve brightness? Celia mused, stroking her chin. Recite the incantation for me. Adrian withdrew his wand, inhaling deeply, Lumos. The tip of the wand struggled to emit a faint glow before extinguishing with a snap. Words failed him. Celia, exasperated, supported her forehead. The timing is entirely off, she remarked. Forgive my impertinence. May I borrow your wand? Adrian hesitated. But my wand is made of laurel wood. Laurel wands are notoriously selective, often rejecting the touch of strangers. Celia smiled. Then you must be an exceptionally diligent wizard. An aversion to laziness is yet another characteristic of laurel wood. Adrian's face reddened once more. Nervously, he handed his wand to Celia, saying, Here, please be careful. Celia extended her right hand, and the wand was placed gently into her palm. Surprisingly, it merely quivered momentarily before settling obediently in her grasp. Adrian gazed at his wand in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a husband witnessing his wife with another man. Though he was merely 12, far too young for such romantic entanglements. Celia gave the wand a shake and clearly articulated, Lumos. A soft glow appeared at the tip of the wand, reminiscent of bioluminescence concealed within the depths of the ocean. Adrian gasped, How magnificent! Celia then waved the wand again, declaring, Nox. The light vanished abruptly. Adrian was speechless. Celia chuckled, You possess a fine wand, Adrian. Your timing in casting the spell is flawed. I suspect your gestures may require correction as well. Allow me a moment to ponder. She returned the wand to Adrian's hand, grasping his right hand. You execute the wand movement. Perhaps I can identify the issue. Adrian nodded nervously, mimicking Celia's earlier actions. It did not produce a glow. Frustrated, Adrian relinquished the wand, only for Celia to promptly return it to him. Your timing is correct, but your hand movements are too exaggerated. Do not exert excessive force. She guided Adrian's hand gently, swaying it up and down, like this. Now give it another try. Adrian attempted once more. The wand tip illuminated, flickering a few times before gradually dimming. He excitedly informed Celia of this significant breakthrough, to which she joyfully replied, It worked. Try again. She released Adrian's hand, resting her chin on her palm. Although aware that Celia could not see, Adrian still turned away, his face burning with embarrassment. After nearly an hour of practice, he finally succeeded in casting a stable Lumos charm. Celia expressed her satisfaction with his progress. I told you. You are quite clever. You merely needed to discover the right method. Adrian smiled, saying, Thank you for the compliment, Professor Rorian. Celia paused momentarily, processing what he had just said. Her ears turned crimson as she seized Adrian's textbook and playfully struck him with it. Do not mock me. Adrian, taken aback by the sudden assault, protested, I did not. I merely spoke the truth. Celia returned the book to the table, pressed her lips together, and could not suppress her laughter any longer. The essence of charm work lies in the gestures and the rhythm of the incantation. Need I remind you that Professor Flitwick is a most amiable teacher? I believe he would be more than willing to clarify any doubts for his students. As for potions class, Celia feigned a stern expression. It is quite unfortunate that Professor Snape has been exceedingly busy of late, but you are fortunate, for Mr. Cassiger happens to have a friend as kind as Professor Flitwick, and she is willing to tutor you in potions as well as any other subjects you may struggle with. Adrian joyfully covered his mouth to stifle an exclamation of delight. Really? He exclaimed. I mean, you would be willing to help me with my studies? Oh my Celia, you are nothing short of an angel. Oh, I mean Miss Rorian. Celia smiled. Do not worry. Adrian, you may call me that. Severus will not hold it against you. He will only be pleased that I have gained a new friend. Adrian recalled Snape's cold demeanor and harbored deep skepticism within. As they departed the library, Madame Pants was passing through the corridor, observing Celia with keen interest. Adrian called out loudly, Get away. Celia, bewildered, inquired what? Adrian responded, Nothing, let us hurry along. Madame Pants flicked her tail and stormed off in a huff. Chapter 42, Winter Jasmine. Regarding Celia and Adrian's tutoring endeavors, Snape chose to tacitly approve. Thus, in the ensuing 6 months, Celia's life was divided into 3 parts, studying with Adrian, and managing Snape's existence. Snape sat at his desk, his expression dark as he struggled to suppress the urge to toss Celia off his lap. Severus Celia clung tightly to his right arm. It's 11 o'clock, time for bed. Snape withdrew his hand, coldly stating, Go to sleep on your own. With the OWL's and Newt's examinations looming, nearly every student and professor in the school was overwhelmed with busyness. In order to secure even a modicum of sleep, Snape needed to complete his work that very night. Celia, puffing her cheeks, slid off his lap and plopped down onto the sofa. I won't go. I will wait for you to sleep together. With that, she picked up a book and began to read. Snape remained silent for a few moments, ultimately deciding to acquiesce to her wishes. After all, when the hour came, this child would surely drift off to sleep on her own. What was I saying? Snape raised his head from a pile of parchment, only to find a drowsy Celia resting against the sofa, still clutching her book, her silvery blue hair bobbing slightly. Over the course of more than 6 months, her hair had grown significantly, now neatly tied back with a hairband. A hairband? Snape's gaze fell upon the unfamiliar accessory. Could it be a gift from Poppy? Severus Snape approached with a sense of bewilderment, gently cradling Celia and placing her upon the small bed in the bedroom. As he turned to retrieve a blanket, he was startled by a rustling sound behind him. Someone pushed him unexpectedly, causing Snape to stumble and fall onto the large bed. Reacting instinctively, he swiftly drew his wand and uttered a petrifying curse directed at the source of the disturbance. "Celia," Snape exclaimed, his complexion paling as he turned to face her. Celia, equally shaken, sat on the small bed with her hand pressed to her chest. Snape's tone shifted, filled with trepidation. "What are you doing?" Regaining his composure, he hurried to crouch beside her bed, assessing her condition. Fortunately, the curse had not struck her. Perhaps her blindness had sharpened her hearing, enabling her to react more swiftly. Celia grasped Snape's hand, trembling as she apologized. "I'm sorry, Severus, I didn't mean to. You really need to rest, and I truly apologize." She regretted her impulsive actions, realizing that her naivety had overlooked Snape's potential reaction. Snape withdrew the spell, silently observing Celia. Rather than anger, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. What if she had indeed been hit? The thought was too harrowing to pursue. He chastised himself for being overly anxious. After all, they were at Hogwarts, where Dumbledore was present in his office. What danger could possibly lurk? Gently, Snape assisted Celia in lying down and covered her with the blanket. "Sleep," he said, patting the blanket lightly. Perhaps due to Celia's typically mature demeanor, Snape often forgot that she was merely a child of under 10 years. It was only in moments like this that her youthful innocence shone through. How could he bear to be angry with her? Celia extended her hand from beneath the blanket, tugging at the hem of Snape's robe. Assuming she was still anxious, he reassured her, "I'm not angry." Celia shook her head, insisting, "No, just go to sleep, Severus." Snape acquiesced with a soft "hm" as he tucked her wrist back under the blanket. Listening to his retreating footsteps, Celia gradually succumbed to slumber. As the winter jasmine bloomed, Celia lay in the infirmary, her body seemingly lifeless. Under Snape's vigilant care, she had weathered the harsh winter, but the chill of early spring had finally taken its toll. Snape's heart, which had just begun to ease, tightened once more. Celia listened numbly to the conversation at her bedside. "I told you, she needs to wear more layers," came Madame Pomfrey's voice. "She's so small. No matter how sensible she is, she lacks the experience of an adult. You cannot rely entirely on her or the house elves." Snape remained silent. Celia sighed, mustering the strength to sit up and reach towards Snape. "Lie down." Both Madame Pomfrey and Snape barked in unison. Frustrated, Celia withdrew back under the covers. "You're so mean, Severus. I won't help you anymore." "Humph." After enduring the reprimand, Snape silently proceeded to his class. Before departing, he anxiously brushed his fingers against Celia's forehead. In her hazy state, she grasped his hand and gently shook it. Snape sighed, softly saying, "Sleep, I will return shortly." Celia slept soundly until nightfall, awakening to find her head felt considerably lighter and her strength renewed. Unsure of the time, she tentatively called out, "Severus?" Responding was Madame Pomfrey. "Celia? Severus has gone to the headmaster's office. He will be back soon." "So busy," Celia muttered, pulling herself up to sit at the edge of the bed. "Be still." "My dear," Madame Pomfrey cautioned. "Merlin, I must oversee this batch of potions. Mr. Cagseg, could you please look after Celia for a moment?" Adrian's voice chimed in. "Of course, Madame Pomfrey." "Adrian, what are you doing here?" Celia exclaimed in surprise and delight. Adrian leaned in, lowering his voice. "Professor Snape isn't here. I sneaked over to wait for him." "What a surprise," Snape's sardonic voice echoed from the doorway. "Look what I've discovered. A nighttime wanderer, 10 points off for Hufflepuff." "Mr. Cagseg." Adrian stiffened, turning to face Snape. "Good evening, Professor Snape. I apologize, but I believe it's not yet curfew." Snape smirked, contradicting a professor. "Another 10 points off." Adrian quickly covered his mouth. "Severus." Celia interjected, exasperated, "Don't be so angry. Would you like some fruit? I think there are some apples on the bedside table." She gently nudged Adrian, who looked back at her in confusion. Snape pursed his lips, opting to disregard their antics. He lifted Adrian off the stool, saying, "Help yourself." Realization dawned on Adrian, and he quickly bid farewell to Snape before hastily exiting the infirmary. Snape shook his head in resignation at Celia's laughter, his gaze falling upon the vase on the bedside. He furrowed his brow. "What is this?" Celia replied, confused. "What?" Snape picked up the vase, his irritation palpable, yet he placed it in Celia's hands. "Winter jasmine," he stated succinctly. Celia buried her face in the flowers and inhaled deeply. It smells wonderful, she beamed. Chapter 43, Living as a Daughter's Guardian. In June, yet another cohort of graduates departed from Hogwarts. While students in the other years completed their final examinations, preparing to board the train home. Before leaving, Adrian slipped a small box into Celia's hands, whispering, "This is a reward for your end-of-term revision. See you in September." Celia managed a nod before hearing Snape's ominous voice from behind. "I assume you do not wish to miss the Hogwarts Express, Mr. Cagseg." Adrian shuddered and, in a flurry, exclaimed his farewells before fleeing in haste. Celia, placing the box in her pocket, reproached, "Severus, the term has ended. There's no need to be so fierce." "You scared Adrian away." Snape emitted a cold snort. Refusing to acknowledge that he was aware of the origins of Celia's headband, he cast another glance at the headband, suppressing the urge to tear it off and turning away in frustration. Well, he couldn't prevent Celia from making friends or from engaging in normal interactions with them. But Celia could not stop him from being angry. The summer passed without much distinction, save for Snape finally finding a moment to breathe, and for Adrian's owl visiting occasionally in Spinner's End. Snape glowered at the silent gray owl, which was remarkably tidy. He could find no fault with it to be right. As Celia penned a reply to Adrian, she comforted Snape. "Calm down, Severus. It's just a poor, one-year-old messenger. Coco, good girl, just a moment longer. It will be ready soon." Finally, Snape seized upon the opportunity for a retort. "Coco, I regret to inform you that perhaps with Mr. Cagseg's syrupy brain, he shall never attain an E in potions class, nor in any of his subjects." Cecilia secured the letter to Coco's leg and opened the window, allowing it to take flight. She playfully chided, "Severus, do not speak in such a manner. In fact, it was I who named Coco." Snape fell silent in an instant. Cecilia stoked the flames further. "Moreover, I tutored Adrian for his final assignments. He is, in truth, quite a clever wizard." Snape replied with a nonchalant, "Well." Cecilia tugged at his hand, shaking it gently. "Stop frowning all the time. It will only make you age." Snape grumbled, "I am not frowning." In any case, Cecilia could not see it. With a compliant hum, she reached out to ruffle Snape's hair. Snape's eyes widened in astonishment. Faced with the irritable bat, Cecilia had adeptly smoothed his ruffled feathers. "I was merely jesting. Severus shall not grow old." Snape remained silent. Rhea turned away in dismay. "Oh, Mr. Snape, you have become quite the doting father." The days that followed were tranquil and leisurely, with everything proceeding in its usual rhythm. Snape's teaching life cycled by the year, with only the summer months introducing subtle variations. Adrian demonstrated considerable improvement in his studies, successfully completing the second and third year curricula and joining the Charms Club at Hogwarts in his third year. Upon learning this, Cecilia lavished Adrian with praise, utilizing every word she could muster. Of course, this was done behind Snape's back, lest the Hufflepuff hourglass run dry. Adrian blushed. "Oh, thank you, Cecilia. I actually intended to check out the Gobstones Club, considering how adept you are at it. I believe you may join them in the future." Cecilia pouted, "Not necessarily. Gobstones is merely a pastime for me. If I were to invest significant time in training, I would prefer to read or enjoy afternoon tea with Professor Flitwick." Adrian chuckled. True enough. He attempted to extend an invitation for Cecilia to visit his home, but this plan was swiftly quashed by Snape before it could even materialize. Cecilia patted Adrian on the back. "Do not be disheartened. There will surely be opportunities ahead." Adrian glanced at Snape's increasingly dark expression, still harboring deep-seated skepticism. Of course, life was not always monotonous, as many new developments slowly emerged. For instance, Draco's etiquette had significantly improved, and his demeanor had grown increasingly composed. Upon encountering Cecilia, he would bow and greet her like a true aristocrat before offering his arm. He no longer lunged at her as he had in childhood, clinging to her for dear life. Cecilia felt a mixture of regret and understanding. After all, the childhood of the aristocracy is always fleeting. Upon turning 7, Draco eagerly began piano lessons. However, his sense of pitch bore a striking resemblance to his father's, often turning perfectly good sheet music into a cacophony. Cecilia was understanding. Everyone has their own destiny. In light of Lucius and Narcissa, Snape began to impart some foundational magical knowledge to Draco, encompassing spells and potions, among other subjects. Yet, in young Malfoy's heart, it seemed he preferred Cecilia as his instructor. Thus, Snape's disdain for Draco grew daily, competing for Cecilia's attention. Moreover, Snape finally remembered to celebrate Cecilia's birthday. The 10-year-old Cecilia remarked, "Thank you. You are truly kind." However, Snape was at a loss regarding what gift to present her. He could not even comprehend the distinction between a birthday and Christmas. Puzzled, Snape ultimately decided to seek guidance from his colleagues. He approached Pomfrey, only to receive a reprimand. He inquired with McGonagall, who nearly transformed him into a memo, and he consulted Sprout, who silently extracted a mandrake. They all exclaimed, Merlin's beard, Severus, she is already 10. And you just remembered to celebrate her birthday? At your age, how could you forget? However, this could not entirely be attributed to Snape, as he was indifferent even to his own birthday. Perhaps his mind was filled with potion formulas, causing him to forget that birthdays even existed. If Adrian had not asked Cecilia what she desired for her birthday, he may never have remembered that she needed to celebrate. Even so, he would never award points to Hufflepuff. Never. Ultimately, on the day of her 10th birthday, Cecilia finally received a gift from her godfather. In truth, it was a lively magical alarm clock. If one failed to rise from bed, it would thump its chest and leap about, creating quite the ruckus until one reluctantly sat up. Cecilia, her expression impassive, covered the clock's mouth, certain that this was Professor McGonagall's idea. The alarm clock, offended, opened its mouth and bit her hand. Snape. The clock soon met its unfortunate demise. Cecilia facepalmed in exasperation. What was wrong with Severus? He had gifted her splendidly at Christmas, yet had managed to create chaos for her birthday gift? Very well. Suppressing her laughter, she rummaged beneath the table to produce a small gift box, placing it in Snape's hands. Happy birthday, Severus. Snape, still grasping his wand, froze. What did you say? Happy birthday. Cecilia blinked innocently. I asked Professor McGonagall. Your birthday is in January. Though it is quite late, we can still celebrate together. She opened the box to reveal a set of magical paper clips. I found these at Scribulous Ever-Changing Inks. You should try them. I believe they would be quite useful for organizing documents. Snape took the box of clips and looked up at Cecilia. He softly remarked, You too. Chapter 44, The Acceptance Letter. On the day the acceptance letters arrived at Spinner's End, Snape and Cecilia were diligently immersed in potion making. Snape was stirring the concoction in his cauldron when Cecilia twitched her nose and said, It smells rather. Her voice trailed off, and after a moment of hesitation, she continued, Is there a sound? Snape heard it too. He handed the stirring rod to Cecilia and opened the window of the potion room. A small owl swooped in, perching on Cecilia's shoulder. Startled, she froze in place. Snape sauntered over, arms crossed. An acceptance letter. Perhaps you recall that this year it is your turn to enroll. Cecilia exclaimed, Oh. Only then did she realize it was 1989, and she was about to become a genuine student at Hogwarts. Being born in the latter half of the year meant she had to wait an additional year. While Adrian was soon to enter his 5th year, she was just beginning her journey. Having grown accustomed to life at Hogwarts, and with Snape's demeanor remaining unchanged over the summer, she had nearly forgotten about the impending enrollment. The passage of time left Cecilia feeling somewhat disoriented. It seemed like only yesterday she had arrived by Snape's side, and yet, in the blink of an eye, 5 years had slipped through her fingers. How swiftly time passes, she mused. This year it is my turn, and in 2 years, it shall be Draco's. Snape remained silent. In 2 years, not only Draco, but that child would also be entering school. The gears of fate turned slowly, and everything was poised to fall into place. Celia fumbled to detach the letter from the owl's talon and presented it to Snape. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, What do you want me to do with it? Read it yourself. Celia responded with an O, as she began the arduous task of breaking the wax seal. The owl tilted its head in confusion. Why did this newcomer seem utterly unexcited? It curiously surveyed its surroundings until it spotted him. Terrified, it thought, Why is Professor Snape here? It glanced back and forth between Celia and Snape. Ah, so it's just the child of Professor Snape. Then all is well. Since the acceptance letter was written in Braille, it appeared particularly lengthy. She swiftly read through the initial contents and turned to the page detailing the required supplies. Counting one by one, she said, Books. I believe I have prepared most of them. The wand and school uniform still need to be purchased, and of course, quills, ink, and parchment are a given. Snape patiently awaited her report until Celia lifted her gaze and stated, I believe we only lack the wand and uniform. Severus, would you accompany me to Diagon Alley? Snape raised an eyebrow and asked, What other option is there? Celia chuckled at his response. She had no intention of purchasing an owl, as it required a considerable sum of money. The school's owlery was not merely for show, and besides, Adrian already had one and would be more than willing to lend it to Celia. She dashed back to her room, stowed the letter in her drawer, and returned to the potions classroom. The potion was quickly brewed. Snape tidied up his tools and settled into the sitting room. Celia followed closely behind and suddenly inquired, Severus, do you wish for me to be sorted into Slytherin or Ravenclaw? Ravenclaw, he replied. Celia felt perplexed. Why? She suddenly recalled that she had asked Severus the same question 3 years prior. How had he answered then? Ah, yes, he had said, We'll see. You don't want me in Slytherin? Celia exclaimed in surprise. But you are clearly the head of Slytherin. Snape continued to work without looking up. You are half-blood, Celia. Celia let out a soft huff, dissatisfied. But you are also half-blood. Do not make excuses, nor attempt to dismiss me. I require a valid reason, Severus. Snape fell silent. 8 years had elapsed since that fateful night in Godric's Hollow. All was tranquil, devoid of the shadow cast by Voldemort or the rampages of Death Eaters. Yet, none dared to lower their guard. He, McGonagall, Dumbledore, and many other wizards associated with the Order of the Phoenix remained vigilant against Voldemort's potential return. Should he re-emerge? Purebloods and Slytherin wizards would inevitably face a choice. Celia was not pure blood. As long as she distanced herself from Slytherin, she would secure a greater assurance for her future. Severus? Snape abruptly came to, finding Celia perched on his lap, tilting her head to gaze at him. At 56 inches tall, approximately 142 centimeters. She was now level with Snape's chest. While seated on his lap, they appeared nearly of equal height. Nevertheless, Snape frequently worried about Celia's stature. She still lagged behind her peers. Celia spoke softly. "It's another reason I can't know, isn't it?" Snape remained silent, gently stroking her hair. How he wished for her to be sorted into Slytherin. Yet, if that day were to come, he feared he would be unable to protect her. Celia sighed and lowered her head. "All right, I understand. Since Severus does not wish for me to join Slytherin, then I shall go to Ravenclaw. Perhaps Hufflepuff would be pleasant as well, where I could be with Adrian." Celia thought defiantly. After Snape concluded his potion-making, they ventured to Diagon Alley. Snape first stopped at Gringotts to withdraw money, then took Celia to purchase her uniform. They arrived early, and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had only a handful of customers. Madame Malkin warmly welcomed them and instructed Celia to stand on a small stool. A measuring tape peeked out of a box and swiftly retreated. Merlin's pink ballet slippers, that frightful bat has returned. On their way to Ollivander's wand shop, Celia encountered Adrian. He seemed eager to embrace her, but retreated under Snape's watchful gaze. Instead, he settled for a handshake, saying, "I guessed you would be starting this year. Best of luck finding the right wand. See you at Hogwarts." "Oh, and Professor Snape, it's a pleasure to see you. I wish you all the best." Celia nodded in response. "Thank you, and remember, OWLs are next year. You mustn't tee slack off this summer." Adrian grimaced, replying, "Yes, Professor Rorian." His parents also nodded at Snape, who politely returned the gesture and swiftly led Celia away. Garrick Ollivander expressed great surprise at Snape's arrival. He nimbly descended from a ladder and inquired, "Oh, Mr. Snape, a wizard of your caliber should not require my assistance. Have you encountered some insurmountable dilemma?" Snape pushed Celia forward, stating, "In fact, my wand is splendid. Thank you for your inquiry, Mr. Ollivander." He patted Celia on the shoulder. Understanding, Celia bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Ollivander. I am Celia Rorian." Ollivander's eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh," he stammered, "of course, I should have anticipated this. I have heard of you, Miss Rorian. A wand, indeed, a new student requires a wand. Which hand is your dominant?" "Right," Celia replied succinctly. Speaking with Ollivander made her somewhat uneasy, and she sincerely hoped to leave soon. Ollivander nodded, measuring her right hand with the tape, before darting up the ladder and disappearing in a flash. "Look, Dad, that old man is flying." Chapter 45, The Gasegg Family. Who knew testing a wand would take such an eternity? So long that Snape nearly dozed off while standing. Celia encountered several fine wands, yet Mr. Ollivander remained dissatisfied. What was he searching for? Celia listened to the sounds of rummaging, deciding it best not to inquire further, lest Ollivander start rambling again. The rustling ceased, and another wand was thrust into Celia's hand. "Here, try this one," Ollivander said. Celia grasped the wand, and a gentle warmth surged from her right hand to her heart. She waved the wand lightly, and a slender stream of water erupted from the tip, swirling around her to form a floating ring of water. "Oh, this is it!" Ollivander exclaimed joyfully. 12¼ inches, cedar, dragon heartstring, extraordinary flexibility. "Remarkably, Miss Rorian, your exterior can be quite deceiving." Celia, bewildered, asked what? Snape opened his eyes and caught her trailing words. "Nothing." "How much?" He handed 8 galleons to Ollivander, leading Celia out of the wand shop. Celia was taken aback. Was a wand truly this expensive? Snape cast her a knowing glance, one that appeared to be both amused and sardonic. Once she collected herself from the shock, Celia recalled Ollivander's final words. She inquired of Snape, "Mr. Ollivander mentioned that I possess a deceptive beauty. What does that mean? Am I truly unattractive?" Snape retorted, "What do cedar wood and dragon heartstring symbolize?" It was then that Celia grasped the significance. A cedar wand denoted immense potential, profound insight, and fierce loyalty to loved ones. Conversely, dragon heartstring was both the most potent and unstable, rumored to straddle the line between good and evil, easily swayed towards dark magic. Was she truly such a person? Celia stared blankly, caressing the wand in her hand. The handle was smooth, devoid of any peculiar embellishments, and felt remarkably comfortable to grasp. She raised the wand and softly murmured, "Lumos." A gentle light ignited at the tip, illuminating Celia's youthful visage. For years had passed. Her complexion no longer bore the pallor of yesteryears, as a rosy hue now glimmered beneath her fair skin. Snape felt a pang of emotion in his eyes. He pressed his lips together and averted his gaze. His little girl had grown a little more. Throughout the ensuing summer, Celia awaited the start of the school term with eager anticipation. Adrian kept his promise, dedicating the entire summer to diligent study. Celia visited him twice, providing a comprehensive list of topics to review. She mused, perhaps I should take the OWLs this year to avoid the need for further revision later. Adrian chuckled in disbelief. It's not impossible if age potion could deceive the examiners, he replied. Celia's retort was incisive. What a fanciful notion. Adrian, misunderstanding her sarcasm, cheerfully responded, thank you. Merlin. He interpreted fanciful as wonderful, mistakenly believing Celia was complimenting him. Celia rolled her eyes. As in previous years, Snape had to return to Hogwarts a week early to prepare for the new term. However, this time, Celia could not accompany him. First-year students were required to travel to Hogwarts via the Hogwarts Express, and even the children of professors were not exempt. On the eve of their return to Hogwarts, Snape outlined his arrangements. This will be your first trip to King's Cross Station. He stated with the gravity of a formal briefing, I trust you will remain alert and aware of your navigational abilities. I have written to Mr. Garsek, and for the coming week, they will oversee your well-being until you are safely on the train. Celia's eyes widened in astonishment. Merlin, is this truly happening? Am I allowed to stay at Adrian's house? No matter how fervently she probed, Snape remained reticent, hastily finishing his meal before retreating to his bedroom with a thud, an apparent escape. Celia erupted into laughter downstairs. The next morning, Snape deposited her at the Garsek residence. Lane Garsek was a kind-hearted middle-aged man. Tall and striking, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Adrian, with a prominent nose, a mane of chestnut curls, and golden eyes. They appeared anything but English, leaving one to wonder if there was Greek heritage in the mix. His wife, Manlius Garsek, was a petite witch. When Snape and Celia arrived, she peeked from the kitchen, smiling warmly at them. In truth, the entire family was of Hufflepuff lineage, and Mr. Garsek was a contemporary of Lucius. According to Lucius, this couple were of good character, which reassured Snape enough to leave Celia in their care. Mr. Garsek boomed, please, take a seat. Celia's room was adjacent to Adrian's, and Rhea was in the process of moving her belongings inside. As Celia matured, Rhea's capabilities seemed to dwindle, yet it remained a loyal and industrious house elf, diligently fulfilling its duties. Snape stayed only briefly before taking his leave, as numerous matters awaited his attention before the term commenced. He needed to return to Hogwarts promptly. The moment he vanished through the fireplace, Adrian lunged forward, seizing Celia's hand, and the two children began to frolic on the sofa. Celia inquired, how was your summer? You already know, Adrian replied, his tone laced with melancholy. I've nearly wasted away studying for the OWLs. What about you? Celia shrugged. Nothing much has changed. Reading, practicing, brewing potions. The usual, you know. How dreadfully boring. I mean, perhaps Professor Snape should learn to explore some new interests. Celia bluntly countered. You only dare to say that here. Adrian stuck out his tongue, pulling a comical face. Realizing Celia could not see him, he added, la la la. Rhea could not suppress her laughter. What? Celia asked. Had she missed something entertaining? Mrs. Garsek emerged from the kitchen, beckoning them to the dining room for lunch. Adrian cheered, dragging Celia to the table. Mrs. Garsek playfully swatted his head. I'll slow down. The lunch was not extravagant, but it was delicious. After indulging in a slice of apple pie, Celia blushed and declined Mrs. Garsek's generous offer of more food. I truly am full, thank you. Mrs. Garsek sighed with concern. Short and slender, she mused how Professor Snape managed to raise a child. After lunch, Adrian led Celia up to the attic, flinging open a window with a bang. A damp breeze rushed in, prompting Celia to exclaim in delight, do you live by the sea? Merlin, you must have a special connection to it. I remember Garsek means ocean in Old English. Adrian replied, indeed, perhaps the surname was inspired by the sea. We reside in Brighton, and the ocean lies just behind the house. Do you enjoy the sea? Celia answered honestly, I adore it, but I've never been. Then I shall take you boating tomorrow. Adrian said, a hint of regret in his voice, unfortunately. I cannot take you swimming. Celia turned, her sea blue eyes sparkling in the sunlight. That may not be the case. Chapter 46, Their Secret. The moment Celia leaped into the sea, Adrian nearly screamed in alarm. He promptly followed, searching for her figure beneath the water. A gentle tap on his back made him whirl around, meeting Celia's blue gaze. She boosted him upwards, allowing him to surface. Gasping for air, Adrian anxiously called out, Celia? Behind him, with a splash, Celia's head emerged from the water. Adrian felt as if he might faint. He rushed towards her, embracing her tightly. You scared me to death. He panted, his voice a mix of panic and anger. Celia belatedly realized that she had frightened Adrian. She stuck out her tongue and said, "I apologize, Adrian. It was inconsiderate of me. I should have informed you beforehand." Adrian sighed and released Celia. In a serious tone, he admonished, "You mustn't do this again. Do you understand?" At 15, although he had already passed through the voice-changing phase, his voice retained a child's clear and bright timbre. Celia, accustomed to his gentle intonations, found his seriousness rather awkward. Bowing her head in compliance, she admitted, "I understand." Only then did Adrian relent, his expression softening once more. Curiously, he tugged at Celia, glancing around and inquired, "So, you can swim?" Celia burst into laughter, lifting her tail above the water, exclaiming, "Look." Adrian's eyes widened in astonishment. What would your reaction be if a cherished friend of many years suddenly revealed that she was, in fact, a mermaid? Adrian replied, "Thanks for the invite, but I'm a bit dizzy." It took him a full 15 minutes to digest this revelation, and his first question was, how many others are aware of this? Celia reassured him, "Don't worry, only Severus, Mrs. Pomfrey, a few professors, and the Malfoys. I suspect Professor Dumbledore might know as well. Oh, and now you must be added to the list." She leaned closer to Adrian, pressing her index finger to her lips. "Don't tell anyone, okay?" Adrian, blushing, nodded, "I swear." He scrutinized Celia from head to toe, his gaze landing on her ears. Initially overlooked, upon closer inspection, he noticed they had transformed into webbed shapes. Covered by a translucent membrane, sunlight filtered through that membrane, transforming into a delicate golden hue. Unable to resist, Adrian reached out and gently touched them. They quivered suddenly, and Celia's face flushed crimson. Angrily, she shouted, "Adrian, you scoundrel!" Adrian fled in haste. From that day forward, this would be their secret. Adrian viewed it as a gesture of friendship, while Celia certainly had her own considerations. Upon entering school, she would inevitably face many unfamiliar relationships. As a professor, Severus often could not attend to her needs. She could not allow herself to be isolated. She must find companions who could provide her with cover. Although Adrian was not the most suitable choice, after all, they were not in the same year and likely would not be in the same house. He was indeed the safest option. Severus had likely brought her to the Gascognes with this reasoning in mind. She decided to take a gamble. As for whether there was any selfish motive behind her choice, Celia did not wish to ponder it for now. She caught up with Adrian and grasped his hand, asking, "Would you like to explore the deeper parts of the sea?" A week swiftly passed, and Celia and Adrian found themselves at King's Cross Station. Severus had intended for Rhea to accompany them, but Celia firmly declined. Her reasoning was, "We can't have exceptions at school, Severus. How would everyone react if they saw me with a pet house elf?" She could not rely on Rhea forever. She needed to learn to walk independently and adapt to unfamiliar environments. The sooner this process began, the better, compared to the uncertainties of life after graduation. The relatively safe Hogwarts was a more suitable choice. Moreover, she had never been a pushover. She possessed the ability to protect herself and was unafraid to confront any trouble. Ultimately, Celia and Severus reached an agreement. Rhea would no longer shadow Celia closely but would remain in the cellar, and Severus would place a tracking charm on Celia. Rhea despondently acquiesced. As one of the busiest transport hubs in England, King's Cross Station was always bustling with crowds. Mr. Gascogne led the way, Adrian held Celia's hand, and Mrs. Gascogne followed closely behind. They huddled together tightly to avoid being swept away by the throngs. Upon entering the station, Celia could not see the walls. Thus feeling no fear, Mrs. Gascogne gave her a gentle push on the back, and she dashed into platform 9 3/4. Adrian awaited her on the other side. They found a secluded compartment and stowed their luggage on the rack. Mrs. Gascogne said to Celia, "Don't be afraid, dear. If you need help, just ask Al. And remember to inquire with the professors as well. I wish you all the best." Adrian reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of Celia. Besides, Professor Snape will be there too." Celia smiled but remained silent. The train soon departed. Adrian asked, "There will be a lady selling sweets on board. Would you like something?" Celia expressed great interest. "Do they have chocolate frogs?" Adrian responded, "Of course. Just stay put. I'll fetch you some." Before long, a slightly wilted chocolate frog was delivered to Celia's hand. She giggled and transformed it into a bow. "All done." Adrian sighed in despair. "You will surely be a points-obsessed fiend in the future, Celia." Celia laughed. "Points-obsessed fiend? Who coined that term?" Adrian shrugged. "It was coined by our upperclassman, Nymphadora Tonks. Her mother is said to be a black. She is a Hufflepuff and a year ahead of me. By the way, be sure to call her Tonks. She dislikes being addressed by her full name." Celia struggled to suppress her laughter. It was hard to judge. What state of mind led Tonks's mother to name her that? Andromeda, the prime example of how not to name a child. Duh. Tomorrow is sorting day. It is now 1989. Who do you think Celia will encounter? Extra, Celia's memories. England, Grantham. Compared to other cities in England, Grantham is not particularly large, but it is exceptionally livable. The bright sunshine bathes the courtyard, gently caressing every inch of land. Colorful butterflies flutter among the flowers, like, hey, a little girl suddenly popped her head out from the flower bed, swiftly clapping her hands together to capture a butterfly within her palms. She tightly closed her hands and dashed into the house, shouting, "Daddy, I caught one." A man's voice came from the living room. What? What? He was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book, while a record on the coffee table slowly spun. And a light piano piece danced through the air. The girl approached him, carefully opening her hands. "Look, a butterfly, it's blue." The butterfly fluttered free, flapping its wings a few times in her palm before successfully taking flight. The girl scrambled to catch it again, but the butterfly elegantly evaded her, landing on the man's hair just in front of his right ear. The man chuckled heartily, gently tapping her forehead. "You little rascal." The girl covered her forehead, pouting. "Celia is not a rascal. Celia is a good girl." The man chuckled again, playfully flipping the book upside down on Celia's head, wearing a rather smug expression. His beautiful wife emerged from the kitchen, deftly snatching the book from Celia's head, and then angrily said to the man, "Rick, how many times have I told you? This is our daughter, not your toy. Go tidy up the dining room. Severus is about to arrive." The man obediently left for the dining room. Celia joyfully leaped into her mother's arms, asking, "Is Severus coming?" The woman smiled as she crouched down, gently stroking her cheek. Celia cheered and dashed into the room. She intended to don the beautiful dress her mother had purchased for her 2 days prior, aiming to astonish Severus. When she peeked out from the room, the target of her excitement had already materialized in the living room. With a beaming smile, Celia approached, reaching out to clutch the hem of Snape's dark robes. Snape lowered his gaze, meeting her sparkling sea-blue eyes, but then awkwardly averted his gaze. Noticing Snape's disregard, Celia boldly wrapped her arms around one of his legs, whining, "Come play, please." Snape took a deep breath, striving to soften his tone. "What shall we play?" Celia replied, "I want a hug." Snape's expression hardened. "No, I want to." After a brief stalemate, Snape ultimately succumbed before those large, pleading eyes. With a resigned yet resolute expression, he bent down and lifted Celia into his arms. Though he was exceedingly thin, with little flesh on his long arms, he still managed to support her securely. Celia nestled her head into the crook of his neck. Giggling softly, in her sweet, childish voice, she exclaimed, "I just caught a butterfly, a blue one this big. But I accidentally let it fly away while trying to show Daddy. Next time, I'll catch another one for you to see." Snape replied, He felt little interest in butterflies, perceiving them as delicate yet fragile creatures, adorned with bright, resplendent colors, carelessly flaunting themselves, utterly oblivious to the need for restraint. When peril approached, they possessed no means of self-defense, easily crushed with a mere pinch. However, if it were one that Celia had caught, he could begrudgingly accept it. Celia glanced toward the kitchen and, realizing mealtime was still a while away, tugged at Snape's sleeve, insisting, "Let us go to the courtyard. I want to swing." He complied, leading her to the courtyard and placing her on the swing. It was crafted by her father, petite yet exquisite, perfectly supporting Celia's small frame. Nearby hung a larger swing, one made for her mother. As Celia gently swayed back and forth, the swing began to move of its own accord. Snape stood by, arms crossed, watching intently. Although he knew the little witch would not let herself fall, a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and his gaze deepened, his eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyes, allowing the pain and reluctance within to escape the sunlight. Celia's cheerful voice broke through, "Severus, look." Snape lifted his head, following her pointing finger. Between the flower bed on the windowsill and the courtyard, a faint rainbow had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Celia leaped from the swing, informing him, "It rained last night." Snape replied, "Oh." At that moment, a man emerged from the house, calling them to dinner. Celia took hold of Snape's arm, pulling him along into the house. The dining room was adorned with windows on both sides, sunlight flooding in and dispelling all shadows. Celia rested her chin on her hands at the table, gazing intently at her mother. Her mother's hair shone like golden sunlight, while her father's hair glimmered silver, akin to the moon. She asked, "Mom, what are we having for lunch?" No sooner had she spoken than she felt herself tumble down with a thud. Panic-stricken, she shut her eyes, and when she reopened them, all light had vanished from her sight. Clambering up from the sofa, she blinked in confusion. Snape's voice called from nearby. "Did you have a nightmare?" Compared to the dream, his voice now sounded deeper, stripped of its youthful innocence, imbued with a hint of weariness and gravitas. Celia shook her head and ran to embrace Snape. She softly murmured, "It was a good dream." Alas, she regretted not being able to see her parents' faces clearly. Perhaps she had simply forgotten, she mused with a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 47, The Sorting Ceremony. As the train neared its destination, Adrian opened Celia's luggage, draping her robes over her shoulders before donning his own. He longed to accompany Celia all the way, yet the first years had to take boats across the Black Lake, necessitating their separation at the station. Adrian was whisked away by his roommates, turning back to shout, "Celia, stay close to Hagrid and be safe." Celia stood amused, pondering if she truly resembled some sort of protected creature. Well, in truth, she was a magical creature. The first years followed Hagrid, walking to the edge of the Black Lake, where several boats awaited. Hagrid, with his gruff voice, instructed them, 2 to 3 people per boat, mind your safety, and watch for falling in. Having spent nearly 5 years at Hogwarts, Celia had become quite familiar with the beings residing in the Black Lake. They peered curiously from the sides of her boat, chattering and greeting her. Hagrid remarked, "Strange, why is the Black Lake so lively today?" Celia, playing the role of a silent observer, thought to herself, "Guess why?" Sharing a boat with her were 2 young boys. One of them, rather gregarious, introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory." Celia replied, "I'm Celia Lorien." "I know." The boy chuckled, "You're quite famous." Cedric was a humorous lad, evidently well-mannered, his demeanor reminiscent of Adrian's, but even more outgoing and charismatic. Celia speculated he would likely be a Hufflepuff. They conversed merrily, quickly forming a friendship. Cedric mentioned that his father worked at the Ministry of Magic, and through their dialogue, Celia gleaned her first insights about the vast institution. Cedric quietly confided, "My dad works in the Department of Mysteries, but he thinks the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is far more fascinating. He hopes I'll pursue a career in that field, but honestly, I think Quidditch is much more thrilling." Celia smiled, "You should try out for the Quidditch team. You can participate in the trials starting in your second year." Cedric nodded earnestly, "I think I will." From a nearby boat, a ruckus erupted as several boys shouted excitedly. Celia and Cedric paused their conversation, Cedric curiously peering in that direction. Faintly, Celia discerned 2 remarkably similar voices, chattering away like a pair of little ducks. She inquired, "What is happening over there?" Cedric squinted at the commotion, saying, "Well, I'll guess it's them, the Weasley twins. Their whole family is in Gryffindor. I hadn't expected to be in the same year as them. They were born in 1978, while I was born in September 1977. If I had been born just 10 days earlier, I could have caught the last train of the previous cohort." Celia exclaimed in surprise, "Me too. In fact, after October, I'll be turning 12. The 2 Weasleys continued their animated chatter, discussing a new and intriguing magical toy. Their banter was delightfully amusing, akin to a comical duet. After disembarking from the dock, the first years followed Hagrid into the castle hall. They were handed over to Professor McGonagall, who led them through a long corridor. Stopping at the front of the Great Hall, Celia's name, beginning with an early letter, was soon called by Professor McGonagall, Celia Lorien. Celia squeezed her way through the throng, making her way toward Professor McGonagall. The students seated at the 4 long tables craned their necks, eager to discern which house Professor Snape's daughter would be sorted into. Celia carefully climbed onto the high stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop her head. The tattered hat murmured softly, "Ah, another little Slytherin." "Indeed," Celia quietly replied. "Not Slytherin." She could not go to Slytherin. She had promised Severus she wouldn't. The sorting hat, perplexed, remarked, "Not Slytherin? What a pity. No grand ambitions, yet resilient, proud, powerful, obsessive, endowed with extraordinary talent, a thirst for power and knowledge, a clever and formidable girl, a natural-born Slytherin, indeed. Let me take another look." Suddenly, it fell silent. McGonagall turned her head, exchanging a worried glance with Snape at the staff table. After a pause of about 10 seconds, the sorting hat suddenly chuckled. It declared, "I see now, pursuing strength for the sake of protection, yielding out of love, caught in the tumult of emotions, yet ever composed. I believe I know where to place you." It shouted loudly, "Ravenclaw." A brief hush enveloped the hall before it erupted into enthusiastic applause, with some upperclassmen from Ravenclaw even whistling in excitement. They were witnesses to the moment when Celia had cried out "Daddy" to Snape. They had Professor Snape's daughter, with a golden ticket in hand. They wondered if Professor Snape would dare deduct points from them now. McGonagall and Snape both exhaled in relief. Celia thanked McGonagall and hopped down from the stool, steadying herself on its edge. McGonagall summoned the Ravenclaw prefect, Sharon Brown. Sharon was a gentle girl, guiding Celia to the Ravenclaw table while reminding her to watch her step. Next to Celia sat a tall girl, who greeted her enthusiastically as soon as she was seated. "Hi, I'm Penelope Clearwater, a second year." Celia returned a polite smile. As expected, Cedric was sorted into Hufflepuff, and the 2 Weasley boys undoubtedly found their place in Gryffindor. Their older brothers, Charlie and Percy Weasley, were also present. After singing the school song and dining, the first years followed their prefect up the long staircase, entering their respective common rooms. A new academic year had commenced. As Celia had imagined, Residing at Hogwarts was an entirely different experience from merely attending classes there. The first years were uniformly ushered into the common room, where they would listen to the speech from Professor Flitwick before receiving their dormitory room assignments. Dormitory life was the first challenge Celia faced. The enrollment in Ravenclaw remained consistently low, and Celia was fortunate enough to have a double room. She couldn't help but feel relieved that she had not been sorted into Gryffindor, which was always overcrowded. In truth, that outcome was quite improbable. Their luggage had already been delivered to the dormitory, and as Celia opened the door, she was warmly greeted by her roommate. The girl eagerly took her hand and said, "Come in. I'm so glad to meet you. I'm Irina Gautier. Wow, you look so beautiful." Celia blushed and replied, "Hello, I'm Celia Rorian." She felt nervous and unsure of where to step, which made her miss Rhea even more. Irina noticed Celia's unease and exclaimed, "Your eyes." She quickly realized and pulled Celia onto the bed. As they passed the desk, Irina said, "There's a desk here. Come over, don't bump into it." She was a lively and charming girl, and the two soon sat together on the bed, chatting and quickly becoming good friends. Celia, curious about Irina's name, asked Irina, "Are you British?" Irina laughed and said, "Did you figure it out?" "You're right, not at all. My father is German, my mother is French, and my grandmother is Italian. But not a single one is British." Celia replied, astonished, "Then why didn't you go to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons? I've heard they're not inferior to Hogwarts." Irina pouted, "My mother dislikes Madame Maxime. As for Durmstrang, it said many there are connected to that fellow." She glanced meaningfully at a chocolate frog card. Celia couldn't see Irina's gaze, but inferred whom she referred to. Gellert Grindelwald? For some reason, Celia did not harbor aversion toward dark magic, nor did she despise the powerful dark wizard. A fire that nearly consumed all of Paris. How cool was that? Well, Celia recalled Irina was still present and refrained from showing too much excitement. Suddenly, there was a knock at the dormitory door, and Irina instructed Celia to sit on the bed while she hurried to open it. "Good evening." Two remarkably similar voices chimed in unison. Irina greeted them back, while Celia poked her head out from the bed curtains. "We are the Wolves," one girl said. "I'm Audrey, and this is Sylvia. We live in the next dormitory." Irina exclaimed, "Oh, I bet you're twins." "Merlin, we haven't tidied up yet, but if you don't mind, come in and sit." The girls entered, and the dormitory was spacious enough that four of them could sit comfortably without feeling cramped. The Wolf sisters were friendly, introducing themselves to Celia and bringing 2 bags of cookies to share, offering one to Irina and one to Celia. Sylvia remarked, "My mother made these." Compared to her sister Audrey, she appeared more composed. Irina took her share and placed Celia's portion beside her. Audrey, with a mouthful of cookies, mumbled, "We have an older brother, Quincy Wolf. He's in Hufflepuff and 2 years ahead of us." "I've heard of him," Celia said. "The keeper on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, reputed to be the leading candidate for the next captain." Irina sighed, "How wonderful. I wish I had a brother too." "Celia, do you have siblings?" Celia replied, "I suppose so. A steady, reliable brother and a mischievous younger brother. How could that not count?" They continued chatting until after 11 o'clock, and it was only when Celia yawned that the girls decided it was time to retire for the night. "Tomorrow we have class," Sylvia remarked, "so we should all retire early." Elena escorted the 2 sisters to the door and, not forgetting to address Audrey, said, "Let us go watch Quidditch together during the summer vacation. It's settled." Both Celia and Sylvia burst into laughter. Once Elena closed the door, she kicked off her shoes and climbed into bed. As the room fell silent, fatigue washed over her. She pulled the blanket up and murmured, "Good night, Celia. It would be even better if you could wake me up in the morning." Celia chuckled softly, "No problem. Good night, Elena." The following morning, as Celia rose, Elena remained in deep slumber. Celia cast a time charm. To ensure its efficacy, Snape had made some modifications to the time spell. Celia's wand flickered, emitting a flat tone that announced 7:30 in the morning. It was still early, so she decided to let Elena sleep a little longer. Celia stepped into the washroom to begin her morning routine. Before turning on the water, she hung Professor McGonagall's pocket watch on the doorknob, ensuring her privacy was not compromised. Yet, after completing her preparations, Elena was still lost in dreams, even smacking her lips. Celia approached the edge of Elena's bed and gently nudged her. "Elena?" Unmoved, Elena lay like a rock. Celia raised her voice, "Elena." The latter mumbled and rolled over. Exasperated, Celia sighed and resolved to take more drastic measures. "Ah!" Elena screamed as she leaped out of bed, panicking. "Is the roof leaking?" "It wasn't tea, but you really ought to get up," Celia said, waving her wand and casting a drying charm. "It was already past 8. If you wish to have breakfast, you'd better hurry." Elena paused for a moment, then dashed into the washroom with a scream. It turned out that human potential knows no bounds. By 8:30, they arrived at the Great Hall without incident. Elena, still shaken, said to Celia, "Thank goodness you know the way." Celia smiled noncommittally. Truth be told, She was quite directionally challenged. Audrey and Sylvia were already seated at the long table, greeting them in unison. "Good morning, Elena, Celia." "Good morning," Elena replied weakly, while Celia nodded with a smile. Celia was acutely aware that many eyes were upon her. Her striking appearance and physical imperfections were hard to overlook. If this were 7 years ago, she would have likely hidden in a panic, but now she could navigate through the crowd with composure. Over the years spent in Snape's company, Celia had come to realize that her keen intellect and remarkable beauty were enough to earn the admiration of strangers. More importantly, she possessed a determination and resilience that rivaled anyone else's. She was no less than anyone else and required no one's pity. Taking a seat beside Sylvia, a plate was slid in front of her with a flourish. Sylvia inquired, "Cucumber and ham sandwich. Would you like something to drink?" "Just milk, thank you, Sylvia." Snape was busy chewing on steak, his gaze sweeping across the Ravenclaw table, landing on Adrian with a fierce glare. Adrian's honey pudding suddenly lost its appeal. "Humph. Celia looks better off with the girls," Snape commented. Chapter 49, A Daughter to Steal. Professor Snape had recently become rather morose, which had a calming effect on his students as well. Celia had begun her schooling and appeared to be thriving, quickly bonding with her roommates. As for Adrian, Snape reasonably suspected that his schedule was likely as follows. Morning, classes, studying with Celia. Noon, lunch, conversing with Celia. Afternoon, classes, studying with Celia. Evening, dinner, studying with Celia. Snape grumbled, "Hufflepuff loses big points." Adrian asked why. The professors praised Celia, with the exception of Madame Hooch and Professor Sinistra. In fact, no one expected Celia to excel in flying class, given her poor sense of direction and inability to see where she was going. As for Professor Sinistra, she stated that as long as Celia could complete all her theoretical coursework, she would be willing to assign her an A in astronomy. Just as Adrian had predicted, Celia had significantly elevated Ravenclaw's hourglass. Now, the entire school was aware that the little blind girl in first year was not only Professor Snape's daughter, but also an exceptionally talented young witch. However, Celia could no longer spend the entire day with Snape as she once did. She had her own friends and coursework to complete, and her life was no longer confined to a small space. Snape pulled out Celia's paper and marked it with a resplendent O. He sighed heavily. Well, children must grow up. Celia's world could not forever revolve around Snape. Yet, it had been a week since she had set foot in the dungeon. Even the scales in the glass jar remained undisturbed. Snape despondently set down his quill, realizing he could not focus. Like every parent who loves their child, he felt joy at her growth, yet sadness at her independence. One day, children will grow into adults. They will soar away like fledglings with fully developed wings, leaving their aging parents to watch from the ground. In this process, parents can do less and less. Yet they stubbornly wish to prove that they are not yet old enough to be a burden to their children. Realizing this filled Snape with dread. It was a wholly new feeling. He felt strange, yet not averse to it. He suddenly recalled a passage from The Art of Love, a book he had originally bought for Celia, who insisted on reading it with him. The principles of infant love state: I love you because I am loved. The principles of adult love state: I am loved because I love you. Childish love believes: I love you because I need you. Mature love believes: I need you because I love you. At this moment, he wondered if his longing for Celia stemmed from love or need. This was the first time Snape had contemplated the subject of love so deeply. However, he could not yet grasp it. Perhaps Celia had already figured it out. He thought despairingly. He called out, "Rhea?" The house elf appeared at his desk. "Mr. Snape, what has the young lady been up to recently?" Rhea reported diligently. She went to the Great Hall for breakfast with her friends in the morning, attended classes in the morning, returned to the Great Hall for lunch, attended classes in the afternoon, went to the library with Mr. Gasseg after class, and spent the evening in the common room doing homework with her friends before returning to the dormitory to sleep. It was all quite clear and perfectly normal. Yet, Snape felt increasingly agitated. He suppressed the impulse to fling his quill away, huffed, and slumped heavily into his chair. It had been 8 days since Celia had visited the dungeon, and he was angry. Rhea, who had witnessed everything, pondered thoughtfully while stroking her chin. Should she remind the young lady? The following evening, a suddenly enlightened Celia finally appeared at the dungeon door. She anxiously placed her hand upon the door, hesitating on whether to enter. Surely, Severus would not be angry with her, would he? From within, a familiar voice echoed. "Allow me to remind you, Miss Lorien. If your Ravenclaw intellect has not yet dulled, you should realize that doors are meant to be opened, not for a little miscreant to stand idly against them." Well, he was upset. Celia resignedly muttered, "Snake fangs." With a click, the door swung open, revealing a dejected Celia standing before Snape. Tentatively, she edged closer, resting her hand on the edge of the desk. Snape remained silent. She swiftly climbed onto the desk, inching towards him. A hand settled on her shoulder, and Snape's exasperated voice broke through. Wait, there are quills on the desk. Celia responded with an "oh" as she listened to Snape rustling about, organizing the clutter on the surface. Once the sound subsided, Celia took a deep breath and leaped into Snape's arms. She clung tightly to his neck, nuzzling against him as she had countless times before. "Severus," she whispered, "are you angry?" "Not at all. Not even close." Celia playfully tapped Snape on the nose. "Lying will make your nose grow long." She released her grip, forcing Snape to embrace her to prevent her from sliding off. He tilted his head back, evading her mischievous hand. "Enough of that." Celia withdrew her hand, rolling over in his embrace, her cheek resting against his chest. Snape furrowed his brow. "Have you lost weight? Is the food at school not to your liking?" Celia replied, "Of course not. It's merely a figment of your imagination." Snape's tall, lean frame was solid beneath her. After lying there for a moment, Celia suddenly burst into laughter. She lifted her head and exclaimed, "Severus, aren't you hot?" "It's the height of summer." Snape conceded. "Well, it is indeed a bit warm when we are so close." Celia retrieved her wand from her pocket, impervious. Clear water, like a spring. She dove back into Snape's embrace. In the next moment, droplets of water began to splatter down upon them. Snape remarked, "To think she'd come up with a way to cool us down." Meanwhile, Celia contemplated her need to continue striving in her studies. With her current control over magic, she could only condense the moisture in the air into tiny droplets, not even a stream. Her innate talent was a gift from above, and she was determined to cultivate this power. A yawn escaped her, and before long, she had drifted off to sleep. As September drew to a close, the Quidditch trials commenced at Hogwarts, bringing an air of excitement to the school. According to Hogwarts regulations, first-year students were not permitted to participate in the trials. At dawn, Audrey eagerly dragged Elena to observe the selection, hoping to glean experience for her own participation next year. Celia, however, held no interest in Quidditch. Through Adrian's introduction, she successfully joined the Charms Club. Professor Flitwick was an open-minded mentor. The Charms Club had no age restrictions. As long as one possessed talent and interest, one could become a member. Within this environment, Celia discovered the joy of practical application. She relished the thrill of combat, calculating her magic, predicting her opponent's moves, and decisively overcoming her adversaries, all of which provided her with immense satisfaction. Surprisingly, her wand mirrored her enthusiasm. During duels, her cedar wand would often tremble with excitement. As the matches progressed, even Adrian began to steer clear of her. Celia found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Surely, she didn't possess some bloodthirsty gene? After all, wasn't that how novels portrayed it? Lovers betrayed by a villain and a close friend, resulting in a vengeful massacre? Well, in truth, Celia had no interest in bloodshed. She simply enjoyed the thrill of combat, or perhaps the exchange of spells. How delightful it was. Professor Flitwick asserted that if Celia could maintain this enthusiasm, she would evolve into a master duelist. Her blindness would not hinder her. Rather, it would enhance her ability to judge her opponent's movements. She would become more sensitive to the flow of magic and less susceptible to feints. However, Severus Snape voiced his dissent. After all, Celia was quite adept in potions as well. Why should Flitwick benefit from her talents? Chapter 50, The Christmas Promise. During Christmas, Celia received a most extraordinary gift. Merlin. Elena gasped, staring in awe at the enormous package beneath the Christmas tree. "This must be the largest Christmas gift I have ever seen. Who sent it?" Audrey found the gift card on the back of the package and read aloud, "Merry Christmas. The gift is an Italian piano. My dear Celia, do not forget to practice. Love, Narcissa Malfoy." The girls fell silent. A piano of such grand stature. One could only wonder if the owl delivering it had survived the journey. Who was it that insisted on studying during the holidays? Suddenly, Celia had an epiphany. Recalling the Christmas gift she had given Adrian 4 years ago, a book titled The Guide to Charms. So it seemed. This year's admonishment to study was a form of poetic justice. She sighed, deciding to first tackle the matter of the piano. It could certainly fit in their dormitory. But she wondered if Elena would be agreeable. Elena was more than willing. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gazed at Celia. "You can play the piano. This is wonderful. I have always wanted to learn, but my mother insisted I learn the violin, claiming that the piano is for boys and the violin is the instrument for girls. Celia, may I learn piano from you? In exchange, I can teach you the violin." Celia smiled brightly. Of course. Audrey and Sylvia exchanged glances. They were children of common folk, familiar only with the Irish harp or perhaps singing rough folk songs. The lofty aspirations that Celia and Elena spoke of were likely beyond their reach. Elena, noticing their disappointment, suggested to Celia, "Shall we invite them both to join us?" Celia paused, quickly grasping Elena's intent. The two girls were in perfect agreement and returned to the common room to extend their invitation to the Wolf sisters. Elena declared, "Let us learn together. Good friends should stick together." Later that evening, while in the cellar, Celia shared this development with Snape. His response was a simple, Is that all? Celia inquired, puzzled. Aren't you going to say anything? What is there to say? Snape replied, laying down the paper he had been grading. This is your affair with your friends. Besides, it seems you are handling it quite well. Celia rubbed the back of her neck, unsure why she had posed such a question. She had embarked on her education, establishing her own life and social circle. Severus was willing to let go at this moment. She should feel fortunate. Yet, she found herself struggling with the adjustment, as if he ought to be more involved in her affairs. She had grown accustomed to his oversight. No cold drinks, no excessive sweets, no more than 2 hours of reading at a stretch, no venturing out alone at night, and never wearing fewer than 3 layers in winter. She had perpetually existed under the dominion of Snape, regarding these regulations as a protective cocoon. As long as she nestled within these confines, she felt a sense of security. It seemed she was rather traditional, Celia thought with a sigh. She shrugged and uttered, well, it is what it is. Ultimately, she harbored no grand ambitions nor desired to become a figure of renown. Her sole wish was to safeguard her home and loved ones, to lead a fulfilling yet ordinary life. If tranquility prevailed, she would savor each day in peace. If adversaries dared to encroach, then wisdom and strength would serve as her armament. She informed Snape, I shall return to my slumber. Snape merely grunted in acknowledgement, gently ruffling Celia's hair. Good night, he replied. After Christmas, the winter term officially commenced. The students, having concluded their winter break, returned to Hogwarts, restoring its vibrant atmosphere. Hufflepuff triumphed over Slytherin, clinching the coveted Quidditch Cup. Audrey pointed at Hufflepuff's goalkeeper, exclaiming, That's Quincy. He doesn't seem very approachable, does he? I truly wonder why he was sorted in a Hufflepuff. Elena hesitated, countering, but I've heard he is quite amiable towards his classmates. Audrey huffed in irritation. Clearly, sibling discord ran deep. The biting cold wind howled, and Celia shivered, seeking refuge within Adrian's cloak. Adrian enveloped her snugly in his cloak, casting 2 warming charms for good measure. Audrey appeared even more vexed. Look at that brother of hers. However, as the spring term approached, they found little time to concern themselves with such trivialities. In just over 2 months, the first-year students would face their inaugural end-of-term examinations. Celia's situation was unique. To ensure fairness in the assessments, the professors decided to create a Braille exam specifically for her. As the only professor familiar with Braille, Snape bore this significant responsibility. Resigned, he perforated the parchment. For the sake of his daughter, a bit of extra work was not entirely unacceptable. It would be even better if there were overtime pay. Little did Celia know. At that moment, she was in the library, diligently revising with her friends. It was her first examination, and despite having memorized all the material thoroughly, she could not shake off the anxiety. What if she were to fail? Would Severus cast her out of their home? Chapter 51, Adrian's OWL's results. It turned out that Celia's worries were utterly unfounded. Her end-of-term examination results were, without a doubt, splendid. Aside from flying and astronomy, she achieved a commendable in all other subjects. Had it not been for those 2 subjects holding her back, she might have claimed the top position in her year. Adrian leaned over to glimpse her report card, then retreated silently. He sighed softly. Celia patted his back, saying, Don't be disheartened. I had already mastered the first-year material. This term's results don't indicate much. As for you, your grades have improved significantly compared to first year. Adrian sighed again. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he would never catch up to Celia. He had just finished his OWLs and was still unaware of the results. If he performed poorly, he would surely be devoured by the ferocious Lorien. Merlin, let it not be so. In July, an owl delivered Adrian's OWL's results. That evening, Celia received an invitation to dinner from Adrian. It seemed he had fared well. After obtaining Snape's permission, Celia traveled through the fireplace to the Gasegg residence. As she stepped out of the fireplace, she heard Adrian's voice, Celia, welcome. Startled, she smiled and replied, Thank you, good afternoon, Adrian. To wait for her, Adrian had been crouching by the fireplace, careful to position himself slightly away to avoid startling her. Just as Celia remembered, the Gasegg home was a cozy abode. Eggs and steaks sizzled in the pan, a cloth glided across the dining table, and the clock's chime announced the hour as a little bird popped out, singing a lilting Scottish tune. The 2 children nestled on a soft sofa as Adrian read aloud the freshly minted OWL's results. Astronomy, E. Charms, O. Defense against the dark arts, O. Herbology, O. History of magic, A. Potions, E. Transfiguration, A. Care of magical creatures, O. Divination, A. And Muggle studies, O. All passed with 5 OS. Celia exclaimed in delight, Congratulations. The entire Gasegg family rejoiced at the news, and Mrs. Gasegg prepared an extravagant feast to celebrate Adrian's accomplishments. Adrian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thanks to you, Celia. Otherwise, I would have surely received at least A or perhaps A din history of magic. Merlin, that subject is dreadful. Just one goblin rebellion left me utterly confounded. Celia laughed heartily and reminded Adrian to consider his course selections. Upon entering 6th year, he would need to make choices among his subjects for more in-depth study. Celia lamented. You must choose charms and defense against the dark arts, of course. As for potions, with an E, you must bid farewell to Severus. In truth, she believed Adrian was not performing poorly in potions and ought to continue his studies. Adrian shivered silently. He was all too eager to say goodbye to Professor Snape. As night fell, they sat side by side on the deck. A gentle breeze wafted from behind them towards the sea, whisking away the summer's heat. Celia mused. Time flies so swiftly. Adrian agreed. Indeed, it felt as if they had only met yesterday, and yet, here they were, grown. Celia's hair had grown long, cascading past her chest. The wind lifted it lightly, causing it to dance across Adrian's face. He turned to gaze at her. Her eyes were wide open, reflecting the streetlights and the sea, creating ripples in her cerulean gaze. Her silver-blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, reminiscent of a crystal-clear lake. She tied a hairband around her left wrist, one of the gifts Adrian had previously bestowed upon her. It remained pristine and soft, as though it had just been crafted. Clad in a white shirt and black overalls, she epitomized the quintessential Snape aesthetic. Yet, in Adrian's eyes, Celia was better suited to the harmonious colors of purple and blue. Much like her own temperament, gentle as water, yet imbued with a subtle aloofness. Suddenly, Celia turned her head, locking eyes with Adrian. Adrian was momentarily taken aback, convinced for a fleeting instant that Celia was gazing at him. Celia pointed towards the sea and declared, I wish to dive in. Adrian swiftly surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of other vessels, and replied, all right. Celia thrust a pocket watch into his hand and, with a swift motion, slipped into the water. After a brief interval, she emerged from nearby, calling out, Adrian. She had shouted it incorrectly. Adrian sighed in response, over here. Such a charming sense of direction. Celia smiled mischievously, turned her head, and waved at him. She leapt and plunged into the water, allowing Adrian to catch his first clear glimpse of her fishtail, silvery blue, adorned with shimmering scales that glistened in the sunlight. Moments later, Celia popped up from the other side, exclaiming, Al? Adrian's face flushed crimson. What had she learned from her parents? Al. That was his nickname, his affectionate moniker. Without waiting for his reply, Celia swam off, her trajectory growing increasingly erratic. Adrian sighed and dove in after her. Celia, I've lost my temper with you. If there were a course on navigation in this world, I assure you, you would earn AT for troll, abysmal. Celia nonchalantly retorted, but you're here, aren't you? You'll just haul me back. I can't be bothered to think. Adrian replied, you are entirely correct. I find myself at a loss for words. He pulled Celia back onto the boat and then retreated into the cabin to fetch a towel. Just as he finished drying off, Celia shook her hair beside him, droplets splattering about like a playful puppy. Drenched and shivering, Adrian fell silent once more. Well, what else was there to do? Back to drying off. Chapter 52, Another Encounter with Wesley. Upon entering her 2nd year, Celia's life underwent little transformation. She attended classes as usual, conversed with Adrian, or studied alongside Sylvia. However, it was rather unusual that Eilina and Audrey no longer appeared as close as before. Their bond had been strong due to their shared passion for Quidditch, yet now they seldom congregated for conversation, with Eilina preferring to linger in the library all day rather than join Audrey for a game. Celia set down her quill and inquired, what is going on between you two? Nothing, Eilina replied dismissively. She's a decent person, but sometimes her words aren't the kindest. I'll settle for being casual friends. Since Sylvia sat across from them, they instinctively lowered their voices. Compared to Celia, Snape had suddenly become busier than ever. He would occasionally leave early and return late or spend extended periods in the headmaster's office. When Celia sought him in the dungeons, she often found him absent. Curiosity piqued. She asked Snape, is there a significant event happening at the school? Snape replied, mind your own business and focus on your studies. Recently, there had been a breakthrough concerning Voldemort's whereabouts. Members of the Order of the Phoenix had discovered traces of him in the Albanian forest, which had put everyone on edge. Yet, everything remained uncertain, and Snape was not prepared to divulge this information to Celia at this time. Celia thought, very well. It has always been this way. If Severus wishes to keep something from her, no amount of effort on her part would elicit a single word from him. This had been the case during her sorting, and it was the same when she had confined Draco to a room, as if she were unaware. Since Severus chose not to speak, she would refrain from inquiring. Just as she never asked why. Every year on October 31st, he would vanish for an entire day and return the following morning looking disheveled. Everyone harbors their own little secrets, do they not? Perhaps it's best to focus on eating. Adrian approached from the Hufflepuff table. presenting her with a box of freshly acquired honeydew sweets. Recently, it had been Hogsmeade weekend, and he had promised Celia he would procure some of the Honeydukes candies for her. Ruffling her hair, he said, "Celia, Professor Sprout is looking for you." Celia perked up immediately. "What? Has the sneezewort been prepared?" She dashed towards the exit of the great hall. Adrian, accustomed to her haste, followed at a leisurely pace. As he walked, he called out, "Celia, slow down." Audrey and Sylvia watched their retreating figures, sharing a look of envy. "Her brother is truly kind to her," Sylvia remarked. "Indeed," Audrey concurred. "Why can't Quincy learn a thing or two, considering they are from the same house?" With the Quidditch tryouts approaching, Audrey was practicing tirelessly. Her aspiration was to become a chaser, or a beater would suffice. Yet her brother Quincy refused to offer assistance and was unwilling to accompany her for practice. With a stern expression, he said, "Rely on yourself. That's how I did it." Audrey, frustrated, turned her cream pudding into a sieve. Eilina glanced at her two close friends, poised to speak, but hesitating. Only she felt that head boy Cassick bore a striking resemblance to Celia's brother. The way he looked at Celia reminded her so much of how her father gazed at her mother. Celia soon returned, clutching a large package that exuded the scent of herbs. Sylvia exclaimed, "Professor Sprout is exceedingly generous to you." Celia chuckled and refrained from elaborating. She neither sought to conceal her relationship with Snape, nor did she wish to broadcast it. In this matter, both she and Snape understood each other implicitly. Yet, there were always those who pried. For instance, Madame Pomfrey would occasionally say, "Celia, when you next see Severus, could you pass on a message? He doesn't like coming to the infirmary, as you know, and I lack the time to seek him out." Similarly, Professor Burbage would ask, "Celia, I recall Severus has an old telephone at home, of Muggle design. May I borrow it to have a look?" At such times, her friends would gaze at Celia in astonishment, and Celia was splendid at it, effortlessly responding without needing to pretend not to notice. "Blindness is a blessing," she thought despondently. "I equally despise every prying soul in this world." As afternoon classes commenced, the classroom door was suddenly flung open. "I apologize for the interruption, Phileas," McGonagall said from the doorway, "but may I borrow Miss Rorian?" Flitwick replied, "Of course, Celia, off you go." Celia nodded at him and walked over to Professor McGonagall. Once the door was closed, McGonagall leaned in to whisper, "I know this is quite sudden, but Celia, Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you." "Dumbledore? Not a family member. Why would he want to see her?" Celia followed Professor McGonagall down the long staircase, stopping before the headmaster's office. The gargoyle statue yawned lazily and asked, "Password?" Professor McGonagall replied with seriousness, "Coconut ice." Celia stood there, dumbstruck. Was Headmaster Dumbledore truly a glutton? Indeed, every year when she presented Dumbledore with Christmas gifts, the reciprocation always consisted of featherquill candies. Celia suddenly recalled Adrian mentioning that if one wished to sneak into the headmaster's office, one must not forget to bring along a menu from Honeydukes Confectionery. Just reciting it would suffice. The water nymph slowly withdrew, revealing the spiral passage behind her. Professor McGonagall remarked, "Simply ascend the stairs, and you shall arrive. Fear not, child." Celia expressed her gratitude and stepped onto the solid stone steps. After just 2 paces, a familiar voice erupted from behind her, sounding utterly exasperated. "Professor McGonagall, there you are. Indeed, it's those 2 Weasley boys again. They're wreaking havoc in an empty classroom on the 5th floor. You must come at once." Celia stifled a laugh, her face contorting in suppressed mirth. Ever since the 2 Weasley children had enrolled, Hogwarts had scarcely known a moment's peace. A pair of mischievous twins. The Gryffindor hourglass was in dire straits. Even worse, it was rumored that another one would join next year and the year after. Poor Professor McGonagall, the infamous Weasley Gryffindor freshman wholesale dealer. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, spare that hourglass. Gryffindor can scarcely afford it anymore." Her house cup. Chapter 53. Entering the pensive. The headmaster's office felt rather chilly. Celia stood at the end of the spiral staircase, unable to suppress a shiver. The room was eerily quiet, and she tentatively called out, "Professor Dumbledore?" A familiar voice from the right responded, "Celia, come here." "Severus?" Celia instantly felt a wave of relief as she rushed over to extend her hand. Snape grasped her hand, casting a warming charm and draping a cloak over her shoulders. "Now, Dumbledore," he turned his head to say, "I presume you no longer expect her to remain silent?" Celia held his hand tightly, searching for Dumbledore's presence. An aged yet steady voice soon echoed, "Indeed, indeed. It is a pleasure to meet you, Celia. I believe this is our first formal encounter, is it not?" Celia replied nervously, "I suppose so, Headmaster." Snape shot a fierce glare at the headmaster, though it evidently posed no threat. Dumbledore cheerfully suggested, "Why don't we sit down for a conversation? Child, would you care for some chilled lemonade? Or perhaps jelly slugs?" Snape firmly pressed Celia into a chair, stating bluntly, "She wants nothing, Dumbledore. Might I remind you? I am busy, and Celia has only just come from class. Very well. Dumbledore sounded slightly exasperated. Let's keep this brief. Celia, do you recall anything regarding your parents? Celia immediately became guarded. Why was this peculiar old man inquiring about her parents? She tugged at Snape's sleeve. Severus? Snape gently patted her back, a familiar gesture imbued with reassurance and encouragement, while also allowing him to protect her should the need arise. She pressed her lips together and replied, not much. Do you mean their everyday life, or the part concerning the Death Eaters? Upon uttering this, she even chuckled. What business did Dumbledore have with their daily lives? Oh. She understood. Nodding, she added, I cannot recall much of that memory. Perhaps you possess some magic to retrieve memories? I believe that would yield more detail than my own recounting. Dumbledore regarded her with surprise. Calm and mature. Unafraid in the face of adversity. Was this truly a child taught by Severus? It was astonishing, considering she was only 12 years old. He produced the pensieve and explained its purpose to Celia. However, she was still rather young, and her command of magic was insufficient. How could she extract her own memories? Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances, and Snape wore a smug, insincere smile. Celia could not help but interject, forgive my candor, headmaster, but is this memory truly significant? Having been at school for over a year, her impression of Dumbledore still lingered on the speech given at the welcome feast. Yet, at this moment, she found herself somewhat disliking the old man, for Snape seemed to harbor an aversion towards him. Snape, it's merely a mild disdain. Do not exaggerate. Dumbledore did not respond immediately. He appeared lost in thought until Snape's voice broke the silence, startling him back to reality. He carefully chose his words, saying, well, Severus, you may have noticed that during that time, he was exceedingly mad. Previously, he had killed with purpose, but during that period, he unleashed a massacre, even targeting pureblood wizards on multiple occasions. Had it not been for that child intervening, even more innocents would have perished. Celia is among the few survivors. We must ascertain what transpired back then. Now it was Snape's turn to fall silent. Celia surmised he was contemplating some decision. Dumbledore's words were vague, concealing the most crucial information, perhaps as a precaution against her. But not necessarily. Celia reassured herself. Perhaps this was a sign of affection from the headmaster. After all, it would not be proper to speak of violence in front of a 12-year-old. Lost in her thoughts, she heard Snape let out a heavy sigh beside her. He did not immediately voice his decision. Instead, he asked Celia, what do you think? Celia smiled and tightened her grip on his hand. And you? Snape momentarily appeared taken aback. He lifted his robes and knelt before Celia, saying, do as I say. Do not be afraid. If you feel uncomfortable, simply stop. Celia nodded and drew her wand from her pocket. Snape held her hand, positioning the wand's tip against Celia's forehead. He instructed, be quiet, concentrate, and forget everything else. You need only focus on that memory, envision it flowing like a stream. Celia endeavored to calm her thoughts, searching through the tangled web of memories to find that particular night. Imagine, flowing. Suddenly, the tip of her wand trembled, and Celia instinctively pulled away. A tingling sensation surged through her mind, as though some active substance had been extracted. She let out a small gasp, grateful that Snape was steadying her shoulder. Otherwise, she would have toppled from her chair. Dumbledore's approving voice rang out, success. An exceptionally remarkable magical talent. Celia, Ravenclaw shall award an additional 20 points for this. Celia wearily replied, thank you for your generosity, headmaster. She rested her chin on Snape's shoulder, feeling utterly drained, as if all her energy had been siphoned away. Exhausted. Indeed, magic concerning the mind was no trifling matter. That strand of memory was placed into the pensieve. Snape quietly inquired, do you wish to see it? Celia answered without hesitation. Yes, I want to know what truly transpired that night, even more than Dumbledore does. Dumbledore quickly entered the pensieve, with Snape shoving Celia into his robes, following suit. Celia nearly lost her stomach. The sensation was unpleasant, akin to being stirred in a portkey for 2 hours, only to be spun around by a door key for another 2. When Celia's feet finally touched the ground, it felt as though a century had passed. Dazed, she clung to Snape's hand, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Wait, she found herself frozen in place. Was the light and scenery truly visible to her eyes? Turning her head, she effortlessly caught the sound of Snape's voice. The man before her was gaunt and pale, and with uncertainty, Celia called out, Severus? Snape grunted in response, his attention absorbed in surveying the surroundings, oblivious to Celia's unusual demeanor. She shouted once more, Severus. Rarely had she ever been so animated. Snape jumped slightly, finally turning to her and asking, what is it? The rest of his words caught in his throat. Celia gazed at him intently, her sea blue eyes sparkling with joy. She softly remarked, you look so thin, Severus. Snape was taken aback. He replied dryly, yes, I suppose so. Celia broke into a playful smile, her beautiful blue eyes shimmering like crushed stars swirling upon the surface of the sea. Dumbledore approached with a cheerful demeanor. It appears to be good news. Just as a smile began to creep upon Snape's lips, it fell away with a thud. That noisy old bee. Celia, feeling quite cheerful, decided to be a tad kinder to the headmaster. Yes, Professor, you look just as I imagined. Snape's expression completely soured. Celia tiptoed, playfully placing her warm palm against his face. Come on, smile. Severus, you look quite dreadful when you're angry. Dumbledore gazed at them with a twinkle in his eye before shifting his attention to the surroundings. He rather unceremoniously stated, I've never been here before. Celia, could you guide us? Chapter 54, The Collapse After the Second Viewing. Dumbledore's words interrupted their thoughts. Celia regained her senses, surveying her surroundings. Merlin, she gasped. This is my home. She recognized it immediately. They stood upon a lawn. Although the sky had grown dark, it was evident that this was an exquisite courtyard. The low white fence was adorned with blue morning glories, while tulips, pink roses, and flowering quince graced the front of the house. Campanulas cascaded from the flower bed outside the window, swaying gently in the breeze. The lights were on in the second-floor room. Celia stood in the lawn, staring blankly at that window. Dumbledore said, They are upstairs, Celia. Shall we not go take a look? Celia shook her head. It's all false, she murmured. What good would it do to look again? They are already gone. Everything is merely a memory. Dumbledore appeared as though he wished to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden roar. The window shattered, and a shadow crashed heavily onto the lawn. Before the shadow could rise, it was swiftly knocked down by a powerful spell. A young man's voice filled with curses rang out. Dare to provoke my wife? I'll beat you to death. Dumbledore chuckled to Snape. This lad is quite spirited. The tone was reminiscent of that of a newly born infant. Celia began to search for a crack in the ground. Father, how embarrassing it is to do this in front of Professor Dumbledore. Does he not have any self-awareness? Apparently not. The man even leaned out of the window, peering down. Oh, Richard Lorien. The radiant moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the silver-blue hair of the man. He was handsome, with light gray eyes that gleamed with a wary light. He was not dazzling like the sun, nor glorious like the moon. Compared to them, he resembled the moon's reflection upon water, veiled in soft, ethereal mist. Celia gazed greedily at that face, the face she had not seen in ages, so long that she had nearly forgotten it. She felt the urge to cry but couldn't bear to let the tears flow. If tears filled her eyes, she would not be able to see clearly. It turned out she was not as liberated as she had thought. She grasped Snape's hand. Her voice choked. Look, my father hasn't combed his hair again. Snape held her hand, gently murmuring in response. He said, I'll have your mother scold him later. Celia nodded vigorously, a tear falling onto her chest. Isabella's soft voice came from within the house, to which Richard replied, casting a protective charm. A silver dolphin emerged from the tip of his wand, gracefully disappearing into the night sky. The next moment, Isabella suddenly cried out, No, Rick, quickly tell Dumbledore. The sounds of commotion erupted from inside, and Richard rushed in, chanting spells rapidly. At once, spells of every hue flew chaotically through the air. Dumbledore suddenly asked Celia, Where were you at that time? Celia replied, I should have been in the room. No, wait. If she were in the room, why were they outside now? Wasn't this her memory? Was this truly her memory? A chill ran down Celia's spine, and a wave of immense fear washed over her, causing her to tremble violently. Snape steadied her shoulders, and she closed her eyes, desperately trying to calm herself. Right, the sound of the wind. The wind during that Quidditch match. What had she forgotten? Suddenly feeling light, Celia opened her eyes, and the familiar void returned. They were back. Dumbledore's voice echoed. Shall we look again? Snape shook Celia's hand. Celia nodded, trembling as she said, One more time. This time, they walked directly into the house, each observing attentively. Celia forced herself to widen her eyes, witnessing the death of her parents firsthand. She saw 5 Death Eaters. No, 6, with one hiding on the roof, casting a stunning spell on Isabella. Richard let out a furious roar and cast a spell at that Death Eater. The killing curse. The Death Eater fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Celia's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She glanced again at the other Death Eaters. Observing their spells, they were shattered, all petrified and collapsing to the ground. Who was the real Dark Wizard? Her father was so handsome. Snape stole a glance at Celia, his expression gradually growing serious. It seemed it was time to address this child's psychological education. Dumbledore suddenly whispered, They are coming. Celia and Snape turned their heads in unison. Wait, a boiled egg? Celia scrutinized the newcomer with curious eyes. Snape inhaled sharply, the Dark Lord. The figure was followed by a woman, her raven black hair disheveled, holding a golden goblet. Snape pointed to her. Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus Lestrange, is also a Death Eater. And as for the other, Narcissa is her sister. Yes, she is also a Black. Celia exclaimed, "What? This is Mrs. Malfoy's sister?" My worldview is shattered. Perhaps we should just call that boiled egg the Dark Lord. He raised his wand, but Richard was quicker. His voice was steady and powerful as he intoned the incantation, Avada Kedavra. The spell struck the Dark Lord's shoulder, instantly creating a deep indentation. The Dark Lord glanced at the wound and let out a bizarre, discordant laugh. A splendid spell, he hissed, but alas, it lacks the malice to vanquish the great Dark Lord. Richard retorted with biting sarcasm. Naturally, a man of my integrity cannot compete with your treachery. He cast a surreptitious glance at his wife. Isabella had already regained consciousness, her eyes warily fixed on the Dark Lord as she shielded their young daughter behind her. Celia then noticed the little girl, desperately stifling her sobs to keep from crying out loud. Celia stared blankly at the memory of her younger self, so small and innocent. A time she could never return to. The Dark Lord raised his wand at Richard. Avada Kedavra. Isabella's eyes widened, and her body crumpled to the ground. Almost everyone was stupefied. Was the true target of the Dark Lord Isabella? They barely had time to react before Isabella was gone. Though struck in the front by the curse, blood gushed from her back. The memory abruptly faded, the scene becoming indistinct. Celia gazed at the pool of blood and suddenly screamed, clutching her head. They fell back to the ground, Celia still screaming, while Snape frantically shouted, "Celia!" The air began to swirl again, and a crystal ball on the bookshelf shattered with a loud pop. Dumbledore swiftly drew his wand, aiming it at Celia as he cast a spell. Celia's voice was abruptly silenced. She coughed heavily, expelling a deep crimson clot of blood. Snape held her tightly, trembling as he placed a hand on her forehead. Celia opened her eyes and rasped, "Severus?" Snape silently patted her back. Her mind was somewhat dazed, and she murmured, "I understand how I survived." She had seen the wound on Isabella's back clearly. Her entire arm had been brutally torn apart, vanishing completely below the shoulder, along with her daughter, leaving no trace behind. Apparition. Celia trembled as she grasped Snape's hand, realizing that the apparition had left a wound. How had she accomplished that? With one arm, she had operated away with a living child? So that was how she had survived. The realization overwhelmed her, and she wept openly in Snape's embrace. Voldemort sneered. Look at my fate." Celia, through her tears, cried out, "You owe me my mother." Chapter 55, at the tender age of 12. Marrying off cabbages. Snape had never known that a person could shed so many tears. Celia clutched his waist tightly, her cries resonating throughout the headmaster's office. The portraits peeked curiously. One of them glanced at Snape and asked, "What happened? Has the Slytherin house cup vanished?" Normally, Snape would have shot him a glare. However, he was preoccupied with comforting the child and did not even hear the portrait's words. "Oh, Celia." He furrowed his brow in distress. "You know, that was your mother. She had to find a way to save you." Celia's sobs grew louder. She gasped, "Yes, she is me, my mother. She is dead." Snape was rendered speechless. A hand rested on his shoulder, and he turned to see Dumbledore. The elderly man smiled and said, "Let her cry for a while, Severus. She has bottled up her emotions, and an appropriate release might do her good." Snape bowed his head in silence, gently patting Celia's back. Her cries gradually subsided over the course of 20 minutes. Leaning against Snape's chest, her body still shuddering, her rationality slowly returned, and her face flushed crimson as she buried herself deeper into Snape's embrace, resembling a fluffy jellyfish. Snape found it amusing and reached out to poke her forehead. Celia, irritated, released her grip and slapped him on the back. Dumbledore conjured 2 chairs, pushing one toward Snape while taking a seat in the other. "Now," he said calmly, "let us discuss what we just witnessed." Snape disapproved, saying, "Dumbledore, with all due respect, Celia should return to rest. She has just experienced a magical surge and wept profusely. Her strength is nearly depleted." Yet Celia interjected, "I'm fine, Severus. Let me stay here. I have questions I wish to pose to Professor Dumbledore." Crying would not resolve her issues. After her tears, she needed to confront reality. Her voice, still nasally but resolute, stated, "Professor Dumbledore, if my mother could send me away, why didn't she escape herself?" Dumbledore pondered this question as well. He quickly provided an answer. "Because she only had time to think of you, Celia. In fact, her ability to react swiftly in such circumstances made her more adept than most Aurors. Isabella did not flee because she had no time to think of escape. At the moment she was struck by the killing curse, her only thought was to protect her daughter behind her. It was no wonder the Dark Lord resorted to feints. Had it been a straightforward confrontation, he would never have captured the couple. They were simply too powerful and too agile. Celia bore a prideful expression, resembling a smile yet tinged with sorrow. She nodded at Dumbledore. "I have finished my inquiries, Professor. Please, you go ahead." Dumbledore replied. Ravenclaw gains 10 points. Celia blinked in confusion. For what? Dumbledore chuckled mysteriously and redirected the conversation. I lament all misfortunes, yet I am particularly concerned with that golden cup. Have you noticed it? Both Celia and Snape nodded in unison. Snape furrowed his brow, hesitating before saying, It seems familiar. Dumbledore, perhaps we should inquire with Pomona. They exchanged a knowing glance. Voldemort could not tolerate mediocrity. The item that Bellatrix personally cherished must be of considerable significance. In the annals of magical history, aside from King Arthur's golden cup, the most renowned was undoubtedly Hufflepuff's cup. Perhaps this would serve as a breakthrough. Continuing from the perspective of the memory, Dumbledore remarked, The perspective seems off, Celia. Do you have any impressions or feelings of having had your memory tampered with? Celia shook her head. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment and said, I understand. Perhaps this memory frightened you, causing your mind to protect you by withdrawing you from it. Do not fear the past, Celia. Our experiences shape our judgments. Yet it is ultimately our choices that determine who we become. Celia nodded solemnly. By the way, perhaps there is another piece of good news. Dumbledore's gaze fell on Snape as he added, as a suggestion from an elder, perhaps it would be wise for Poppy to be informed about today's events. Do not worry. I refer to Celia's eyes. Since she was able to regain her sight in the pensieve, there is still hope, Severus. Snape silently accepted his suggestion. The pensieve relates to the mind and brain. Since Celia could see within it, perhaps there was still a chance for resolution. In principle, as long as the soul remains unharmed, even the injuries inflicted by dark magic still hold the potential for healing. Severus bid farewell to Dumbledore, swiftly lifting Celia into his arms and striding purposefully towards the hospital wing. Nestled against Severus's chest, Celia blushed, burying her head in his embrace. In her childhood, Severus often held her this way, but now that she was attending school, the situation felt different. She was no longer a little girl, and the thought of being cradled by her godfather in the school setting was mortifying. Students passing by observed the scene with wide eyes. Severus pushed Celia into the hospital wing, announcing, Poppy, there's a magical surge. Never mind me. Celia exclaimed anxiously. You must check on Severus. He's far too thin, and his complexion is dreadful. Is there something wrong? Madame Pomfrey, with a hint of irritation, replied, He's perfectly fine, not dying. Come here, let me examine you first. Obediently, Celia lay down on the bed. After Madame Pomfrey conducted her examination, she disappeared into the storeroom for potions. Seizing the opportunity, Severus followed her, detailing the circumstances surrounding the memories in the pensieve, omitting certain details but emphasizing Celia's remarkable recovery. To recover in the pensieve? Madame Pomfrey mused thoughtfully. What a significant breakthrough. Why not consult St. Mungo's? Their healers are far more adept than I. Severus conceded. Very well, I shall inquire in a couple of days. After Celia took her potion, she turned the tables, pressing Severus down onto the bed and insisting on a thorough examination. If you don't comply, I shall refuse to speak to you for an entire month, she declared fiercely. Severus, utterly defeated, surrendered. Madame Pomfrey stifled a laugh, retrieving her wand to cast the diagnostic spell. Finally, someone might be able to tend to this stubborn man, truly a cause for universal celebration. Celia gleefully perched on Severus's lap, chattering away. Make sure you pay attention to whatever Madame Pomfrey says. Following medical advice is crucial, and I will keep a close watch. However, before she could finish her sentence, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air. Oh my Merlin, Celia? Professor Snape. You. Audrey shrieked, bolting for the door, only to collide with the doorframe with a loud thud. Severus, with an irate expression, waved his wand, making Audrey's stunned body float back towards them. The poor girl appeared utterly dazed, her head spinning as she glanced between Severus and Celia before fainting away. Madame Pomfrey's expression was one of resigned numbness, yet another increase in her workload. When Audrey regained consciousness, her eyes immediately locked onto Celia. Startled, she sprang up, nervously surveying her surroundings. Severus had already departed. Audrey exhaled in relief, stammering, Celia, you too. Celia chuckled at her dismay and replied, What on earth are you thinking? Severus is my family. Audrey's eyes widened in horror as she clutched Celia's hand tightly. Celia, listen to me. Cohabitating with an unmarried man is far too dangerous. Don't do anything foolish. Celia was left speechless. Madame Pomfrey's stern voice cut through the tension. Silence, Miss Wolf. It is nighttime rest. Audrey gazed at Celia and burst into tears. My precious cabbage has been ravaged by bats, she wailed. Who understands? At the tender age of 12, and already being married off. I am not. I didn't tea. Don't say such things. Celia protested. Ravenclaw, detention. Severus's voice echoed. In the following chapter, The Gathering in Hogsmeade, Celia spent a good half hour reassuring Audrey. You scared me to death. Audrey continued to sob, I thought you and Professor Snape. Fearing more wild speculation, Celia quickly redirected the conversation. All right, how are you feeling now? Still dizzy? Not dizzy, not dizzy. I'm fine now, let us hurry back. Audrey insisted, glancing nervously at Madame Pomfrey. On their way back to the dormitory, they encountered Cedric Diggory, who had just returned from the library, greeting them cheerfully. Good evening. Celia, you didn't run into any trouble with Professor McGonagall, I hope? Celia smiled, replying, everything goes right, thank you, Cedric. Even after entering the common room, Audrey still found the situation surreal. For the 9th time, she quietly asked, so Professor Snape is really your godfather? Celia weakly nodded, having been asked so many times that she had lost her patience. Audrey chuckled, finally giving Celia's shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. She promised resolutely. Celia nodded gratefully. At least Audrey could be trusted to keep a secret, unlike Hagrid, who had been raised on Veritasium. A fortnight later, the Quidditch tryouts arrived as scheduled. After a brutal elimination process, Audrey was thrilled to become a proud Ravenclaw chaser. She wept joyfully with her friends, exclaiming, thank Merlin. Oh, Quincy will be furious now. Huh, I'll make sure to outplay him in the next match. The thought of her arrogant brother brought her immense satisfaction. Eilina was equally delighted, and although Celia and Sylvia had no interest in Quidditch, they offered their enthusiastic congratulations. However, Ravenclaw's fortunes took a turn for the worse, as they suffered a crushing defeat in their first match. The Hufflepuff Seeker is too formidable, Audrey lamented. Cedric Diggory, a rising star. Since the start of term, Cedric had become a school celebrity, excelling academically and socially among the students. He had also participated in this year's Quidditch tryouts, effortlessly securing the position of Hufflepuff Seeker. In this match, he soared ahead, swiftly capturing the golden snitch. Celia suddenly felt a pang of guilt. If her memory served her correctly, hadn't she been the one to suggest Cedric join the Quidditch team last year? Listening to Audrey's complaints, she decisively resolved to keep this information to herself. Otherwise, her reputation would be tarnished. The following morning, the first 2 classes were potions, attended by both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Unfortunately, Audrey's anger spilled over into potions class, and she even confronted Cedric in a fit of rage, resulting in Severus assigning her detention. Yet, Celia suspected that Severus had initially intended to deduct points. After class, an irate Audrey stormed off, while Sylvia offered Cedric an apology before hurrying away. Eilina hesitated for a moment before dragging Celia along with her. Reluctantly, Celia turned back to wave at Cedric. Farewell, Cedric asked, puzzled. Why is everyone leaving? He hadn't been angry at all. A week later, Audrey's fury finally subsided, and she approached Cedric, flushed and ready to apologize. Sylvia, accustomed to her sister's erratic behavior, simply hoped that Audrey would learn from this experience. Audrey's apology ultimately transformed into a bonding event between the 2 dormitories. No, rather 3, as the Wolf sisters resided in the adjacent dormitory. When Elena dragged Celia outside, she was utterly bewildered. Winter had arrived, and she had been feeling slightly under the weather, having planned to nestle in her dormitory for some much-needed rest. Nevertheless, the Christmas spirit urged her to venture out, and after much inner turmoil, she reluctantly acquiesced. Well then, a party at the 3 Broomsticks it is. Cedric and his roommates were exceedingly amiable, and one boy, named Stephen Ivan, struck up a delightful rapport with Elena. Celia, however, remained absent-mindedly ensconced in her seat. The cacophony enveloping her was unbearable, causing her head to throb. Moreover, the butterbeer was quite unpalatable. Suddenly, the door to the 3 Broomsticks swung open, ushering in a cadre of professors. Despite the surrounding clamor, Celia discerned the unmistakable sound of Snape's footsteps. Severus, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed like a ripened crabapple. The professors erupted in laughter, while Snape turned towards her, a look of sheer bewilderment etched on his face. Celia's companions turned pale, and the soul-informed party, Audrey, looked on. We're doomed, Snape's looking over. Her friends whispered in panic. It's nothing to worry about, Audrey reassured. Celia, Severus, Chapter 57, The Trouble with Alcohol. It is said that everyone's tolerance to alcohol varies. Some leap onto tables to sing after a drink, others flit about like errant butterflies, and some wield chopsticks like makeshift machine guns, while others merely stare blankly, speechless. Celia seemed to teeter on the brink of madness. Prior to Snape's arrival, she had sat quietly in her seat. Elena, finding amusement in the situation, poked Celia's cheek. Celia, in a daze, shook her head and playfully bit Elena's finger, as if a fish nibbling at bait. Audrey laughed uncontrollably. However, upon Snape's arrival, Celia's demeanor shifted dramatically. She leapt up, clutching a cup of butterbeer, and unsteadily approached Snape. He, alarmed, steadied her, oblivious to the splashes of ale staining his robes. Celia thrust the butterbeer into Snape's hands and produced 2 small cakes. sniffing them before offering them as well. Eat, she commanded fiercely. Snape grimaced at the sight of the cakes, his distaste for sweets evident. Yet, Celia was unyielding. Hurry up. If you don't listen, I'll tell Madame Pomfrey. A gasp rippled through the 3 broomsticks. The students' faces reflected terror, some even closing their eyes in disbelief. Has Ravenclaw gone mad? Sprout whispered to McGonagall. Why do they always drag Poppy into their quarrels? McGonagall wore a mysterious smile. Who knows? Perhaps it's a case of familiar cruelty. Celia's friends were nearing their wits' end, whispering amongst themselves in an attempt to diffuse the bizarre situation. Finally, they unanimously appointed Cedric to intervene. With a look of grim determination, Cedric stepped forward, pulling Celia back while attempting to explain, Professor Snape, we apologize, but release her. Snape hissed, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Cedric's hand. How dare a Hufflepuff touch his daughter? He cast a fleeting glance at Sprout, stifling the urge to deduct points. Yet Cedric remained steadfast, bravely enduring Snape's murderous glare as he struggled to pull Celia away. Celia, indignant, shouted, Severus, he is pulling me. Enraged, Snape slammed his cup down on the table, drawing his wand with a swift motion. Hey, Severus. McGonagall and Aurora Sinistra quickly restrained him. Calm down. You cannot raise your hand against a student. Seizing the moment, Sprout whispered to Cedric, you need to step back. This is a matter between Celia and Professor Snape. Let them sort it out. Reluctantly, Cedric released his hold and hesitated, distancing himself from the eye of the storm. Immediately, Celia darted back, angrily pointing at the beer cup. Severus, you broke something again. Still fuming, Snape instinctively retorted, but Celia, hands on her hips, issued a threatening, Snape fell silent, suddenly at a loss for words. Feeling emboldened, Celia reached for Snape's wand. Infuriated, she demanded, why are you pointing your wand at me? With a swift motion, she snatched the wand from his grasp, although, truthfully, it was Snape who let it slip. Pleased, Celia wrapped her palm with the wand and pointed it at Snape, softly uttering, blossoming waves. A wave of shimmering frost blossomed from the tip of her wand, quickly crystallizing into a translucent ice sphere, adorned with frosty patterns revealing a wave design within. Celia waved her wand, guiding the ice sphere into Snape's hands. He shivered at the sudden chill, silently observing the orb as he slowly enclosed his hands around it. This is for you, Celia declared, turning to leave. Snape queried, where are you going? Celia paused, tilting her head as she contemplated her answer before beaming, to find Al. I just ran into him at the spice joke shop. Severus, are you coming? Al? Snape mused, stroking his chin. Isn't that the little bear? You must be quite intoxicated. He scoffed softly, indicating he would not accompany her. Celia stuck out her tongue, bidding farewell to Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sinistra, and Sprout. Oh, and remember to eat, Severus. I will return to check on you, she added, still coughing intermittently. Snape frowned, adjusting her scarf more snugly around her neck. Celia unsteadily floated out of the 3 broomsticks, still clutching Snape's wand. McGonagall expressed her concern. Severus, are you truly not going after her? She doesn't appear well. Snape shook his head, gesturing for her to look out the window. Adrian was hurrying down the street from the other side. Celia giggled and leapt into his embrace. Oh, so that was whom Al referred to. Snape's got a hard fist, Sprout whispered, stifling a laugh beside her. That wretched colleague of his. Snape remained silent, a gust of cold air sweeping him into the private room, preferring not to witness the chaos. The Hogwarts students, having witnessed the entire spectacle, exchanged bewildered glances, wondering who would dare to explain what had transpired. Outside, Adrian cast a warming charm around Celia as they headed towards Honeydukes. She clamored for sweets, and he had no choice but to oblige. It was cold outside, and taking her indoors would prevent her from catching a chill. He purchased a box of licorice wands for her, handing her one to nibble on. Cecilia finally settled down, obediently clutching Adrian's sleeve as she trailed behind him. Everything was perfect, except for one thing. Cecilia, Adrian repeated for the 5th time, that is Professor Snape's wand. It's not for eating. Merlin, I should have bought you a sugar quill instead. Cecilia suddenly declared, no. Adrian, puzzled, asked what? She retorted, no sugar quill. Adrian was taken aback. Does Cecilia not like sugar quills? With one hand still tugging at his sleeve, she huffed, Dumbledore, that old coot, no. Perhaps it was the influence of the alcohol. For her voice was soft. Unable to resist, Adrian poked her cheek, only to have her tilt her head away. Adrian, you big meanie, she exclaimed angrily. Adrian bore 2 slaps, laughing like a fool. They frolicked and jostled until they reached the wizarding costume shop, where they stumbled upon a familiar group of professors. Severus, Cecilia shouted from across the street, waving Snape's wand vigorously. Snape fled in disarray. Adrian struggled to contain his laughter. Professor Snape, this year's social death KPI has certainly been exceeded. It wasn't until dinner that Cecilia gradually regained her composure. She appeared utterly bewildered and hesitantly remarked, "Ayo? Was I not just dining with Cedric and the others?" Blackout. After much internal conflict, Adrian resolved to tell the truth. "So I shouted Severus in front of 100 people?" Cecilia looked as though she might crumble. She coughed twice, her face paling. "Yes. In fact, you did so in front of at least 50 people," snatched Professor Snape's wand, and presented him with a lovely ice ball. "However, I arrived a bit late. You might want to ask Cedric about the earlier events." Cecilia instinctively reached for her wand at her waist. "Good, 2 of them." Execution halted. Chapter 58, Adding Fuel to the Fire. On the way back to Hogwarts, Cecilia remained in a daze, questioning her existence. "I truly only had half a bottle of beer," she lamented. "How could I be drunk?" Adrian glanced at her complexion and decided to refrain from commenting. They encountered Eilina and her entourage around the corner. Eilina and Steve were engrossed in conversation, pushing everyone else a meter away. Was there some sort of barrier around them? Sylvia was the first to spot Cecilia and shouted into the wind, "Cecilia! Hey!" Everyone turned in unison. Cecilia, still in a haze, muttered, "Huh?" Adrian sighed and pulled her over. Only then did Cecilia regain her senses, recalling Adrian's earlier words, her face flushing crimson. "Audrey," she exclaimed, "are you awake? I must tell you, you just had a drink at the Three Broomsticks." Cecilia, in distress, covered her face. "Oh, don't mention it, Audrey. I don't want to know." "That won't do," Audrey replied cheerfully. "You must recount every detail to me. By the way, we have another victim here, our brave Mr. Diggory." Cedric interjected. "Thanks, but you don't have to speak for me." Cecilia looked up in shock. "What? Cedric, what happened? Did Severus hit you? How could he?" Her face drained of color, unsure if it was from fright or anger. Certainly not from the cold, given that Adrian was beside her. No. Cedric shook his head vigorously. "I meant to say, I'm fine, really." "Forget about him," Audrey laughed, seizing Cecilia's arm. "Come on. I'll slowly tell you on the way." After hearing the whole story, Cecilia finally fainted under the dual impact of illness and social embarrassment. "Cecilia!" Adrian exclaimed, rushing to touch her forehead. The others were also alarmed, crowding around. Fortunately, there was no fever. Adrian let out a temporary sigh of relief. Eilina glanced at Adrian, then at Cecilia in his arms, and smiled knowingly. However, Audrey looked on the verge of tears. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know she would react like this. I truly apologize. I was thoughtless." Sylvia patted her shoulder, saying, "Sister, let us wait until Cecilia wakes up before discussing it. Casagrande, could you please help carry Cecilia? None of us can manage her back." Each girl was laden with items, unable to spare a hand to support Cecilia. Adrian readily agreed. Caring for Cecilia was second nature to him. He carried her into Hogwarts, bypassing the Ravenclaw common room and heading straight to the infirmary. The girls surrounded Madame Pomfrey, who had to raise her voice. "Step aside, let me through. How can I tend to patients with you all crowding around me?" A common cold, combined with some excessive drinking, Madame Pomfrey stated sternly. How much did she drink? The girls exchanged glances. Sylvia answered, "Half a cup of butterbeer." Madame Pomfrey fell silent. That was worse than a full cup. She issued Adrian a strict order, no more alcohol for her. Adrian noted this with utmost seriousness. After all treatment was complete, he bid farewell to the girls and returned to the Hufflepuff common room. There would be no school the following day. Cecilia could rest properly. As for Professor Snape, Adrian chuckled. He could tend to his own wounds. As curfew approached, the girls reluctantly returned to their dormitory. "It's all my fault," Audrey lamented. "I knew Cecilia was unwell, yet I still dragged her out and encouraged her to drink." Eilina and Sylvia remained silent. Audrey was reckless by nature, always hasty and thoughtless. And it was a mystery how she was sorted into Ravenclaw. Hopefully, this incident would serve as a wake-up call for her. "Don't you think?" Eilina suddenly spoke up. "That Casagrande seems to have a thing for Cecilia?" She raised both hands, pressing her thumbs together emphatically. Audrey and Sylvia exchanged knowing glances, both expressing a realization. Cecilia slept the entire day. Thus, when the wand was finally returned to Snape, it was already the following evening. Cecilia had intended to return it stealthily, but Rhea informed her that Snape was dining in the Great Hall. Reluctantly, she entered the hall, blushing as she handed the wand back to Snape. All while under the gaze of the entire student body, Snape appeared to be in good spirits, leisurely serving himself a plate of Yorkshire pudding, which he placed into Cecilia's hands. He ruffled her hair gently and said softly, "Take it and eat." Cecilia wrinkled her nose in distaste. Get away. You just touched food." Indeed, she had surrendered to despair. The students were wide-eyed, but what did it matter to her? In retrospect, she didn't truly experience social death. After all, 5 years prior, she had openly embraced Snape, calling him daddy in front of everyone, making it common knowledge throughout the school. By that measure, the current 6th and 7th years were all witnesses to that event. Cecilia suddenly felt unembarrassed. The notion of social death is something one becomes accustomed to with repetition. She composed herself and made her way back to the Ravenclaw table, placing the dish of pudding before her friends. "Dig in," she said with a beaming smile. "Professor Snape generously provided this. It is the only one of its kind in the entire school." Eliana silently congratulated herself. How remarkable it was to befriend Professor Snape's daughter. Surely, peculiar rumors would soon arise. Celia paused momentarily, then decided to stoke the flames. With an innocent expression, she exclaimed, "Yes, my father is truly wonderful. Don't be shy, come and enjoy." The steak on Snape's fork clattered onto his plate. Silence enveloped Hogwarts that night. Consequently, for the next 6 months, Snape had to endure the scrutiny of the students. To his dismay, he even noticed a dwindling sense of reverence towards him, replaced gradually by curiosity and familiarity. He furiously complained to Celia, "This is utterly ridiculous. It's akin to being observed like a baboon in a zoo." Celia deftly soothed the brooding bat. "Do not be vexed, Severus. They harbor no malice. You know, I even overheard students remarking on how amazing it is that Professor Snape has such a fantastic daughter. It's simply cool." She deliberately spoke in an exuberant tone, crafting a lively atmosphere. Snape remained silent. He yearned to refute her statement. Yet it carried an undertone of praise for Celia, which rendered him at a loss for words. "Very well," he replied tersely. Celia beamed at him with a look of satisfaction. Was Severus Snape truly as insufferable as he seemed? At least not to Celia Rorian. Moreover, she hoped it would not be the case for others as well. Chapter 59, The Couple at St. Mungo's. After the Christmas holiday, Snape took Celia to St. Mungo's. They first visited the triage desk, and as they passed the 4th floor, the sounds of commotion reached their ears. A woman's voice echoed, "I don't know you. Where's this place?" Although her voice was not loud, Celia heard it distinctly. She quietly asked Snape, "Who is that?" Snape replied, "Alice Longbottom." He glanced at the woman and patiently added, "She's in the psychiatric ward, and she shares a room with her husband." Celia gasped in surprise. "What did they do before that?" she inquired. "I mean, what were their professions prior to being in the psychiatric ward?" It was not until they reached the 5th floor that Snape responded, "They were aurors, Celia. Quite renowned, yet that very notoriety led them to madness." His tone was remarkably calm, as if recounting an inconsequential tale. But could it truly be so? The pain inflicted by war is immeasurable. One can never know what it has snatched away, perhaps the dearest of loved ones, or those who cherished you, or even individuals you had never met but held in high regard, or those you loathed for a lifetime, yet still found it hard to let go. You can't fathom what it has erased from your heart, perhaps the yearning for hope, the drive to continue living, the courage to choose kindness, or even the strength to love again. Thus, might the onset of war be delayed, even just a little longer? Might there be a world devoid of war evermore? They continued in silence. Celia's therapist was a young man. The moment Snape entered the office, the young man stood to greet him. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." Snape nodded and motioned for Celia to take a seat in the chair opposite the desk. The therapist examined Celia's eyes and assessed her mental state, ultimately concluding, on one hand, it's due to improper apparition. On the other, it's the result of the residual effects of dark magic. "What dark magic?" Snape replied candidly. "The killing curse." The therapist gasped, hesitatingly stating, "Given the current level of medical knowledge, there is no counter-curse for the unforgivable curse, and there have been no similar cases prior. Moreover, the duration since the injury is extensive, so I will do my best." Snape was not taken aback by his response. He nodded, saying, "Let us try it first." The therapist crouched down and spoke to Celia in a gentle tone. "I am Edward Bauer, a graduate of Hufflepuff, specializing in potions, hailing from Austria. Rest assured, Professor Snape was once my teacher." Snape grunted, unusually refraining from lashing out. Celia felt reassured. He seemed to be quite an accomplished student. She replied, "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Bauer." The therapist smiled, saying, "No need for formality, just call me Edward." After a brief discussion, Edward and Snape decided to adopt a more conservative treatment approach initially and adjust based on the actual outcomes. Celia agreed, given her unique case. Caution was indeed the wisest course. As she still needed to complete her education, Celia found herself shuttling between Hogwarts and St. Mungo's over the next 6 months. However, by the end of the 2nd academic year, her eyesight had not improved. Edward remarked to Snape, "Professor, we have tried all conceivable methods. Perhaps the potency of the potion is insufficient, or maybe our approach is flawed. Let the child enjoy her summer break. I will consult with other therapists from magical hospitals. And you might also try to refine the potions." How does that sound? He sounded immensely apologetic, but fortunately, Snape did not blame him. They had originally approached this with a trial-and-error mindset, so even without results, they would not be too disheartened. "Understood," Snape replied, "let us proceed with that plan." If Celia could regain her sight, he would spare no effort. If she could not, he would ensure she had his unwavering support for life. Celia sat on a chair by the window, quietly listening to their conversation. The brilliant sunlight streamed into her eyes, reflecting a gentle glow akin to that of perfectly healthy eyes. Of course, with Celia's disposition, she would never wish to rely on others for sustenance. Moreover, she seemed to be quite indifferent to her blindness. Throughout the treatment process, it was Snape and Edward who busied themselves with research. Occasionally, Celia would participate in their discussions. But rather than yearning for her eyesight to be restored, she approached it with a sense of curiosity, engaging in a rare academic discourse. In the years since leaving the orphanage, she had witnessed the more vibrant facets of life, thus no longer wallowing in self-pity over her physical shortcomings. Her blindness did not become a stumbling block on her path. Instead, she regarded it as a whetstone, continuously refining her weaknesses until they honed into a brilliant edge. She became more resilient and perceptive, able to sense minute shifts in magical energy and even discern a person's intentions through their aura. She had merely lost her physical sight, yet her heart remained as clear as a mirror, learning to reconcile and embrace her imperfections, transforming them into allies on her journey, was the luminous aspect of Celia's character. As the second academic year drew to a close, Celia faced a new dilemma. She would be entering her third year next semester and would need to choose elective courses. She wavered among the various options, ultimately deciding to forego divination and care of magical creatures. In divination, one cannot expect a blind person to gaze into a crystal ball, she bluntly pointed out. As for care of magical creatures, what should I learn? How to protect myself? Compared to this, Adrian said anxiously, I fear even more that they might treat you as a mere teaching tool, Celia. Celia felt that his concerns were not without merit. Moreover, this particular class seemed to be perpetually fraught with chaos, as evidenced by Professor Kettleburn, who had lost a leg entirely. Poor professor. By the time he retires in a few years, he will be left with just one hand and half a leg. Celia remarked, perhaps it would be wise for me to keep my distance from this class. However, to her astonishment, as the summer of her second year had just begun, Snape unceremoniously deposited her at the Gascognes' residence. His explanation was curt. You ought to understand that the professor is not in a position of leisure, especially when he is unfortunately burdened with a rather troublesome employer. When will Dumbledore finally grant him a raise? Just then, Dumbledore, freshly awakened from slumber, sneezed. Snape, ever the gentleman, left behind a pouch of gold galleons, which Mrs. Gascogne promptly thrust into Celia's hands. We are not in want of money, she declared. This will serve as your pocket money. A girl ought to have some spare change, and if Professor Snape inquires, simply say we spent it all on you. He will never know. Celia stood there, dazed, clutching the bag of coins. It sounded rather agreeable. She had learned something new. Mr. Gascogne then unveiled their travel plans to Paris. They had even packed their luggage, ready to depart from Brighton as soon as the owl delivery brought Adrian's newly purchased books. While Celia appreciated their kindness, she couldn't help but wonder what Severus was so preoccupied with. Chapter 60. Who is Harry Potter? So, what exactly was Severus Snape occupied with? Perhaps you recall that this year is 1991, the very year the story begins. Yet for Snape, it was an exceptionally vexatious year. That wretched little Gryffindor brat was about to commence his schooling, and an unsettling air seemed to be stirring. Troubles were abundant this year, more than usual. He promptly sought out Dumbledore. With all due respect, Headmaster, Snape intoned gravely, not only Albania, but the entirety of England cannot be deemed safe. We must ascertain the situation across various regions. Subsequently, he found himself dispatched to Liverpool by Dumbledore. Snape inhaled deeply, swallowing his curses. It was not just him. Other members of the Order of the Phoenix were also mobilizing, closely monitoring unusual activities in other areas. Given the uncertain climate, Snape dared not leave Celia alone at home. Nor did he wish for her to have excessive contact with the Malfoy family at this critical juncture. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided upon the Gascognes' abode. If need be, he could simply deduct a few points from Hufflepuff once the term commenced. After all, Pomona would not penalize Celia. At the end of August, Snape made a sudden appearance at the Gascogne residence. He appeared even more irritable, resembling a dark, ominous bat. In silence, he handed Celia a parcel, ruffled her hair gently, and hurriedly departed. Celia fumbled to unwrap the package, revealing a book titled New Principles of Numerical Divination along with various potion ingredients. Thankfully, they had yet to visit Diagon Alley. Celia thought with relief, otherwise they would have overpurchased. Ultimately, Celia resolved to enroll in numerical divination, alongside ancient runes and Muggle studies, which necessitated acquiring a plethora of textbooks. After all, there was an immense amount to learn in numerical divination. After previewing the curriculum, she briefly contemplated dropping numerical divination. However, doing so would leave her with only 2 elective courses. Why on earth did Hogwarts remove alchemy from the electives? She exclaimed in frustration. If it were available, I would surely choose it. Numerical divination. God knows how much I detest those numbers. Adrian nodded in agreement. Even Tonks, the upperclassman, had commented similarly. It seemed that an aversion to numbers was indeed an innate trait. Speaking of which, Tonks had graduated last semester, leaving their Hufflepuff cohort with one less source of joy. Sigh. They spent the remainder of the holiday savoring Mrs. Gascogne's pastries and visited Diagon Alley before the term commenced. For some unknown reason, the Leaky Cauldron was particularly crowded. Adrian tightly grasped Celia's hand, straining to navigate through the throng. He called out, "Excuse me, pardon me." The crowd was so dense that Adrian had to pull Celia close, shielding her with much of his body. Excited whispers rippled through the crowd. "Did you see? What a pity, he just walked past half an hour ago. By Merlin. Is he truly as the rumors suggest? Guess what? Yes, the scar, just as everyone describes. I bet it's a mark left by some exceedingly dark magic." "What are they talking about?" Celia blinked in confusion. Finally, they broke free from the crowd and stopped at the back wall of the Leaky Cauldron. "Mr. Gascogne turned to his wife. "Were they just speaking of?" "I believe so," Mrs. Gascogne replied. "How swiftly time has passed. It has already been 11 years. Adrian suddenly exclaimed. "Were they talking about Harry Potter?" "Who?" Celia inquired. "Harry Potter. Don't you know him? Or have you read A History of Hogwarts?" Celia shook her head. She muttered, "No one has ever mentioned him to me." Mr. Gascogne knocked on the door to Diagon Alley. As they entered, they began to recount the tale of Harry Potter to Celia. She appeared to have an epiphany. "So that's it. Severus never mentioned it. He probably assumed I was already aware. Alas, I grew up in the Muggle world and had never heard of the Savior's name. Has your godfather never mentioned Harry?" Mr. Gascogne sounded utterly bewildered, but I recall him speaking of Miss Evans when we were in school. He fell silent. "What?" Celia asked, puzzled, but received no reply. "Who is Miss Evans?" They first visited the ink and quill shop to procure sufficient parchment and quills for Adrian. By the time school commenced, he would be a 7th-year student, needing to prepare for the newts and graduation. As they passed Florin's ice cream parlor, Mr. Gascogne treated everyone to a scoop of ice cream. They also encountered Autumn Zhang at the owl post office. She peeked out from the owl perch and greeted Celia from a distance. Celia explained to Adrian, "Miss Zhang is a student who enrolled last year, 1 grade below me." Adrian whispered, "She looks quite taken with you. You've become quite the celebrity. The students say Ravenclaw has a Lorien, both brilliant and beautiful." He sounded exceedingly proud. Celia blushed and pushed him away. Yet, until they returned home, they did not catch sight of the legendary Harry Potter. Adrian appeared somewhat dejected, but only for a fleeting moment. After all, not everyone's life revolved around Harry Potter. Celia had not anticipated encountering Malfoy at platform 9 3/4. The first to spot her was Narcissa. This elegant lady called out through the crowd, "Celia, Mrs. Malfoy." Cecilia joyfully seized Adrian's hand. "Do help me look for them. Where could they be?" Adrian had never encountered the Malfoy family before. Confused, he scanned the surroundings until Narcissa raised her hand to catch his attention. "Oh, I see them." Adrian grasped Cecilia's hand protectively and maneuvered through the crowd to reach Narcissa. Narcissa beamed as she embraced Cecilia. "Cecilia, it has been such a long time. You've grown so tall. Severus never brought you around. We were beginning to worry something had happened to you." Cecilia responded with a smile. "Good day, Mrs. Malfoy. Thank you for your concern. I have been quite well. I sincerely apologize for my negligence in not visiting over the past year." Narcissa gently cupped Cecilia's face. "It's of no consequence. And this must be young Mr. Gascogne?" Her gaze shifted to Adrian. Adrian offered a graceful bow. "Adrian Gascogne, hailing from Hufflepuff. It is a pleasure to meet you, lovely lady." A look of appreciation graced Narcissa's features as she nodded at Adrian before turning back to Cecilia. "By the way, it must be ages since you last saw Draco. He is due to begin school this year. Draco, do remember your manners." Draco's voice chimed in from the right. "Good day, Sister Cecilia." Cecilia suddenly felt shy. Stuttering in her reply, "Gigi, good day, Draco." Narcissa was right. It had indeed been a long while since she had seen Draco. Ever since she entered Hogwarts, their time together had dwindled. The 3-year age gap was neither trivial nor significant, just enough to create a rift in their worlds. As Cecilia moved forward, she acquired new knowledge, made new friends, entered new circles, and embraced a new life. It wasn't until 11-year-old Draco stood before her that she realized a cherished, pure moment had slipped from her memory. She reached out to grasp Draco's hand, which recoiled slightly before yielding to her touch. She pulled Draco closer, smiling. "Let me see if you've grown this year." Her hand traveled up his arm, across his shoulder, gliding over his neck, and resting atop his head. Draco had indeed surpassed her in height. "Oh," she murmured softly, "it seems I must make an effort." Draco's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Indeed, do try, sister." As the train was preparing to depart, Adrian gently tapped Cecilia on the arm. She nodded and bid farewell to Narcissa. Chapter 61. Advice before enrollment. The Hogwarts Express was already filled with numerous students. Adrian found an empty compartment and effortlessly ushered Cecilia inside. Cecilia's arm was still linked with Draco's. Adrian placed the suitcase on the seat and naturally reached for Cecilia's bag. Cedric passed by in the corridor, greeting them warmly. Adrian, Cecilia, our family is hosting a ball this winter. Would you care to join us? Adrian glanced at Cecilia's expression and cheerfully replied, absolutely. We shall attend. Draco, seated beside Cecilia, widened his eyes in astonishment. Look what he has discovered. Adrian cast a light glance at him, revealing a knowing smile. Draco prudently covered his mouth, even adding an imaginary zipper. Adrian nodded in satisfaction. Cecilia remained blissfully unaware, focusing instead on smoothing a crease on Draco's robe. Draco held her hand down. Sister, there's no need for concern. It's merely a wrinkle. I can iron it later tonight. That won't he do, Cecilia fretted. There's the sorting ceremony tonight. You are the heir of the Malfoy family. You cannot appear unkempt in front of everyone. Yet that stubborn crease seemed determined to defy her efforts, standing resolutely. Cecilia sighed in exasperation, her delicate features contorting with worry, unable to bear it any longer. Adrian drew his wand and incanted Reparo. The crease vanished. Cecilia. Draco. Cecilia, Adrian said with an air of resignation. Perhaps you recall that you are a witch. Cecilia offered an awkward smile, turning away in silence. Draco regarded Adrian with a peculiar expression. Had that last remark not echoed the essence of Uncle Snape? Oh, now it's Professor Snape, he reminded himself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the compartment. He is here. I saw him. Really? Where? Let us go see. Adrian and Draco exchanged glances, simultaneously exclaiming, Harry Potter? Cecilia, however, sighed. Oh. She turned to Draco and asked, do you wish to go? Draco replied, somewhat condescendingly, no, I've seen him at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Sister, you don't know, he is small and thin, like a pitiable house elf. I truly don't understand why they call him the chosen one. Cecilia frowned. Draco, don't say that. Perhaps he himself dislikes being referred to in such a manner. Remember this. She turned his shoulders toward her, speaking earnestly. This is Hogwarts, a school, not a noble-s Vanity Fair, nor a personal showcase of glory. Forget those arrogant, superior attitudes. They will neither impart knowledge nor grant us strength, but will instead alienate potential friends. Learn to be humble, Draco. The Malfoys may have friends aplenty, but we must exhibit sufficient respect and sincerity. As Draco absorbed Cecilia's words, the pride on his face gradually faded. I understand, he replied earnestly. Rest assured, the Malfoys pursue glory, yet we are not antiquated. Cecilia whispered, good boy. The platinum-haired impromptu rebel retorted, I am not a child. I am 11 this year. Adrian could not suppress a laugh, earning himself a glare from Draco. Draco emphatically asserted, I am not a child. If you laugh again, I shall tell my father. Cecilia playfully poked his face. All right, not a child. Our Draco is all grown up, yet still seeking his father. How can you not be a child? As they continued their lively conversation, a disheveled little witch, presumably a first year, abruptly flung open their compartment door. With her chin held high, she arrogantly inquired, has anyone seen a toad? Draco recalled Cecilia's earlier admonition and suppressed the biting retort that danced on his lips. Adrian responded instead, no, perhaps you should look in another compartment? The girl replied, well, thank you anyway. With that, she promptly slammed the door shut. Draco muttered under his breath, she is quite insufferable. Cecilia attempted to guide his thoughts, asking, why is that? Draco pondered for a moment before answering. She appears like a proud, foolish bird. If she weren't a girl, I would truly want to smack her. Cecilia stifled a laugh. Remember this feeling, Draco. Do not allow yourself to be tainted by such attitudes. Moreover, do not define a person through a narrow perspective. Perhaps she is just a kind-hearted girl. You heard her. She was helping others find something. Draco nodded thoughtfully. As the train came to a halt, Hagrid, as always, warmly greeted the first-year students. Celia clutched Draco's hand, unwilling to let him venture forth alone. Sister. Draco's face flushed with embarrassment. Let us hurry. Everyone is watching. Adrian chimed in. Don't worry. I can assure you he is quite clever. He'll be just fine. Reluctantly, Celia followed Adrian, glancing back every few steps. Even after they boarded the Thestral carriage, Celia continued to murmur her concerns. Adrian couldn't help but chuckle. Now you understand how I felt back then. When Celia had followed Hagrid, he had shared a similar sentiment. All right, Celia sighed, choosing silence thereafter. It turned out her worries were indeed unfounded. Perhaps, in guiding the newcomers, Hagrid was more reliable than she had given him credit for. The first years traversed the lengthy staircase, halting at the entrance of the Great Hall. The grand doors stood firmly closed, and Professor Minerva McGonagall stood at the highest point, her gaze sternly fixed upon the children. A soft gasp escaped from the crowd. Wow. I dare say no one embodies a wizard more than she does. McGonagall ushered them into a smaller room where they would prepare for the sorting ceremony. As soon as she departed, the children erupted into excited chatter. Draco's attention drifted through the throng of first years until it landed on a boy with striking green eyes, tousled hair, and a faint scar gracing his forehead, Harry Potter. The boy stood awkwardly amidst the crowd, his eyes filled with curiosity and wonder as he observed the ghosts. Draco recalled his father's words, "Keep a close watch on Harry Potter. If the rumors hold true and he is indeed a wizard more powerful than the Dark Lord, we must be prepared." Draco mused. Harry appeared small and slender, reminiscent of Celia in her youth. Even his timid, cautious demeanor bore a striking resemblance. He was merely an ordinary child. What was so special about him? Draco recalled Celia's words on the train. Perhaps he himself disliked such labels. How did Harry feel being called the Chosen One? Draco found Harry's expression unappealing. He pushed through the crowd and extended his hand towards Harry. "Hello, Harry Potter. I am Draco Malfoy. We met a few days ago at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Might I have the honor of becoming your friend?" Harry turned in surprise, replying hesitantly, hello?" He grasped Draco's hand with uncertainty, and Draco smiled as he gently shook it. Nearby, Ron Weasley gaped, as if he had just consumed a bucket of slugs. Draco turned his gaze to him and said calmly, "Good evening, Weasley." Ron nodded stiffly. A smile crept onto Draco's lips. Celia was right. Despite looking down on the blood traitor Weasley, he would need to coexist peacefully with these individuals during their 7 years at school, rather than turning them into enemies. What he sought was knowledge and formidable power, not trivial squabbles and petty rivalries. Those were the antics of children. He was far beyond such childishness. After a while, McGonagall re-entered the room, leading the first years into the Great Hall. The hall was spacious and bright, with older students seated at their respective house tables, chattering away. "Oh my goodness. It's really Harry Potter," exclaimed Eilina. "My dad said he would be starting this year, but I was skeptical." Celia inquired curiously, "What does he look like?" Eilina scrutinized Harry for a moment, then remarked with a hint of disappointment, "Just an ordinary kid, nothing special." Professor McGonagall lifted the sorting hat from a high stool, marking the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Draco was elated to be sorted into Slytherin. He jumped from the stool and eagerly dashed towards the Ravenclaw table, only to be swiftly pulled back by the head boy of Slytherin, who recalled Snape's recent glare and wiped away non-existent sweat. Draco protested loudly, "Let go of me. I want to find my sister." Those in the know tightened their grips on their forks. "Noisy Malfoy brat," Snape muttered. "This troublesome younger brother." Celia exclaimed, "I won't scold you, young Malfoy, but I wish you luck," Adrian added. They too had heard the name Harry Potter. Oddly enough, Harry's sorting seemed to take an unusually long time. The girl ahead of him experienced the same delay, yet they both ultimately found themselves in Gryffindor. It appeared that Gryffindor would be lively this year. Harry approached the Gryffindor table step by step, amidst cheers and applause, settling down. They called him the Chosen One. The world celebrated him, yet he appeared so solitary. At merely 11 years of age, he was to don a glittering crown and embark on a path fraught with uncertainty. Its conclusion already preordained. He would gain much, yet lose even more. In the end, he would stand atop the pyramid, seemingly radiant, yet left with empty hands. However, none of this concerned Snape. He merely wished for the boy's survival. He quietly shifted his gaze to other areas of the hall. Adrian immediately lowered his head, feigning a struggle with his plate of pork sandwiches. Professor Snape seemed particularly invested in the boy. Was it simply because he was the Chosen One? Adrian silently noted this detail, intending to inform Celia later. He had developed the habit of helping Celia observe their surroundings, and when she wished to see something, she would often seek his assistance. It was as if he had become Celia's eyes. Adrian thought to himself, unable to suppress a smile. You see, to Celia, he was quite special. Following the start of term feast, Hogwarts commenced yet another year. The third-year curriculum grew increasingly intricate. With Celia's sharp intellect, she found that completing most of her subjects required little effort. The sole subject that caused her considerable distress was arithmancy. She tossed her quill onto the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Life is so marvelous. Yet my world is consumed by numbers, numbers, numbers." Her companions cast sympathetic glances in her direction. Eilina remarked, "That's why I decisively gave up on arithmancy. My brain is simply not constructed to handle such profound subjects." Autumn took a seat across from them, bringing with her an astonishing piece of news. Harry Potter is the new seeker for Gryffindor. Eilina gasped in disbelief. "Isn't he just a first year?" Autumn sighed heavily, clearly disheartened, and wished to say nothing more. She had adored Quidditch since childhood and had long been capable of competing at a level that would earn her a spot on the team. However, school regulations prohibited first years from participating in tryouts, forcing her to wait an entire year before seeking out Professor Flitwick to sign up just days ago. "If only I were as fortunate as Harry Potter," she lamented. Sylvia patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't be disheartened. Professor McGonagall is always fair. Perhaps Potter truly is a prodigy. Celia added, yes, don't overthink it. Just prepare well for the tryouts. Audrey said that with your talent, you could easily make the team. Autumn's spirits lifted slightly at this encouragement. She grabbed her broomstick and hurried off to the training grounds. Sylvia watched her retreating figure and sighed, remarking, it's a rare occasion for Professor McGonagall to bend the rules, and it's for Quidditch, of all things. One might say it is indeed for Quidditch, Celia chuckled, for Professor McGonagall is a fervent enthusiast of the sport. Moreover, she has exerted considerable effort to wrest the house cup from Severus. Laughter erupted among the friends. Rather than merely finding a seeker, it seems she has sought a dream ambassador, exclaimed one. Harry Potter, I soar upon my broom. McGonagall, behold, the flying house cup. Chapter 63, Beware of Quirrell. On Tuesday evening, Celia knocked on the door of the basement. Unaware of the new password, she patiently awaited the door to be opened from the inside. Rhea opened the door and greeted her with delight. Miss Celia? She crouched down and gently caressed his face. Severus was seated on the sofa, his voice weary. Celia? Come here. Celia settled beside him on the sofa, her hand finding his. After a summer apart, they could finally enjoy a moment of quiet together. Severus, are you well? She inquired. Severus sighed, attempting to mask his emotions, only to quickly realize it was unnecessary. They knew each other too well. Even in silence, Celia understood him completely. She sighed as well and opened her arms to embrace Severus. Gently patting his back, she whispered, I am unaware of what you are involved in, or rather, what you and Professor Dumbledore are entangled in, and I have no business prying into your matters. However, Severus, I wish for your safety and health. Can you promise me that? Severus let out a low chuckle, and Celia felt his entire chest reverberate. He tousled her hair, saying, You've grown up. Taking on the role of caretaker, Celia playfully swatted his back. Don't change the subject, old boy. Feigning a threatening tone, Severus retorted, Who are you referring to? Yet Celia was undeterred. You. All right, Severus replied, shaking his head in resignation. Call me what you will. But I must caution you. He lowered his voice. Leaning closer to her ear, I do not hinder your interactions with Draco, but beware of Lucius. And be wary of Quirinus Quirrell. His seldom-used grave tone startled Celia, and she involuntarily recalled Mr. Gaggin's words from a few days prior. The savior Harry Potter, renowned for defeating you-know-who. She blurted out, You-know-who? Severus straightened abruptly. Where did you hear that? Celia, startled, replied, I guessed. Wait, Severus, what do you mean? Is there truly a connection between me and that dark wizard? Severus remained silent for a moment before responding, It's irrelevant. It's late. You should return. Focus on your studies, and do not let me catch you pondering such trivial matters. Celia nodded and embraced Severus once more. Let me hold you a moment longer, Godfather. Severus remained still, allowing her to embrace him. Over the years, she had often referred to him by his title, and the occasions she called him Godfather were few. Yet, whenever Celia spoke, he found it impossible to refuse. After about a quarter of an hour, Celia released him and walked toward the door. Severus's gaze followed her silhouette. She paused at the door, glancing back. Good night, Severus. Lights spilled in from the corridor, illuminating Severus's dark eyes. He softly replied, Good night, Celia. The following morning. Beware of Professor Quirrell? Adrian whispered. Did you truly hear that? Professor Snape said so? Celia nodded. Indeed, and he also. She recalled Severus's reaction that day. His facade had been far from intricate before her. She was certain it was connected to the Dark Wizard. However, since Severus remained silent, she would not spread rumors. The Dark Wizard. Celia clenched her teeth in silence. That man had killed her mother, and perhaps even her father. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. Adrian sounded worried. Professor Snape seems particularly concerned about Harry Potter. During the start-of-term feast, he was nearly fixated on him. Celia exclaimed in surprise, Harry Potter? What does this child have to do with anything? Unease gripped her, but the clues were too scant for her to comprehend at the moment. Never mind. She lowered her head, casually flipping through the pages of her textbook, reminding herself that her graduation was of utmost importance. Focus on your studies. The Newts await no one. As for Professor Quirrell, they could simply avoid him. Adrian exclaimed, Well then, let us start reviewing. He shoved his textbook into Celia's hands. She skeptically accepted it, feeling its weight, and then slammed it back onto the table. No need, she stated firmly. Let us get to the questions. What is the disarming charm S incantation? Adrian fell silent for a moment before swiftly snatching the textbook away. I don't know, he grinned. Celia gave him a playful tap on the head. Draco leaned in, trying to join their conversation, but upon realizing he comprehended nothing, he puffed up his cheeks and ran off, leaving behind a forlorn remark, Sister, won't he play with me? Celia chuckled. Al is about to graduate. I'm helping him study. Speak again, and I might just test you on your homework. Draco was unfazed by such threats. His academic performance was unparalleled, barring that pesky Hermione. He muttered under his breath, prioritizing romance over friendship. What? Celia didn't catch it, but Draco had already dashed away. Adrian chuckled, pulling her back. It's nothing. He's off to play. He offered the textbook once more, and Celia hesitantly took it, only to place it back down with a thud. I told you I don't need it. Now, focus on the questions. As the days wore on, Celia grew increasingly irritable due to the pressures of arithmancy and Adrian's exams, compounded by Coral's antics. When Coral suddenly collapsed to the ground, she was busy attempting to memorize another point from her cards. Merlin, these numbers are utterly confounding. What was that person just shouting about? Before she could process it, Elena yanked her up. Celia, hurry. What? Wait. Her cards slipped from her hands, and she had to draw her wand, exclaiming, Accio cards. What? A troll has entered the school. Celia cried out in panic, Draco. Simultaneously, Dumbledore's booming voice rang out, silence. The raucous noise in the great hall vanished in an instant, and everyone obediently froze in place. Dumbledore spoke clearly, students. Follow your prefects closely and return to your common rooms. Faculty, follow me to the underground classrooms. The prefects quickly organized their respective houses, guiding the students out in an orderly manner. Elena and Sylvia flanked Celia, each grasping one of her hands. Keep up, we cannot afford to let go, they chorused. With your dreadful sense of direction, you'd be lost the moment we let you go. The Slytherin team walked alongside them. A hand reached out and tapped Celia on the shoulder. Draco's voice followed. Sister, I am right here. Celia let out a sigh of relief. All right. Stay close to the prefect, and do not venture out once we return to the common room. Draco replied with a simple I will, and you too. The Slytherin team began their descent down the stairs, and they had to part ways at the staircase. Celia was not concerned about Adrian, but what about Severus? She suddenly felt an urge to return to the dungeons. However, with the troll lurking in the classroom below, she decided it would be best not to complicate matters further. Chapter 64 Today, Celia was in fits of laughter. The troll incident had concluded in a farcical manner, yet discerning minds could detect the undercurrents of conspiracy within. Upon reaching the dungeons, she found Snape fervently scribbling at his desk. Curiously, she leaned in. What are you working on? Nothing of consequence, Snape replied brusquely, pushing her aside. Find something to eat, or... He gestured at the unfinished papers strewn across the desk. Tackle these. Celia shrugged and moved away, opening a box of sweets from the shelf. With delectable treats at hand, who would choose work? Beside the box of sweets lay a potion vial, which she instinctively picked up and sniffed. White fresh. Celia raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Snape, pressing herself against him to catch the scent. Snape murmured, I presume mermaids and dogs share no familial ties? Ignoring him, Celia placed the vial of white fresh before him. Half a bottle used, she stated coldly. Confess honestly. No lies. I can smell the blood. Snape instinctively recoiled. Why was he feeling guilty? He set down his quill, preparing to deflect. Just a minor injury. It seems your studies in arithmancy have not filled your mind sufficiently, leaving you time to concern yourself with these matters. Perhaps you should try Mr. Kag's pre-exam review. He wouldn't mind giving that boy a bit of trouble. Celia was indeed distracted. Oh, don't mention them. I must have been struck on the head by that troll to choose arithmancy. Who knows why I foolishly decided to deal with numbers. As for Al, I thank you on his behalf, Professor Snape, and kindly remind you that he no longer needs to annoy you in your potions class. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Severus, you're changing the subject again. Snape remained silent, feigning indifference. All right then, Celia sighed. If you want to speak, I want to ask. I can always inquire with others. If it's a leg injury, it'll surely show when walking. Want to it? Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did you know it was a leg? Celia grinned. You admitted it. As long as it's not your head that's injured, that's a relief. Snape thought. How infuriating to be led into a trap. If it were anyone else, he would have deducted 100 points. Celia quickly cut her losses. All right. I'll take my leave now. I'll have Rhea prepare you some frog legs. Autumn says this is a remedy for recovery. Not waiting for Snape's response, she dashed out the door, closing it thoughtfully behind her. Snape couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. How had this child's demeanor grown so peculiar? Autumn Zhang. That name sounded familiar, a second year from Ravenclaw, if he recalled correctly. Very well, he would remember. With a disdainful huff, Snape returned his gaze to the desk, only to find the stack of papers had vanished. The area once cluttered with parchment now quietly housed a vial of blood-replenishing potion. The quality was exquisite. Snape examined it, deciding against retaliating by grading Celia's papers harshly. He was an adult, and it was beneath him to indulge in childish tantrums. However, upon learning that Snape was to be the Quidditch referee, Celia could no longer contain her laughter and embraced Adrian, bursting into fits of giggles. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, Merlin, Severus is going to officiate Quidditch. His flying lessons were, after all. She paused to whisper in Adrian's ear. Worse than mine. Adrian, intrigued, asked, how so? No one is around. I just saw. You can speak freely now. Celia shared. Professor McGonagall told me that back in the day, Severus's only requirement during flying lessons was that the broomstick be 5 inches off the ground. Adrian fell silent, but Celia imagined he was stifling laughter. Poor Professor Snape, working alongside a cadre of former teachers. His past was laid bare before them. Only after finally calming down did Celia realize she ought to be concerned. Can he really handle it? What if he falls? His leg isn't fully healed yet. Adrian reassured her, don't worry, I believe Professor Snape knows what he is doing. He must, right? Fortunately, Harry Potter caught the golden snitch early in the match, swiftly concluding the game, seemingly right beside Severus. Adrian keenly recounted the scene to Celia with animated descriptions. Surrounded by people, Celia dared not be too boisterous. Finding refuge behind Adrian, laughing heartily. Being near his ears was preferable to being right under his nose. Eilina watched them with a knowing smile, her expression one of amusement. Draco, unable to bear the sight, covered his face. Autumn Zhang stood beside Celia, casting her a look of astonishment. The upperclassmen were quite audacious. Adrian smiled at them, shielding Celia's face with his robe. He whispered, Professor Snape actually flies rather well, except for a slight tremor. Merlin's beard. He looks so tense. This truly is. He shook his head in resignation, choosing not to finish the thought. Celia replied in a mock-serious tone, congratulations. She finally lifted her head, taking Adrian's hand as they turned to leave. Let us go. It's too noisy here, and I still need to get back to my homework. Was it because Professor Snape had descended that there was nothing else entertaining enough to stay for? Adrian opened his mouth, deciding against exposing Celia's thoughts. As Christmas approached, a heavy snowfall blanketed Hogwarts. Most students had returned home, leaving only a handful behind. During dinner, they opted to sit together at a long table, with even the teachers leaving their staff seats to join the students in small groups. Headmaster Dumbledore sat among them, chatting amiably with the students. With Snape present at the school, Celia, of course, chose to remain. She had just taken a couple of bites when the Weasley twins pulled her into a game. George Weasley had brought along their little brother, Ron Weasley, who had just started this year. Their parents were away, leaving no Weasley at home for Christmas. Ron sat next to Harry Potter. As Celia and the Weasleys settled in, Harry awkwardly greeted them. Celia nodded at him and turned to George, asking, what are we playing? Truth or dare? Care to join? All right, that's the Weasley twins for you. They can't seem to say one thing without splitting it into two. Celia laughed, sure. Years later, Celia pondered. I considered you all my siblings, yet you were all shipping me back then? Chapter 65, Truth or Dare. In the waning years of the 20th century in Europe, Truth or Dare became immensely popular among children. Not only did Muggle children revel in it, but young wizards also held it in high esteem. George grasped Celia's arm, guiding her to the object resting in the center of the table, a deck of cards. The rules quite straightforward. Fred declared, draw a card, 2 each. If the suits differ, you're safe. If they match, it's your turn. Celia nodded, indicating her comprehension. 14 students participated in the game, with all houses joining in except Slytherin. The first fortunate soul was a 6th-year Hufflepuff boy, tasked with squatting in a corner of the hall, kissing the wall while serenading it with a love song. Celia's expression twisted in confusion. What a bizarre punishment. George burst into laughter, while Fred remarked, this is all Hayes' clever doing. He is quite the trickster from your house. Just wait, there are more amusing trials ahead. Celia couldn't help but chuckle. Hayes Davis, a 4th-year Ravenclaw, was renowned for his eccentricity. In Elena's words, Hayes' brain must be uniquely constructed. Would entrusting Hayes with the punishments truly not blow up Hogwarts? The game continued, with an array of peculiar dares emerging. Some were compelled to sing nursery rhymes in a bovine manner. Others had to contort themselves to achieve a kiss between their eyes and heels. And some were required to declare their affections to a member of the opposite sex in front of the entire assembly. In truth, Celia believed he was quite pleased with this task. George's challenge was to run 3 laps around the hall, shouting, I am Merlin's pink bunny ear hairpin. This delighted him to no end. Even more amusingly, each selected participant eagerly embraced the dares, as if enduring these punishments were the most extraordinary feats imaginable. Laughter filled the hall, and even professors joined in, with a few having already participated in the drawing twice. Professor Flitwick sighed in disappointment. Oh, I didn't draw again. Children, whose turn is it now? The students shook their heads in unison. Suddenly, George seized Celia's wrist and raised it high. Fred boomed, Professor, it's Celia Lorian. Celia? Due to her impaired vision, Fred had been assisting her in identifying the suits. After so many rounds, she had not been selected and had mentally prepared herself for a complete lack of involvement. Her role was primarily one of companionship. Flitwick glanced at her cards and said, "Indeed, it is you. Celia, dear child, what will it be?" Celia decisively replied, "Dare. What fun this shall be." Celia, ready to roll up my sleeves. Seated across the long table, Snape's expression darkened. On the other side, Hayes, the one posing the challenges, trembled in fear. "Little ancestor, let us negotiate. How about switching to truth?" He feared Snape might stew him alive. In a moment of desperation, Hayes had a flash of inspiration and said to Celia, "Very well, Celia Lorian, please choose one of the professors present and greet them in a daughterly manner." The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Celia, clever lad, your wits are sharp. No wonder you're a Ravenclaw oddity." The specificity of the question was glaringly obvious. Celia shook her head in exasperation, deciding to rebel a bit. Everyone expected her to approach Severus, but she chose otherwise. After all, while that might be permissible, it lacked flair. Since it was a dare, it must be something grand. With a smirk, Celia turned towards the left front and cheerfully said, "Good evening, Professor McGonagall. How are you feeling tonight?" A hush fell over the room. The students gaped, as if frozen in place by a spell. Hayes turned pale, already contemplating his demise. Fred and George stared at Celia, exclaiming in unison, "Ultra cool." McGonagall appeared utterly delighted. In an exceptionally gentle tone, she replied, "Couldn't he be better, my dear child? This would surely infuriate Severus, haha." Amid the professor's suppressed laughter, Snape's expression fluctuated, ultimately settling into one of resigned acceptance. This mischievous child was once again amusing him. Moreover, Celia stood up, meandering along the table. She deliberately paused beside Snape, then playfully embraced McGonagall. McGonagall ruffled Celia's hair, casting a triumphant glance at Snape. Look, look, look. Your daughter is now in my embrace." Snape sighed, lightly tapping Celia on the head. He murmured, "Mischievous sprite." Celia huffed, burrowing into McGonagall's embrace, ignoring him. George nudged Fred, gesturing towards Celia. "Brother, are you not envious?" Fred shrugged. "Give it up, you're a boy. Professor McGonagall wouldn't he cuddle with you?" "Well, but who wouldn't he want to snuggle with Professor Cat?" Ron muttered. "Aren't he those two," referring to McGonagall and Snape, "sworn enemies? Why do they seem to have such a decent rapport?" After this brief interlude, the game resumed. Celia, sensing Hayes' discomfort, chose not to continue participating. She clung to McGonagall's arm, quietly listening to her classmates frolic and play. McGonagall tightened Celia's scarf, softly inquiring, "Don't you wish to play?" Celia shook her head, burying her face in the soft scarf. If misfortune struck again and she were drawn, Hayes would once more be in a quandary. Rather than burden her classmates, she preferred to nestle in a corner and take a nap. Resting her head on McGonagall's shoulder, she rubbed against the woolen coat. Her silvery blue hair quickly became tousled, prompting McGonagall to raise an eyebrow and smooth it down. The more time Celia spent with McGonagall, the less fear she had of this professor. McGonagall was one of the most prominent professors in all of Hogwarts. She was just, fair, and fiercely opposed to wrongdoing, allowing no room for injustice. She was ever dedicated, tirelessly working even in her advanced years. Always adept at recognizing and nurturing her students' strengths rather than stifling them with harsh prohibitions, she had once broken tradition to allow Harry to become a seeker. She was never a pedantic scholar. Perhaps she was strict, but never cruel. Perhaps gentle, but never indulgent. She loved each student with the sincerity and simplicity of a mother's affection. Minerva McGonagall had never borne children of her own, yet she remained a magnificent maternal figure. The temperature in the hall was rising, and Celia gradually began to feel drowsy. She yawned and sleepily murmured, "Professor McGonagall, I'm going to take a nap." McGonagall glanced at Snape's expression before softly saying, "Sleep well. Merry Christmas, and may you have sweet dreams." As the winter term had just commenced, Draco suddenly asked Celia, "Sister, is your mother a Macmillan?" Celia replied, "Yes, why do you ask?" Draco remarked, "There's a Macmillan among the new students this year. It seems he has some connection to my mother's family." Celia shrugged and replied, "That is hardly surprising. The pure blood circles have always been like this. If you trace it back far enough, who isn't related to whom?" That evening, Draco approached the Ravenclaw table, accompanied by a boy with golden hair, who was regarding Celia with a curious gaze. Draco nudged the boy towards Celia and introduced, "This is Macmillan." Celia nodded and said, "I'm Celia Lorian. Pleased to meet you." The boy replied, "Hello, I'm Ernie Macmillan." Draco leaned closer to Celia and whispered, "Sister, good news. He should be younger than you." Celia's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" Draco nodded and said, "You can ask him. Melania Black is his relative." Following his suggestion, Celia inquired, and Ernie responded, "She is my grandfather's aunt." Celia pointed at herself and exclaimed, "Quick, call me aunt." Ernie, bewildered, reacted with confusion. Celia laughed, "My mother is your grandfather's cousin." Ernie's eyes widened in astonishment. He stood there, dumbfounded for a moment, before turning to Draco, exclaiming, "No way, you're my generation. You can't call her sister." Draco's expression mirrored his surprise. Ernie Macmillan inadvertently employed a passive skill on Draco Malfoy, the sister disappearance technique. Draco, oh no. He realized he had dug his own grave. Ernie Macmillan is a character from the original work and a member of Dumbledore's army. In the original narrative, it is mentioned that Melania Black is among his ancestors. Here, the specific lineage is a personal interpretation. Melania Black is the grandmother of Sirius and Regulus, while Narcissa is Regulus's cousin. This implies that Draco's mother and Ernie's father are of the same generation, thus making Draco and Ernie contemporaries as well. Chapter 66, Quirrell's Nape. The following evening, as was her custom, Celia made her way to the dungeon. Snape was absent, and she spent 2 hours in the potions chamber before idly seated herself at Snape's desk with a book. As curfew approached, the corridor remained eerily quiet. Normally, Snape would have returned to the dungeon by this hour. Losing interest in her reading, Celia raised her right hand and gestured into the air. The atmosphere shimmered slightly, and tiny droplets of water began to coalesce, floating serenely before her. She whispered, "Go, find Severus." The droplets circled her briefly before swiftly dispersing into the air, vanishing from sight. Celia sighed with relief, leaning back languidly in her chair. With the passage of time and her persistent self-discipline, her mastery of innate magic was advancing rapidly. She had now achieved a level of control over the water vapor surrounding her, able to converse with it effortlessly and extract information with ease, even using it as a conduit for magical energy. However, maintaining such magic required a tremendous amount of power, consuming her energy significantly. If not for that, Celia would wish to sustain this state continuously. After all, in a sense, these water elements served as her eyes. Through their narratives, she could swiftly ascertain her surroundings. As it stood, if she wished to gather information across the expanse of Hogwarts, her magical capacity could only support it for about 15 minutes. But this time, her goal was merely to locate Snape, and 15 minutes would suffice. Before long, the droplets reformed before her, eagerly reporting their findings. What was Snape doing in the Forbidden Forest? There was someone else with him, wearing a hood and speaking haltingly. Professor Quirrell? The water elements buzzed in her ear, and a look of confusion crossed Celia's face. Quirrell had something dark and decaying on the back of his head. Ah, it was still alive? How revolting. Suddenly, Celia recalled how, before Christmas, Fred and George had gleefully boasted about hitting Professor Quirrell on the back of the head with a snowball and successfully escaping. To this day, Professor Quirrell remained unaware of the culprits behind the attack. But if there was something alive there, Celia's features twisted slightly. No, she couldn't let George and Fred find out. Otherwise, they would surely attempt to strip Quirrell of his hood. The thought of those two overly exuberant boys made Celia chuckle softly. She tapped the droplets before her, urging them to continue. What? Harry Potter was also there? Celia silently ground her teeth. Sneaking out during the first year, truly a promising Gryffindor. Given that Snape and Quirrell were still engaged in their quarreling, Celia decided to read a bit longer. Who knew when they would finally part ways? In the dead of night, the dungeon door finally creaked open. Celia jolted awake, blinking in confusion. Snape was equally startled by her presence, balancing the need to be wary of Quirrell while protecting that little Potter brat. His days were a mix of exhaustion and irritation. As he walked back to the castle, his mind had effectively shut down. Seeing Celia sitting at his desk took him a moment to process before he called out, "Celia?" Celia rubbed her eyes, leaped from her chair, and grasped his hand at the door. Sensing Snape's fatigue, she decided against mentioning Harry's eavesdropping. After all, it was a trivial matter that would only serve to aggravate Snape further. As she was still not tall enough, she tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Could you bend down a bit?" Snape, puzzled, complied and crouched down. Celia raised her right hand, placing her palm atop his head, mimicking his usual gesture, and playfully ruffled his hair. "Snape." Celia clapped her hands together and said, "All right, go to bed now. I'm so sleepy." She tugged at Snape's sleeve as they entered the bedroom, both slightly unsteady on their feet. Celia collapsed onto her little bed, tucked herself in, and murmured, "Good night, Severus." She was so exhausted that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Snape lingered at the bedroom door, hesitated for a moment, then retreated to the living room. Celia had grown into a young lady. It was no longer appropriate for them to share a room. He decided to sleep on the sofa instead. When Celia awoke, Snape had already left the dungeon. She hurriedly prepared herself and headed to the Great Hall. Just as she settled at the long table, Elena leaned in and softly asked, "Did you return to the dungeon again last night? If you're not coming back to sleep, please let me know in advance. If the school conducts inspections, I can help explain." Celia replied, "Yes, I was careless. I'll be sure to be more attentive in the future." Following her reconnaissance from the previous night, Celia felt a heightened concern regarding Quirrell. Seizing the opportunity while Quirrell was turned away, she poked Cedric, who sat in front of her with her quill. Is Professor Quirrell unwell? Listen, his voice sounds so weak. Cedric observed, scrutinizing Quirrell as he turned back around. It does seem that way. You did not mention it, and I had not noticed. He appears utterly dreadful. Is he going to faint mid-sentence? Celia remarked, who knows? The peculiar thing at the back of Chilo's head is likely connected to Voldemort. It remains unclear what schemes this human and ghost are concocting. Chapter 67, Adrian's graduation. Compared to the first half of the academic year, the winter and spring terms felt considerably more tedious. Adrian, panting, rose from the ground, rubbing his reddened arm. Celia sat atop a desk, her legs swinging merrily. With a hum, she teased, you're about to graduate, yet you're still so fragile. Adrian cast a pitiful glance in her direction, muttering softly, I merely cannot compete with you. An O in charms is sufficient for me. If it weren't you, I could easily take on 10 opponents. The desk was long, and Celia patted the space beside her, beckoning, come over. Adrian obediently scooted closer. Celia tucked her wand back into her sleeve and propped her chin up, inquiring, what do you wish to pursue after graduation? Although securing employment hinges on the results of the Newt's examination, with merely half a year remaining until graduation, students like Adrian, who possess notable strengths, should have already established connections for suitable job opportunities. Perhaps something related to charms? After entering 6th year, Adrian had given up potions and astronomy. Yet he still had to contend with exams and charms, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, history of magic, and care of magical creatures. Following Professor Sprout's employment advice, he focused his studies on charms and defense against the dark arts. These subjects had always been his forte, and if he could achieve 2 splendid OS, a plethora of career choices would lie ahead. Professor Victor, the apparition instructor, suggested that had Adrian continued with potions in 6th year, which he was quite pleased to abandon, he might have become an Auror apprentice, considering he was the first student in the entire 6th year of Hufflepuff to master both apparition and disapparition. Unsurprisingly, Adrian replied, perhaps I shall work at Gringotts. They are perpetually in need of curse breakers. Or perhaps at St. Mungo's as a healer, as they are currently seeking talent in the field of charms. Celia nodded in understanding. Both are relatively stable positions, aligning perfectly with Adrian's calm, meticulous, and conservative nature, as well as his deep sense of responsibility. Well then, may all your aspirations come to fruition. As the end of the term approached, Adrian no longer asked Celia for help with his revisions. You focus on preparing for the final exams. I will study with my roommates, he declared. Celia responded with a dismissive "oh" and left him without a second thought. Perfectly timed, she was still grappling with the woes of arithmancy. Much like the OWLs, the Newts were scheduled for a month before the end of term. Students endured 2 weeks of torment to complete all examination materials. Finally, upon finishing the last exam, even the typically composed Adrian felt a surge of excitement. He approached the Black Lake, shouting towards Hogsmeade, graduation. Without hesitation, Celia drew her wand, casting the silencing charm. She lamented, Merlin, this boisterous gentleman, do you require the entire school to come celebrate with you? Perhaps you recall. Some still have finals to take in just half a week. Spare me. I am nearly driven mad by arithmancy. Adrian attempted to convey his apologies, but alas, his voice was rendered mute. Celia, unfortunately, could not see his body language. She then called to the passing Cedric, quickly, help drag him away. Cedric, hesitating, approached and grasped Adrian's arm. Adrian had no choice but to pull out his wand and cast a silencing countercharm for himself, quickly apologizing. I'm truly sorry, Celia. I was thoughtless just now. Do you need help revising? Celia smacked the book she held against his face. Coldly, she replied, get lost. Adrian rolled away with a flourish, inadvertently dragging Draco along with him. Your sister is irritable, Adrian explained. Do not provoke her unless you wish to experience the wrath of an octopus. A hefty tome titled Numerology, New Principles struck him on the head. Great score, he muttered. Celia's furious roar echoed. Adrian, who are you calling an octopus? Get out. But return my book before you go. Adrian stuck out his tongue and dutifully ran back to return the book. Draco, observing his retreating figure, decided it wise to make his own exit. Perhaps he would seek Potter for a game. With summer break approaching, that lad appeared rather bored lately. Cedric stood there, bewildered, contemplating, can I leave now? Days later, their 3rd year concluded amidst the cheers of the students. Celia had studied tirelessly for arithmancy and successfully earned an O. With flying lessons no longer in play and having secured an A in astronomy, she ranked 7th in her year. Elena voiced her indignation. This is unjust. You are clearly superior to them. Why are you not first in the year? If I were Professor Snape, I would create a special grade for your potions class, allowing you to soar ahead. Sylvie concurred. Indeed, I think C, Celia, or L, Lorien, would be fitting. Celia chuckled, shaking her head. It's merely a hollow title. I do not mind. If one possesses true capability, let it speak for itself. It was not until the end-of-term feast that most faculty and students learned of the events that transpired in the dungeon. Dumbledore concealed many details, simply recounting the sequence of events. Once again, it was Harry Potter. It turned out that Snape's ire over the past few days stemmed from this incident. Celia leaned on the long table, quietly listening to Dumbledore's summary. Well, rather than a summary, it resembled a celebration of bonus points. The Gryffindor table erupted with jubilation. Percy's voice ringing out, "That's my brother. My youngest brother." Oh, he was referring to Ron Weasley. The Slytherin House Cup was thus lost. Severus must be utterly infuriated. Celia chuckled to herself, recalling Snape's voice when he was angry. Since the beginning of this academic year, her encounters with Snape had become increasingly rare. Percy's exclamation echoed from the original text and throughout the Harry Potter series, especially in later installments. His love for family is as strong as any Weasley-s. Chapter 68, A Direct Trip to the Crematorium. Ever since Harry Potter enrolled, Celia often found herself arriving at the dungeon only to be met with disappointment. "Severus? Miss, Professor Snape is not here," replied Rhea. "Well then, I shall play with Rhea." On one occasion, Celia even bumped into Harry Potter. He was a rather shy boy, and he quietly informed Celia, "Professor Snape has gone to the headmaster's office." Celia politely replied, "Thank you, Mr. Potter." She made her way to the desk, sitting down to leave a note for Snape. Midway through writing, a gurgling sound resonated through the air. Harry's face flushed crimson at once. Celia looked up in astonishment and inquired, "Mr. Potter, I assume you have had dinner?" With his gaze cast downward, Harry replied, "Yes, I've eaten." "Oh," Celia said softly. "I recall there are some provisions left in the cupboard. Just a moment." She approached the storage cabinet and began rummaging through it, quickly uncovering 2 paper cupcakes. She placed them on the shelf, remarking, "I'll set them here. Feel free to take one. Forgive my rudeness, Mr. Potter, but I cannot see you." Harry gazed at her in alarm. Was it truly the case that Ravenclaw's upperclassmen were so audacious as to rummage through the dungeons and sit at Snape's desk? He felt a surge of respect. Upon returning to the common room, Harry shared this thrilling revelation with his friends. Ron initially regarded it with skepticism, but then suddenly his eyes widened. He exclaimed, "I know." "Harry, you saw Celia Rurian." "Who?" Harry and Hermione inquired in unison. "Celia Rurian." Ron scanned the surroundings and lowered his voice, saying, "Fred and George mentioned she is Snape's daughter, or perhaps an illegitimate child, and there are rumors she might be a distant relative of his. However, my parents assert that Snape should be her godfather." Harry and Hermione exchanged incredulous glances, clearly unsettled by any of these possibilities. Finally, Hermione concluded, "I believe your parents are correct. They are older than Professor Snape. They might know something." "Harry, does that girl resemble Professor Snape?" Harry shook his head, insisting, "Not at all. To me, she bears not even a single hair of resemblance." Hermione spread her hands and said, "You see." The conversation reached an impasse, as none of them could articulate a definitive explanation. Nevertheless, when Harry encountered Celia once more, that familiar dread rekindled within him. "Merlin," he muttered, "I can't be mistaken. She sat so close with Draco. Is this Rurian truly in the right house?" Hermione and Ron also spotted Draco, who had his arm tightly wrapped around Celia's, engaged in a heated exchange with Adrian across from them. Well, 3 out of the 4 houses were represented here. What a scene of global harmony. They were just missing a Gryffindor, a prospect that seemed nearly impossible. Harry and the others stood not far off, and Celia overheard their dialogue. Yet, she was not concerned with them. Adrian had graduated and had already submitted applications for several job positions, while Celia had just completed her 3rd year and was condemned to remain at school. This meant they would be unable to see each other for an extended period. Adrian sighed, but there's still summer vacation. Celia remained unconvinced, stating, "But summer will soon be over." Adrian tousled her hair gently. "We can discuss it after the break." Draco cast a disdainful glance at them and released his hold on Celia. Before confessing, they were already so clingy. If they were to confess, wouldn't they be stuck together every day? Ugh, the stench of romance. Draco turned around and spotted Harry and the others. "Oh, Harry," he greeted calmly. However, when Snape suggested sending Celia to the Gasegg residence, he received a firm refusal. Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise. After a moment's consideration, he asked, "Have you had a disagreement?" Celia struggled to find the words to explain, throwing a childish tantrum. "I simply do not wish to go." Snape was taken aback. He mentally ran through countless possibilities before settling on the most sensational. Is he getting married? Celia sighed in exasperation. "What on earth are you thinking? In fact, we are not even dating. How did you figure it out?" Snape rolled his eyes. "Perhaps you recall I am a professor. Well, I have caught more early romances than Gasegg has consumed sweets. Now, tell me, when did this transpire?" Celia felt increasingly overwhelmed. He doesn't even like sweets. No, we truly do not. In truth, they did not. To be precise, it could be considered a relationship that fizzled out. She recounted the events to Snape. On the eve of their departure from school, Adrian had taken Celia to the astronomy tower. Neither spoke, sitting side by side at the tower's pinnacle. Finally, Celia said, "Al, may I sing you a song?" The song Celia sang was neither in English nor in French. Adrian speculated it might be in the language of mermaids. Her voice was ethereal and haunting, as if it had drifted from the depths of the ocean, adorned with delicate bubbles that slowly ascended, permeating every droplet of seawater and every inch of air. Adrian closed his eyes, feeling the cool night breeze caress his cheek, stirring a gentle tickle. When the song ceased, he opened his eyes and smiled warmly. "That was beautiful. May I be so fortunate as to know what it means?" Celia's cheeks appeared to flush. She turned her head and said, "Yes." Adrian chuckled. "Is that so?" His gaze drifted to the distant night sky, where the shadowy, forbidden forest loomed. The night was deep, and countless dormant creatures stirred restlessly. What of the feelings that lay dormant? He was 18 this year, while Celia would not turn 15 until October. He was on the brink of entering the workforce, while Celia still had her studies ahead. Was it truly appropriate for them to be together now? Their lives were still unstable, with too many uncertainties ahead. Moreover, he was merely a novice, unable to offer her anything substantial. He possessed neither considerable assets nor remarkable accomplishments. Celia, on the other hand, was exceptional. She would undoubtedly have a brilliant future. She was strong and beautiful, with countless admirers at school who could not count her worth on both hands. She radiated a gentle light, warming all who approached her. How could he ever hope to match her? How could he take responsibility for her future? Celia did not wait for the answer she sought. Silently, she stood and made her way to the spiral staircase of the astronomy tower. Adrian watched her silhouette vanish from view. Just like that? Celia nodded. Snape felt a pang of frustration. Initially, he had been contemplating how to deal with the boy in a manner that would inflict some hardship upon him without causing Celia distress. Now, it seemed the solution was clear. Let it be a pyre of sorts. Simple and satisfying. Celia sighed, inching closer and burying her head in Snape's embrace. She understood Adrian's apprehensions and his thoughts. Yet, she could not persuade her heart. She had long grown accustomed to being with Adrian. Just a few days apart left her yearning for him. She hastily wiped away her tears, ensuring they did not dampen Snape's robes. This was their first confession of feelings. The young mermaid sang forth her veiled affection, yet the nascent ocean was unprepared for such revelations. They were still too young, despite their fervent love. Neither possessed the courage to pursue it relentlessly. Perhaps a brief separation was necessary to allow their burning hearts to cool gradually, enabling them to reevaluate these feelings that had emerged so unexpectedly. Nevertheless, the seeds of love had already begun to sprout. Only awaiting a suitable opportunity, it will flourish swiftly, until its branches are abundant and its leaves lush, reaching towards the heavens. Regardless of the obstacles that lie ahead, we must steadfastly believe that dawn is still upon us, and that those in love shall ultimately reunite. Severus Snape, what? My daughter was the one to confess first. Adrian Gassek, how dare you not recognize the gravity of this situation? In writing this confession scene, I revised it several times before settling on this version. Celia and Adrian exhibit different actions, reflective of their respective personalities and ages. At this juncture, Celia is merely 14, an age brimming with burgeoning emotions. As Adrian prepares to leave school, Celia begins to realize her affections for him, and, given their impending long separation, she boldly confesses her feelings. Celia has always been decisive when faced with significant matters. For instance, embracing Snape and calling him father, or deciding to extract her own memories in her second year. Among others, Adrian, on the other hand, is characterized by his composure. His approach is one of caution, placing great emphasis on responsibility, much like how he has always regarded caring for Celia as his duty. Thus, in Adrian's understanding, once he agrees to Celia's confession and establishes their relationship, he will be bound to take full responsibility for her. However, as Adrian has just reached adulthood, he is uncertain whether he can shoulder this burden. Moreover, Celia is exceptionally talented and radiant. He fears he may not be worthy to stand beside her or provide her with what she desires most. Good things often require patience, but Adrian, your reckoning is fast approaching. Chapter 69, The Mind Shielding Spell. Ultimately, through Celia's relentless efforts, Snape acquiesced to her request to remain in Spinner's End. Not only that, he divulged the matter of the Philosopher's Stone. After hearing this, Celia's CPU was fried. She struggled to regain her composure. Why reveal this to me? Out of selfishness, Celia. Snape replied slowly. In my view, you must understand what you and the entire magical world will face, rather than remain unprepared like a shell-less hermit crab. So, Your injury was also due to the Philosopher's Stone? Snape affirmed. Not only that, Hagrid discovered the corpse of a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. This is not the first time. The Dark Lord is attempting a resurgence. Also, you may recall my warning to be wary of Lucius? Celia silently nodded. She softly said, I am grateful, Severus. Thank you for choosing to share this with me, rather than treating me like an ignorant child left to guess amidst sudden anomalies. Speaking of which, those children believed you were trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Celia tapped her ear. I heard them say it myself. Snape replied, and so what? He is merely doing what he believes is right. Why concern himself with Harry Potter's opinion? Celia chuckled. True. She pondered for a moment before raising her head to ask, is there a spell that can conceal a person's innermost feelings or even memories? Snape's gaze sharpened. What are you planning to do? Celia sighed. Severus, you were once a Death Eater, correct? If one day, I'm saying if, the Dark Lord truly returns, what will you do? Have you and Professor Dumbledore never discussed this? She opened her eyes and looked at Snape. Regardless of your plans or the choices you may make in the future, do not think of casting me aside. As you said, the Dark Lord is ever present. I cannot afford to be unprepared. Snape's mouth fell open. He wanted to argue, but that is my concern. But it is also mine. Celia swiftly interjected. We are family, Severus. How could your matters not be my concern as well? Moreover, if the Dark Lord will not spare you, do you think he would overlook me? From the very beginning, we have been bound together. I do not believe your keen intellect could overlook this. Just like Draco, whose father is a Death Eater, he had no choice from the outset. Neither did she. Celia exhaled deeply and reclined on the sofa. Thank goodness Adrian did not agree to my request at that time. Had I known the situation would unfold like this, I would certainly not have chosen to reveal my feelings to Adrian, or even pushed him away. Given my relationship with Severus, I would inevitably attract the Dark Lord's attention. Yet Adrian is innocent. He should not be entangled in my troubles. The letter Adrian sent yesterday still lies in the drawer of my bedroom, half of my reply written. But I have decided to burn it shortly. They should no longer be in contact. The closer he draws to me, the more perilous his situation becomes. I must grow stronger swiftly. Even if I cannot offer Severus assistance, at the very least, I cannot become his Achilles heel. Since there is no other choice, I shall carve a path through the existing road. I need strength, knowledge, as quickly and abundantly as possible. Celia thought rapidly. A dull ache beginning to throb at her temple. She pressed her hand against her temple, forcing herself to concentrate. Very well. Snape's voice suddenly resonated. I will teach you the mind-shielding spell, over this summer. Celia, still lost in thought, instinctively asked, what? The mind-shielding spell. Snape had already risen. A profound and enigmatic magic, capable of concealing emotions, blocking intrusions, and even fabricating false memories. Mastering it is no simple feat, but since you have spoken, I believe you are prepared. Celia had never seen him so serious, quite unlike the Severus she had known before, extremely earnest, weighing his words carefully, filled with trepidation. Celia resolutely declared, yes, I am ready. Yet Snape seemed to be wrestling with his thoughts. He caressed his wand, a myriad of complex emotions crossing his face. Finally, he said, begin to think, try to resist my intrusion, even attempt to deceive me. He pointed his wand at Celia and intoned, legitimacy. Yet in the next moment, Snape froze. Severus? Celia queried in confusion, have we not begun? Snape sounded somewhat exasperated. I forgot, you cannot see. Very well, let us proceed differently. Close your eyes and focus on a specific thought. I will attempt to delve into it, and you must try to mislead me. Celia closed her eyes and nodded. Thank Merlin. This time legitimacy proved effective. It was Celia's first experience of someone rifling through her mind, an unpleasant sensation akin to thousands of flobberworms crawling within her brain. Snape's voice echoed distantly, defend. Celia gritted her teeth, concentrating her spirit to fend off that obnoxious force. Their practice continued until nightfall, both utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Rhea came to call them for dinner. Were you two just fighting? A complete shock. Snape quickly rose, unceremoniously pulling Celia up as well. Celia nestled against his arm, playfully pleading, oh, Severus, let me lie here a little longer. Snape, his expression darkened, reluctantly released his grip, watching as Celia swiftly sank back into the couch. Very well. He instructed Rhea to bring dinner into the study and set it upon the writing desk. When he turned back, Celia had already drifted into slumber. Her half-buried form contorted into an exceedingly peculiar position that Snape could hardly describe, but undoubtedly uncomfortable. Resigned, he approached her, gently adjusting her shoulders to lay her flat on the sofa. Celia, with her eyes closed, desperately burrowed deeper into the cushions, observing her actions. Memories began to flood his mind. Celia had always favored this manner of sleeping as a child, as if the crevice of the sofa was the safest and most comforting refuge. Though 8 years had passed, the scars of her childhood remained hidden within her heart. wounds that might never fully heal in her lifetime. He had initially intended to commend her for her commendable efforts. From her awareness of the Philosopher's Stone to her decision to learn the art of mental occlusion, culminating in her exhaustion upon the couch, Celia had exhibited remarkable calmness, swift and accurate judgment, precise control over her mental faculties, and unwavering willpower, all of which surprised Snape, yet simultaneously filled him with unease. Throughout her life, Celia had always been a child of strong opinions, possessing an acute sensitivity to emotions and an uncanny ability to make rapid assessments. She viewed matters with clarity and acted decisively. As Phileas Flitwick had remarked, she was a natural duelist. Indeed, she was a witch chosen by a cedar wand, embodying these traits with utmost normality. Yet, all this instilled a sense of dread within Snape. He feared that one day, Celia might make irrevocable decisions behind his back, sacrificing herself to protect those she cherished. A witch wielding a cedar wand would go to great lengths, exhausting every last ounce of potential to safeguard their loved ones. This was both their terrifying strength and their Achilles heel. If they were likened to soaring eagles, then emotions served as the invisible tether binding their feet. As long as that tether remained, they would willingly plunge into peril. Gazing at Celia's serene face, Snape activated the mental occlusion technique, methodically untangling his thoughts. It would suffice to ponder the future at a more opportune moment. For now, the most pressing concern was ensuring that Celia enjoyed a restful sleep. As for her relationship with Adrian, he was too old to fret over the affairs of the younger generation. Let them navigate their own destinies. Meanwhile, within Malfoy Manor, long-dormant minions were gradually awakening. The darkness had opened its eyes. How would those caught in the vortex decide their fates? Rhea exclaimed, "That's not how you use the phrase to fend for oneself. Wait. My lady is in a romantic entanglement. Who is it? Who?" Chapter 70. Catching a Thief. Throughout the entire summer vacation, Celia had remained in Spinner's End. Snape had journeyed to southern England, while she buried herself in a mountain of books, delving into spells, brewing potions, and practicing mental occlusion. Snape had left behind a thick stack of notes, which Celia diligently followed to organize her chaotic thoughts. When Adrian poked his head out of the fireplace, he found Celia dozing on the sofa. He scratched his head, uncertain whether to wake her. This dilemma was swiftly resolved when Rhea burst from the kitchen, letting out a startled scream. "Rhea?" Adrian quickly covered the little elf's mouth, whispering, "Lower your voice. Celia is sleeping." However, Celia had already awoken. Blinking blearily, she inquired, "Rhea?" Rhea shook off Adrian's hand, indignantly declaring, "A proper gentleman would not intrude upon another's quarters uninvited. Miss Celia, Rhea has caught a thief." "What?" Celia instantly became alert, scrambling to her feet and reaching for her wand. "Where is it?" "Here." Adrian quickly interjected, No, Celia, it's me, Adrian." Celia gasped, her mind still sluggish. "Adrian? Hurry. Rhea says there's a thief in the house. Can you help me see where they've gone?" Adrian was at a loss for words. He squatted before Celia, saying, "There's no thief. Rhea is." He faltered, deciding to apologize first. "It's my fault. I've written you over a dozen letters, and you haven't responded. I was worried something had happened to you, so I came to check." Rhea misunderstood. With hands on her hips, she shouted. Rhea did not misunderstand. It's clearly Mr. Cassig trespassing and plotting against the lady. Adrian's eyes widened. "By Merlin, when did I ever plot against Celia?" Celia looked even more confused. Stammering, she said, "What? Are you two talking about the same thing?" "No, Adrian, stay away from me." Suddenly recalling matters concerning Voldemort, she instinctively sought to distance herself from Adrian. Attempting to retreat, she found herself trapped in the narrow sofa, panic rising within her. She lifted her right hand, trembling as she pointed towards Adrian, uttering, "Pertego totalum." A semi-transparent shield manifested around Adrian, just large enough to encompass him alone, a beautiful nonverbal spell. Adrian, bewildered, asked, "Celia, what are you doing?" "No, wait. You still have traces of the general. The ministry will discover it." Celia seemed not to hear Adrian's voice. Her right hand fell to her knee, appearing lost in thought. Adrian gradually sensed something was amiss. "Celia, what's wrong?" "Merlin, you look unwell, Celia." He broke free from the shield, trying to grasp Celia's hand. However, as soon as his fingers touched the back of her hand, she violently shook him off. His body staggered, and he barely caught himself with one hand on the ground to avoid falling flat. Celia's voice had taken on an unsettling tone. "Don't move. Stay inside and don't come near. Don't come closer. It's too dangerous for you to be near me. Get inside, quickly, to safety. Don't approach." Adrian was terrified. He obediently retreated within the shield, trembling as he said, "I won't move. I'm staying here." "Celia, please calm down. What is happening?" Yet Celia fell silent once more. She sat there on the sofa, pale-faced, her azure eyes wide and vacant, trembling all over. Rhea moved closer, appearing equally anxious. Adrian quietly asked, "What has your lady been doing lately?" Rhea reflected, reading, brewing potions, eating, sleeping, other than spending a bit longer in a daze. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. But her current state was clearly not right. Adrian was nearly beside himself with worry. Had she suffered some kind of trauma? Where was Professor Snape? Rhea replied, "Mr. Snape is away on a trip and won't return until next month." Adrian gasped in despair. He hesitated, saying, "Rhea, please don't hit me later." Rhea responded with a confused ah, just as Adrian drew his wand and aimed it at Celia, saying, "Stupefy." Celia's body trembled slightly, her eyes slowly blinking twice before closing with a soft snap. Rhea, in a fit of anger, leapt forward, sinking her teeth into Adrian's shoulder. Ouch! Adrian winced, his features contorting in pain. "Rhea, listen to me, Celia's mental state is not right. I need to calm her down first to understand what has transpired. Let go of me. I must take her to Madame Pomfrey." Rhea released her grip, glaring fiercely at Adrian, her voice sharp as she declared, "If you dare deceive me, I will end you." Adrian nodded vigorously, supporting Celia by her shoulders as she leaned against him, incanting, "Apparate." With a crack, they vanished. The summer in England had just endured a gentle rain, the crystalline droplets still rolling among the blades of grass. Poppy Pomfrey reclined in a picnic chair in the courtyard, savoring a cup of honey tea. During her time at Hogwarts, she had to rush between various hospital beds. It was only during the holidays that she could find a moment's respite. Setting her teacup back on its saucer, she began contemplating what to prepare for dinner. There was some wine in the cellar, which would pair beautifully with a few delectable stews. Suddenly, a light sound behind her caused her to whip around, locking eyes with Adrian's deep golden gaze. Adrian began tentatively, "Oh, madam, good afternoon?" Madame Pomfrey's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Sighing, she inquired, "What is wrong this time? A fever, or some sort of pain?" Adrian shifted his shoulders, revealing Celia's pale visage. "I cannot quite articulate." He hesitated. "Her condition is peculiar. She may have fallen victim to some curse or consumed the wrong potion, or perhaps she has experienced some distress. She won't let me near her. Could you examine her?" Madame Pomfrey's countenance grew serious. She hastened towards Celia, grasping her arm and urging, "Let us go upstairs." They laid Celia upon the bed in the guest room, and Madame Pomfrey cast a diagnostic spell, observing the incantation's color deepen gradually. Stroking her chin, she mused, "Strange. The results are consistent with her usual state. There seems to be no apparent issue." Adrian glanced at the glowing red diagnostic spell, then back at Madame Pomfrey. "Is this how her usual diagnostics appear?" The red diagnostic spell signified a strong warning. He only knew that Celia's health was fragile. Thus he had always kept a watchful eye over her. Witnessing the diagnostic spell now, he confronted the reality of her condition for the first time. Feeling a shiver of fear, Madame Pomfrey nodded. "Her foundation is too weak, but this is far better than before." Enough of that. What was she doing when you found her? Chapter 71. The youth is wonderful. Madame Pomfrey was on the verge of exploding. A mind closure spell. This child is barely 15. What madness is Severus up to? To unravel the circumstances, Adrian returned to Spinner's End, retrieving Celia's notebook. Madame Pomfrey placed it back on the table, silently entering the storeroom and emerging with 2 vials of potion, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Adrian sensed the gravity of the situation, anxiously awaiting her words. Madame Pomfrey set the potion bottles on the nightstand, raising her wand and incanting, "Renervate." Celia's eyelashes fluttered twice before she slowly opened her eyes. Her complexion remained pallid, her sea-blue eyes dull, resembling a parched lake upon a snowy mountain. She inhaled slowly and uttered, "Mother?" Her voice was dry and hoarse, causing Adrian, standing behind Madame Pomfrey, to suddenly feel moisture well up in his eyes. Madame Pomfrey gently called, "Celia, do you remember who I am?" Celia moved her ears slightly and obediently replied, "Madame Pomfrey." A sigh of relief escaped Madame Pomfrey. "Thank goodness. It's not too severe. Come, dear, drink the potion." Celia sat up, taking the potion vial and sniffing it. Still in a daze, she tipped her head back and swallowed the potion in one go. The potion quickly took effect, the bewildered expression fading from Celia's face as a faint flush returned to her complexion. It was only then that she realized something was amiss. "Madame Pomfrey, Merlin, why am I here with you?" Madame Pomfrey shrugged. "Mr. Cagseg brought you here, and—" Celia's face turned pale once more. Madame Pomfrey quickly halted her words, casting a peculiar glance at Adrian. She hesitantly asked, "Were you 2 arguing?" Adrian shook his head. He dared not speak, fearing it would further upset Celia. Instead, he gestured to his mouth and stepped out of the room. Madame Pomfrey understood, patting Celia's back, choosing not to say anything further. Youth is indeed wonderful, even allowing one to dawdle for love. It was not until nightfall that Celia finally calmed down. She still refused to converse with Adrian, nor would she allow him near her. Madame Pomfrey, meanwhile, flawlessly upheld the tradition of incessant chatter, delivering a 2-hour lecture centered around the 12 points of practicing the mind closure spell. She concluded, magic involving the brain and mind is exceptionally perilous. In fact, every year St. Mungo's receives patients who have rendered themselves imbeciles. I do not know why you are studying the mind closure spell, but you have obtained Severus's consent. He has been too negligent. Celia, you must have someone accompany you while practicing. Perhaps you would be willing to brew some potions for me during the summer? Celia readily accepted her proposal, expressing her gratitude to Madame Pomfrey. Adrian stood alone in the corner, his deep golden eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. After Celia retired once more, he nodded to Madame Pomfrey and vanished with a crack. He returned to Brighton, quietly sitting on the deck, staring blankly at the shimmering waves. In the brief span of half a summer, many enigmas had accumulated around Celia. Upon their reunion, Celia's expression was fraught with panic, leaving Adrian feeling unfamiliar and afraid. He had believed that, regardless of how time passed, they would still maintain their familiar rapport when facing each other. Yet reality delivered a heavy slap, mockingly deriding his helplessness. Celia not only released his hand, but also pushed him away with all her strength. Could it be that she was angry because he had not reciprocated her confession? But, as Adrian meticulously recalled the events of the afternoon, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. When they first met, Celia had not been like this. At that moment, she had called him Al as usual and had even asked for his help in catching a thief. Yet in a sudden instant, she had screamed for him to go away. Merlin, who could tell him what had truly transpired at that moment? Adrian buried his face in his palms in anguish. The bracing sea breeze brushed against his skin, and the sound of waves crashing against the ship filled his ears. He remained seated on the deck until dawn broke. In the following month, Celia stayed at Madame Pomfrey's residence. In Madame Pomfrey's words, this was termed hospital observation, partly out of fear of potential aftereffects, and partly to keep an eye on Celia, preventing her from turning herself into a fool once more. Perhaps it was due to the efficacy of Madame Pomfrey's treatment. Or perhaps it was the absence of Adrian, but Celia's mental state gradually began to improve. During the initial week, she was permitted only to meander around the courtyard and the house. The moment she exhibited any inclination towards household chores, Madame Pomfrey's admonishing voice would immediately ring out. Celia, let me handle the tidying up. You stay in the courtyard. Celia thought to herself. She truly felt much better if this continued. She might as well sprout mushrooms from sheer idleness. Reluctantly, she made her way to the courtyard, only to stumble over a broom left at the door. Like a gust of wind, Madame Pomfrey rushed over and lifted her from the ground. After conducting a thorough examination of Celia, Madame Pomfrey decisively commanded, "Bring that little sprite over here." For Celia, Madame Pomfrey's home was an entirely foreign environment. If only Ria were by her side, her life would be significantly more manageable. Celia was an obedient child. She immediately called out, "Ria?" With a cheerful sound, Ria's voice resonated from below. "Miss Celia, Ria is here." Celia bent down, extending her hand towards the source of the voice, and Ria promptly grasped her pinky finger. Madame Pomfrey beamed with satisfaction. Celia had grown too tall. As she straightened up, even with all her might, Ria could not reach her fingertips, no matter how high she tiptoed. Celia was compelled to devise another solution. She removed a hairpin from her head, tapped it with her wand, and it transformed into a slender wooden stick. Ria grasped one end while she held the other. Overjoyed, Ria regarded the thin stick as a treasured possession, tearfully declaring, "Ria can guide the miss once more. Ria is the happiest little sprite in the world." Celia felt a pang in her heart and squatted down to embrace Ria tightly. She had always longed to grow up quickly, to become an independent individual, to possess the strength to protect others. Yet, for Ria, with every bit that Celia grew, the less she could do for her. Would there come a day when Celia no longer needed her care, and would that make Ria very sad? To Celia, however, Ria had long since become the most important family member. She was not merely Celia's servant, but a cherished being whom Celia could not bear to lose. "Ria? Miss? Ria is here. Good." Chapter 72. Ravenclaw is unclean. As August dawned, Snape finally returned to Spinner's End. Prior to his arrival, he had received letters from both Madame Pomfrey and Adrian. Madame Pomfrey first scolded him with 2 sheets of parchment, followed by 3 pages detailing Celia's condition, and then a final note to assure him. In contrast, Adrian's letter was considerably more succinct. He meticulously described Celia's reactions and concluded by informing Snape that Celia was currently residing at Madame Pomfrey's house. Snape scoffed at the latter letter, thinking, "How dare he take liberties after graduation and invade my hearth? Foolish Gasek." Snape jotted down in his notebook, "Remember to deduct points from Hufflepuff." After nearly a month of being on the move, he appeared disheveled. Knowing that Celia was safe at Madame Pomfrey's, He returned to Spinner's Inn to tidy himself up before using apparition once more. With a sudden pop, he appeared before Madame Pomfrey. She was startled, clutching her chest and complaining, "Severus, after all these years as colleagues, do you wish to send me to meet Merlin today? How could you apparate directly to within 3 feet of me? A mere inch closer, and it would have been face to face." Snape averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Celia approached Severus. She was assisting Madame Pomfrey in moving flowers, balancing a pot of asters in both hands. A frilly apron was tied around her waist, and Rhea tugged at one corner of the apron, bowing to Snape. Celia was on the mend. After a period of careful observation, Madame Pomfrey had finally permitted her to engage in lighter tasks. For practicality, Madame Pomfrey had styled Celia's silvery blue hair into a loose braid cascading down her back, swaying gently as she moved. Celia placed the asters on the ground and naturally wiped her hands on her apron, saying, "You've come." Snape replied with a noncommittal suddenly feeling somewhat out of place. Why did it seem as though Celia and Madame Pomfrey were a family, while he felt like an outsider? Madame Pomfrey pushed Celia towards him. "Take her away." Celia untied her apron and joyfully embraced Snape. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. This all seemed rather normal. Surely Gasegg wasn't he deceiving him? After all, Poppy would never lie. Perhaps he had been negligent. Faced with the profound and perilous magic of mind occlusion, he should not have allowed Celia to explore it on her own. As soon as they returned to Spinner's End, Celia eagerly inquired, "Was everything smooth?" Snape replied, "As you wished." Celia nodded and then turned to ask, "I'm hungry. Is dinner ready?" Rhea's voice boomed from the kitchen soon. Celia dashed off to the kitchen. Snape watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Since Poppy had agreed to allow her to return home, the situation was not entirely dire. With him keeping an eye on her, he would be exceedingly cautious. As for those fragmented concerns, he would allow Celia to handle them herself. Should she ever wish to share, he would certainly be a trustworthy listener. Snape glanced up at the calendar on the wall, noting the date, August 17th, 1992. Since living with Celia, he had developed the habit of using a calendar. In 2 years, Celia would come of age. That year would also mark their 10th year of cohabitation. Time indeed passes swiftly. Celia came bounding out of the kitchen. "Severus, dinner is ready." Snape replied, "I know." Slow down. What was the matter with this child? She had been running around like this since she was little. By the end of August, an owl delivered Celia's 4th year book list. Compared to 3rd year, the required school supplies for 4th year were not significantly different. Celia first procured the potion ingredients as per the list, then set off with Snape to flourish and blots. 5 minutes later, she emerged with an expression of disdain. She quietly asked Snape, "Who is it?" Snape scoffed, "Gilderoy Lockhart, a graduate from your house." "Celia?" "Oh no, Ravenclaw is tarnished." As they approached the Elop's Owl Emporium, they encountered Draco, who was accompanied by his dear father. After exchanging pleasantries, Draco remarked, "We were just heading to flourish and blots." Celia wore an expression of profound discontent. She pulled Draco aside and whispered her grievances about Lockhart's insipidness. Meanwhile, Snape observed Lucius with a thoughtful gaze. It seemed that last year's events bore no trace of Lucius's involvement. Was his conjecture erroneous? Or perhaps, the Dark Lord's cunning schemes were yet to unfold? A few days later, Harry exclaimed to Professor Snape, "Don't relax too soon. We've arrived in style with our magical car." Chapter 73, Bat Rearing. The new academic year had scarcely commenced when a significant event transpired at Hogwarts. The Chosen One and his Weasley companion had arrived at school in a flying car, witnessed by no fewer than 7 muggles. Furthermore, they had been apprehended by the formidable potions master. The savior shrank back like a quail, while Snape seethed like an irate Hungarian horntail. Fortunately, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived just in time, successfully securing Snape's grievance. "Snape, silence." Professor McGonagall sighed and summoned Celia. McGonagall, a royal flush. Thus, before the gathered crowd, Celia dragged the irate bat into the potions classroom. Snape obediently followed her. Within the potions room, Celia's voice filled the air with her incessant chatter. Half an hour later, Harry and Ron's moral education concluded, and Snape was released from his sentence. As Harry and Ron departed, Snape had managed to adopt a calm demeanor in their presence. He even managed to muster a smile for Harry, albeit one that appeared exceedingly peculiar. Harry regarded Celia with newfound reverence. To dare rear bats, she must be a werewolf. The tranquility at Hogwarts persisted for a month. However, just as the September calendar leaf fluttered down, another significant incident occurred. When Mrs. Norris was petrified, Celia happened to be in the corridor. Professor Flitwick had bestowed upon her a hefty collection of books, prompting her to call upon Draco for assistance. Draco inquired, "Why is there such a crowd gathered?" "Sister, wait a moment while I investigate." The throng formed several layers thick, and Draco found himself thoroughly obstructed. He squeezed through, only to emerge a while later. In a hushed tone, he informed Celia, Filch's cat has been petrified. And there's a message on the wall saying the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies. It looks like it was written in blood. Harry Potter was also present, and Filch suspected him. He wrinkled his nose in disdain. Celia placed her hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Draco nodded and patted her hand. A commotion erupted in the crowd, with someone shouting, "Excellent, you're next, Mudblood." Snape bellowed, "Silence." Harry and his companions faced the greatest suspicion and were compelled to undergo interrogation. Snape provided him with an alibi, although Harry remained oblivious. Later, Celia sighed. "He thought you were giving him a hard time, Severus. However, the truth is, if you do not clarify matters on the spot, people's suspicions will linger like a shadow. After all, explanations that come too late are seldom convincing." Though Snape appeared to be questioning, he inadvertently prompted Harry to disclose his whereabouts. Ensuring that all present understood that when Mrs. Norris was petrified, Harry Potter was in Lockhart's office and had no time to harm a bothersome feline. Snape was indifferent to the misunderstandings surrounding Harry. His focus was entirely on the ominous words. This was no jest, but rather a warning. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and the heir had emerged. Should the situation continue to unfold unchecked, the entire school would be in peril. Would the heir be as they imagined? Students whispered among themselves, and a myriad of rumors proliferated. Some eager individuals sifted through various tomes to unearth tales regarding the chamber, embellishing them to showcase their erudition. A gaggle of vain fools, Elena remarked in irritation, unable to see the impending consequences of their gossip. Celia concurred, "Ignore them. One cannot expect those devoid of intellect to engage in anything serious." She had been frequenting the dungeons lately. Sprout's mandrakes were not yet mature, but she could gather other ingredients necessary for the antidote to petrification. Initially, Snape was reluctant to allow her assistance. He curtly remarked, "Perhaps you should remember that you are a student, not a free assistant to the potions master." Celia merely responded with an "oh," set down her stirring rod, and pulled a stack of parchment from her bag. With that, she comfortably occupied Snape's desk. "Then I shall do my homework while you continue your work." She propped her chin on one hand, her excessively long bangs cascading over her lashes. Unable to push them back, she simply closed her eyes. Snape silently chopped dried nettles. After a while, Celia suddenly queried, "Severus, do you know what the Chamber of Secrets is about?" Her expression remained normal, as if she had not just posed a question of great import, but rather inquired about lunch. Snape replied, uncertain. Celia responded, "Oh," then asked, "Do you think Professor Dumbledore knows?" Snape replied, "Perhaps not." Celia, silence. She cheerfully remarked, "How evasive you are." Snape stopped his task, exasperatedly stating, "I truly do not know. He is neither the founder of Hogwarts nor a worm in Dumbledore's gut. Why would I possess such knowledge?" Celia also paused her writing, pressing her left hand against her forehead, lost in thought. Snape felt a pang of concern and swiftly moved to pull her hand away. "Celia, huh?" By the time she comprehended Snape's actions, the back of his hand was already pressed against her forehead. Celia blinked in confusion, her unfocused eyes slowly fluttering open as she grasped Snape's intentions. She chuckled awkwardly. "It's nothing. I was just lost in thought, not experiencing a headache." Snape merely grunted in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Ever since the incident during the summer when Celia learned the cerebral shielding technique, Snape had been on high alert. At the slightest indication of her discomfort, he would instantly become tense. Faced with this anxious Snape, Celia decided to tease him and added, "Of course. If you were to bring me a cup of coffee now, I would demonstrate my pain right here." Snape, exasperated sigh. He playfully tapped her head. "Nonsense." Celia stuck out her tongue, placing her quill on the desk. "Severus, that makes you sound quite unfortunate." Snape, what? Celia extended a hand and began to enumerate. "Look, last semester, Harry and his friends were running rampant, nearly costing themselves their lives. Then there was Quidditch. Had it not been for you, Quirrell would have surely let him fall to his demise. This semester, those two fools have been joyriding in a flying car, leaving themselves bruised and battered. Just last week, he was suspected of being the culprit behind Mrs. Norris's petrification." She recounted each instance, unable to suppress a laugh. "At this rate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is plagued by misfortune. Severus, you truly have your work cut out for you in protecting him." As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden wave of anger washed over her. Furrowing her brow, she muttered, "But why does he deserve it?" Snape snorted disdainfully through his nose and resumed his task of slicing frog brains. Chapter 74, The Accursed Savior. Well, indeed, the Chosen One was truly beset by misfortune. At a Quidditch match a month later, Harry Potter was pursued by a rogue bludger, resulting in the noble sacrifice of his right hand. She had her bones extracted by the dear defense against the dark arts professor. It was truly a stroke of misfortune. Celia sat amidst the raucous audience, letting out a deep sigh. "That Lockhart," she mused, One could hardly fathom how he managed to become a professor. She turned to Draco and remarked, "Can you believe it? We are even ashamed to acknowledge him as a Ravenclaw." Elena interjected with a tone laced with disdain. "Indeed, it's utterly disgraceful." Draco nodded in agreement. Yet, in the next moment, Celia found herself unceremoniously drafted. The hospital wing had run out of bone regrowth potion. Quidditch, coupled with Lockhart's antics, had made Madame Pomfrey's face flush with indignation. Who knew how much more trouble he would stir up? What initially required merely a bone setting had now escalated into a far more complex matter of regrowing bones. "Celia, you've arrived. I entrust the bone regrowth potion to you," Madame Pomfrey implored. Celia sighed, exasperated by the lack of boundaries in this unwarranted overtime. Without hesitation, she set up her cauldron at Harry's bedside, stirring the potion with a stoic expression. The fumes caused Harry to cough incessantly. Young Ron Weasley, brimming with complaints about Lockhart, ended up with potion splattered across his face. "If anyone dares to make a sound, I shall promptly send Harry Potter to meet Merlin," Celia threatened fiercely. Harry shivered at the thought. It was rare for Madame Pomfrey to witness such a cold demeanor from Celia. Stifling a laugh, she remarked, "Dear, do try not to be angry. After all, he is a professor, at least for this year." Celia sighed again, tossing a Chinese chopping cabbage into the cauldron. "Splendid," she coldly remarked. "May he soon be retired." At Madame Pomfrey's behest, Snape brought her a modified bone regrowth potion, reducing the brewing time to under an hour. Otherwise, Harry would not be able to grow his bones back so swiftly. Celia ladled the finished potion into a container, allowing it to cool before handing it to Harry. He murmured his thanks and accepted it with his dwindling left hand. Just as he was about to drink, Celia warned, "If you dare to spit it out, I shall ensure you feel Professor Snape's warm greetings." Harry shivered again. The taste was indeed peculiar, but he dared not reject it. He struggled to swallow the potion, managing to squeeze out a thank you through his clenched teeth. That confounded Lockhart. As Celia prepared to leave, Madame Pomfrey approached her, saying, "We are also out of blood-replenishing potion and burn ointment. Celia, do you have time to spare?" Celia flashed a frosty faux smile. "I would be delighted." Like a gust of northern wind, she swept away, nearly colliding with Professor McGonagall, who had come to visit. Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall exchanged knowing glances. Madame Pomfrey stroked her chin and said, "It's quite reminiscent." Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance." Harry thought he understood, but dared not voice it. Celia, bat-like. As evening approached, Draco delivered a package of potions. "Sister has been summoned by Professor Flitwick," he explained. "This batch contains blood-replenishing potion. We'll have to wait another night for the burn ointment." He appeared somewhat disheartened, but still greeted Harry. "Good evening, Harry. Wishing you a swift recovery." Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. "Thank you, Draco." Ever since their first meeting, Draco had been exceedingly polite to him. In fact, he was courteous to nearly everyone at the school. This astonished the entire Weasley family. The Malfoy family has changed. This was Bill returning home for the holidays. "Brother, do you smell that? The scent of conspiracy, brother." "Splendid. Splendid." This was Fred and George. "Regardless, we must remain vigilant, children," said Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. However, the truth was, Draco was merely heeding his sister's advice. What fault lay in being a good child? After nightfall, an unexpected visitor arrived at the hospital wing. It was Dobby, the house elf. He caused quite a ruckus beside Harry's bed, frightening the poor savior half to death. Harry. He recalled the composed little elf from Snape's cellar, and then glanced at the excitable Dobby, practicing his head bonking, suddenly gaining a deeper understanding of the richness of diversity. Outside, voices erupted, and Dobby vanished in an instant. Harry quickly dove back under the covers. He detested those who half-revealed spoilers. No, house elves were not human. Someone was brought in, and Harry curled up in his blanket, straining to hear the professor's conversation. A student had been petrified. So what had Celia actually said to Snape after Harry and Ron crashed the flying car? Celia, Harry is quite unfortunate. Snape, raising an eyebrow. Harry. Celia, Potter. Potter is indeed quite unfortunate. Snape, lowering his brow. Is that so? Celia, he lives like a house elf. Madame Pomfrey has also mentioned that his health is not robust. Snape, oh. Celia, I inquired with Professor McGonagall. His Muggle family is not friendly towards wizards. Snape, I know, I'm acquainted. Celia, then why do you still? Snape, sneering, what concern is the savior to me? Celia, sighing, right, it is none of our business. Calm down, Severus, perpetual anger will only mar your appearance. Snape, yet the furious Celia retorted, if anyone dares to make a sound, I shall send Harry Potter to meet Merlin ahead of schedule. Chapter 75, I'll strangle you, Voldemort. Colin Creevey had been petrified, plunging the entire school into a brief panic. Harry's arm had healed. He was with his friends, attempting to explain the strange sounds he had heard. He appeared immensely excited, prompting Hermione to firmly press him back into his chair. Harry, it's not that we don't believe you, but I don't think this is a good omen. You must handle it with caution. Harry, feeling obstinate, muttered, well, Celia Rory can talk to fish. Eavesdropping Celia, what? Does it involve me? Severus seemed particularly interested in this boy, which caused Celia to take note of him as well. Rumors suggested that the savior was either a great dark wizard or a magically profound angel. Yet, from Celia's observations, Harry Potter was merely an ordinary boy lost amidst a sea of students, so unremarkable that he was nearly indistinguishable. However, the title of savior elevated him, placing him upon a pedestal from which he could never descend. People worshipped him, treating him as the so-called star of salvation. Yet, this star was still too immature, having yet to learn how to shine. Celia sighed, turning her head aside. Perhaps she should inform Severus about Harry Potter hearing strange sounds. Elena tugged at her sleeve, and Celia turned her head. Elena asked, do you think what they say is true? Celia replied, what? Some say the creature in the Chamber of Secrets is Salazar Slytherin's weapon, specifically designed to deal with Muggle-borns. Do you think that is credible? Celia frowned. Elena's mother was of Muggle descent, making her a veritable half-blood according to the rhetoric of blood purity, and a rather mixed one at that. Celia reached through the sleeve, grasping Elena's hand. Don't frighten yourself. She whispered softly, recently, gossip like this has been rampant. Do not let it affect your emotions. Yet, even she harbored doubts. What turmoil would once again unfold within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts? Before long, new rumors emerged. During a duel in the club, Harry Potter allegedly attempted to command a serpent to attack Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley. The fact that Harry could speak Parseltongue led many to believe he was the heir of Slytherin. The news was brought by Luna Lovegood, a fresh-faced first year from Ravenclaw. As she recounted the incident, Celia was in the common room brewing potions while her companions were engrossed in writing essays. Elena, astonished, inquired, how could there be a snake in class? Luna replied, it was Draco Malfoy. Slytherin always has some peculiar magic. Her tone was peculiar, almost melodic. Draco Malfoy? The girls simultaneously turned their heads toward Celia. The atmosphere grew tense as Celia calmly bottled her potion, stating, understood, I shall speak to him tomorrow. It was indeed a breach of decorum to unleash a snake upon classmates. As for the duel club, everyone dismissed it with a wave of their hands. Sylvia astutely remarked, just another attention-seeking stunt. They all wore expressions of disdain. The next morning, young Malfoy obediently listened to his sister's admonitions. His relationship with Harry had always been amicable. Releasing a snake was merely intended to tease the little savior. He had not anticipated the incident spiraling out of control. Who knew how Harry was cursing him in his mind? Celia sighed and placed her hand on Draco's shoulder. Draco, I do not oppose your playful antics with friends. She said earnestly, but you must understand your mother's intentions. She hopes that Severus and I can look after you, but we cannot always be by your side. Time is fleeting. Can you promise me to grow up quickly? The matter of the Chamber of Secrets was evidently entwined with the Dark Lord. Whether they wished to acknowledge it or not, Voldemort's strength was steadily returning. Snape had informed her of Voldemort's nature. The Dark Lord possessed no mercy and would not spare Draco simply because he was a child. The case of Regulus Black was a stark reminder. They could not afford to be complacent. Thus, Draco needed to mature swiftly, not only in strength, but also in mindset. As a responsible sister, Celia resolved to guide Draco in his studies. They had no choice. Could they not study? Let us conquer you, Voldemort. Consequently, still oblivious to the situation, Draco was unceremoniously dragged into the world of academia by Celia. From that point on, anguished cries often echoed through the empty classrooms of Hogwarts, causing passing students to halt in their tracks. As the situation grew increasingly dire, a pervasive shadow of petrification spread throughout Hogwarts, leaving some students in a state of dread. For instance, Elena had been unable to enjoy a good night's sleep for days. Ever since Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick had been petrified, her anxiety had intensified. Her eyes were bloodshot as she muttered, what if they come for me next? She flitted about the room like a specter, anxiously pacing. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly and dashed for the door. Sylvia, startled, sprinted after her and pulled her back. Elena, calm down. It's too dangerous to be running around alone right now. Where are you going? I know. Elena turned to her. I'll be careful. I'm going to find Steve. I need to confess my feelings to him. What if I die one day and he doesn't even know I liked him? That would be awful. Sylvia. She pondered for a moment and replied, well, all right, I'll accompany you. It's only noon. We can make it quick. Elena embraced her tightly. With Sylvia absent, she was probably off somewhere tending to her dragon-raising plans. In the ensuing period, no similar attacks transpired. Harry and his friends cast suspicious glances at Draco. After all, he stood out among the Slytherins both in performance and appearance. Following Hermione's suggestion, they successfully brewed Polyjuice Potion, attempting to disguise themselves as Slytherins to extract information from Draco. However, they soon realized they could not locate him. Draco was currently being pinned down by his sister. The three exchanged glances. Ron hesitantly suggested, "What if we dress up as Lorien?" "You wish." Harry and Hermione replied in unison. Celia Lorien, the illustrious figure of Ravenclaw, favored pupil of Professors Flitwick and Snape? Is that something just anyone can impersonate? They fretted over this for 3 days. On the 4th morning, Fred and George brought them good news. Celia had been summoned by Dumbledore. The trio exchanged glances and quickly sprang into action. As for what they could extract from Draco, that was another story. Celia ascended the long spiral staircase, once again standing in the headmaster's office. The last time she had been summoned by Dumbledore, she was merely a timid second year, anxiously clutching Snape's hand. Now, as a 4th-year student, she could face Dumbledore with composure. In fact, this time, Snape was not there for her to lean on. She only heard the voices of 2 individuals, Dumbledore and McGonagall. Dumbledore sounded in good spirits. "Good morning, Celia. Would you care for some honey water?" Celia replied with a smile, "Isn't it chilled lemonade?" Dumbledore lamented, "Oh. Severus said it was too cold and would burden him while brewing the tooth-whitening potion. The headmaster ought to be considerate of his professors, shouldn't he?" Celia shrugged and remained silent, standing quietly before the headmaster's desk, waiting for Dumbledore to broach the matter at hand. Dumbledore seemed disinclined to beat around the bush. He quickly stated his intention. "Celia, given the wondrous nature of magic, I wish to know how adept mermaids are at perceiving water." Celia furrowed her brow and replied, "How adept do you need them to be?" Dumbledore did not respond immediately. His gaze drifted slowly over the portraits of former headmasters until it landed on Armando Dipet, his predecessor. He quietly regarded the painting, which lazily blinked back at him with a mocking glance. "I need to locate that chamber," Dumbledore said calmly. Chapter 76, Dumbledore's Probe. Both Celia and McGonagall were taken aback. A look of bewilderment crossed Celia's face as her unfocused eyes blinked slowly. McGonagall stammered, "Albus, you want Celia to find the chamber? She just turned 15. She is still a child." "No, Minerva. I merely require Celia's unique magical talents. It is the quickest method at hand. The students are in danger. And since we suspect what lies within, we must act swiftly." McGonagall sounded unconvinced, "But we cannot involve Celia in this. She is also a student, Albus. It is the professor's duty to protect the students." Dumbledore winked at her and proposed, "Why not allow Celia to make her own choices?" With a wry smile, Celia replied, "Headmaster, could you first enlighten me about what exactly resides within the chamber?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Ah, it seems we have forgotten the most fundamental details. Celia, it is a basilisk. Anyone who meets its gaze is doomed to perish." "The lair of the basilisk." Professor McGonagall interjected sharply, "A basilisk? Albus, you intend to send a child to confront a basilisk? She could very well lose her life." Dumbledore spoke in a soothing tone. "Fear not, Minerva. I have no intention of placing Celia in harm's way." "Where was I?" "Ah yes, the lair of the basilisk. There must be an abundance of water flows within. Celia, this is what I wish for you to accomplish, to locate the chamber through the waterways." Celia, astonished, asked, "With your intellect, you cannot deduce the location of the chamber?" Dumbledore replied, "I can only surmise a general vicinity, but I am unable to enter. In truth, Hogwarts harbors many secrets. Even the headmaster cannot unveil them all. Deception. The highest form of falsehood is a blend of truth and lies. In this regard, Dumbledore is undoubtedly a master. From his recent words, perhaps he genuinely does not know the chamber's location, yet there must be other means to uncover it." Dumbledore was testing her. But why? Was it due to her connection with Severus? Did Dumbledore fear her stance might sway Severus's decision? "Very well," Celia stated. "Is this your command?" "It is a request, Celia. Or perhaps you would prefer to consider it a bargain." Celia scoffed lightly. "Very well, Headmaster. I have but one request. Can you guarantee that, regardless of what transpires henceforth, Severus will not be harmed, physically or psychologically?" Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, casting a swift glance at Dumbledore. Dumbledore fell silent, seemingly deliberating his response. Celia smiled faintly. "All right. I understand." She removed the watch from around her neck and placed it upon Dumbledore's desk, stepping back 10 paces. Professor McGonagall gazed at the watch. Its metallic exterior gleamed, clearly well-maintained. She let out a sorrowful gasp. "Second floor," Dumbledore suddenly declared. "Let's start from the lavatory." Celia closed her eyes and gradually released her magical essence. It spread from her body like rippling water, swiftly gliding along the water elements in the air. As it passed McGonagall, it playfully circled her before swiftly traversing through her form, akin to a refreshing ocean wave gently caressing an aged soul. Streams of water began to manifest around Celia, encircling her in a protective embrace. Without the watch's safeguard, Celia swiftly transformed into a mermaid. Her silvery blue tail flicked gracefully in the water, splashing an exquisite spray. The lavatory was deserted, save for a ghostly figure drifting about. Celia spun around in confusion, successfully detecting the anomaly of the sink. The space beneath the sink was empty. Taking a deep breath, she plunged her magic downward. The damp darkness below felt invigorating. The droplets on the inner walls of the passage resembled countless eyes, faithfully reflecting the surrounding environment. Basilisk shed? How filthy! Celia wrinkled her nose in disdain. She slipped through the iron door's crack, successfully reaching the chamber. So much water. Celia dared not let her guard down. Cautiously, she extended her magic into the water and was immediately assaulted by a foul stench. This basilisk does not bathe, does it? Or is this its bathing water? Ugh! Gritting her teeth against her nausea, she delved deeper. Basilisk, basilisk, serpent. She suddenly opened her eyes, a scornful smile forming at the corners of her lips. Found it. McGonagall exhaled heavily, hurrying to her side. Celia, are you all right? McGonagall held the watch tightly, which was promptly returned to Celia's hands. I'm fine. Celia finally revealed a genuine smile. It's merely a basilisk. The moment she discovered the creature, she retracted her magic. She did not wish to provoke the basilisk, lest it become enraged and harm the students. Celia transformed back into her human form and addressed Dumbledore. Under the lavatory, headmaster. One must traverse a long passage containing a substantial basilisk shed to reach the chamber's entrance. However, I am uncertain how to open that door or how to decipher the lavatory's mechanism. Dumbledore nodded. You have done exceptionally well, Celia. Now, return and rest. As for your condition, I can only assure you that I will do my utmost. Celia chuckled softly. It's of little consequence, headmaster. His promise, she did not believe. Just before exiting the headmaster's office, she abruptly turned and asked, What of the golden cup, headmaster? McGonagall spun around. What? Yet Celia had already descended the stairs. McGonagall personally escorted Celia back. She cast several protective spells around them before inquiring, Why did you agree to Dumbledore's request? This is a matter for the professors to resolve. Her tone still conveyed worry. Celia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Professor McGonagall had always held Dumbledore in high regard, but did they occasionally disagree? Celia pursed her lips, choosing to answer truthfully, because I had no room for refusal, Professor. Have you not noticed? Perhaps I could disregard the headmaster's commands, but I cannot disregard Severus's thoughts. Dumbledore is acutely aware of this, hence he does not fear my refusal. She cared for Severus, and she cared for the school he wished to protect. Though Snape often appeared acerbic, Celia knew deep down he valued Hogwarts and the lives of its students. In his brief life, the colleagues at Hogwarts provided him with rare warmth. He may not have cared for the well-being of the students, but he cared for their lives. He wished for no student to perish and for no threats to their lives to emerge. For that sentiment, Celia had no choice but to acquiesce. She paused at the corner, turning to McGonagall and saying, Professor, did you know? The Sorting Hat was intent on placing me in Slytherin. McGonagall understood the implication behind her words. In certain respects, she was indeed a quintessential Slytherin, shrewd, patient, proud, obstinate, contemplative, adaptable, skilled in weighing pros and cons. And perhaps a touch petty. Her world was small, encompassing only a few dear individuals, Severus, Adrian, Draco, and Rhea. Even her closest friends were temporarily excluded. Yet, for Snape's sake, she willingly chose to join Ravenclaw. Celia continued, Initially, I feared this aspect of myself. I dreaded becoming a monster, a dark, cold-blooded creature, until I last saw my father, who, to protect my mother, used the killing curse to slay a Death Eater. McGonagall gasped sharply. Snape had informed Celia that Richard's wand was also made of cedar wood. He is her father, and their temperaments are intricately intertwined. Gentle yet formidable, encompassing yet sharp. Mermaids are ferocious beasts, possessing their own vulnerabilities that must not be touched or harmed. Cecilia opened her eyes and gazed at her. Do not worry, Professor McGonagall. Though her eyes appeared to be a swirling chaos, the stars above merely glanced down for a fleeting moment before joyfully descending into them, creating ripples of crystalline clarity. Every individual harbors a reason to endure, and each possesses a rationale for choosing kindness. Her reason is everything she holds dear. She desires little and cherishes even less. If she could receive a satisfactory return, she would wager her very life for it. In truth, who among us is devoid of darkness within their heart? Yet, as long as the beauty of the world remains intertwined with her existence, she is willing to pause for it. Seeing the mermaid, McGonagall remarked, I am hungry. Chapter 77. The petrification incident escalates. Following the previous incident of magical detection, Cecilia remained vigilant. She left a trace of magic in the waters of the Chamber of Secrets, sufficiently concealed yet adequate to keep her informed of the circumstances. Thus, when the basilisk stirred once more, she sensed it immediately. The Quidditch match was about to commence, with students and teachers alike gathered in the Great Hall. Everyone appeared to be brimming with excitement. The Gryffindor table buzzed with lively chatter, while the Hufflepuffs huddled together strategizing, Cedric among them. Cecilia hurried to the Slytherin table and called out, "Draco?" He responded and came over to grasp her hand. Cecilia whispered, "Close your eyes and do not open them. No matter what. Follow me into the crowd." Draco nodded, took hold of Cecilia's sleeve, and obediently shut his eyes. The basilisk soon vanished from the chamber. The creature was far too powerful. Cecilia dared not attach magic to it. She was uncertain of its destination, but that was of little consequence to her. She did not possess the greatness nor the capability to save everyone. In truth, safeguarding the school and all its students was the responsibility of the headmaster and professors. Her sole desire was to protect Draco. As for Adrian, Cecilia suddenly realized he had already graduated. Even if she made her way to the Hufflepuff table now, she would not be able to see him. Since their last parting, Adrian had been writing to her, with a fresh letter arriving every few days. Cecilia had stored them away in a drawer, unwilling to respond yet unable to forget them. The letter that arrived yesterday was particularly thick. In it, Adrian's tone conveyed immense concern. He had likely heard of the turmoil within Hogwarts and was eager to ascertain Cecilia's safety. After much hesitation, she ultimately penned a brief reply. At least, she thought, it would alleviate his worries amidst the treacherous reefs ahead. Cecilia smiled bitterly and turned toward the teacher's table. She extended a finger, gently tapping her eye, then pointed to Draco beside her. Without uttering a word, separated by several meters, she knew Snape would comprehend. Indeed, after approximately half a minute, something collided with her shoulder. Cecilia cast a silent summoning charm and caught the object, a folded paper fish. Its surface was uneven, and Cecilia swiftly unfolded it. Feeling a line of braille. Understood. Cecilia smiled faintly. It was her proud, old father. The sound of a horn echoed from the direction of the arena, and Draco nervously tightened his grip on Cecilia's hand. He plaintively remarked, "I cannot see." Cecilia patted his hand. "Do not worry, just follow me." She attempted to slide her arms around his shoulders from behind. However, Draco was taller and broader than she, so she settled for grasping his arm instead. The people in the Great Hall surged toward the entrance, moving slowly forward within the throng. Just as they reached the arena, Cecilia suddenly heard Professor McGonagall announce loudly, "The match is cancelled." A weight lifted from her heart. She shook Draco's arm. "You may open your eyes now." Draco opened his eyes, astonished, and asked, "What is she doing?" He referred to McGonagall, who held an enormous purple microphone, looking quite comical. McGonagall continued issuing commands. "All students, return to the common room immediately. Prefects, please ensure everyone leaves promptly." Cecilia realized that another student had been attacked. Whispers erupted among the students, with Oliver Wood vocally protesting. Draco anxiously inquired, "Are we returning now?" Cecilia replied, "Let us wait a moment longer. The basilisk has not yet returned to the chamber. Hogwarts is still not safe." She regretted allowing Draco to open his eyes so soon. She continued to hold Draco's arm until she felt a sense of relief when the basilisk reappeared in the waters of the chamber. "Let us go," she turned back. "I will escort you." She led Draco back to the Slytherin common room. Draco was reluctant to let her return alone, and Cecilia smiled, saying, "Take care of yourself and listen to Severus. In truth, I am the safest one in the school. As a little blind girl, even if I were to see the basilisk, I would not perish." Draco watched her leave, filled with concern. Cecilia swiftly returned to the common room, where the prefects were tallying the students. Sylvia pulled her aside and presented her face in front of the prefect. Cecilia asked in surprise, "Why is it Nancy Marceau?" Nancy Marceau was the sixth-year female prefect. Penelope Clearwater should have been in charge of their fourth-year prefects. Sylvia whispered to her, "Penelope is in trouble." Cecilia was taken aback. Once all the students were accounted for, Professor Flitwick announced, "We have some very unfortunate news. 2 more students have been petrified. One is our Penelope, and the other is Gryffindor's Hermione Granger. She is one of Harry Potter's companions." Elena covered her mouth in shock. 2 people? Autumn appeared utterly dejected. Likely due to the cancellation of the Quidditch match, she was already an excellent seeker. However, they felt utterly powerless. All new regulations were enforced strictly. They had to return to the common room by 6 o'clock and remain under the supervision of the teachers at all times to protect the students. With all faculty members mentally preparing for an all-nighter, there was something strange. Before returning to the dormitory, Sylvia suddenly said, "Why are we not allowed to use the washroom alone?" Knowing the truth, Cecilia responded, "What do you think?" She lay on her bed, confusion gradually surfacing in her mind. Students were continuously being petrified. When would Dumbledore take action? However, not long after, even worse news arrived. Dumbledore had been dismissed. A wave of panic finally erupted within Hogwarts. Almost everyone wore expressions of terror, the atmosphere oppressive and heavy, with people even beginning to fear all laughter. Yet Draco appeared quite pleased. In fact, he and his father had long harbored grievances against Dumbledore. It was said that even the decree for Dumbledore's dismissal was personally conveyed by Lucius. After all, the Malfoy family holds a position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Although Celia shares a disdain for Dumbledore, she does not perceive his departure at this time as advantageous. She cautions Draco, do not let your elation be evident. The more one finds themselves amidst a tempest, the more one must maintain composure. Engage in meticulous analysis and bold judgment, rather than allowing others to discern your thoughts. Draco, thus, tempered his exuberance. Seizing a moment of respite, Celia ventured into the cellar. Snape appeared as he always did, yet an inexplicable unease settled within Celia. It was as if Snape was gradually distancing himself from her. For the 7th time, she inquired, Severus, are you well? Snape sighed. Quite well, he replied with resignation, but it is you who seems troubled. You are unusually tense, Celia. She too sighed in response. After a moment of contemplation, Snape advised her, Hogwarts is not safe. Let Rhea accompany you. Rhea exclaimed loudly, Rhea will protect Miss Celia. However, Celia decisively declined. I know what lies within there, Severus. In the face of that entity, Rhea would not be any safer than I. Rhea, stay put in the cellar and safeguard yourself. Do you understand? In her heart, Rhea was a beloved family member, and Celia wished to shield all her kin from peril. Celia rose from her seat and walked directly into the bedroom. Snape observed her with a worried gaze. Celia was growing swiftly. Her small bed had long since become inadequate. Its whereabouts now unknown after Rhea had moved it. Celia reached the edge of Snape's large bed and reclined backward. Severus, she called languidly, I have class at 3:30. Be sure to wake me. Snape paused his writing. Very well. Chapter 78. The peacock weaves a web in March. Draco suddenly became unpredictable. Spending time with him frequently, Celia gradually became aware of the change. After a particularly rough day, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, What's the matter? Is there an issue? Draco halted his actions. He silently set down his book and raised his gaze to meet Celia's. Her expression remained unchanged, and the calmness of her gentle smile suddenly steadied his frantic heart. He murmured, It's not that I cannot describe this feeling. Sister, my father seems off. Celia raised an eyebrow slightly. Lucius Malfoy? Draco continued. In his recent letters, he appears to take pleasure in the upheaval at school. He seems glad, and not at all surprised. Do you think this could be related to him? Celia inhaled sharply. Perhaps she should not be surprised that the clever little dragon had caught on. The Malfoys supposedly valued family above all else. Yet he was unrelenting in his suspicions of their father. In truth, Celia was not particularly familiar with Lucius. During her time at Malfoy Manor, her interactions were primarily with Narcissa and Draco. After all, Lucius was the male elder, and Celia had to maintain a respectful distance. Nonetheless, she remembered Snape's warning from the previous year to be wary of Lucius. Although Lucius always presented himself as a well-behaved figure before Narcissa, it was clear that he was not a man to be trifled with, at least in Snape's eyes. As she pondered this, Draco misinterpreted her silence as hesitation to confess. Growing increasingly anxious, he grasped Celia's hand and insisted, Do you know something? Celia shook her head, attempting to withdraw her arm from his grip. However, he tightened his hold and asked with a fierce tone, Are you hiding something from me? You made me study all this. He gestured towards the pile of books on the table. Is this related to what is going on? Is it true what they say, that he is coming back? Celia felt a wave of frustration. Her brother had grown up and was no longer as easily deceived as he once was. She motioned for him to sit down. Draco complied, placing Celia's palm on the desk to help her find her chair. She beckoned him closer and directly inquired, How much do you know about the Dark Lord? Draco replied immediately, Father is very afraid of him. Of course, in Voldemort's early days, becoming a Death Eater symbolized nobility, glory, and power, offering everything one could desire. However, as time passed, for most of the current Death Eaters, that identity became akin to a sword of Damocles, likely instilling a sense of dread. Yet, even Draco had noticed how conspicuously fearful Lucius was. Celia prodded him gently with her finger. Draco, somewhat bemused, leaned in, allowing her fingertip to rest against his cheek. Sister, you're so childish, he teased, trying to placate her. Celia, satisfied, withdrew her finger and asked, How did you discern this? Draco responded, Father never mentions him and dislikes when others bring him up. Not just Father, but the Crabbe and Goyle families are also very afraid of him. Crabbe and Goyle had once been Draco's playmates, but since 8-year-old Celia expressed her disdain for them, Draco had lost interest in their company. Playing with two dimwits was simply beneath him. Draco asked anxiously, Sister, do you think he will really come back? Having grown up in the pure-blood circle, Draco had heard various rumors. Some claimed that the Dark Lord had not truly perished, and that when he returned, those who had betrayed him would face dire consequences. However, 13 years had passed, and the wizarding world in Britain remained calm. Gradually, Draco began to doubt the veracity of those claims. After all, people tend to believe in the good and unconsciously ignore disasters. Now that Celia suddenly mentioned the Dark Lord, could it be because he truly was returning? Celia countered with a question, "Are you afraid?" Yes. At 12, children possess a limited understanding of good and evil. All he knew was that his father was one of his greatest idols, and the Dark Lord was someone even his father feared. Celia confessed, "I am afraid too." She was uncertain of Voldemort's true power or whether she could ever grow strong enough to stand against him. In the face of an unpredictable future, fear is a constant companion. Yet, fear serves no purpose. It can erode one's resolve and courage, but learning to confront fear can foster one's ambition. Celia placed her hands on Draco's shoulders and asked, "If he truly returns, what do you intend to do?" Draco replied, "Father says to keep a close watch on Harry." But would that suffice? Draco lowered his gaze, his hands clenched tightly on his lap. Suddenly, he declared, "I understand now." Celia inquired, "What is it that you have come to understand in such a brief moment?" Draco chuckled softly, mentally calculating his next steps. He realized he needed to monitor Harry. But he required more eyes. Lucius lacked the courage to oppose Voldemort, and if the Dark Lord were to return, everything belonging to the Malfoy family would likely fall into his hands. Therefore, Draco needed to prepare early. In the unseen corners, he would begin to weave an enormous web. Since entering Hogwarts, he had heeded Celia's advice and cultivated a considerable amount of goodwill. With his remarkable appearance and impeccable manners, he harmoniously interacted with students from various colleges and diverse backgrounds. Although they were still young, as they gradually matured and honed their individual talents and social connections, this intricate web would inevitably expand, growing larger and denser. By that time, they would become the capital amassed by Draco. Furthermore, once this academic year concluded, he intended to approach his father about taking over a portion of the Malfoy enterprises, a venture his father was eager for him to undertake at an early age. As Celia aptly remarked, they were racing against Voldemort. They were uncertain of the outcomes they might achieve, yet even if they ultimately faced defeat, it would be far more honorable than remaining passive. In the days that followed, the basilisk ceased its activities. Were it not for the lingering presence of life within the waters, Celia might have doubted whether the creature had been eliminated by someone. As she would soon enter her 5th year, she needed to prepare for the OWL's examination. In Professor McGonagall's words, striving for one of the most significant examinations of her life could commence at any time. Celia quickly flipped through her textbooks, her right hand wielding a quill as she scribbled on parchment. Elena leaned over, resting her head on Celia's textbook. "Celia, could you help me catch up on defense against the dark arts? The incessant changes in instructors have left this class in disarray, resulting in my notes being a chaotic mess. Moreover, I can never quite distinguish between those wretched creatures." Celia set down her quill and inquired, "All right. How would you like to catch up? Memorization or practical dueling?" Elena responded, "Just reviewing. Why would we need to duel?" Celia continued, "If it's memorization, we can do that here. If it's dueling, you and Draco can join me tomorrow. Besides theory, practical experience is equally vital." Elena recalled Draco's daily struggles and the infamous reputation of Bloody Celia that emerged from the dueling club, promptly surrendering. She begrudgingly said, "Let us just stick to memorization. I can't possibly defeat you." Celia chuckled as she retrieved her textbook. It seemed as though all was tranquil, and time flowed serenely. But that was far from the truth. A month before the final examinations, a sudden disturbance erupted within the Chamber of Secrets. Celia exclaimed, "What on earth is Bloody Celia? This is infuriating." She slammed her hand down in frustration. Chapter 79, The Special Calming Potion. When Harry Potter's presence manifested in the chamber, Celia nearly exclaimed in outrage. How could they entrust a mere 12-year-old, a child heralded as a savior, yet possessing no real capability, to confront a basilisk that had likely lived for hundreds, if not thousands, of years? And what of this peculiar, seemingly unstable boy named Tom, who appeared from nowhere? Had Dumbledore lost his mind? Celia held no particular sentiments towards Harry Potter, yet since Severus cared for this child, she could not remain an idle observer. Yes, Severus. She needed to inform Severus. Celia rose swiftly and hurried towards the common room exit. However, just as she emerged from the portrait, she suddenly halted. What if Severus, in his concern for Harry Potter, rushed to duel the basilisk? Should she refrain from informing him? Celia wavered, leaning against the doorframe in contemplation. The portrait at the entrance yawned and remarked in a peculiar tone, "People often hesitate due to their doubts. If thoughts cannot aid us, why not rely on instinct?" Instinct? Celia blinked in confusion. Her instinct in this matter was to trust both Severus and herself. She believed in Snape's rationality and judgment, confident he would not recklessly plunge into danger when the situation remained ambiguous. Simultaneously, She trusted in her own ability to restrain an impulsive Severus. Why did she possess such confidence? Celia chuckled softly as she descended the staircase. She hurriedly arrived in the cellar, where Severus was engrossed in his potion making. Harry Potter has found the chamber, she announced. Severus remained unresponsive. Harry Potter is currently locked in a battle with the basilisk, she continued. Severus inhaled sharply. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The sneeze word in Severus's hand fell with a thud into the cauldron. He nearly rushed to stand before Celia. You saw. What in the world has that old fool Dumbledore compelled you to do? Celia replied, wow. Isn't Severus's reaction a bit excessive? Celia hesitated, and Severus's expression darkened progressively. He had sensed something amiss for some time. Celia seemed to possess an excessive amount of knowledge regarding the chamber. Dumbledore, that old fool. He was furious, sweeping his robes aside as he strode purposefully toward the exit. Damn it, he was determined to confront that obnoxious child today. Celia finally regained her composure. Desperately grasping Severus's arm, she pressed the dark, brooding figure onto the sofa and earnestly laid everything bare. It's just that, Dumbledore only asked me to investigate. He didn't assign me any other tasks. Didn't he assign you any other tasks? Celia's demeanor appeared nonchalant, yet Severus could see through her facade. She had agreed to Dumbledore's request for his sake. The very matter he feared had come to fruition. Family and loved ones would inevitably become Celia's Achilles heel. Just like now, to protect these cherished emotions, she had begun to exhaust herself. So, if the Dark Lord ever took notice of Celia, what would she do? Today, she would bow to Dumbledore for Severus. Would she not also kneel before Voldemort for the sake of those she cared for tomorrow? What must he do to halt this self-sacrifice? The more Severus pondered, the more agitated he became. He activated his mental shielding, striving to untangle the chaotic thoughts. However, Celia seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She even inquired, so, what exactly is Dumbledore thinking? Severus, has he asked you to do anything? Severus was both amused and exasperated. He grasped Celia's arm, pulling her down onto the sofa beside him. He hissed, concerned for the savior. And Hogwarts' fourth years are already so idle, Celia replied helplessly, you know very well that my concern lies with you. Severus fell silent. He stood up from the sofa and walked into the potion room. Celia sighed in relief. She had been correct, from the very beginning. Severus must have been aware of Dumbledore's intentions. Suddenly, Celia gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. Severus's voice emerged from the potion room. What's wrong? Celia steadied herself and informed him. He is the one called Tom Riddle. He claims to be Voldemort. Severus's voice sharpened. What? He quickly stepped back into the room. Celia detailed the circumstances within the chamber, and as Severus stroked his wand, a growing sense of unease took hold of him. What pureblood family did Riddle belong to? Was it truly a name from a pureblood lineage? Perhaps 5 minutes passed, or maybe half an hour, before he finally spoke. I understand. You may stay here, do not return. Enter. The infirmary and exams have once again bestowed upon us a veritable plague of vexations. Yet again, it is tranquilizers and bewitching brain elixirs, devoid of any semblance of surprise. Celia stirred the contents of the cauldron, and the anguished cries of Madame Pomfrey echoed hauntingly in her ears. An unseemly chuckle escaped her lips. Very well, this year shall also necessitate the addition of Mandrake Potion. Professor Sprout's mandrakes have finally ripened, and they must hasten to revive the petrified victims. Each year, as examinations approach, the demand for tranquilizers in the infirmary surges, compelling Madame Pomfrey to beseech the potion's professor for assistance. One year, in a fit of exasperation, she declared to Celia, in truth, I believe I am the one in dire need of a tranquilizer. Nevertheless, the students were still insufficiently supplied. The very next day, she received a full dozen of the tranquilizers. Holding the box aloft, Celia grinned. Special edition, 1-to-1 supply. No need for thanks, should you require more. There is plenty to go around. Madame Pomfrey enveloped her in a warm embrace. Good girl, she remarked. This will suffice. Let Severus handle the rest. Do not overexert yourself. From that moment forth, Celia adopted the habit of delivering tranquilizers to Madame Pomfrey, in her quest to mitigate the side effects and dependency associated with the tranquilizers. She devoted nearly an entire year to research and refinement. Despite Madame Pomfrey's repeated advisements against it, Celia remained resolute in her endeavor. 8 years have passed, and the tough yet tender-hearted matron has continued to care for her. Now, Celia finally possesses the capability to reciprocate her kindness. Apart from Severus, Madame Pomfrey stands as the second individual to extend goodwill towards her. Upon her arrival in Spinner's End, delirious from a high fever, she had mistakenly clung to Madame Pomfrey, believing her to be a maternal figure. This incident left her blushing in embarrassment whenever in the presence of Madame Pomfrey for a considerable time thereafter. How shameful! Subsequently, After settling into Hogwarts, she spent half of her days by Madame Pomfrey's side. During those formative years, Madame Pomfrey imparted a wealth of knowledge to her. To Celia, Madame Pomfrey embodied the essence of maternal love. She was strict yet benevolent, chiding Celia for not wearing an adequate layer of clothing for half an hour, summoning Severus for a reprimand when Celia felt unwell, and exulting for an entire day over even the slightest of her accomplishments. Although she had little in common with Isabella, Celia felt that maternal love bore a resemblance in its many forms. Indeed, the concept of motherhood has always been both concrete and nebulous throughout history, much like Professor McGonagall, who in her own right serves as a maternal figure to the students. Celia smiled gently and leaned close to Severus, whispering, "Harry Potter has vanquished the basilisk."